Suppose the masters and servants truly had the opportunity to fulfill their omnipotent desires. What would the outcome of war transform into? What existence would the spirits from other realms become upon their convergence with this world? When the function of the Holy Grail is replaced by 7 miraculous orbs, it becomes a struggle that anyone would yearn for. Are you also a king of Britannia? My dominion is unparalleled. I hereby command the world to submit to me. I am merely the executioner. These fellows are far more troublesome than the witches. I never expected to encounter a spirit with the power to save the world. Very well, using EA against you is not a disgrace. How formidable indeed. I shall activate my magical cannon. The chaotic battle begins in the early days of Dongmu. Chapter 1. The Holy Grail War? No, it is the Dragon Ball War. In an endless expanse of white, a man toys with several marbles in his hands. It has become rather quiet. I've decided I shall randomly select a fortunate soul to fulfill his wish. Balancing the beautiful marbles in his hands, he gazes upon them whimsically. The man's identity? That is of little significance. After all, he has lost track of how long he has existed. He only remembers that the last time he encountered another, they referred to him as God. But that was so long ago. But to simply hand them over would be rather dull. Oh, then let us commence a special war. As if he glimpsed something intriguing, he murmured to himself. At that moment, 7 orange orbs appeared in his hand, each containing a varying number of stars. Let us initially choose Earth. With the location and era selected, the deity began to prepare to scout participants. Yet at that moment, the deity sensed the transmission of 2 distinct consciousnesses communicating. Gaia and Alea of this realm. Do you wish for 2 participant slots? Well, it is not impossible, but please do not select anyone too disruptive. Although I understand that you wish to replicate the existence of beings from other worlds and create new spirits, it matters not. Understanding their aspirations, the deity acquiesced to their terms. After all, the stage is set on their territory. It would not hurt to show some courtesy. In a good mood, he was quite amiable. Then, the Dimensional Dragon Ball War. Let begin. This is the true war that can realize wishes. The 7 orange orbs gradually diminished in size before transforming into beams of light, flying towards different locations. Proclaim. In the depths of night in Dongmu City, an unknown ritual was underway. The Holy Grail War, rumored to grant any wish, even leading one to the root, and the 7 participants of this war would command the servants as masters, with the sole victor obtaining the wish-granting device. This night also marked the time when many masters summoned their servants, each believing themselves to be the chosen one. The red mark that emerged on their palms signified their status as masters. Bang! Cough, cough. Weibo Wei, a student of the clock tower, intervened in this war for certain special reasons. The swirling dust gradually dissipated, revealing shadows that brought him a sense of relief. Though he did not yet know whom he had summoned, this abnormal Holy Grail War at least proved he had a basic guarantee. His hand clenched tightly around the orange orb in his pocket, and Weibo felt a twinge of nervousness. Upon seeing the visage of the person before him, he appeared momentarily dazed. The chilling aura and handsome face, coupled with raven black hair and deep purple eyes, highlighted the other's otherworldly beauty, while the splendid white royal garb proclaimed his extraordinary status. Although he appeared somewhat frail, his presence was undeniably overwhelming. Are you my master? The newcomer assessed him before inquiring. Yes, Weibo responded nervously, feeling an unexplainable tremor. Is this Japan? Without paying much heed to Weibo's reaction, he turned to survey the surroundings, from the high platform, even catching a glimpse of the city's beautiful nightscape. Upon hearing the words, Weibo was momentarily stunned. Though the servant was a historical hero, it was still rather peculiar to recognize him so swiftly, even with the knowledge imparted. It is nothing. Allow me to introduce myself. After all, we shall be partners in the impending war, and distrust would be troublesome. My class is writer. My name, Loluskvibu Litain Iya. Chili, have you completed the summoning? Yes, teacher. In the darkened night, one of Dongmu City's landlords, Shurchun, gazed at his disciple with anticipation. My class is assassin. Without hesitation, Yin Feng Chi Li revealed the identity of his servant. An alternative assassin, is it? No matter. If utilized appropriately, it could provide us with a significant advantage. Shurchun's gaze shifted to the man leaning against the door. The man's eerily silent demeanor piqued his curiosity. With chestnut red hair, tied in a ponytail, a prominent cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, and a gaze that exuded a chilling aura, he was clad in attire reminiscent of an ancient ronin, with a katana at his waist. He is an exceptionally skilled swordsman, In a direct confrontation, I might perish in an instant. Yin Feng Qili glanced back at his servant, recalling the commotion during the summoning. His father had nearly acted out of instinct, intimidated by the overwhelming killing intent, resulting in a near-fatal encounter. The swiftness exhibited by the assassin astounded him. Daozai, Hong Xianjinshin. The titles and names were quintessentially Japanese, and his curiosity regarding the other's identity compelled Yin Feng Qili to seek out classical texts and historical tomes for answers. Do not belittle yourself. Servants are all formidable heroes. A master could never be a match. Holding a glass of red wine, Shurchen displayed a refined smile. Teacher, your servant. Do not mind it. As anticipated, it was successful. However, when asked about his own situation, Shurchen's expression brightened noticeably, and he enthusiastically continued. The servant he summoned was of the archer class, one of the 3 great knights, and he had every reason to be pleased. After all, he was the most ancient king of legend, Gilgamesh. His status and power were beyond question. Stop! Eliminate him, Berserker! Ruthless words emerged. The purple-haired girl watched the elder before her, without an ounce of compassion. The armored Berserker charged forward. Do you think you can kill me like this? The elder, leaning on his wooden staff, chuckled wickedly from the steps. While the servant was indeed powerful, his foundation as a magician was not to be underestimated. Swarms of insects surged forth, yet they were evaporated by a mysterious force of light. That energy was something the elder had never encountered before. It just had to be you. As if sensing something, the elder glanced at the sounds coming from outside, but chose to ignore them. His body was swiftly shattered by the Berserker, yet Jindo Zhongyan remained unfazed. This small marble, when 7 are gathered, can grant any wish. In this Holy Grail War, I shall seize them. Desire surged forth from within. Jindo Zhongyan could hardly contain his impatience. Originally, he had no intention of intervening in this Holy Grail War, but with new variables arising, he naturally wished to take a shot, especially when Yinya did not become a master. While instead, Song Yi was chosen, he felt an unexpected surprise. Logically, this was the least likely scenario. Yet it occurred, leaving him no choice but to find a way to manage it. Otherwise, given the ramifications of the Holy Grail War, tranquility would be impossible. Compared to Yinya, Song Yi was undeniably exceptional. Initially, he merely wished to observe the extent of what Yin Yi could achieve. In truth, he had overestimated him. Even the Holy Grail would not acknowledge that fool. Long ago, he had contemplated transforming the girl adopted from the Tosaka family, yet she remained shielded by a miraculous light. Until today, when she summoned a servant, he became convinced of Jiantong Zhongyan's suspicions. The girl's heartfelt prayers were answered by some extraordinary existence. The cursed worm, controlling his body, intended to retreat, but a surge of immense magical energy suddenly emerged, filling Jiantong Zhongyan with foreboding. His instincts warned him to flee swiftly. Boom! A pillar of black light erupted from the ground, tearing apart the ceiling of the basement. The remaining worms below were devoured by the magical energy, leaving only 2 silhouettes. One was the cold-faced Jiantong Ying, and the other was a figure clad in black armor, exuding an ominous aura, stroking her head, wielding a foreboding great sword, and wearing a helmet that obscured his visage. Berserker, it seems he is not as simple as I had imagined. Instantly discerning his class, Jiantong Zhongyan quelled his inner terror. Although the figure appeared formidable, he, being well-versed in such matters, felt no fear. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. The Berserker charged towards him with such speed that he had no time to resist. Stop! Before he could offer much resistance, he was seized by the life force hidden in the shadows, that of the cursed worm. Sensing the threat of death, Jiantong Zhongyan couldn't spare another thought. He attempted to speak, but his essence was crushed without mercy. In the relief of Jiantong Ying, the old man who had repeatedly sought to harm her ultimately turned to dust. The Holy Grail War, an orange orb rolled down from above, and Jiantong Ying trembled as she picked it up. The 4-starred orb appeared so beautiful. Having been imbued with the relevant knowledge, she understood the perilous struggle into which she had unwittingly entangled herself. In her despair, the only entity responding to her plea for salvation was not her father Tashin, nor her mother Aoi, nor Uncle Yin Yi and Sister Rin, but rather the Berserker, known as the Warrior of Light. He was the strongest. Jiantong Ying held this belief firmly. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. What is this? Disgusting, this guy is just like Malik. Inside a house, the young man with golden hair expressed his dissatisfaction with the filthy surroundings. He had been invited to participate in a duel that could grant any wish. Yet he found himself in such a predicament. His partner was a psychopathic killer. Fortunately, he had an accident. Otherwise, teaming up with this guy would have been truly bothersome. Whether it was the misfortune of this fellow or the fortuitous turn of events for the city, the killer, as a master, had met his demise by colliding his head against the wall. Witnessing this scene, the city's inhabitants looked on disdainfully as they picked up the fallen Dragon Ball, feeling a twinge of unease. My class is C.Cast. A class that fights using magic? But I don't know magic. What will happen if the master dies? Doesn't that mean I'll be out of the game immediately? After pondering for a while, he decided to gather the body of his fallen partner, but soon a headache began to set in. I've got it. Perhaps this will work. Clapping his hands, he seemed to have an epiphany as mechanical constructs suddenly emerged from his left arm. Indeed, the dual disc and card deck are here. Let's quickly check for any useful cards. I hope I don't get eliminated before the duel even starts. Pray tell, are you truly my master? Chitsi stared expressionlessly at the girl clad in holy armor and felt it absurd. Was this girl truly the legendary King Arthur, or had he drawn the wrong card? Although it appeared he had drawn a good card like Saber, he was still somewhat surprised by her identity. Without further ado, Chitsi ultimately chose to leave this scene for his wife, Alice Phil, to manage. Do we need to gather 7? Touching the command seals on his hand, Chitsi furrowed his brow as he contemplated the impending war. He subsequently pulled out an orange orb engraved with a star, which stood out prominently in the moonlight. With questions swirling in his mind, he thought to himself, can such a trivial thing truly grant wishes? Kenneth, why are you so insistent on coming? You said it's merely a simple rural contest. Why go through such trouble? Just as she was about to depart, Sola was quite displeased by Kenneth's arrival. Despite having warned him multiple times, he was relentless, which irked her considerably. She should never have revealed the details of this special Holy Grail War to him. The masters were to gather objects known as Dragon Balls, which could then grant their wishes. Regardless of their authenticity, since she had been chosen, she had every right to investigate. There was no reason to shy away. Unfortunately, Kenneth seemed a bit restless upon learning this and insisted on following her. Sola, I am merely here to assist you. Although Lancer has manifested as a heroic spirit, she appears to be just an unknown little girl. A magical girl? How absurd. Kenneth explained his actions, stating that he had not been selected for this Holy Grail War, while his fiancée had been chosen, which was quite peculiar. However, adhering to the principle of not leaving things unattended, he still followed her. With his assistance, things would certainly improve a little. After all, the Lancer summoned by Sola, while one of the 3 great knights, appeared rather unreliable. Tisk, a girl with crimson hair, dressed in a light green casual outfit and blue jeans, leaned against the wall and displayed her displeasure upon hearing this remark. You must not say such things about Lancer. If you do not trust her, then do not interfere. Hearing this, Sola felt quite unhappy. She had finally obtained an opportunity, yet an outsider was there incessantly criticizing, saying, this card is no good, and it would be better to do it this way. It was strange to be scrutinized before the battle had even begun. Very well, if you insist on this. Clearing his throat and noticing his fiancée's displeasure, Kenneth decided not to push the matter further. Thus, with the summoning of 7 servants complete, the Grand Holy Grail, Dragon Ball War was about to commence. Chapter 2, The Assault. In the city of Fuyuki, a place that should have been tranquil, unwelcome guests have arrived. How did you manage that? Weber asked, his voice trembling slightly as he surveyed his surroundings. Of course, it was simply a matter of cordial communication with the host. When others are pleased, they graciously offer their hospitality. Yet, the response rendered Weber utterly speechless. The opulent villa was something he had never dared to imagine before. It was all resolved with a mere declaration of intent. The acquisition was not achieved through the violent means of harming innocents. Although initially, he had sought to employ magic to subtly suggest his desires, it was evident that he lacked such finesse. Contemplating the nature of his occupation, he dismissed the notion that any form of suggestion could be applicable. Could there truly be such magic? He shook his head, a bitter smile erasing his earlier speculations. Seated upon the sofa, sipping the stale tea, Lelouch contemplated the youth before him. While he exhibited far more cleverness than Suzaku, he was still rather easily manipulated. His gaze drifted to the back of the boy's hand, fixating on the crimson mark. Lelouch pondered the possibility of eliminating him discreetly. The most prudent approach would be to exert his own power over the boy, as it would ensure a foolproof outcome. However, considering the potential for interactions between masters, the risk of exposure to vigilant individuals loomed large. The boy's abilities represented his greatest trump card, a formidable weapon against both servants and opposing masters alike. Furthermore, The occupation he held would serve as an excellent fade, making it implausible for anyone to suspect him as a master of magic. Should his identity be prematurely unveiled, it would invite unwarranted defenses, which would be decidedly unwise. This apprehension was precisely why Lelouch had refrained from acting against Weber thus far. "You seem to have ventured out without permission," Kiritsugu Amiya remarked, sensing the activity in the room. "I merely stepped outside for a moment," came the cold reply, revealing the speaker's emotional state. Kenshin Himura, known as Hido Kiribatsai, remained silent upon hearing Kiritsugu's words, his gaze flickering with an unusual intensity. "Well, it matters little. Even though you may have lost the advantage of notoriety, I trust you will excel in the tasks ahead." Kiritsugu did not press further on this matter, instead adhering to his father and teacher's directives. Yet, deep within, a flicker of doubt lingered in Kiritsugu's mind. The man before him might possess the very answers he sought. As the skies shifted and time flowed onward, the stage was gradually set for the unfolding drama. Wow, this is truly astonishing. Have you never ventured out to witness it? In a black sedan, the counterfeit identity Alice Faye is traveling, utterly unaware that their every move has long been under scrutiny. That is, by their master? Such an imprudent pairing. Had it not been for the concern over the so-called mystery, they would have been eliminated long ago. Standing atop a tall building, the body undergoing ethereal transformation, I secretly observe the ostentatious duo below, my shadow whispering in the dark. They are offering such an opportunity, and I shall show no mercy. It is worth noting that there might exist some peculiar means by which the master could evade a fatal blow. As Alice Faye and her companion stroll along the beach, beneath the darkened sky, they sense an unmistakable aura of murderous intent. Even the ever-optimistic Alice Faye detects the unsettling atmosphere. This blatant hostility seems to declare that their target is doomed to perish. How underestimated they are. A figure has already emerged in my sight, the blade at their waist unmistakably signaling ill intent. They interpret the other's actions as a provocation. In an instant, the opponent refrains from greeting, but instead draws their sword from its sheath, their ghostly figure charging forth. Danger! My instincts alert me, and I instinctively pull Alice Faye aside, thereby allowing her to evade the oncoming strike. The ground is cleaved, a chasm appearing where the blow landed, yet no one is visible. What was that? A glance at the sharp blade reveals that my adversary is a skillful swordsman, proficient in martial arts. Grasping Alice Faye's hand, I retreat, shielding her behind me as I remain vigilant. The expansive area seems to serve as the opponent's playground, and I sense their agile movements. Shadows flicker in the air, and they swiftly change guise, drawing forth their sacred sword. Enveloped in a barrier, the holy blade remains elusive, yet successfully repels the advancing figure. A sword concealed within the winds? No longer hidden, it confronts the adversary directly. The invisible sacred sword, observed by Kenshin Hifumura, speaks. "Who are you?" The weapon wielded by the opponent is also a blade. Accompanied by their eerie techniques, they pose a tentative inquiry. An assassin daring to engage openly? Alice Faye possesses some understanding of the Holy Grail War's principles, such as the need for secrecy. Typically, one should prioritize concealment and engage in assassination. Why then do they dare to confront the strongest head-on? If action is required on my part, regardless of the time frame, this is not mere folly. As a master of the blade, he has slain countless foes and high-ranking officials, aside from the few experts of the Shinsengumi and the True Selection Group. There are hardly any survivors. It was only upon encountering a certain beloved that he tempered his excessive bloodshed, yet this time is different. Should he emerge victorious, both she, gravely injured, and the world itself shall be saved. Thus, regardless of his circumstances, Kenshin shall vanquish all adversaries that obstruct his path, even if they are unarmed masters. Let the performance commence then, O wayward one. Gilgamesh found the reckless behavior of such assassins laughable, sensing their presence from afar. A foolish challenge? He did not consider it a source of shame. At the very least, it would provide him with an entertaining spectacle, although that individual harbored benevolent intentions. He was nonetheless a killer. Once resolved, he would not hold back. It appears that a considerable number of insects have infiltrated. Kiritsugu's expression shifted slightly as he crouched on the floor of a high-rise. Responding to Alice's communication, he located a nearby support point to prepare his sniper rifle, only to discover the presence of a formidable opponent. The figure clad in golden armor instantly revealed itself to be his servant, prompting him to hold his breath and conceal himself. Revealing his own identity at this juncture would be unwise, yet the battle unfolding nearby caused him concern. Facing one adversary was manageable, but contending with another servant lurking in the shadows posed a grave danger. On the very first day in Fuyuki City, he did not anticipate encountering such exhilarating events. Indeed, the pace of change was bewildering. If necessary, a retreat must be prioritized. Chapter 3. Fire the Cannons. The situation is dire. At least for Kiritsugu, he ought not to be so passive. Unable to ascertain the perception range and status of the opposing servant, he dared not act recklessly. Just a fleeting glance through his scope nearly led to his discovery. My, exercise caution on your end. The new servant is positioned to the northeast. He retrieved his walkie-talkie to issue a warning to his partner while contemplating how to navigate this predicament. The clash of swords resonated continuously from a seaside, where fierce battles raged upon the sands. The more he engaged, the more he recognized the opponent's exceptional swordsmanship, were it not for the hidden holy sword in her grasp. The adversary might have fought with even greater ferocity. With a sharp breath, he withstood a jumping slash from the opponent, forcefully pushing her away, wary of any complacency. Alice's pupils flickered with surprise as she beheld the scene before her. It is well known that among the 7 knights, this particular one possesses unparalleled prowess, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the others, with only the 2 prominent knights posing a potential challenge. The world would deem it improbable for anyone to attain such a level of skill, let alone to dominate in swordsmanship. Fortunately, this is a matter of class. Should the opponent have a different class, would it not be akin to soaring into the heavens? Who is this extraordinary individual? Such a sharp sword technique could not possibly remain obscure throughout history. Observing their attire and the katana they wield, it is evident that they hail from a Japanese lineage. Realizing this, Alice Phil understood that the opponent might be benefiting from a certain notoriety and geographical advantage. Thus, engaging them in direct confrontation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Suddenly, a figure charged forward, capturing her undivided attention. Just as they were about to clash, the figure unexpectedly veered to the side. Alarmed by this shift, Alice Phil quickly pivoted, her holy sword unleashing a tremendous gust of wind. The blade grazed perilously close to her adversary's neck, eliciting a sigh of regret from Kenshin. The force of the wind sent her body reeling backward. Only then did Alice Phil, with delayed realization, comprehend how narrowly she had escaped death. The crimson streaks and minuscule cuts upon her neck bore witness to the imminent danger she had faced. "You fiend!" she exclaimed, rushing to safeguard her position. Her beautiful visage etched with fury. Had she reacted even a heartbeat later, she would have lost her master. It was utterly unexpected for the opponent to employ a feigned assault, pretending to engage her in combat, merely to find an opportunity to approach Alice Phil. Did they possess an unusual intuition? Rising from the ground, Kenshin silently reflected on the recent events, affirming his previous assessment. Had he attempted a covert ambush, it would have been met with immediate counteraction, rendering his efforts futile. Kiritsugu had indeed displayed an extraordinary level of combat ability. If they could confront him directly, then victory may yet be within reach. Meanwhile, Tokiomi Tosaka and his disciple, Kirai Kodomine, remained in their workshop, observing the unfolding battle with considerable satisfaction regarding Kenshin's performance. This indicated that, when working in tandem, they could easily encircle their opponent, thus eliminating a formidable adversary from the field. They planned to seize an opportunity to have that king strike decisively and annihilate the foe. At that moment, while all were plotting their strategies, an unimaginable object lay concealed high above, beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. "Is everything truly all right?" Weber asked, his heart racing as he scrutinized the scene below from within the machine. "Rest assured, with their level of perception, they will never detect our presence," came the reassuring reply. With a confident smile, Lelouch gazed at the images displayed within the cockpit. Perhaps it was due to his transformation into a heroic spirit that both he and his possessions had undergone significant changes. This advanced unit should have been long damaged, yet he was able to summon it for use. Furthermore, its performance and weaponry were augmented with magical power, far surpassing its capabilities in life. While the advantages were numerous, there were also drawbacks, notably the necessity of magical energy to operate it, which posed no challenge for him and Weber. To his surprise, there were 3 servants present. What class did that golden-armored individual belong to? Aside from the master, who were the other 2? After receiving a response, Weber disregarded his earlier questions, instead pointing to the images of Mia and Kiritsugu with curiosity. The advanced technology swiftly locked onto the life signs below, prompting him to marvel at the power of technology, which sometimes proved far more convenient than so-called familiars in magic. It's almost time, Lelouch suddenly declared, observing the unfolding confrontation on the screen. Weber swallowed nervously, feeling the tension of what was about to transpire. He had been informed beforehand of their plan, and thus he watched his servant prepare for action with anticipation. Should the plan succeed, they might eliminate one or two formidable foes in a single stroke, significantly alleviating their burden. Let us announce our participation with this magnificent explosion. The button was activated, and a purple energy began to charge in the chest of the unit. Subsequently, a powerful purple energy beam surged downward with ferocity. At that moment, everyone below sensed the threat descending from above. Even without looking up, they understood the night sky, illuminated by the ominous glow, was fraught with danger. By command seal, come to my side. In a critical moment, Kiritsugu, recognizing the unusual attack, unhesitatingly invoked the power of the command seal. His figure vanished from beside Alice, leaving her behind. Just then, the high-altitude bombardment struck the ground, unleashing a deafening roar. The purple brilliance illuminated the entire sea, causing tremors even on the ground. The devastation swept along the coastline, shaking the city in the dead of night and awakening many from their slumber. What is happening? An earthquake? The evident tremors sparked ominous speculation. Could there be a fourth rider servant? Even Tokiomi and Kirai, seated in their workshop, had not anticipated such an outcome. Kiritsugu, how are you? Concerned for his own side, the time-worn minister could not help but inquire about Kiritsugu's condition. The contract had yet to be dissolved, yet it appeared to have sustained considerable damage. Frowning as he felt the magical energy within him being gradually siphoned away, Kiritsugu responded. That is reassuring. The heroic king, who had gone to observe the battle, would surely be unharmed. It would be a significant loss to suffer such a blow without reason. Who could it be? The familiar sent to investigate had also been caught in the fray and annihilated, leaving no means to ascertain the situation on site. In the aftermath of Chapter 4, Miyu, are you all right? For the moment, I am unharmed. I was at a relatively safe distance and managed to evade the blast's impact. However, Alice is. Communicating via radio, Kiritsugu relied on the protective barrier he had established to barely fend off the incoming assault at close range. His expression, reminiscent of a void, stirred only slightly upon grasping the situation, before he began contacting another partner. You. Beside him stood a knight clad in armor, casting a fierce glare. She gazed at the callous man before her, astonished that he could act with such detachment, far exceeding her capacity for comprehension. In a desperate bid for her own survival, she had sacrificed the lives of her family. If you wish to voice your concerns, I suggest you reflect on why you failed to notice the presence of a new servant in the sky during battle. You only reacted after the enemy launched their attack. Even you, in that dire circumstance, would have been unable to protect her, wouldn't you? His pupils trembled imperceptibly as Kiritsugu countered her inquiry. Amiya Kiritsugu was a staunch realist, always making the most pragmatic choice. In the previous situation, perhaps leaving his wife behind would have allowed him to shield her from harm, but would have also entailed risking his own life. To avert that peril, he naturally opted to safeguard himself rather than gamble on a slim chance of survival. Though this may appear cold and unfeeling to outsiders, it was simply his method. Moreover, he had confidence in his decision. After all, the sword sheath he had embedded within Alice's body, even if directly struck by cannon fire, still afforded a certain probability of survival. Faced with such a counterargument, she could not fathom Kiritsugu's mindset and found herself unable to retort. She indeed bore responsibility for failing to detect the hidden assailant in time. She had no justification for placing blame on Kiritsugu. He had merely chosen the most straightforward and pragmatic course of action. The sudden, unannounced assault caused Kiritsugu to furrow his brow in deep concern. Their overtly direct approach indicated a complete disregard for the chivalric spirit he held dear. Yet, he still needed to confirm Alice's condition on the scene. Whether in life or death, a conclusion must be reached. Otherwise, if the sword sheath remains exposed, it poses a significant problem. However, allowing the words to be spoken easily reveals her presence. In the short term, he has no desire to return the life-preserving sword sheath to the King of Knights. Yet the enemy in the sky has evidently not departed, and he cannot risk being targeted again by such power. He has no confidence in surviving another strike. Various conditions intertwine, creating a seemingly insurmountable deadlock. It appears that no one has perished. Sitting within the machine, Weber cautiously observed the expression of his servant before speaking. Previously, he had boasted about the formidable prowess of this machine, but it seems the results have fallen short of expectations. As for the servant, What manner of resilience did that woman possess to survive? The images displayed on the screen caused Lelouch to furrow his brow. It was conceivable that legendary heroes might survive, but an ordinary master should not have been able to endure such an explosion unscathed. Her injuries appear to be gradually healing. It does not resemble healing magic. Could it be something else? With this suspicion noted, Lelouch and Weber began to piece together some clues. She escaped with her. Shall we not pursue? Weber inquired, observing the figure who carried her away with one arm. It is futile. That last strike has already drawn their attention. Even if we were to catch up now, we could not utilize this machine. After all, it concerns a so-called secret. Bombarding an empty beach is one thing, but doing so in the city would invite considerable ire. Lelouch was not foolish enough to risk being besieged by engaging in such actions. If he were to pursue alone, although injured, it might provoke interference from another observer. The servant who had been watching from a lamppost had already captured Lelouch's attention. Their ability to remain unscathed amid the bombardment indicated they possessed remarkable skills. For now, it would be prudent to refrain from further action. The results of this evening have already been quite commendable. They have uncovered the true master and inflicted injury. That is sufficient. The concealed machinery in the sky began to dissipate, the shrouding clouds gradually parting to reveal the pure white moonlight. What? Is this where it ends? Gilgamesh stood atop the lamppost, watching the departing figures with a tone laced with dissatisfaction. He had barely watched for a moment, and already it was over. It felt rather anticlimactic. Well, never mind. That brilliance earlier did allow this king to witness quite an intriguing scene. Rubbing his chin, Gilgamesh reflected on the incessant healing displayed by Alice. If he's not mistaken, perhaps the question is, why have you brought this woman back? She is likely just a smokescreen released by his master. It is truly a stroke of luck that he survived that explosion. He must have a remarkable fate. Kiritsugu Amiya had just concluded discussions regarding future strategies with Tokiomi Tosaka when he returned home to find Kenshin placing the injured Alice Phil on the carpet. Her snow-white skin and alluring form were laid bare, yet neither of the two in the room harbored any thoughts of admiration. Offering no superfluous remarks, Kenshin merely leaned against the headboard, gasping for breath. He had indeed taken a direct hit from that magical cannon. To be frank, had it not been for the will to live compelling him to evade danger momentarily, he might have perished right there. Nevertheless, even so, in that explosion, he had sustained the loss of his right arm and numerous other injuries. Under normal circumstances, he might have already faced the prospect of retreat. What an injury this is! Kiritsugu merely cast a glance at him before his attention turned to the critical issue concerning Alice Phil. She was indeed concealing something extraordinary. Unable to resist the urge, Kiritsugu reached out to touch her, only to realize his error. Whether it was pain or groan, Alice Phil had yet to awaken from the aftermath of the explosion. What was that? Sakura, who had already drifted into slumber, was roused from her sleep upon seeing the figure seated beside her, and her restless heart found solace. The mature visage of the man who had removed his helmet was striking. Receiving no verbal response, this servant could only convey his thoughts through subtle gestures and expressions. It's all right. With you here, nothing will prove difficult. In an unprecedented moment of reassurance, Sakura Matu smiled. By the way, I just had a dream. A tale of a hero who continuously aids others, triumphing over an evil dragon to restore his friend's nation and save the world. How remarkable. Chapter 5, Action. Could that explosion last night have been caused by other contestants? Shinji Matu had just awakened from his slumber, peering through the window towards the direction of the tremor and musing. He had not participated last night, but it was evident that this so-called grand competition had already commenced. All right, I shall find someone to duel. Oblivious to the consequences that might follow, he thought earnestly. Casting a glance at the dual disc on his arm, he noticed that the magical trap zones were filled with cards. The only monster he had dispatched had yet to return. Hey, one must at least give it a try. To Shinji, this so-called war was merely another duel. If he can obtain those 6 Dragon Balls and fulfill his wishes, it would be an extraordinary gain. He has many companions whose souls he needs to find a way to save. If he could restore them in this manner, it would be quite beneficial. What does this mean, Kirai? Gilgamesh leisurely sipped his wine while reclining on the sofa, glancing at Kirai Kodomine standing before him. On the table directly in front of him lay a radiant Dragon Ball. It is merely a transaction. Kirai did not take a seat, but was instead contemplating a strategy advantageous to himself. I see. Indeed, this orb is something I have never encountered in my treasury. Its luster and worth are immeasurable. It is remarkable. Casting a sidelong glance at the orb adorned with 2 embedded stars, Gilgamesh found himself genuinely intrigued by it. Even with his extraordinary experience and knowledge, he had yet to witness such a wondrous creation. Perhaps it is a product of some deity? It could also be an artifact of a certain civilization, but regardless of its origin, it holds considerable allure for him. After all, one naturally yearns for that which one does not possess, especially for a king like Gilgamesh. It appears you have carefully considered my thoughts. As a subject, your initiative brings me great pleasure. It is no wonder Kirai is so proactive. He must have taken into account the uniqueness of this Holy Grail War. That is a reward. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh stowed the orb into his treasury, and ripples began to swirl behind him, from which emerged an item wrapped in cloth. This is... Kirai caught the flying cloth bag in his hands, feeling its weight. It is the elixir possessed by the gods of that nation, known by the people as a divine remedy. Consuming it would restore any injury. You desire healing, do you not? A smirk played on Gilgamesh's lips, for he was well aware of Kirai's inner thoughts. Though his abilities among the masters are commendable, lacking the aid of a servant would render him powerless. To prevent the worst-case scenario, Kirai would not allow himself to remain in such a severely injured state. However, healing his injuries in a short time would not be so simple. After much contemplation, he could only rely on this ancient king for assistance. Of course, this was an action taken discreetly, without informing his teacher. Losing that orb would signify the forfeiture of his wish-granting eligibility, and to act in such a manner behind his teacher's back is rather unscrupulous. As long as he retains control over his servant, he will eventually be able to seize new Dragon Balls from other participants. It is hardly a cause for concern. In response to Gilgamesh's words, Kiritsugu remained unfazed. You certainly see through all. Indeed, this Holy Grail War is unlike any before. It has introduced a plethora of new amusements. Upon mentioning this, Gilgamesh appeared quite elated. He had never encountered such an extraordinary conflict. The enigmatic Dragon Balls, peculiar heroic spirits, and the desires entwined with the master-servant dynamic piqued his interest. Even without direct involvement, he was eager to witness the ultimate outcome of this battle. What a delightful spectacle, Kiritsugu. How does it fare? Quite well, I must say. Within the hotel, as Kenneth meticulously arranged barriers and other magical means, the master and servant pair had already commenced their feast. I tell you, even if your preparations are flawless, they are in vain. The bombardment last night, if accurately aimed, was merely a futile effort. Turning back to Kenneth, Sakura Kyoko kindly offered her counsel. She found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of such a stubborn man. Were it not for his status as her master's fiancé, she would have little inclination to engage with him. Indeed, you intended to let it pass last night. Fortunately, I intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. In referring to this matter, Sora expressed a hint of reproach. Kenneth had attempted to seize a splendid opportunity, pushing for an attack. However, in retrospect, the choice to observe proved to be the correct one. Not every fortunate soul escapes unscathed from such bombardments. It's merely a case of being prepared, Kenneth retorted, his expression souring momentarily before he let out a disdainful snort. Given the current circumstances, it was indeed wise not to venture out. The intensity of the conflict between servants surpassed his expectations. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the previous bombardment was a release of a noble phantasm. Moreover, he had not fully grasped the opponent's class, though the situation suggested a strong likelihood of it being so. While the necessity for concealing mysteries existed, there were also those who disregarded societal norms and acted independently. Your arrangements are likely to be in vain. Sakura Kyoko understood such individuals well. Akin to her acquaintance with the magical girl, Akemi Hamura. Apart from Madoka Kiname, nothing else seemed to sway them. Instead of idly discussing this, why not venture out to gather intelligence? That would be more befitting your role as a servant, rather than indulging in lavish feasting here. Apologies, Kenneth, but I'm a master now. Would you refrain from issuing commands to my servant? Despite being repeatedly embarrassed by his fiancée, Kenneth maintained his composure without displaying anger. After all, he did not become the master this time. Rather, he took the initiative to come as an assistant. If it were not for his insistence, Sora would have certainly disagreed. He was right. They had consumed quite a bit. It was time to seek out information regarding other servants and masters. After all, one must reciprocate. Finishing her meal, Sakura Kyoko stood up and spoke earnestly. She wasn't here merely for amusement. To rescue her colleague who had transformed into a witch, she would attempt any means necessary. Therefore, she must secure victory this time. Chapter 6. With a resounding thud, Kiritsugu slammed his hand against the table, momentarily losing his composure. He had underestimated the Holy Grail War. Bringing Alice Effie along was not solely based on her own wishes, Kiritsugu believed it would be advantageous. However, to his dismay, they found themselves in such dire circumstances right from the start. According to the descriptions, it was highly likely that she had been abducted. In a worst-case scenario, the sheath could be discovered by the enemy, revealing its true name instantaneously. The sudden artillery strike from above was the greatest variable. Otherwise, their current predicament would not be so passive. The best course of action now was to swiftly locate her and reclaim Alice, regardless of her nature or the sheath. They were indispensable elements. "I will assist you," she declared. Although her relationship with Kiritsugu was far from amicable, she could not tolerate such humiliation. The person she vowed to protect was not only injured, but had also been taken away. How could her king of knights remain indifferent? She was determined to retrieve her. There would be no possibility of a peaceful resolution. Ideally, they would complete the assault within the day. Considering the new strategy, Kiritsugu had no choice but to act. After witnessing last night's battle, he harbored no illusions about confidently facing an unknown battlefield. The first priority was to locate his master. Even if you have changed into modern attire, it is still rather conspicuous, don't you think? Indeed, with his appearance, he hardly resembled a neon person. Among foreigners, he was rather eye-catching. Watching Lelouch wander aimlessly down the street, Weber felt a twinge of concern. It was simply that his looks attracted far too much attention. With his distinguished demeanor, graceful movements, and handsome features, he seemed like a prince from a fairy tale. It would indeed be strange if he went unnoticed. Do not worry. In a marketplace like this, nothing will happen. In a square bustling with activity, if a servant were to launch an attack under such circumstances, perhaps the true concern should not be directed towards them, but rather towards the so-called church. There exists a flow of magical energy. At that moment, Weber detected an anomaly in a particular location and turned his gaze in that direction. A struggle was unfolding elsewhere involving servants. Unfortunately, Lelouch lifted his cup of red tea, taking a sip, his eyes glancing downwards with a sense of regret. He had intended to see if any servants possessing the reckless bravery akin to that of Suzaku would dare to assault him, having prepared a grand gift for such an occasion. Yet, it appeared that such plans would be rendered unnecessary. Let us depart. Oh, is that individual a servant? Wielding a long spear, clad in unchanged attire, Sakura Kyoko observed a figure before her, adorned in black armor with a battle axe bound to its right arm. She had merely passed through this alleyway when she was suddenly ambushed. Bang! Clang! The force of her adversary's strike remained within her capacity to withstand, allowing her to easily counter it. However, their combat awareness was remarkably agile. That is not a servant. It must be a familiar. Yet the ability to command such a familiar suggests mastery in sorcery. In the distance, Kenneth, who was observing the scene, confirmed the identity of the opponent. Though lacking in combat prowess, they were undeniably troublesome. Even without Kenneth's explanation, as the master, Sora could discern the underlying issues. While a post-meal exercise, I suppose it qualifies. With such a remark, Sakura Kyoko sought to avoid appearing overly embarrassed before the two. She brandished her spear, thrusting it towards the shadow ahead. But her adversary twisted their ways to evade the direct hit. Alas, mere evasion would not suffice. The spear, piercing through, twisted at its tip like nunchaku, then struck at their side. Bang! Crack! Like glass shattering. The familiar before her fragmented and vanished. Oh, is their defense truly so fragile? Merely a single blow and it was gone. Observing this scene with astonishment, Sakura Kyoko displayed a puzzled expression. Despite the formidable appearance of her opponent's equipment, this phenomenon seemed somewhat incongruous. So this is the nature of combat here? A voice emerged from an empty corner, prompting Sakura Kyoko to turn her head. Whereupon she beheld a golden-haired youth stepping forth. Are you the master of that familiar? Not a master, but rather what could be termed. Gripping her spear with one hand and pointing it towards him, Sakura Kyoko, though uncertain of his confidence in revealing himself, found it agreeable. I must admit, I find myself somewhat perplexed by the rules at play here. What precisely is the identity assigned to me? While it may not be of paramount importance, our mutual objective remains the same, does it not? With a flourish, the Dragon Ball was produced, and a smile crept upon the lips of the one known as Yukainai. Come now, hand it over willingly. That is not an option, came the retort, as an unsettling air permeated the atmosphere. Why do you say that? Kenneth's words elicited a look of confusion from Sora, as the two engaged in discourse within the confines of the vehicle. Typically, the Dragon Ball is safeguarded by the Master. It should be akin to the command seals you previously mentioned. Indeed, that is true. However, it is one thing for the adversary to possess the Dragon Ball, yet another for a mere magician to confront one of the three great knights. Based on the data observed, all parameters, save for luck, were significantly inferior. Even in the realm of magical energy, which should be his forte, he was surpassed. Under such circumstances, the audacity of the opponent to reveal themselves was indeed peculiar. Sora, coming to this realization, promptly urged, "Let's distance ourselves." In an effort to avoid a repeat of last night's bombardment, Kenneth was equally cautious. "If you come out brazenly, do not blame me for the consequences." Observing the scene before her, Kyoko Sakura showed no signs of restraint. With a swift motion, her spear was poised to strike forward. "Oh, did you just declare an attack?" Yukainai, unfazed, placed his hands on his hips, a smug grin upon his face. At that moment, however, Kyoko suddenly found herself immobilized. What? She glanced down to discover an unfamiliar magical formation encircling her arms. The hexagram binding. The luminous rings enveloped her, akin to chains, constricting her movements. Save for a slight mobility in her feet, her arms were entirely restrained. "Is this your magic?" Having been imbued with the requisite knowledge, Kyoko had never encountered a foe quite like this. She had not witnessed any movement from her opponent before falling prey to their trap. In reply, Yukainai exuded confidence. "The moment you intended to strike, the trap was already set." Chapter 7. Yukainai. This is technological sorcery. Now it is my turn. With a conspicuous dual disc adorning his left arm, Yukainai regarded the bound Kyoko and spoke. He withdrew a card from the substantial stack before him with his right hand. Come fort, Tiger Axe Warrior. The peculiar card, upon striking the dual disc, manifested a tangible beast. It was a tiger wielding a massive axe and standing upright. With her hand immobilized, Kyoko Sakura attempted to manipulate the spear she clutched, striving for it to extend and transform. However, she soon realized her efforts were in vain, prompting her to hastily retreat. The ground trembled as a colossal axe struck down, creating fine cracks in the earth. The ferocious tiger roared and relentlessly pursued her, continuing to wield the massive axe with vigor. Despite being ensnared by an enigmatic hexagram, Kyoko's agility remained largely unaffected. She deftly evaded each assault. Why not retaliate? Kenneth, observing her passive dodging through his familiar, pondered. Of course, that was unattainable. This peculiar magic circle has sealed my offensive capabilities, Kyoko retorted indignantly, as if she had overheard his skepticism. If she could counterattack normally, she would have done so long ago. The very inability to do so rendered her predicament all the more dire. The magical energy must be of high caliber. Could it truly restrain magic even under such circumstances? It seemed their opponent was not as straightforward as they had presumed. TCH, is the usual assault ineffective? After numerous attempts to break free yielded no results. Desperation drove her to employ a different power. With a crack, thorn-like chains weaved through the air, piercing the advancing tiger. It merely sealed her ordinary offensive abilities. Realizing this, Kyoko's gaze shifted to the conspicuous mechanical device on the arm of the one within the city. This must be the foundation of your sorcery. Without a hint of politeness, she aimed her attack at that point. Whoosh! Like iron chains, the crimson spines surged forward. This won't do. Maintaining composure in the face of the assault, the individual within the city swiftly played another card on the dual disc. Oh, this time, a warrior clad in a helmet, wielding a heavy axe in one hand, emerged. He swung his axe, deflecting the incoming thorn chains. Issuing commands, the warrior leaped towards Kyoko. Who will be struck by such sluggish attacks? With disdain, Kyoko sidestepped the descending blow. Thud! The massive axe struck the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth. Yet, before Kyoko could utter a word, she suddenly detected a sound approaching from another direction. In a moment of urgency, she yanked the thorn chain to propel herself away, narrowly avoiding the ambush. Is it possible to summon more than one familiar? Observing another identical warrior brandishing a heavy axe, Kyoko furrowed her brow. Theoretically, I do not appear to be a particularly troublesome individual. However, the magic and familiars at my disposal are remarkably unique, representing phenomena the likes of which have never been witnessed before, exhibiting an impressive agility. It seems that obtaining the Dragon Balls from your side will not be a straightforward endeavor. The coordinated assault of the two monsters yielded no results, leaving the city dweller somewhat astonished. Compared to the rigid dynamics of a duel, which typically consists of one attack and one defense, actual combat offers a greater possibility for evasion. The sounds of impact echo, thud, clang, yet neither side manages to land a hit. Although the format of engagement is somewhat similar, it cannot be classified as a true duel. Glancing at the life points displayed on the dual disc, 3001, 3000. 2999. The city dweller felt a headache coming on. The absence of a so-called master posed a significant issue concerning the source of his magical energy. To avoid elimination, he needed to maintain a continuous flow of power. Without a master, his life points would steadily diminish, and he could not afford to take excessive risks in battle. Judging by the young girl's ability to defeat the Iron Knight, Kiefered, with a single blow, her attack power must exceed 1800. Should he be struck, his situation could become perilous. Casting a glance at his face-down cards in hand, the city dweller reached a decision. He extended his hand to draw a card from the top of his deck. However, he was unable to ascertain what cards lay within, and the card he drew remained a mystery. This uncertainty troubled him greatly. Some cards he recognized, but unfamiliar ones often led to cognitive dissonance. With a resolve to seize the Dragon Balls, he inserted the green magic card, Heart Change, into the trap zone, grappling with his conflicting thoughts. He had not approached this battle with such extreme intentions. Ah yes, let us proceed. With a clever strategy in mind, the city dweller activated the card. What? A girl clad in black and white materialized on the scene, and Kyoko Sakura suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Invisible ripples surged forth, momentarily draining the luster from her eyes. Go, retrieve your Master S Dragon Balls for me, he commanded, though he was uncertain how long the effect would last. He believed it would not be too brief. Thus, he issued the command without hesitation. As he watched his opponent vanish, a thought struck him. Shouldn't he release her restrictions at this point? Realizing that the girl's basic attack capabilities were bound by the Hexagram S enchantment, it dawned on him that he might have inadvertently gained control. This seems excessively powerful, he mused. Hidden away, witnessing the unfolding events, Weber felt a surge of panic. Whether it be the summoned familiar or that enigmatic sorcery, neither had he encountered before. Now, even the adversarial servants could manipulate the most unpredictable of foes. Lelouch fell into silence, eventually offering a remarkably high appraisal. Were he at the first opportunity, he would have opted for self-elimination, subsequently seeking to seize the Dragon Balls from his master. Such a course would mitigate numerous risks, particularly since the nature of the opponent's noble phantasm and hidden cards remained shrouded in uncertainty. Previously confident in his own abilities, he now found himself reluctant to confront the reality of this individual, as he could not ascertain the extent of their concealed traps. The mechanical devices adorning the opponent's arms were brimming with unknown cards, indicating that perilous traps lurked at every turn. Any act of aggression or confrontation would trigger the opponent's magic, rendering an encounter with this person exceedingly hazardous. The most prudent strategy would be to engage in long-range assassination. The mech he held in his grasp appeared to be the most effective means. Yet, the dilemma arose. Would such long-range and area attacks activate the opponent's sorcery? Chapter 8. Investigation. Quickly, take cover. A sense of inexplicable frustration compelled Kyoko Sakura to shout at her master, who was currently seeking refuge. A red thorn chain wove through the air, obstructing the opponent's path. Observing the magical array upon her person, Kyoko felt a surge of fortunate relief. Otherwise, in her current state, her master might have had little chance of escape. The sound of gunfire erupted, silver droplets resembling slime enveloping the surroundings. Yet the gradually forming indentations hinted at dire consequences. The Moon Spirit Essence, a magical artifact wielded by Kenneth, possessed formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. This was donned specifically to assist Sora. Kenneth furrowed his brow as he and Sora were shielded, yet they found themselves unable to flee successfully. To be manipulated was indeed an unforeseen circumstance, or rather, such overt control was entirely unfamiliar to them. Sora utilized the command seal. With this determination, Kenneth had no choice but to resort to such a measure. They could not outrun the servants. In the absence of understanding the mechanics of the opponent's control, the most effective strategy was to reclaim it through the command seal. Yet, how to issue the command? Upon hearing this, Sora hesitated before responding. Although command seals were reputed to command servants, the efficacy would falter if the instructions were too vague. Just instruct her to leave this place. Given the current situation, it was likely that other servants and masters would soon draw near. They needed to vacate the potential focal point of attention. Lingering here was not an option. One could only remark on the peculiar tactics that had driven them into such disarray. This group of heroic spirits possesses enigmatic techniques that defy comprehension, commanded by the invocation of their fates. Depart from this place. A crimson glow flickers upon the back of the hand, and the swirling chains of thorns pause in midair. The assault momentarily abated. Seizing this opportunity, Kenneth swiftly led Sora away from the scene. Ah, quite nimble indeed. Stopping in her tracks, Sakura Kyoko exhaled in relief. She feared her master might rashly engage in combat without careful consideration, which would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Revealing herself was not entirely adverse, after all. TSK. She could sense a diminishing flow of magical energy. It appears that magic is not infallible, and the manipulation of sorcery and command seals exhibits a counteractive effect. The binding control over herself began to wane, yet the sigils upon her body remained conspicuously prominent. Contemplating her means of resistance, Sakura Kyoko felt a tinge of exasperation. Merely confronting one adversary proved so troublesome. She shuddered to consider how formidable others might be. Although she had reclaimed the intrinsic abilities of a magical girl through her heroic spirit transformation, they could only serve as a trump card. Once those adept in combat laid eyes upon her, their effectiveness might be nullified. This conflict was far more arduous than battling witches. Was it only Waka who had yet to reveal herself? Tosaka Tokiyomi sat in his meticulously arranged magical workshop, deep in thought. He had glimpsed Waka's confrontation through his familiars. Including the servants he had encountered thus far, only Waka had not made an appearance. The bombardment from last night, was it indeed her doing? Based on the methods displayed today, it was challenging to ascertain the identity of the assailant from yesterday. It would be more plausible to suspect these two riders. The Matu family had also entered the fray, yet their actions had been conspicuously absent. This struck him as peculiar. Pondering a certain forgotten faction, Tosaka Tokiyomi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Logically, it appeared that this iteration of the Matu family had no participants, but he later learned that one had indeed been selected. However, the identity remained undisclosed. Previously, Tosaka Tokiyomi had dismissed the notion that the Matu family harbored ambitions, thus neglecting it. Yet now, it seemed decidedly amiss. Had they grown overly silent? Waka herself was unaware of which of these two riders served as her adversary. Teacher, how is the situation? The injuries are severe, making movement exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Upon the entrance of his disciple, Tosaka Tokiyomi promptly inquired, but the response left him somewhat troubled. Initially, sending someone to gather information seemed the wisest course. Yet the complications arising from the injuries were unforeseen. Dispatch a familiar to observe the Matu residents. Is it surveillance? They must have participants as well, so vigilance is necessary. Understood. Complying with Tokiyomi's arrangements, Kirai Kotomine refrained from further remarks. Until his departure, his expression remained perpetually indifferent. Compared to Tokiyomi's pursuits, Kirai found greater satisfaction in his own desires. Perhaps he was once a compliant and obedient child, yet merely dreaming of fragments of past experiences filled him with emotions hitherto unknown. Was it sorrow, astonishment, or perhaps joy? This burgeoning impulse to take action ignited a clarity within him, who had long been devoid of desires. Awakened by these unusual sentiments, Kirai no longer clung to his former tranquility and apathy. Indeed, the realm of human interactions is rife with unpredictable possibilities. The answers I seek are becoming increasingly clear. Initially, he yearned to meet Shiro Amiya in person, but now it seemed unnecessary. The curiosity it incited within me truly attests to the wondrous nature of the Holy Grail War. It is imbued with an exploratory essence, and my own self has already begun to seek its truths. Perhaps I should heed my teacher's advice. Sending a familiar is not entirely secure. It would be prudent to go in person. Exercise caution, commanding the figure concealed in the shadows. Kirai naturally clasped his hands behind his back. Whoosh! The indistinct figure vanished from sight, prompting Kirai to marvel at the efficacy of the elixir provided by Gilgamesh. Such a grievous injury had healed completely overnight. Although he exchanged a Dragon Ball for it, that was of little consequence. As for qualification, he need only cooperate well. Opportunities would not elude him. As long as the servant remained under his control, he would inevitably reclaim a new Dragon Ball to return to the game. The Dragon Balls reclaimed by Gilgamesh from his treasury posed no issue whatsoever. As a master in this competition, the knowledge bestowed upon them by the Dragon Balls far exceeded what the heroic spirits possessed. The audacity of his actions filled him with an exhilarating sense of unknown satisfaction. A faint smile graced Kirai's lips as he eagerly anticipated witnessing the uncharacteristic behavior of that king. Chapter 9. The Mysterious Berserker. The battle outside raged fiercely. Is everything truly all right? Matu Shinji lingered in the courtyard, watching as Sakura joyfully dashed ahead, inquiring of those beside her. Clad in ebony armor and adorned with a horned helmet obscuring his features, it was impossible to discern which nation or legend this hero hailed from. Rather than a hero, he bore a closer resemblance to a demon lord from folklore. Just standing beside him, the intangible aura emanating from his presence weighed heavily upon Shinji, instilling a profound sense of pressure. So much so that he dare not speak too loudly each time. Shaking his head and offering no response, the servant appeared indifferent. Is that so? Now I can only trust your judgment. I merely hope she can grow up healthily. Being embroiled in such a dispute is truly perilous. Whether the other party is too disdainful to respond or rendered mute by the frenzy of battle, Yinya could only acquiesce. After that elder was captured and killed by the servant, he gazed at Sakura, who had regained her freedom, feeling no regrets. Now, all he wished for was that she could safely weather this war. If possible, he would not mind becoming a sacrifice in her stead. When there was no fighting, things were manageable. But once such a servant was involved, it was evident that the current little Sakura could not fully control the situation. The consumption of magical energy could easily lead to complications. Thus, Yinya intended to serve as a conduit for magic with his half-hearted identity. Yet, the individual in question seemed unfazed by this arrangement. Although he had not received a response previously, it appeared that the other possessed a unique ability to manage the depletion of magical energy. At least in their daily interactions, he had not perceived any signs of discomfort from Sakura. "Look, I got it!" Sakura exclaimed joyfully, running over with a radiant smile. Holding something beautiful aloft, as she called out to the servant, who could only be described as a demon king. The rough hand rested gently upon the armor, tenderly stroking the little girl's head, exuding an air of gentleness. Yinya, watching from the side, found himself at a loss for words to describe this feeling. Over there, he pointed in a direction, gesturing with one hand. Sakura turned her head and happily dashed off. This will do. Observing Sakura's carefree demeanor brought Yinya solace. But he soon noticed her suddenly fixated on another direction, and in an instant, her figure vanished. An enemy? Realizing that she had been deliberately distracted, Yinya became vigilant. Could one detect the presence of an adversary so swiftly? You're no ordinary opponent. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Kenshin regarded the foe before him, speaking in a low voice. The moment he had approached, the other had already sensed him. That keen awareness was even more pronounced. The scent of blood was ineffable, yet the essence of the swordsman before him was unmistakable. He had slain countless souls, drenched in their blood. Even without the aura of killing intent, the bloodlust that clung to him was palpable. Through a dim perspective, Kenshin perceived a fleeting moment of rigidity in his opponent. Yet he did not recklessly launch an attack. The figure before him, clad in ominous attire, was undoubtedly not an adversary to be trifled with, even without engaging in combat. Merely locking eyes was sufficient for his instincts as an assassin to warn him of the opponent's formidable prowess. Himura Kenshin, the executioner whose heart is tethered to the people, possessed not only a true name and title, but also the ability to glimpse into the depths of the opponent's past. This was not merely a matter of seeing through a true name or possessing clairvoyance. It was his inherent ability, the power of transcendence. Upon encountering specific individuals, he could perceive the essence of their past lives. Thus, any attempt at concealment was utterly futile. The conflicting individual assessed the assassin before him, and a massive sword materialized in his grasp. This malevolent aura? A terrifying momentum surged forth, and Kenshin found himself taken aback by the sword, brimming with resentment. A pitch-black energy coiled around the blade, revealing faintly the semblance of a dragon's eye. Without delving into the sword's origins, the effortless manner in which it could be wielded with one hand warranted caution. Instinctively, he drew the blade from his waist, harboring a desire to test the waters. Although this contradicted his master's wishes, as a servant, confrontation would inevitably arise. Thus, it would be prudent to gauge the situation now, and if necessary, he could extricate himself later. He retained confidence in his ability to disengage from battle. However, the next moment, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. The robust figure exhibited agility that was no less than that of previous encounters. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward. This is bad. As he attempted to move, the massive sword emitted a dull radiance. The power of the dragon's eye, forged from the slain, evil dragon Nidhogg. This malevolent sword harbored immense resentment, enabling its wielder to easily suppress and manipulate it. Subjected to a mental onslaught, Kenshin's movements became paralyzed. Simultaneously, the great sword swung towards him. Sizzle. Sakura, just wait a moment. I need to fetch something. Liar. I know, some other bothersome individuals are approaching. Originally intending to offer a casual greeting, Korea discerned from the other party's cold demeanor a stark contrast to their previous attitude. Yet, if it were the case, there would surely be no issue. No matter whom he faced, he was destined to triumph. Clutching a white flower, the purple-haired girl proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Her demeanor struck Korea as strangely unfamiliar, yet his feelings of guilt and concern for Sakura prevented him from dwelling on it excessively. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized beside him. It felt as though he had engaged in a trivial endeavor, devoid of any intent to explain. Although he remained silent, his breath came in labored gasps. The heavenly swordsmanship he wielded proved utterly ineffectual against him. Who exactly was he? Leaning against a tree, he struggled to catch his breath, having encountered an adversary so formidable that it felt akin to facing his own master, the legendary Kayashiro. Gazing at the sword in his hand, now shattered into two pieces, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Ignoring the bruises upon his chest, he recalled how his blade had merely ignited sparks upon striking the heavy armor of his opponent. The other party required no defensive maneuvers, with just a few casual swings. His sword had been effortlessly broken. Despite the cumbersome attire of his foe, their speed was comparable to that of those he had previously encountered. Moreover, the fighting style was unlike anything he had ever faced. Perhaps, for him at this moment, contending with such a caliber of opponent was excessively daunting. Is this what they mean by their greater powers beyond the known? Using his broken sword for support, he felt an overwhelming heaviness. He had entered this conflict with a different philosophy, yet the enemies he faced were increasingly formidable. As an executioner, facing them head-on seemed to offer no advantage at all. These adversaries surpassed even the renowned masters of the shogunate. Compared to such powerful foes, he felt his skills were still lacking. Chapter 10. The Retrieval Operation. Have you been injured again? Kiritsugu Amiya observed his servant return, a faint frown creasing his brow. He had merely sent the individual to scout the Tosaka estate. How had they come back wounded? Fortunately, the presence of a healing sheath would mitigate any impact on their upcoming actions. It must have been the berserker, he noted. I was discovered before I could even approach the mansion. The opponent was exceptionally strong, surpassing even his own sensory predictions. Regarding his own injuries, Kenshin had no intention of offering excuses. He recounted the events truthfully. He had realized that he could manage opponents within the realm of humanity. Yet when faced with foes possessing extraordinary abilities, he stood no chance. Such enemies far exceeded him in both equipment and martial prowess. That was somewhat tolerable, as it nearly transcended the limits of what he could handle. Do not belittle yourself. Your capabilities are already commendable enough to challenge them. While this war may feature some otherworldly participants, as long as a master exists, vulnerabilities are certain to be present. Kiritsugu discerned the hidden turmoil within Kenshin's heart and spoke gravely. Perhaps what you encountered was indeed exceptional, leading to such thoughts. Although the identity of the servant possessed by the Matu family had been tentatively uncovered, the identity of their master remained shrouded in mystery. Without dwelling on this matter for too long, Kiritsugu Amiya decided to report back to his mentor. The extent of the information he would disclose was uncertain. As a participant, was he truly in close contact with the church? It seemed that this so-called supervisor could not be entirely trusted. Kiritsugu was currently concealed within a dwelling, exchanging intelligence with Miya. He was well aware of the master's identity, Kirai Kodo Mine. The mere act of locking eyes with him had once sent a shiver down his spine. He was a perilous individual. Upon learning of the other's identity and circumstances, Kiritsugu felt a sense of unease. Not only was he a master, but he also had ties to the church. If one were to say there were no hidden agendas, Kiritsugu would not believe it. The notion of collusion between judges and contestants was indeed troublesome. Plans for action were to be set for later. Waiting until nightfall was not an option. Meanwhile, Alice Phil, who had already regained consciousness, sat in a chair dressed in nun's attire, gazing ahead with a look of astonishment as she healed. A conspicuous gash on her chest bore witness to a strike from some formidable cutting weapon. It was difficult for Alice Phil to imagine which servant could deliver such a blow, considering that even during combat, gaining the upper hand against her opponent was a formidable challenge, their agility surpassing the ordinary. This sword sheath, she could distinctly feel her bodily injuries being mended. The equipment, extracted from her by Kirai Kodo Mine, was truly remarkable. If only this sword sheath could be returned, perhaps it would lead to saving Bizet. As such thoughts crossed her mind, she found herself reminiscing about the moment before her summoning. Kenshin's initial desire was quite mundane, a longing for world peace. To this end, he disregarded his master's objections and descended the mountain alone to join the restorationists, embarking on years of bloodshed. It was only with the arrival of Bizet that he rediscovered what it meant to be human. Yet, due to certain circumstances, she bore fatal injuries. And despite the need to come to terms with reality, Her existence had shaken him. Whether it was world peace or Bizet's wounds, he believed that by wielding his sword in battle, victory would be attainable. Like a lifeline, this hope ensnared the young Kenshin, making it impossible for him to relinquish it. However, once he truly engaged in combat, Kenshin realized he had overestimated himself and underestimated his opponents. The so-called heroes and legends were not limited to him alone. There existed others far beyond his capabilities. He had yet to even touch upon the secrets of the flying sword style, and the extent of his prowess was regrettably limited. The blade, reputed to possess the strongest performance, could completely match his speed, yet it stood as a mysterious entity, one he could hardly touch. On that fateful day by the coast, confronted by the onslaught of magical artillery and a self-proclaimed king, Kenshin faced formidable adversaries unlike any he had encountered before. The remaining foes were shrouded in mystery. With a decisive thud, he managed to partially mend his wounds before rising to depart. Although Alice felt an undeniable shift in her opponent's demeanor, she refrained from inquiring further, as she knew he would offer no answers. The house was ensorcelled with a unique magical seal, rendering her escape impossible. With this thought, her concern shifted to Kiritsugu. Awakening, Alice never anticipated living in such a state. The sword sheath had proven exceptionally useful, yet was regrettably seized by Kirai Kodomine for his own use. Upon her awakening, Kirai made no demands, instead choosing to confine her within the confines of this room. An ominous premonition loomed over her. How unexpected it was that you two could experience such anxiety, Kiritsugu Amiya. Kirai found himself under siege at his residence. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 bang. Opposite him stood an adversary with a gun leveled at him, clad in armor designed to withstand bullets. Paying no heed to ordinary ammunition, he merely sought to shield his exposed body. The bullets struck his attire, producing a melodious clink before being deflected. I know you're on guard nearby, and, subsequently, you dispatched your assistant to rescue that woman. Though intent on killing me, you found no opportunity. A smirk involuntarily graced his lips. Kirai relished this moment, a sensation of power that compelled his opponent to heed his words. It was a delightfully novel experience. However, the subsequent unforeseen event caught the priest off guard. With a flicker of magic, Kiritsugu invoked his ability to manipulate time, accelerating his movements. Bang, bang. To avert any mishap, Kiritsugu deftly combined his magic with his firearm. His actions were swifter than Kirai had anticipated. By the time Kirai reacted, the bullets were already upon him. He could not raise his hand to block them, for either bullet could spell his immediate demise or incapacitation. Clang! Yet in an instant, those two bullets were deflected by the blade of a scimitar, averting Kirai's peril. What? Such agility could only be exhibited by a servant. Kirai, displeased, noted that the assailant had not been halted. Had there been even a moment's delay, Kiritsugu could have effectively removed Kirai from the war. Alas! Chapter 11. Your heart weeps how lively it is. The battle is not yet fully concluded, and the conflict has reignited. Observing through his familiar, Weber has grown accustomed to this daily routine. These heroic spirits are restive, one more restless than the last. Should we take any action? Noticing that Lelouch did not respond, Weber felt a twinge of confusion. Once he grasped the reliability of the situation, his thoughts became less cluttered, and he acted according to his partnered arrangements. Merely spectating would suffice, as the familiars you dispatched could monitor them adequately. If one desires to engage in battle, one must first ensure their own safety. Reckless actions would only lead to an unfavorable predicament. Elegantly holding his teacup, Lelouch cast a sidelong glance at him and offered a reminder. At first glance, this master may seem somewhat dim-witted, yet he possesses a certain flexibility. Weber paused slightly at his words, scratching his head, realizing that his servant had entrusted the decision to him. Although it may seem trivial, as a master, Weber felt a sense of joy. It at least demonstrated that his servant trusted and respected him. He began contemplating the operation of the mechs. Once combat ensues, it would lead to widespread bombardment. Not to mention the endurance issues, the equipped machine guns could easily pierce through an entire street. The uncharged magical cannon could level significant portions of the area. While it was not in the heart of Fuyuki City, it was hardly remote. Should there be no evacuation, ordinary civilians might still reside nearby. Weber, as a magician, had not yet sunk to the depths of recklessness to allow his servant to indiscriminately endanger innocents. Thus that area was off limits. Let us go find him, he resolved, having clarified his thoughts. Listening to Weber's declaration, Lelouch's expression broke into a light smile. Regardless of Weber's choice, it ultimately bore little impact on him. Setting aside the rest, he had momentarily devised a strategy for the four riders. It was essential to create chaos, at least to draw out the elusive one. Their absence represented the greatest instability, much like those who remained concealed. Currently, this group was embroiled in mutual entanglements, hence their proactive assaults. In contrast, Lelouch had fewer concerns. After provoking 2 factions, he merely needed to remain hidden, leaving no trace for anyone to pursue. Thus, at this moment, Lelouch's focus rested solely on the 2 riders. Clang! Bang! The sounds of blades clashing resonated as they engaged in continuous combat. Dragon's Nest, wielding his broken blade, he launched a flurry of rapid strikes, all of which were deftly parried. Compared to before, a distinct advantage has clearly been gained this time. As an assassin, your prowess is indeed formidable. Gazing intently at the adversary before you, your demeanor is strikingly candid, relying solely on exceptional swordsmanship and nimble agility. Confronting an opponent of lesser rank is not a feat achievable by every heroic spirit. A vigilant defense, coupled with merely wielding a broken blade, is insufficient to avert the possibility of injury. No matter how skilled a swordsman may be, a shattered sword equates to a wounded hand. Although she remains oblivious to the cause of the blade's fracture, she will not exhibit any sign of weakness in this moment. With a swift movement, the sword concealed within the pressure of the wind was unleashed. Swordheart's gaze sharpened, and her body propelled into the air, twisting gracefully. The flying sword technique, Tornado Flash, allowed her to evade a direct strike, while simultaneously utilizing her momentum to thrust the broken blade towards the opponent's head. However, this was thwarted by a single hand that deftly deflected the strike, causing the broken blade to collide with the gauntlet and subsequently bounce away. Upon landing, Swordheart quickly distanced herself from her foe, furrowing her brow. She had never encountered such a pressing situation. In the past, even with a broken blade, she could still eliminate her enemies. Yet this time, it was different. Her adversary was a heroic spirit, a master on par with herself. A moment's carelessness or negligence could lead to her own downfall. Moreover, the timing of this encounter was particularly inconvenient. She had no opportunity to procure a better weapon for her master. Furthermore, both master and servant were ensnared in their respective battlegrounds. The sounds of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 and the clinking of metal. Utilizing the black keys to deflect the incoming bullets, Kiritsugu Amiya would not allow Kirai Kodo Mine a second chance. That near failure had indeed caused him to break a sweat, but fortunately, help had arrived just in time. Observing Kirai closing in, Kiritsugu could only retreat, given his opponent's agility. Close combat would be decidedly disadvantageous for him. Dodging the approaching black keys, Kiritsugu swiftly lifted his firearm, aiming ahead to unleash a rapid barrage. The series of shots effectively immobilized Kirai's movements. Kiritsugu, I have located the lady, came the voice of Mia, causing a slight shift in Kiritsugu's expression. She was unharmed. It was reported that Kirai had seized the sheath. Is that so? Do remember to exercise caution. Initially, the news of Alice's successful rescue brought him relief. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Had that woman been found? Seemingly discerning his thoughts, Kirai lowered his raised hands and spoke with calm composure. Although it is not you personally who is involved, it is certainly a matter of consideration. Your assistant and wife must be among your few concerns, correct? The more I hear the words of Kirai Kodo Mine, the more intense my inner unease becomes. And in the next moment, that apprehension is confirmed. Would you suffer if you were to lose them? A thunderous explosion erupts, and blinding flames flicker behind the priest. For a fleeting instant, my pupils dilate, and it dawns on Kiritsugu Amiya where this unease originates. The words of Mia still echo in my ears, and they now sound painfully jarring. I should have recognized the significance of such a warning sooner. Perhaps I could have salvaged the situation. My grip on the gun unconsciously tightens. A bomb. This unconventional method of combat is indeed quite advantageous. In such circumstances, unless it is you, neither of us would likely survive. Observing Kiritsugu Amiya's expression, Kirai Kodo Mine finds a semblance of satisfaction. This man, after all, is still susceptible to emotion. Realizing this, Kirai feels that his elaborate scheme has not been in vain. When that woman was brought back, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Just how much would Kiritsugu Amiya sacrifice for this woman and the sheath buried within her? Having discerned the cause and effect, Kiritsugu Amiya has also seen through Kirai Kodo Mine. He has set a trap using Alice as bait, enticing him to intervene. Yet Kirai has anticipated his predicament and understands the ultimate outcome. It is essential to remain vigilant, and he himself must confront Kirai Kodo Mine. The only one capable of action is Mia, his assistant. Everything has been calculated by Kirai. Luring Mia to join Alice in their demise is the outcome Kirai desires most. I merely wish to know, as the so-called Magus killer, would you grieve for the loss of others? It appears that you would. Your heart is weeping, Kiritsugu Mia. Chapter 12. Let us fight. Your assistant is an experienced marksman, yet when faced with a Magus, she likely would not anticipate my use of such an unorthodox weapon as a bomb. The duality of magic and technology is a realm in which Kiritsugu excels. Most other magi have not ventured down this path. What harm is there in occasionally employing so-called technological wonders? With this exploratory mindset, Kirai Kodomine has set this trap using Alice as bait. You are indeed a necessity to be dealt with. Suppressing the pain within, Kiritsugu Amiya steadies his gaze. Speaking with a weighty tone, he temporarily refrained from contemplating the fates of Mami and Eri. At present, he must navigate the immediate predicament. The sheath of the sword had been seized and was currently untraceable, yet it was highly probable that it was being wielded by Kiritsugu's adversary, Kirai Kodomine. In such a case, sustaining a relatively minor fatal injury would not lead to the opponent's demise. The thought intensified his perception of Kirai as a formidable adversary. A meticulous thinker and a magician unbound by conventional methods, he was alarmingly akin to himself. If he could not eliminate Kirai here and now, it would undoubtedly spell considerable trouble. Given the extraordinary properties of the sheath, Kiritsugu found himself at an impasse. Merely injuring or incapacitating Kirai would bear no significance for him. He was uncertain whether Kirai had indeed embedded the sheath within his own body. This intelligence was crucial, as it would influence subsequent strategies and arrangements. With this in mind, Kiritsugu resolved to employ ordinary bullets to wound Kirai. Should the latter's injuries heal autonomously, it would confirm the sheath's presence within him. Bang! How intriguing. Such a swift transformation. What insight has he gleaned from it? As Gilgamesh observed the entire affair, he grew intrigued by Kirai Kodomine's actions. A self-proclaimed priest devoid of desire. Yet at this moment, he began to indulge in what he typically restrained. This marked the inception of moral decay. The eclectic Kirai had the potential to amuse. Foolhardy individuals were also eager to intervene in this conflict. Very well, it was time for this king to make his entrance. In all his exalted glory, he would enlighten these eclectic figures. Without any intention of consulting his master, Tosaka Tokiomi, he vanished, clad in golden armor. Meanwhile, Tosaka Tokiomi, seated in the basement, felt a sudden tension as he glanced at the command seals on the back of his hand, hesitating. The king's unilateral actions had occurred more than once or twice. Attempts to communicate had consistently ended in failure. He described himself as a tiresome and dull subject, regardless of his emotional intelligence. Tokiomi recognized that he had left a rather unpleasant impression on the king. Very well, as long as there were no outrageous actions. Allowing him to frolic would not be detrimental. He had not yet utilized the 3 command seals even once, and he needed to remain vigilant. Considering Kirai's support for him, he might have to prepare earnestly. In contrast, the master of the Matu family had yet to make a move. The letter sent had received no response, and Tokiomi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the other's stance. The report brought forth by the disciple pertains to a servant under mastery, yet their identity remains elusive. Based on this intelligence, he dispatched a letter through a familiar spirit, intending to forge an alliance and test the waters. However, the response was one of utter indifference. Given the prior relations between the Matu and Tosaka families, such a haughty dismissal seemed entirely out of character for Matu Zongen. Was there a particular reason for this? With such questions lingering in his mind, he resolved to personally send a familiar to investigate. Matu, Yinya ambled down the street, bag in hand, accustomed to the bustling activities around him. Dressed in modern attire, he resembled a spirited young man, eager to assist others, pushing carts, seeking lost items, and entertaining children and the elderly. This servant, who once donned an aura of malevolence, now emanated an entirely different essence. Though he had not uttered a word, he found himself surprisingly well-liked. Among the crowd of children and seniors, a red-haired boy regarded him with sparkling eyes. "Excuse me, sir. May I borrow this book for a while? I haven't finished the story yet. I promised to return it after I read it today," the boy exclaimed, holding up a thick volume titled Chronicles of the Cosmos. It detailed the adventures of a certain hero, and he was thoroughly captivated. "Wonderful," he nodded, and upon witnessing the boy's delighted reaction, he felt a warmth within. "But you must be cautious. If you return late, Sakura will be upset." As he observed the boy's retreating figure, Yinya was filled with a sense of admiration. The adult, so eager to assist others and possessing seemingly boundless abilities, struck him as remarkably admirable. Was it truly acceptable to lend the book to someone else? He recalled that Sakura seemed quite passionate about it as well. Despite having witnessed the exchange, Yinya refrained from pressing the matter further when met with the boy's resolute shake of the head. Upon their return to the Mata residence, they were greeted by a purple-haired girl waiting at the door, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. With a wry smile, Yinya could already envision the impending scolding. Yet, in the next moment, he observed Sakura pulling a large orb from her skirt pocket, within which stars twinkled brightly. Yinya understood that this was one of the coveted items contended for in this war. What was Sakura's intent in revealing it now? I've made a decision. I wish to participate in this war, she declared earnestly. Why, Sakura? Yinya was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom the shift in her previously disinterested stance. Wars eventually come to an end, and at that time, one would vanish, wouldn't they? Thus, I must acquire the other Dragon Balls. In her tender years, she concealed insatiable desires, unabashed in her demeanor. Even Yinya could perceive the intentions of this girl. You'll assist me, won't you? She murmured, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a sigh, she appeared to glimpse the shadow of someone, yet she did not refuse anything. Originally, he had come in response to Sakura Matu's call for salvation in this conflict. The question of whether or not to wish upon the Dragon Balls was immaterial. For him, if wishes were to be granted, it would merely be to revive the lives lost in the cataclysm. Let us fight. The master had issued the command, and the dark armor enveloped him. His imposing figure vanished. Chapitre 13, Intervention. Sakura, do you truly understand? Of course I do, which is precisely why I must act, she replied, shaking her head indifferently as Yinya pressed her for answers. He is no ordinary servant. He appears formidable, and once battle commences, you will lack the magical energy to sustain him, he anxiously explained, crouching down. It's fine. He is the strongest, even without my magical support. He is more than capable of securing victory. With such confidence, Sakura Matu harbored no concerns. To Yinya, this seemed like blind trust, yet for Sakura, it was not the ignorance of a child. She was acutely aware of her unique inherent skill, battle recovery. Those who had not engaged in combat would automatically mend their injuries and replenish their magical energy. Even when severely wounded, she could fully restore herself to peak condition in less than 10 seconds upon exiting battle. This was the reason why a child like Sakura, as a master, had not been drained of magical energy. Her reserves continually regenerated, meaning she had expended none. Even in combat, she possessed a substantial reservoir to sustain her actions. The only drawback was a diminished endurance during battle, preventing her from continuously unleashing large-scale noble phantasms. But that was inconsequential. As soon as she exited combat, she could recover in mere seconds. As a master, Sakura needed only to maintain her own stability, which was the source of her confidence. Bang! TCH, did I fail? Yuryu dodged an attack, murmuring as he watched the assailant retreat before him. Initially, he had hoped to test his luck with that magical card, but it appeared his efforts were in vain. Hey, I won't let you succeed so easily again, Kyoko Sakura declared, observing Yuryu hiding behind cover before unleashing her own magic. The figures in the air began to divide, revealing numerous individuals within the city's gaze. Clones? As a multitude of entities emerged, chaos erupted within the city. A glance at the 3 remaining face-down cards on the dual disc prompted a swift retreat. There was no escaping. 7 of the clones were set in pursuit. As Kyoko Sakura shouted, after the failure of her control, she redirected her aim and returned. Although the sealing array inscribed upon her body remained intact, it did not hinder her from employing alternative methods to vanquish that adversary. How vexing. The controlling magic had seemingly dissipated swiftly, yet this array persisted. The frustration mounted, as the presence of this array rendered her incapable of wielding her spear in combat. It felt as though her hands had been bound, imposing a significant limitation upon her. This was precisely why she was so relentless in her pursuit. There was no way she could flee under the constraints of the array, uncertain of when it might lift. Should she encounter other servants under such conditions, it would spell disaster. Thus, capturing her opponent was imperative. Clang! Bang! The broken blade was parried aside, her arm sustaining a wound, as Kenshin swiftly raised his sheath to strike at her shoulder. A painful hiss escaped her lips as she was forced to create distance, compelled to admire her opponent's remarkable combat instinct. Even with a shattered blade, such a brilliant counterattack was executed. That formidable swordsmanship, surely. You must have been a renowned swordsman in your lifetime within this nation. As she mused, her admiration was evident. Through her prior communication with Kiritsugu, she had surmised his identity. Judging by his attire and stance, he was undoubtedly a local servant, though the specific era of his heroism remained unknown. "I am merely a shadowy executioner," he replied, offering no further elaboration. He was indifferent to whether he would be remembered in history. According to the historical accounts provided by Kiryai, there was no mention of Himura Kenshin. This was both a blessing and a curse for him. "This time, I shall defeat you," he proclaimed, gazing resolutely at his foe, unaware of the events transpiring on the other side. Without response, Kenshin merely glanced at the now-healed wound on his arm. The name Kiryai had uttered resonated within him, Artoria Pendragon. As a ruler of a nation, her formidable prowess was indeed an eye-opener for Kenshin. During the harrowing experience of this war, he gleaned profound insights. The skills and swordsmanship honed during the era of the shogunate proved insufficient for him to secure a decisive victory in this setting. Observing the flickering gaze of his adversary, he recalled his prior exchanges with Kiritsugu. This time, Kiritsugu was resolutely intent on rescuing Irisville, even willing to eliminate Kiryai Kodomine along with his servant. Moreover, he indeed planned to unleash the noble phantasm. With the holy sword in her grasp, she would vanquish her foes by seizing upon their vulnerabilities. The outcome would soon be determined. While it might be arduous to directly defeat her in a melee, the surrounding area was already illuminated by golden specks. Hadyating a sanctifidoha. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Shinkai furrowed his brow, refusing to let down his guard. This foreign monarch seemed to harbor powers unknown to him. Lifting his sword before his chest, the divine blade revealed its true form, with the drifting golden particles exuding an astonishing pressure. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shinkai launched himself forward with unwavering determination. He could not allow his opponent to unleash their full potential so easily, despite being unaware of what might transpire. He could not stand idly by. His swift approach brought him closer to the swordsman, who had already raised the holy sword aloft, the sword of victory, the mightiest weapon wielded by King Arthur himself. The blade shimmered with auroras, and a clarion call would soon resonate. Yet, a violent tremor abruptly interrupted the standoff between the two. The ground quaked, destabilizing both Shinkai and his opponent, forcing them to halt their current actions. What was happening? As clouds of dust swirled about, the sight that met their eyes was that of a towering figure, clad in obsidian armor. The large sword in his hand exuded an ominous presence, and his demonic visage evoked dread. Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Shinkai's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 14, 1 against 2. Hearing the words spoken, he fixed his gaze upon the newcomer. The heavy armor, forged from an unknown material, bore down with an oppressive weight, while the massive sword plunged into the earth seemed to be the source of the earlier tremors. This servant, based solely on appearance, radiated immense strength. Without uttering a word, the figure effortlessly grasped the formidable sword, swinging it with ease. A fierce wind howled as the intense pressure swept toward them, tousling their hair. Interfering in my duel. Was this an attempt to engage in a 2-on-1 confrontation? Standing firm with his sword, the brilliance of the holy blade still intact, he addressed his adversary. In an instant, the opponent provided an answer. Holding such a massive sword, yet her movements were anything but slow. On the contrary, they were remarkably swift. With a clang, the sword descended from above, and she immediately raised her holy sword to block the strike. In the instant the wicked sword clashed with the sacred blade, a blinding spark erupted. The ground beneath her feet buckled under the immense pressure, causing her feet to sink deep into the earth. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of being subdued. "Do not gaze at his sword." Having suffered once already, she called out urgently. "What?" The warning momentarily stunned her. But as she looked up, she beheld the purple-black aura emanating from his sword coalescing into a scarlet dragon's eye. Sensing the will imbued within that eye, her body froze, rendered incapable of exerting any strength. Meanwhile, the great sword bore down upon her. If she were to endure this strike, she would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. In a moment of peril, she wielded her broken sword and sheath in tandem. With a fierce strike, she unleashed the flying sword technique, Twin Dragon's Flash. The powerful double blow struck his helmet. While she knew she could not inflict damage upon him in full armor, she could still repel him with the sheer force of her momentum. With a screech, her feet carved grooves in the ground as she was forced back a short distance, prompting the oppressive great sword to retract. "Thank you," she said instinctively, her heart still racing. Had it not been for his assistance, she would surely have been injured. That exaggerated great sword, if it had struck her, would have rendered her armor insufficient for protection. However, she soon noticed the already half-broken sword had developed cracks. Were you also engaged in battle before? The realization dawned upon her, awakening her understanding of why his blade had been severed. Though this was not my intention. Should you insist on advancing, I have no choice but to collaborate with you. Nodding, he assumed a defensive stance. Although he could have chosen not to assist, doing so would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Only through cooperation could they hope to repel or defeat their foe. Alone, he would be powerless. The adage, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," holds true in every corner of the world. Let us determine our fates after we have vanquished the adversary. A faint smile graced her lips. She did not find this arrangement distasteful. On the contrary, she admired his integrity. From his prior act of rescue to his current demeanor, it was evident he was neither foolish nor repugnant. Although there had been previous attempts to assassinate her master, those actions were merely part of the adversary's responsibilities and position. Thus there was no blame to be assigned. Caution was essential. He was approaching. Tensing her nerves, Jinshin spoke in a low voice. With a powerful push from one leg, she propelled herself forward like a rocket, swinging her great sword in a horizontal arc, clearly intent on cleaving both him and his master in twain. Stepping forward, she wielded her holy sword to parry the incoming strike of the heavy sword. Her feet firmly gripped the ground, stabilizing her center of gravity. Yet, she was pushed back several meters by the force of the blow, a feat that proved exceptionally arduous. In the clash of strength, she was forced to retreat while Jinshin evaded the heavy sword's direct assault, striking at the opponent's leg joint with the sheath of her sword. As an assassin, he understood precisely how to exploit his enemy's weaknesses. A broken blade could inflict no harm. He could only use the sheath to create as much trouble for his opponent as possible. However, in the next moment, before Jinshin's counterattack could land, she observed the adversary relinquish his heavy sword, grasping instead a suddenly materialized golden spear, thrusting it towards her forehead with swift intent. Recognizing the perilous situation, Jinshin hastily retreated to the side, narrowly avoiding the heavy blow, yet failing to mount a successful attack in return. Had she hesitated for even a moment, she would surely have sustained injury. Whether her strike with the sheath would cause harm to him was uncertain, but she was certain of her own fate. Either death or severe injury awaited her. Such remarkable reflexes! She could not help but be astonished at his ability to counterattack even in the midst of her own assault. The speed with which he responded was simply extraordinary. Her gaze was filled with perplexity as she scrutinized his actions. Generally speaking, it is not uncommon for heroic spirits to possess multiple noble phantasms. Yet due to the nature of their class, the weapons they could wield were typically quite uniform. To put it plainly, they would either wield swords, bows, or spears, but they would not mix them indiscriminately. A heroic spirit capable of wielding both a sword and a spear was exceedingly rare. With the heavy sword now discarded, and the golden spear replacing it in combat, could it be that he considered himself a master of all trades? The vanishing great sword left behind only the undulating golden spear. It was her first encounter with such a unique, heroic spirit, and soon she would witness the true terror of his prowess. The spear, wielded with a fierce intent, surged forward in a relentless assault, leaving her with little opportunity to counter. The attack was entirely foreign to her, difficult to articulate. It was not a mindless flurry. Rather, he fought with the precision of an adept spearmaster, each thrust, jab, and collision executed with impeccable control. Bloodstains appeared on her cheek, a consequence of an unavoidable strike. The flying sword technique, Earth Dragon Flash, utilized the sword sheath to strike the ground, unleashing a fierce pressure and sending shards of stone hurtling toward her back. This abrupt assault hindered her movements, granting her a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Truly, an unexpectedly formidable adversary. Seizing the moment to create distance, she wiped the blood from her face and spoke. She had never anticipated such ferocity. It was one thing to wield a broadsword with skill. It was quite another to manipulate a spear with equal prowess. Yet at that instant, both combatants suddenly realized that the golden spear in their grasp had transformed into an ancient and ornate grimoire inscribed with unknown characters. Had their weapons changed? Chapter 15. Lend me your sword. The golden spear had morphed into a tome of strange symbols, and in that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over them. In her line of sight, she appeared to be reciting something, yet neither she nor her opponent could hear a single sound. Summoning the gem beast, a cerulean, multi-tailed creature materialized on the ground. Was a cat? A rabbit? The nature of this entity eluded both her and the sword's essence. At the very least, it was not a creature they had encountered before. However, if one were to describe its appearance, it could only be deemed adorable. Yet, paired with such a being, Neither felt this was a cause for celebration. Chanting, could it be? Observing her once more parting her lips, she was the first to react, attempting to launch a surprise attack. She began to comprehend that it was not merely the sword and spear. There lay an aptitude for magic as well. Yet, one aspect eluded her understanding. According to the class granted by the Holy Grail, the abilities available to a servant should be limited. As previously stated, regardless of circumstance, one would not deviate from the sword, always retaining the spear. It seemed nearly impossible to wield both a spear and a sword, violating the established conventions of their class. Yet, it appeared she was unaffected. No one could provide an answer. She had no choice but to devise a way to thwart her opponent. While the true extent of the unknown magical prowess remained a mystery, she had no desire to test its limits. From their earlier confrontation, it was clear this was a tenacious foe. Was she attempting to intercept me? Blocked by the peculiar little creature, she evaded a sweeping tail, her heart sinking. This strange being possessed a power not to be underestimated. Though she could swiftly shake off the creature, that brief interval would be sufficient for the incantation to complete. Therefore, she had no choice but to confront it head-on. Bang! Yet, as she drew near, a dazzling flash of white light erupted, sending her flying. Ugh! Thud! Splatter! The body crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding and finally coming to a halt within an uninhabited building. Clutching her abdomen and feeling the pain coursing through her body, she propped herself up with the holy sword embedded in the earth. Although her agility was not as nimble as desired, it was still commendable. Yet, even so, she found herself unable to reach her target. Another strike was imminent. Instinct kicked in, and she immediately raised the holy sword before her. With a resounding crash, the deserted structure collapsed, sending debris and rubble flying and shrouding the area in a thick cloud of dust. The advancing blue cat rabbit was repelled, and Jinshin found it difficult to fathom how to overcome such a formidable opponent. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying adversary. The prospect of victory seemed utterly bleak. Armed solely with the blade in his grasp, he felt woefully outmatched. However, in the next moment, he witnessed the peculiar creature's transformation, as the magic tome in his hand morphed into a colossal golden axe, coupled with the heavy armor adorning it. The sight was overwhelmingly imposing. Realizing that the opponent could seamlessly switch weapons in battle only deepened Jinshin's astonishment. This was a revelation for the young warrior, barely in his teenage years. The superior equipment, exceptional martial skills, and flawless combat techniques were unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. With a whoosh, the massive axe swung towards him, forcing him into a desperate evasion. He was incapable of counterattacking. The sheer weight of the golden axe threatened to shatter both his scabbard and blade in an instant. Were it not for his agile movements, he would have surely been knocked out of the fight by now. His mind raced as he sought a way to turn the tide. Then, amidst the ruins of the building, he spotted a glimmering light. It was the location he had previously occupied, where the explosion had sent him flying, but the holy sword still remained lodged in the ground. A connection sparked in his mind, and Jinshin dashed toward it. Whoosh! The pursuer followed closely behind. As Jinshin reached the holy sword, he extended his hand to grasp the hilt, just as the giant axe descended in a vertical strike. This moment was clearly witnessed by a figure rising not far away. She understood Jinshin's intention. He aimed to wield the holy sword as a substitute weapon in battle. While he could not utilize the sword of the victory oath, employing it as an ordinary weapon was more than sufficient. Clang! Jinshin twisted his body in midair, drawing the holy sword as he positioned it above him. The holy sword met the golden axe in a clash that produced a tremendous shockwave, forcing Jinshin down onto the ground under the immense pressure of the impact. Crack! Crack! The ground against which he leaned shattered, and Jinshin inhaled deeply, tilting his body to evade the oncoming blow, as the massive axe struck the earth and sent forth a shockwave. With the technique of flying swordsmanship, he executed a sudden leap from the side, gripping the holy sword with both hands and descending with a powerful slash from above. Sensing his movement, his opponent began to retreat, yet Jinshin's speed was unrelenting. Crack! This time, there were no ricochets or flames. Instead, he had indeed cleaved through the thick armor. Had he succeeded? Observing the retreating figure, doubt flickered in his mind. Though blood did not spatter, it was undeniable that he had breached the defenses. Glancing down at the damaged breastplate, a subtle smile crept upon his lips, hidden beneath the helm. These two unknown heroes possessed remarkable skills and abilities. To engage him in combat for this length of time was no small feat. Boom. Just then, an explosion echoed nearby, and a figure tumbled out in disarray. Spitting out dust, the golden-haired figure rose from the ground, exhibiting peculiar gestures. "How many more traps do you have?" she exclaimed in anger as Sakura Kyoko descended from the sky, still shackled by the magic circle. This sorceress was truly diabolical. She had no idea how many pitfalls she had stepped into, yet she could not capture her opponent. Instead, she was left covered in dust. What is this? The sudden appearance of two individuals shifted the focus of those present. To her surprise, while they were embroiled in fierce battle, others had become entangled as well. Are they also fighting here? This is not good. It was only then that Sakura Kyoko realized that there were three suspicious figures not far away. She could distinctly sense their presence as servants, and she was reluctant to confront them at this moment. The gunner's hands were bound, rendering him unable to wield his weapon. What kind of predicament was this? Just then, a sudden flash of golden light and an inopportune burst of laughter emanated from a nearby street lamp. Ahaha! Chapter 16. Are you also a king of Britain? The radiant golden light from the street lamp and the accompanying laughter instantly captivated everyone's attention. What is happening? Who is that? They could clearly see a golden-armored servant appearing, and Cheng Zanai was perplexed by the boisterous laughter of this individual. You can make your entrance, but what is with the loud laughter? Indeed, my dear miscreants, you have provided this king with quite the entertaining spectacle. However, the first words from a newcomer made Cheng Zanai's eyelids twitch involuntarily. This haughty demeanor inexplicably reminded him of a deceased acquaintance. Another peculiar individual had arrived. Sakura Kyoko glanced at Gilgamesh, who stood beneath the street lamp, and muttered her appraisal. Just then, a sudden clash diverted their attention. A colossal golden axe had struck the holy sword from the hands of Kenshin, sending it spiraling through the air before it fell at their feet. After executing this act, the wielder of the golden axe sheathed it, leaving the other servants utterly perplexed. Kenshin, however, quickly retreated beneath Gilgamesh, evidently aware that they belonged to the same faction, and had deliberately disarmed him of the holy sword. It has been quite some time since I've encountered a servant of such caliber, Gilgamesh remarked, his interest piqued by the identity of this mixed-class servant. He paid no heed to the rudeness of the unannounced assault, gazing down imperiously as he declared, "To warrant such judgment before this king signifies considerable weight." The weapon possessed by the adversary was one he had never encountered, be it the cursed dragon slayer or the ever-morphing golden spear and magical tomax. He, Gilgamesh, was known as the king of heroes, and his treasury encompassed the archetypes of all human treasures. This meant that any artifact that had ever existed in history would undoubtedly reside within his vast collection, a quantity so immense that even he could scarcely recall its extent. Thus, he recognized the true name of the holy sword with a mere glance. Yet even so, the weaponry and heavy armor brandished by his opponent were entirely unfamiliar to him, rendering the encounter particularly intriguing. And what of the figure lurking in the shadows? A mouse, perhaps? Gilgamesh, undeterred by the silence, exhibited remarkable patience towards those who caught his interest. With a sidelong glance, the space behind him rippled. What? Are those all noble phantasms? Even more extravagant? In the eyes of the onlookers, 7 or 8 waves surged forth, revealing an array of swords, spears, and polearms. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! The weapons were launched, hurtling toward the dense forest and igniting a series of explosions. What was happening? Neither Jukiyama nor Sakura Kyoko could comprehend why the adversary had suddenly initiated an assault in that direction. However, as the swirling smoke cleared, they were left dumbfounded by the emergence of a colossal robot at the source of the explosions. What a brutally aggressive way to make an entrance. Such a savage and tempestuous temperament. It indeed aligns with the ancient kings. The barrier deflected the incoming assault, and Lelouch stood majestically on the outstretched hand of the mech, adorned in resplendent white imperial robes. Wait, does this mean all 7 servants are present? Upon realizing this, Shinji counted the individuals around him in astonishment. He had not anticipated such excitement today. He had merely ventured out for a duel, only to find all 7 gathered in one place. Is this gleaming figure truly the one? He pondered, noting that the individual had not employed a bow, but merely wielded weapons in a haphazard manner. Kyoko Sakura furrowed her brow, contemplating their identities. Was it truly the case that archers launched their weapons as arrows? Engaging with this peculiar assembly, she found her status as a magical girl to be remarkably more conventional. You insolent wretch, who permitted you to stand on par with this king? Ignoring Sakura's inquiry, Gilgamesh spoke in a low tone as the door behind him swung open. Oh well, I am still an emperor. There is no reason for me to bow to you. The mech's cannon had already aimed forward, and Lelouch showed no signs of yielding. Yet, what perplexed him was the identity of his adversary. Heroic spirits, in essence, are the legendary figures of history, existing across past, present, and future. The deeds they left behind often transcend into legend, transforming into noble phantasms and abilities. However, merely observing their actions, Lelouch struggled to discern the origins of this king, shrouded in mystery, much like before. Conversely, one was undoubtedly a heroic spirit from Japan, while the other was the Night King wielding the Holy Sword. Is that you, the culprit who attacked us by the beach? Why did you interrupt my direct confrontation? Recognizing Lelouch's entanglement with her, the figure exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lelouch instinctively raised a metaphorical question mark above his head. This was not a one-on-one royal duel, but a war driven by desires. Who would concern themselves with whom you were confronting head-on? The accusation made him question whether Weber's previous speculation about her identity held any truth. Are you truly the King of Britain? With such doubts, Lelouch retorted. What? What does it matter? Initially taken aback by the revelation of her identity, she contemplated the holy sword in her hand and quickly understood. Her holy sword was far too renowned. Her identity would inevitably be exposed. She retorted, confused by Lelouch's insinuation, if this is your path as a king. I cannot help but feel a profound sense of pity for Britain during that era. And you? Upon such a description, I was immediately seized by indignation. How amusing this is. Is this truly your real name? What a comical scene it is. Yet, before I could voice my inquiries, the golden glimmer atop the lamppost erupted into laughter. The crowd remained bewildered, unsure whether this individual was merely eccentric or truly unhinged, when he unveiled a startling truth. Could it be that Britain has two rulers? How intriguing this revelation is. What does it mean? Upon hearing Gilgamesh's words, I was momentarily taken aback, yet a foreboding feeling began to stir within me. However, the other party spoke with a teasing tone, revealing with rare candor. Artoria Pendragon. Lelout Britannia. What could possibly account for the simultaneous existence of two kings of Britain? Chapter 17, The Bestowal. Lelouch, rather indifferent to the number of kings in Britain, found himself more preoccupied with the peculiar circumstance at hand. Despite merely exposing a mech, the other had immediately divulged his true name. This bizarre phenomenon led Lelouch to surmise that the individual possessed some extraordinary ability, though he was uncertain as to the extent of their insight. Nevertheless, the implications of what was stated were profoundly impactful. It is noteworthy that Britain had fallen after her reign, and Lelouch's name was one she had never encountered. Hence, from whence did this so-called King of Britain arise? Moreover, judging by his attire and the mech he commanded, he bore little resemblance to the kings of Europe. It appeared that he could only discern true names, not the entirety of their origins. Tentatively, Lelouch inquired of Gilgamesh, Do not underestimate my power. It is merely a rare occasion that I have utilized it in such a manner. After all, there are many peculiar beings among you. With a disdainful huff, he crossed his arms in response. The star of omniscience, a treasure he despised the most, could, if he so desired, survey the world and comprehend all phenomena. Not only could he unveil the true names and treasures of his adversaries, but he could also unearth certain concealed truths. Once activated, it was akin to having a script for the Holy Grail War, allowing him to control all aspects of his opponents. Yet it proved too monotonous for his taste, which is why he seldom employed it. On this occasion, however, he had sensed an incongruity emanating from Gilgamesh. As expected, once he activated it, he indeed uncovered significant issues. The information relayed by the Star of Omniscience was exceedingly scant. It merely unveiled true names and roles, while most other information was veiled by an incomprehensible force. From that somber expression, Lelouch discerned the information he sought. The mere revelation of his true name bore little consequence for him. He had previously taken the time to study the history of this world, realizing that Britain had long since perished and was never as formidable as it once claimed. No one could truly fathom his origins. Are you truly the King of Britain? What is your desire in participating in this war? Yet, someone seemed profoundly concerned about his identity. Their gaze fixed upon him, emotions visibly stirred. Do I have any obligation to answer you? Lelouch pondered the source of such fervor. Upon hearing the question, the individual appeared momentarily disheartened, only to tighten their jaw as if struck by a sudden revelation. Should you choose not to respond to my inquiries, I shall designate you as the foremost target to be vanquished in this conflict. She appeared reckless, driven by a fierce sense of urgency, though her demeanor bordered on irrationality. Lelouch's existence was undeniably significant to Artoria. Her aspiration was to rescue the fallen Britain and its people. She could not accept that Britain had crumbled due to her own actions, firmly believing that if she could return to the time of choosing a king, a more suitable candidate might arise to assume the throne, potentially altering the fate of annihilation. Surely, someone could lead Britain towards prosperity and flourishing, rather than its current state of demise. Lelouch's presence, however, heightened her anxiety. If a new, unfamiliar king of Britain were to emerge, would that not affirm the righteousness of her path? It seems I become entangled with a troublesome individual, murmured Weber from the cockpit of his mech. Observing the two locked in a gaze, he too was baffled by the origins of this matter. The Night King was indeed a legendary figure of Britain, yet history had seemingly never recorded a king named Lelouch. If you insist, then let your words serve as a declaration of war against the sacred British Empire. Raising the constructed holy sword in his hand, Lelouch pointed with conviction. This sword bore no legendary enhancements, merely a deceptive semblance of the victorious oath. After all, his version of Britain did not venerate such a holy blade. Is that so? The response, laden with implication, seemed to exhale relief, and then the head bowed slightly. The acknowledgement from the other party was sufficient. The new king of Britain, if possible, she yearned to visit his realm and witness its true nature. Although she remained unaware of his specific desires, it at least offered her a newfound hope. Knowing the truth, she even contemplated that relinquishing this struggle might not be in vain. Inexplicably, Cheng Zhong stood up, utterly bewildered by the exchange between the two. Indeed, I too find Wang's intentions perplexing. However, the sudden assault orchestrated by Sakura Kyoko from behind caused beads of cold sweat to form on Cheng Zhong's forehead. Her sole desire at this moment was to swiftly discover a means to dispel the magical formation. Otherwise, dire consequences could ensue. Bang! Oh, do you wish to take my life? How perilous! Cheng Zhong exclaimed, deftly evading an attack from the thorn chain. Is there a rule in this war forbidding murder? Sakura Kyoko retorted, leaving Cheng Zhong momentarily speechless. You, at such a tender age, should not harbor such malicious thoughts. A despicable adult lacks the right to utter such words. Their banter continued like a cacophony, each volley of words exchanged with fervor. Slap. That is a reward. Hearing the commotion above, Jianxin raised his hand and grasped the divine sword that had fallen. He stared in astonishment at the blade in his hand, questioning its origins. Judging by its appearance alone, this sword undoubtedly held significant prestige. As a loyal subject, it was his duty to fight valiantly for his king. To be defeated due to an inferior weapon would be a grave embarrassment for his sovereign. I am immensely grateful. Holding the sword, Jianxin sincerely responded, considering both their positions and identities. If those familiar with Gilgamesh were to learn of this, they would likely be left dumbfounded. Given this king's temperament and disposition, bestowing a legendary sword was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Generally, one could not expect to procure treasures from Gilgamesh. The Kusanagi, the fabled sword now in Jianxin's grasp, is a divine artifact of Japan. Although he still could not unleash the so-called noble phantasms for Jianxin as long as he wielded a sword, there remained room to showcase his swordsmanship. His gaze shifted, focusing entirely on this individual. The reason for bestowing such a sword was not merely to incite fiercer combat, but also to probe into this person's true nature. Gilgamesh was certain that this individual's origins were far from ordinary. As a king descending to the battlefield personally would compromise his dignity, he opted to delegate the task to his subject. Chapter 18, Wishes. Little did I anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner. Kiritsugu Amiya, clutching his bloodied right arm, cast a glance at the gradually fading figure of Saber before speaking. The gathering of servants was an event none of the masters had foreseen. Even those engaged in conflict elsewhere had shifted their focus to this scene. The concealed figures had also revealed themselves. This was a complete deviation from the anticipated plan. The mana was continuously being siphoned, a phenomenon arising from the battles of the servants. Realizing this, the hidden Kiritsugu Amiya contemplated. Although he had inflicted injury upon Kirai Kodamine's right hand, he too was not unscathed. The welts and bruises covering his body caused him considerable agony. He could only vaguely sense the gathering of servants nearby. The exact nature of the events unfolding remained shrouded in mystery. What an astonishing scene it is. An unfamiliar voice echoed, causing both Kirai Kodamine and Kiritsugu Amiya to frown. Looking up, a figure materialized in the street before them, Kenneth Almaloy Archibald. The names of the newcomers surfaced simultaneously in their minds. One of the masters of the clock tower, an ally in this Holy Grail War. Initially, he merely sought to dispel the pursuit of magic, but serendipitously stumbled upon two masters engaged in combat here. As he advanced, A creature resembling a slime trailed beside him. With a swift resolution, eliminating both of you would ease things considerably for Sola. Such a splendid opportunity, Kenneth, as an ally, would undoubtedly seize it. If he were to slay these two, it would result in the demise of two servants, leaving their masters to be eliminated. Oh, do you wish to test the disparity between us? Ultimately, you are merely a country magician, lacking vision. Observing Kirai Kodomine extract a black key between his fingers, Kenneth spoke coldly. Were he to confront the heads of the local Tosaka or Matu families, he might exhibit some interest. However, the current Kirai Kodomine, merely a disciple of the Tosaka clan, and Kiritsugu Amiya, a disgrace among magicians, could hardly be considered worthy opponents. With such arrogant thoughts, he then issued commands to the mercury-like substance. As the tentacle-like liquid advanced, both individuals, each in their respective positions, sprang into action. With this in mind, Kiritsugu no longer intended to linger. In this situation, it was already exceedingly difficult for him to eliminate Kirai Kodomine, and he needed to confirm the conditions surrounding Alice and Mia with his own eyes. Bang! After evading another attack utilizing his magic, Kiritsugu seized the opportunity to retreat toward his concealed vehicle. Boom! Accelerating, he drove in a specific direction with urgency. That magic sure moved swiftly. Alas, you cannot escape. Slightly surprised by Kiritsugu's temporal magic, Kenneth pondered for a moment before allowing Kiritsugu to depart. Did this anomaly of the magical world truly believe he could leave without consequence? Let us begin with you, the watchdog of the Tosaka family. Watching Kirai Kodomine standing firm against the mercury, Kenneth's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke. As the vehicle sped along the road, Kiritsugu sensed something amiss. There was an unsettling absence of people. Throughout his journey, he encountered no souls. Even though the area where Kirai Kodomine resided was not a bustling thoroughfare, such desolation was inconceivable. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly across the ground, materializing into the form of a wolf. A familiar spirit. Without hesitation, Kiritsugu raised his firearm and fired. The resounding shot obliterated the creature's body, a testament to the force behind it. Kiritsugu understood what Kenneth had orchestrated. Had he woven magic throughout this vicinity? He had even employed the vengeful spirits and labyrinthine constructs. Such grand designs could only be attributed to the machinations of a clock tower master. Devoid of servant support, this posed a significant challenge for him. He needed to locate the source of the enchantments. Trapped in a cyclical maze, he realized that without resolution, escape would be impossible. The gunfire erupted in a rapid succession, as he continued to annihilate the incoming spirits and familiars. The notion of using a command seal began to fade from his mind. Perhaps this could also be an opportunity for him. Clang! Bang! While the masters initiated their confrontations, the servants had already engaged in their own battles. Apart from those who remained steadfast beneath the streetlight, everyone had clear objectives. You scoundrel, swiftly dissolve this bizarre, magical circle. Sakura Kyoko shouted as she pursued her target, ensnaring him with chains of magical energy. In this state, how could I possibly comply? Retorted Shinjiro, summoning new beasts to counter the onslaught. He was genuinely impressed by the tenacity of the girl. Her offensive was both fierce and unyielding. Her peculiar duplicates served effectively to deplete his hand and resources. The clash of swords rang melodiously as the katana met the longsword. Kenji observed the figure wielding the katana with growing curiosity. He had assumed that the opponent was merely adept in the arcane arts of heavy weaponry, yet their swordsmanship was equally formidable. The style they employed was reminiscent of Japanese techniques, yet wholly unfamiliar to him. At that moment, a glimmering blade of energy compelled him to raise his sword in defense. The 5 great swords. The ground bore deep gashes as the visible blue sword energy surged forward. In contrast to the chaos surrounding them, Lelouch and Artoria maintained an air of calm. Lelouch, initially cautious, was taken aback by the sudden cessation of his adversary's frenzied behavior. He was not entirely certain about the thought processes of this so-called King of Knights. In fact, he found it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the mindset of women. However, as long as it did not impede him, he saw no issue. May I inquire about your desires? Yet, the subsequent words left him momentarily taken aback. What does that have to do with you? He asked. I merely wish to understand what aspirations you might have if you truly are the King of Britain. Upon being rebuffed, he no longer felt the previous awkwardness, but instead spoke softly. What if I said it was for the so-called world peace? Hearing this, she seemed momentarily stunned. It was a sentiment she recalled having heard from Kiritsugu before, while Kiritsugu had expressed it without issue. Hearing it from a heroic spirit rendered it somewhat delicate. Chapter 19. Alliance. How fares your realm? Is it prosperous? Thriving? Are your subjects content? The Britain I govern is indeed a superpower in the world, and the unification of the realm is nearly within reach. Is that so? The remaining details are not for disclosure. Lelouch would certainly refrain from divulging specifics, particularly concerning his desires. Before engaging in this war, Lelouch had a plan known as the Requiem. He aimed to create a world of happiness for his sister while severing the chains of enmity among nations. That was the original intent. However, upon learning of the Dragon Balls, a new thought emerged. If he could seize that artifact, there would be a far superior means to alter the world. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one he would dismiss lightly. Thus, he responded to Weber's summons. As for the dangers posed by the Dragon Ball War, he had long since disregarded them. Throughout his journey, he had faced numerous life-threatening moments. He was no stranger to peril. Glancing at the holy sword in his hand, he exhaled in relief. Regardless, she had at least received a response from this new king of Britain. A Britain that continued to thrive as a superpower. Was that not what she had once envisioned? The downfall of her own Britain, with its suffering subjects, was precisely why she yearned to change it all. Even if it meant ushering in a new king. Someone who could perform better than she had. As long as they could sustain and prosper Britain, it sufficed. The emergence of this new king echoed her original aspirations. Realizing this, she found herself devoid of the will to fight. Rather, she felt a sense of admiration. After all, her counterpart was a remarkable individual who had ascended to the throne at a young age. Though the origins of her separation remain unknown, it is evident that her efforts are not in vain. The demise of Britannia may yet be averted. Your expression of relief starkly contrasts with your previous demeanor. Observing from a position of authority, Lelouch discerned the shift in her mindset. Perhaps my wish has indeed come to fruition. Thus, I can now dedicate myself wholly to the battle for my master. If your desire aligns with world peace, it is conceivable that you and my master might find common ground. With a newfound sense of camaraderie, he spoke softly. Should Britannia truly thrive in some realm, her pursuit of the Holy Grail and Dragon Balls would become unnecessary. For now, my sole focus must be on fighting for my master, striving for victory without any lingering concerns. An alliance, you say? Seated within the cockpit, Weber contemplated the other's proposal, hesitating. The Dragon Balls, which draw people together under the pretense of granting omnipotent wishes, are bound to incite fierce competition. Ultimately, only one victor shall emerge. However, if a shared desire and goal exist, forming an alliance along the way is not out of the question. A tempting proposition indeed. Yet, I have heard that your master does not enjoy a favorable reputation. Lelouch's lips curled into a slight smile, withholding immediate rejection. Setting aside the question of the Dragon Ball's ultimate fate, joining forces to eliminate other competitors would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, this does not imply unconditional acceptance. We must first ascertain our respective standings. After all, the dynamics between masters and servants, along with the prevailing circumstances, will reveal which side wields greater influence in this alliance. Having struck a crucial point, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Amiya Kiritsugu's title as the Magus Killer is not without merit. His reputation among magi is far from pristine, earned through tangible deeds. Aligning with such an individual could result in unforeseen treachery, particularly for a youth like Weber. Kiritsugu possesses myriad ways to undermine him. Nonetheless, we are willing to extend an opportunity to your side. Therefore, convey to your master that sincerity is essential. Initially expecting the alliance to falter, she was taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. I shall relay his message. In response, there was little else to be said. Through this alliance, Lelouch harbored ulterior motives. Should his master dare to show themselves, an opportunity for action would arise. A cordial partnership to confront adversaries? Alas, Lelouch is not so naive. Rather than placing his trust in others, he preferred to dominate and manipulate them. Lelouch's power is the power of a king, an absolute command. Those ensnared by it cannot defy his orders, and it can even warp their ethical beliefs and convictions. This has been his hidden trump card. If possible, he wishes to find all the masters and subjugate them in one fell swoop, thereby bringing an immediate end to the war. While heroic spirits might possess means to counteract his powers, ordinary humans are nearly powerless against it. How could you possibly escape? Sora remarked with a cold smile as she observed Shiro Amiya wandering and faltering within the labyrinthine domain. The magical formation crafted in collaboration with Kenneth was not easily breached. Remembering Kenneth's instructions, she felt a twinge of impatience. Although Kenneth was indeed more suited to confront that group of masters directly, as a master herself. She longed to partake personally rather than merely lounge about and secure an effortless victory. Otherwise, even if they triumphed in the end, the victory would feel utterly hollow. Struck by a malevolent spirit? She muttered softly upon catching sight of Shiro Amiya, who had been hit in the chest by a summoned malevolent spirit due to a misstep. Her breath and heartbeat had become imperceptible. Even if he is dubbed the Magus Killer, he is but a mere shadow of his reputation. Observing his motionless form sprawled on the ground, Sora gradually lowered her guard. Next, it was time to deal with the masters. The magical formation was merely a precaution to prevent anyone from escaping. Her and Kenneth's true aim was to capture Kirai Kodomine and Shiro Amiya. With Kirai entangled by Kenneth and Shiro now deceased, her presence here had lost its significance. With a soft thud, she stepped toward the area outside the magical barrier. The moment her foot crossed the boundary, an ominous sound reached her ears. Bang! A sharp pain radiated from her side, a searing sensation as if something had pierced her flesh. Sora's pupils dilated in shock as she turned her gaze towards the source of the disturbance. There stood Shiro Amiya, gun in hand, firing with a cold, emotionless gaze. The smoke curling from the muzzle bore witness to the events that had transpired. Why is he standing despite lacking breath and heartbeat? How did he close the distance in an instant? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, leaving her unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Before she could utter a word, the only response was the relentless crack of Shiro's gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 20, Confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. As Sora collapsed, Shiro Amiya fired several more rounds into her fallen form. Upon realizing that his adversary had ensnared him with sorcery, he began to seek out those responsible for the arrangement. This situation represented both a perilous crisis and a unique opportunity. If managed deftly, it could lead to a counteraction that might reverse the unfavorable circumstances. The master ultimately had proven to be rather careless. Such a reckless individual possessed myriad methods to eliminate his opponent. Once the body approached a state of near death, the adversary would inevitably reveal their vulnerabilities. By directing his accelerated speed towards this goal, he conjured an image within Sora's consciousness that was akin to instantaneous teleportation. This elucidated why Sora only discerned Sheecher's presence after being struck. The reason lay in the fact that Amiya Sheecher could manipulate his own temporal flow, showcasing the efficacy of his inherent time control. Although this exerted a substantial strain on his body, Sheecher had grown accustomed to it. This time, he exploited the adverse effects of his innate time manipulation to feign a state near to true death, successfully deceiving Sora. He needed to depart swiftly. After confirming that Sora had sustained such dire injuries, Sheecher dared not linger. Given the reactions of the servants, it was evident that they were approaching this direction. He could not afford to squander his command spells unnecessarily. Boom! The domain of sorcery shattered, and driving his vehicle, he made his exit from the scene. What? Sakura Kyoko had been pursuing within the city when she suddenly halted. The contract had begun to fray, and she sensed impending doom. Why must he die? What exactly had that man been safeguarding? Unable to comprehend, Sakura Kyoko was bewildered by the unfolding events. Had her master perished during the time she was in pursuit? The thought of Kenneth's infuriating visage ignited her anger. Always so haughty, yet he could not even protect his own fiancée. Furthermore, Sora's demise was far too abrupt. Sakura Kyoko was entirely unaware of what had transpired on that side. Surely, if danger arose, he could have summoned her with a command spell. How could he have been so swiftly eliminated? Within the city, the sudden shift in demeanor did not escape his notice. He was not versed in orthodox magic, endowed only with a unique ability. Like Data, he perceived the diminishing life force emanating from Sakura Kyoko, just as his own vitality was steadily waning. Should it reach 0, it would signify defeat. Has your partner also fallen? He asked gravely, his expression earnest. Sheecher. Returning to her senses, Sakura Kyoko cast him a sidelong glance, initially intending to retort sharply, only to find that the binding magical circle around her had dissipated. Hurry! At such a tender age, one should not entertain thoughts of murder. Although those words were disheartening, Kyoko Sakura chose not to dwell on them. The perpetual trap had been dismantled, and her hands were finally liberated. In an instant, her figure vanished into the night sky, determined to inspect the location of Sora's demise. Ah, a troublesome matter has been resolved. Next, she turned her attention elsewhere, not concerning herself with the little girl S group. Within her sight lay a disrespectful figure, The insolence shown to this king must be repaid with death. The golden-armored sovereign unleashed a vehement rebuke towards the white emperor. Bang, bang, bang. The hurled blades collided with the energy shield projected by the mech, resulting in a violent explosion. This individual was indeed excessively formidable. At this rate, it would not hold for long. Weber observed the alarms blaring from within the mech and exclaimed loudly. Yet, there was no excessive panic. Lelouch remained silent. His original intent was to gauge the opponent's combat prowess, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. Considering the possibility of deeper hidden cards from the adversary, escalation was not advisable. If necessary, he might have to ally with other servants to eliminate this golden sovereign. Of course, this was merely a frontal solution. After all, while servants may be invincible, their masters are not without vulnerabilities. I shall await news of you and that man, hoping for a satisfactory response. Retreating into the interior of the mech, Lelouch and the towering robot subsequently vanished into the air. Insolent fool. As he watched the opponent disappear behind an energy shield that deflected his assault, Gilgamesh became fixated on the matter. He resolved that in this war, he would personally slay this disrespectful pretender to the throne. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air caught his attention, prompting him to turn slightly. An arrow of light zipped past, leaving a crimson scratch upon his handsome visage. Lowering his gaze, he spotted an adversary in the distance, poised to unleash another arrow with a golden longbow. This foe seemed more qualified as an archer than himself. Has he been summoned away? Realizing the implications, Gilgamesh cast a glance at the vanishing figure of the sword heart. Such an occurrence hinted that Kiritsugu Amiya was encountering difficulties. With his departure, only 4 riders remained on the battlefield. It was evident that the attack aimed at Gilgamesh was timed perfectly with his exit. Undoubtedly, utilizing a bow for such an assault was a calculated provocation. That weapon must have been forged from the bones and blood of a dragon. Was it capable of slaying a dragon imbued with divine concepts? Gazing intently at the bow in hand, Gilgamesh spoke coldly. A dragon? Divinity? Recalling the peculiar great sword he had encountered earlier, he turned his attention to it. In stark contrast to the malevolent dragon sword, this golden longbow emanated an unparalleled divine might. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a hint of the dragon's essence within it. Throughout history, there have been heroes of similar stature, yet whether this is indeed the fabled individual remains uncertain, given the complexities of divine judgment. While legends abound regarding dragons, those possessing true divinity are exceedingly rare. He offered no response, merely drawing the longbow. The weapon he wielded was forged by an artisan after he had vanquished monsters. It undoubtedly bore the essence of both dragon and divine power. After all, it was crafted from the remains of Bahamut, the dragon god, a legendary creature once responsible for cataclysmic calamities on Earth. This was not the first time he had transformed defeated monsters into weapons. Then let this king be your opponent, he declared. What is the true nature concealed beneath your armor? I am most intrigued. Feeling a slight urge to stretch his limbs, Gilgamesh had no intention of departing. He was keen to unveil the true origins of this interesting adversary. Chapter 21, The Death List. Shot dead? Fool, why didn't you call for me? Why act on your own? Kyoko Sakura crouched on the ground, releasing her long spear in frustration. How could such a calamity occur in the brief span she had pursued? Her master had been eliminated unbeknownst to her. With all 7 servants previously gathered, conflict among the masters was inevitable. In this war, it seemed there was only one master wielding firearms, namely, that long-faced scoundrel. What on earth had he been up to? She could sense the dispersal of magical energy. If this continued, she would undoubtedly be forced to withdraw from the war. A servant without a master would vanish due to insufficient magical supply. Kyoko could not accept the notion of losing her qualification in such a humiliating manner. Rising to her feet, she retrieved the orange orb from Sora's pocket. The 3 radiant stars twinkling brilliantly. The Dragon Ball had not been taken. It appeared the adversary had fled, likely considering their swift return. With a resolute expression, Kyoko made her decision. She could not simply vanish. She must immediately seek a suitable contractor, and it was precisely at this moment that fate intervened. Kenneth felt a sharp pain as a sword grazed his right shoulder, his left hand pressed against the bleeding wound. He was on the verge of vanquishing Kiritsugu Amiya. Yet in this moment of peril, Kiritsugu unhesitatingly invoked a command spell. What emerged posed an unimaginable threat to Kenneth. Whoosh! The silvery liquid could not keep pace with the enemy's speed. Not only was it futile to attack, but even defense became a daunting challenge. Swiftly, the sensations were overwhelming. Thud! A blade struck his back, and blood marked his flesh, eliciting an expression of anguish from Kenneth. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to comprehend. He had not remained in this place merely to meet his demise. He sought to buy time for Sola's arrival. Once he signaled the prearranged signal, Sola would come, alleviating any concerns. However, as time passed without a response, his unease grew. Just as he was about to speak, a sword pierced his throat, severing any chance of survival. Thud! The blade withdrew, blood gushing onto the ground, and the sensation of slaughter returned to the heart of the sword. This was a familiar taste. He had felt it before while dispatching foes and high-ranking officials. Opponents far from the caliber of heroic spirits were pitifully fragile before him. Drip! The uncontrolled mercury fell to the ground, transforming into a puddle of sludge. Was it misfortune or fortune? Yet, a blade dedicated to killing had appeared without the protection of a servant, which seemed somewhat overconfident. Wounded, Kiritsugu chuckled softly at the sight of Kenneth, who had been slain by a single thrust to the throat. The renowned Lord of the Clock Tower found himself at a loss against such an adversary. Despite the effort Swordheart expended, the opponent was indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, as Kiritsugu had stated, facing without a servant typically led to a dead end. That lightning-fast movement and fierce swordsmanship could easily annihilate a frail human body. Just then, Swordheart sensed an approaching presence and turned to remain vigilant. A young girl, armed with a spear, appeared in his line of sight. Judging by her appearance, she seemed considerably younger than he. Yet, recognizing her potential, Swordheart did not underestimate her. Most who could become heroic spirits possessed unique skills. Even if the opponent were a mere child, Swordheart, tempered by experience, would not let his guard down. How could they both have fallen so easily? They both wore expressions of dismay. Sakura Kyoko now finds herself in a predicament, her worries compounded by the demise of Sora, her master, which has initiated her countdown to departure. She had intended to seek a temporary magician to alleviate her predicament regarding the lack of a master, but unexpectedly, Kenneth has also succumbed. Thus, her only recourse now lies in extreme measures to replenish her magic through murder or to seek out another living master for a renewed pact. Observing Sakura Kyoko vanish while carrying a corpse, Kenshin felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. He had anticipated an aggressive maneuver from her, yet she departed with such unadorned simplicity. What is the situation over there? Surely the king is engaged in battle himself. Is that so? Though he yearns to witness the clash, it remains beyond his current capacity. Indeed, his confrontation with Amiya Kiritsugu and Kenneth has left Kirai exhausted and considerably weakened. Had he not summoned assistance through a command spell, he might have met his demise. There is no time to concern himself with the ongoing skirmish. It is best to retreat. Standing atop the crater left by the explosion, Amiya Kiritsugu gazed mournfully at the barren ground. He had fallen prey to Kirai's cunning scheme, an unavoidable trap, unless he was willing to forsake Iliasville and the precious Avalon. He was left with no choice. Though he has always prioritized the greater good over personal attachments, the weight of his losses is now palpable. The grief of losing both his wife and assistant is far heavier than he had ever anticipated. Friends from years past, a beloved foster mother, and now it is his wife and aide who suffer the same fate. He had once contemplated relinquishing his unattainable ambitions and retreating with Iliasville and their daughter to a secluded life. Yet, he could never fully commit to such a decision. Now, in the wake of loss, even his resilient heart feels the sting of sorrow. An orange bead slipped from his pocket, rolling onto the ground, the solitary star glimmering in the darkness. As he picked it up, a selfish thought crossed his mind. If not for the pursuit of world peace, perhaps everything could have been salvaged. The grand ideal clashes with personal desires at this moment. Should he persevere in his quest for global harmony, or should he prioritize the survival of his wife and assistant? This agonizing choice looms before him. The brutality of this war begins to unveil itself to all. Casualties are inevitable. It is merely a matter of timing. Those drawn into this conflict, whether unwilling participants or active players, will inevitably become victims. Sora Nazareth, deceased. Kenneth Elmaloy Archibald, deceased. Gul Maya, Dekeset. Aliceville von Einsbands de Mise. Chapter 22, The Celestial Dragon's Flame. Such skill, even among the myriad of heroes, is indeed of the highest caliber. Azam? That cannot be your true name, can it? Gilgamesh remarked with a smirk as he faced his opponent. The onlookers, including Wazir, were momentarily taken aback. This king possesses the ability to see through all things. Although hindered by an unknown force, he can still discern the true names of the lesser beings. Yet I cannot fathom. Even the true name I can glimpse appears to be a mere facade. You possess such strength and presence, yet lack any divine essence. As a human, you are rather unremarkable. The titles once used to address you began to shift, Gilgamesh stated candidly. Based on your displayed prowess, you ought to be a renowned hero throughout history. Yet, as the ancient king, Gilgamesh found no recollection or comparison. In fact, none of the heroes in his memory matched your current caliber. It is hard to fathom that a hero, adept in wielding a variety of weapons such as great swords, spears, magical blades, and bows could be an unknown entity. Such a prodigy, it is no wonder that the self-important Gilgamesh regards you with newfound respect. Even a multitude of gods would pale in comparison to this hero's performance. Still, there was no response, or perhaps words simply eluded him. As he exchanged his longbow for a golden spear, the rising magical energy might be the answer. Is it the liberation of a noble phantasm? Very well. Let this king witness your abilities. Intrigued, Gilgamesh, adorned in golden armor, crossed his arms and awaited as the space behind him rippled. The wind howled fiercely, and Wazir raised his arms to shield himself, faintly perceiving the exaggerated release of magical energy. A white radiance blossomed like smoke. The golden spear emanated blue luminescence, which then transformed into a tangible form behind him. What is this? A dragon? The sight of the azure dragon materializing behind his opponent became evident. Roaring, the dragon's maw gaped wide, seemingly intent on devouring its foe. The celestial dragon's flame. The figure surged forward, a blue comet on the ground transformed into stars, aiming directly at the Golden King. At that moment, Gilgamesh did not take this lightly. He retrieved a defensive, noble phantasm capable of withstanding city-level assaults from his treasury. He would not foolishly rely on his golden armor to absorb this strike. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as a colossal beam of magical energy surged upward from the ground. Like a celestial ascent, the beam of energy pierced beyond the confines of Earth. How exaggerated it seemed. The residual force sent him hurtling through the city, and he clung desperately to a tree in his path, managing to steady himself with great difficulty, leaning on the holy sword embedded in the ground. His figure continued to slip back, the floor beneath him gouged deeply by the friction. Truly, that servant possessed extraordinary power. Even from a distance, Weber could perceive the magical energy soaring skyward. Judging by the might of that strike, it would undoubtedly be intolerable, capable of piercing through both the mech and its pilot. Indeed, it was remarkable. Hence, a direct confrontation was out of the question. The nearly omnipotent warrior was not someone Lelouch intended to provoke openly. He understood that such a formidable adversary could significantly alter the course of events, making cooperation essential. Recognizing the limitations of their current combat strength, Lelouch acknowledged that this was not his first encounter with such a situation. His own combat prowess could hardly be deemed exceptional. In fact, during this conflict, his actual fighting capabilities were regrettably lacking. Aside from his intellect, he had little to offer beyond the enhancements provided by the mech. This aligned perfectly with his character. As in his original world, Lelouch was primarily a paragon of intelligence rather than martial prowess. The Tosaka and Matu families had already deduced the whereabouts of the mastermind behind the scenes, prompting Lelouch to plan for an early preparation. The two uniquely powerful servants were not adversaries he could hope to defeat in direct combat. Crack! After the explosion, nothing remained at the site, and the surrounding crater indicated that the opponent had departed. Just as his celestial dragon's flame was about to breach the defenses, it seemed the enemy had been summoned back by their master's command. The encounter was not concluded. Although that king appeared to have not exerted full effort, interference from the master meant that a clear victor could not be determined at this moment. It was uncertain if another opportunity would arise. Casting a glance at the figure not far off, propped up by their sword yet lacking the will to continue fighting, he realized his own magical energy was nearly depleted. To prolong the battle would necessitate drawing power from Sakura, endangering her in the process. Observing the dissipating figure, he was somewhat stunned to realize the opponent had retreated. He had anticipated an aggressive follow-up, yet it had taken this unexpected turn. He could still faintly sense the presence of that servant, but had no desire to pursue further conflict. This chaotic battle had indeed drained a considerable amount of his magical energy and stamina, and uncertainty loomed regarding whether Kiritsugu and Miu's rescue had been successful. It has been quite some time since I was last summoned. Surely, there is no issue, is there? With no incantation nor call to action. It seems that nothing significant has occurred. Thus, I sheathe my holy sword and don my armor once more. At last, it is over. Was that truly a human? Standing firmly on the ground, I can scarcely believe what I have just endured within the city. These servants resemble humanoid dual monsters, their displays utterly astonishing. How can one possibly achieve victory under such circumstances? I glance at the soul face-down card on my dual disc, a lifeline I have yet to utilize since drawing it. The Soul Relay monster card along with other magic and trap cards have long since been depleted by that little girl. Ultimately, I remain clueless as to how to employ this last remaining card. My life points dwindle, 1234, 1233, 1232, having barely held on with a few cards. Yet I cannot stem this relentless decline. It is only a matter of time before I face annihilation. Ah, how vexing it is, this troublesome predicament. As I walk the streets, attempting to return home, I bury my head in my hands in despair. Upon rounding a corner, my brow furrows in surprise. A small figure squats on the ground, hugging their knees, lost in thought. Upon noticing me, they turn their gaze in my direction. It is you. It is you. The words escape us in unison. Neither of us anticipated this encounter at such a moment. Chapter 23, The Final Resort. Do you still wish to fight? Hey, what are you doing in the street? I merely wish to return home. Observing the other's inclination to engage, I hastily raise my hand to intervene. TCH. Withdrawing from the standoff, Kyoko Sakura presently lacks the inclination to continue this conflict. She must seek a more suitable contractor. Otherwise, her magic will dissipate, leading to her own demise. But who should she seek at this juncture? Certainly not the one responsible for her current plight. She is not well acquainted with the character or disposition of their master. At this moment, she suddenly recalls something previously overlooked. Was it not mentioned that your partner has also perished? You two cannot endure for long, it seems. How fortuitous. I find myself in the same predicament. I can vividly perceive the steadily declining life points, even lower than my own. Before long, this girl will inevitably withdraw due to a lack of magical energy. Has your master also met their end? With a voice tinged with confusion, Sakura Kyoko looked up at the young man ahead of her and inquired, "Indeed, when that murderous fiend summoned me. He met his unfortunate demise by crashing into a wall. Had I not temporarily prolonged my existence with a card, I would have vanished long ago. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seems I am destined to follow in your footsteps. How absurd." She ran her fingers through her hair, realizing that there was truly little recourse available to her in this predicament. "Are you not considering attacking ordinary humans to sustain your existence?" she asked, perhaps coming to understand the older brother who shared her plight. As a servant, one was imbued with pertinent knowledge. By assaulting unsuspecting humans and siphoning their blood or life force, one could replenish their magical energy. In extreme circumstances, a servant without a master might resort to such heinous acts to maintain their presence in the material world. How could I possibly stoop to such a level? I would rather perish here than engage in such behavior. If you intend to pursue that course of action, I will expend my last ounce of strength to prevent you," Shinozaki retorted without the slightest hesitation, simultaneously issuing a grave warning to the girl whose thoughts seemed misaligned. "How peculiar you are," Kyoko chuckled, sensing a strange familiarity about him. She perceived a shadow of Sayaka Miki within him, equally spirited and imbued with a strong sense of justice. What is so amusing?" he queried. "Nothing. I merely found that you bear a striking resemblance to someone I know. Is that so?" Shinozaki felt a twinge of curiosity at her nonchalant demeanor. "Rest assured, I have no intention of harming ordinary people. Even if such an act were successful, that individual would likely raise a ruckus in reprimanding me. Wouldn't they?" As they spoke, a growl from her stomach darkened her expression. Instinctively catching the apple thrown her way, Kyoko paused for a moment, but he simply remarked without a hint of concern, "Just take this to quell your hunger. Why are you giving this to me? I cannot simply ignore you, can I?" His inexplicable kindness left Kyoko bewildered. Why extend a hand to someone who had been his adversary moments before? "Honestly, you're so young. What brings you to participate in such a war? Do you have a wish that must be fulfilled?" Shinozaki pondered, observing the adorable girl devouring the fruit with a mix of curiosity and confusion. "Of course, I have my own reasons. What about you? You appear to be only a couple of years older than I." With that, Kyoko turned her head and countered with a question of her own. She came to rescue her friend, who had transformed into a witch. Conventional methods proved utterly futile, leaving her with no choice but to seek the so-called Dragon Balls. My friend's soul was seized by a band of scoundrels. At that moment, I was invited with the hope of saving them, so I joined with a mindset of mere trial. However, it appears that all hope is lost. There are no secrets. Within the city, I candidly express my thoughts. Witnessing the previous chaotic battle, Given the current circumstances, he stands no chance of acquiring additional Dragon Balls. The stronger the card, the more immense magical power is required to summon it. He is on the verge of extinguishing like a candle in the wind. How can he possibly defeat those monsters with dual monsters? You two are here to save someone? The gnawing motion paused, and Kyoko Sakura found herself momentarily stunned. She gazed blankly at the tall delinquent, her emotions swirling in complexity. Could it be? Are you also? As she looked at the girl before him, Uchino displayed an equally astonished expression. What does this mean? Both having lost their masters and facing potential elimination, their goals seemed eerily similar. This is truly GUH. One could even hear the growl of each other's stomachs. Kyoko Sakura, having only consumed a third of her apple, broke it in half and tossed a portion back. What the heck? You're quite kind-hearted. Although I still have some spare. Realizing that the other was not as unpleasant as she had assumed, Uchino graciously accepted the offering. I'm merely being verbose to avoid owing you a favor. Upon realizing her redundancy, Kyoko Sakura's face flushed as she retorted loudly. Maha, what are you laughing at? Observing the golden-haired youth laughing heartily, Kyoko felt a surge of irritation. No, I'm not laughing at you, merely recalling something amusing. Perhaps my luck remains as unwavering as ever. Suddenly inspired, Uchino clutched his stomach in laughter. Then, under Kyoko Sakura's wary gaze, he produced his dual disc. Watching his actions, she glanced at the passers-by around them, not believing he would suddenly attack. Would you like to try collaborating with me? If we succeed, perhaps we both can continue participating. We're both on the brink of elimination. Is there even a choice? Though uncertain of his confidence, Kyoko Sakura did not outright reject him. At least, she did not find him particularly disagreeable at the moment. So, she chose to give him a chance. Besides, if both were to meet their demise due to the absence of their masters, she was not one to stubbornly refuse any potential solution. Rather than imploring those unfamiliar masters, it would be far more advantageous to collaborate. This was the final card I drew previously, named Soul Relay. It possesses a remarkably extraordinary effect. If successful, it may just allow us to resolve our current predicament. Pointing to the last concealed card on the dual disc, Shirogane smiled slightly and remarked, "Is that an unknown card trick? Such an unusual method of combat. I wonder what sort of hero you truly are." But with no path of retreat remaining, let us proceed. Chapter 24. Subsequent developments. Is this sufficient? I suppose we can consider this a contract established. The connection formed between the servants was something no one could have anticipated. In the deserted park, Shirogane and Sakura Kyoko finally achieved their desired state. Soul Relay was originally intended to alter the conditions for defeat of the duelists through the medium of dual monsters. Yet now, it was repurposed by Shirogane for Sakura Kyoko. The servant. The magical energy not only failed to dissipate, but rather exhibited a potential for recovery. Sakura Kyoko, astonished, could faintly sense the revitalization of her magic. Realizing this was beneficial for both parties. At the very least, they would not face imminent self-destruction. In fact, they possessed enough energy reserves to continue the fight. Having resolved this necessary challenge, Shirogane felt a significant weight lifted. His declining life force had stagnated and begun to rise. However, there was a cost to consider. If your mechanical construct is destroyed or I perish, Sakura Kyoko remarked, glancing at the device on Shirogane's arm, then we essentially share a life. To continue, we must look after one another. Without dwelling on what might come next, Shirogane maintained his composure. The effect of Soul Relay was permanent, meaning as long as Sakura Kyoko remained alive, Shirogane would not be forced to withdraw even if his magical energy were depleted in the absence of a master. Conversely, as long as Shirogane endured, she too would be free from the burdens of a masterless existence, capable of restoring her magic to engage in battle. It could be said that both parties mutually fulfilled each other's needs. Sakura Kyoko, a magical girl, and Shirogane Kitsuya, a duelist. What a peculiar profession, they both chuckled, unable to contain their amusement as they exchanged names. In light of this, I look forward to your guidance, Kyoko. Just call me Kyoko, she replied. No, that feels somewhat odd, akin to a classmate of mine. Is that so? Call me Changsane. Oh, they engage in a rather familiar exchange, devoid of any adult's cautious thoughts. To describe it in the words of others, one might say they had formed an alliance without permission. As for how they would decide the fate of their wishes should they reach the end of this war together, they were not concerned with that at the moment. They would address it when the time came. Looking at each other, both shared this attitude and sentiment. Perhaps this is what is referred to as fate, encounters at the right time, in the right place with the right choices. Upon returning to the Tosaka residence, Kiritsugu Amiya, clutching his injured area, beheld the chaos within. It seemed that the king was displeased. Standing nearby, still grasping the sacred sword Kusanagi, Kenshin discerned the situation inside. Summoning it back without permission would undoubtedly irk Gilgamesh, given his temperament. My teacher truly fails to learn from experience, completely oblivious to the intricacies of human relations. On this note, a slight smile played upon Kiritsugu's lips. Compared to his former self, devoid of desires and merely playing the obedient child, Tosaka Tokiomi now appeared as a jester in his eyes, continuously providing him with fresh insights and amusement. Frankly, he had never anticipated such a handling of affairs. Servants are not mere ordinary familiars. They possess their own thoughts and ideologies. To oppose a servant with the master's whims is clearly to invite misfortune upon oneself. While it is not necessary to acquiesce entirely, maintaining a facade of harmony is essential. Only through unity can master and servant triumph in the brutal struggle. In the grand arena of that king's revelry, to interrupt uninvited was a transgression. Yet it was a testament to Gilgamesh's mercy that he did not immediately turn Tosaka Tokiomi into a pincushion. History has shown what befalls those courtiers who displease a monarch. The outcome is hardly ambiguous. The command spell? It is not an omnipotent solution. At such times, it is prudent to avoid incurring wrath. When a superior is in a furious mood, the best course of action is to steer clear. Thus, Kiritsugu had no intention of approaching Tosaka Tokiomi at that moment. Provoking the king's displeasure would be a grave error. In the ensuing conflict, he would still need to rely on the king's strength to quell the turmoil. Then, I have a task for you. It is imperative that you complete it. It may prove useful to us later. Extracting a map from the drawer and handing it to Kenshin, Kiritsugu spoke. Upon receiving the map, Kenshin noted the inscriptions upon it. This is, have me and Alice died? Just after convening with Kiritsugu, he was met with the most dreadful news. Pupil quake. She could not comprehend how this excursion could result in such a complete loss. The failure to rescue Iliasville was one thing, but the sacrifice of Miyu was an additional burden. Bandaged and solemn, Kiritsugu Amiya found it hard to articulate his thoughts. This was indeed a significant defeat for him. Now, apart from his servant, he truly possessed nothing. Would he continue to fight for his former ideals? Observing the desolate man before her, she understood that he was not at ease. Certainly, did he not harbor any personal desires? It was difficult to fathom how Kiritsugu, who could persist so steadfastly, remained unshaken by the deaths of his wife and assistant. If he were to abandon the fight here, the sacrifices of Iliasville and Miyu would be rendered futile. Rarely, he began to respond, igniting the cigarette perched on his lips. How could he not grasp the metaphor within her words? If the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes, then resurrecting the deceased was not beyond the realm of possibility. In such a scenario, both Iliasville and Miyu could return. However, the price to pay would be the relinquishment of his grand vision of world peace. Undoubtedly, that was a wish achievable only through miracles, one that could not be fulfilled solely by individual effort. In the face of personal happiness, Kiritsugu would choose the happiness of the world, a utopia devoid of conflict, harm, and strife. To pursue the greater good while sacrificing the lesser, that was Kiritsugu Amiya's aspiration. Would this satisfy you? Would this bring you joy? Would Iliasville also find happiness in this? Such inquiries were met with silence. She perceived that this man was not as resolute as he professed. Do not speak any further. Do not continue. Reflecting on the smile of his daughter Iliasville, Kiritsugu found himself wavering. He knew all too well that, despite his ability to prioritize the greater good in the past, he was still unable to let go completely. I will await your answer. Regardless of the outcome, I shall wield my sword to realize your wish. Freed from previous obsessions, he was left with only the goal of fulfilling his master's desires. As a summoned servant. Chapter 25. Objective. Ah, what an exhilarating day it is. Weber, dragging out his words, finished his grooming and approached the dining table, exclaiming. The fierce battle from yesterday lingered vividly in his memory. It was his first experience of such close involvement. Though he merely sat within the mech, he had nonetheless personally witnessed the confrontation of the heroic spirits, more exhilarating than he had imagined. The combat prowess of the servants surpassed the expectations of the magicians by a considerable margin. Had he found himself in such an environment, he would likely not have survived even a second. Today, a female corpse was discovered in Fuyuki Plaza, riddled with bullets. The identity of the deceased is still being confirmed. Concurrently, an explosion occurred nearby. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant. The television broadcasts the news as Weber silently observes the bloodstains on the screen. He comprehends the gravity of this broadcast. A master was murdered yesterday, and it was someone he knew. It is far from the simplistic narrative presented in the news. There was only one casualty at the scene. His own mentor, Kenneth, was also among the victims. The esteemed teacher, renowned for his erudition, met his demise yesterday, and the woman discovered was his fiancée. In retrospect, Weber still shudders at the thought. Previously, there had been no sacrifices, but when confronted with the stark reality, especially involving an acquaintance, he truly grasped how close death lurked. This war for wishes is painfully tangible. A moment's neglect could render him another inhabitant of another world. With a heavy heart, he appeared troubled. "Are you afraid?" inquired his servant, seated across on the sofa. The elegant posture, coupled with the graceful way of serving tea, evoked an inexplicable sense of depth in Weber. Yet he pondered the purpose of his presence here. Exhibiting no facade, he sighed and responded. Initially, he had come merely because his paper was harshly criticized by his mentor Kenneth. And upon learning that Kenneth would assist his fiancée in participating in the Dragon Ball War, he felt compelled to join out of youthful defiance. It was a matter of proving his worth in response to being looked down upon. If he were to triumph over Kenneth in this war, would that not validate his abilities? This notion was the initial impetus that led him to this place, without consideration for the consequences, leaving him to grapple with a retrospective confusion. "Speaking of which, what is your wish? It seems you have yet to share it with me," remarked Lelouch, glancing at the news report on the television. "A wish, huh? To be honest, I'm not quite sure myself," Weber replied, his expression forlorn as he struggled to articulate an answer. To become the strongest magician? To ascend as the ruler of the world? Or to acquire what is deemed wealth? Such unattainable aspirations felt distant to him. To prove his own talents? Gaining the approval of others? Becoming a dependable adult? Lelouch's sudden interjection nearly caused the tea he had just sipped to spew forth. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he instinctively wished to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "How do you understand me so well? Is this also a reflection of the Emperor's cunning?" After a considerable pause, having calmed his tumultuous emotions, Weber spoke with resignation. "Well, although our acquaintance is still brief, your true nature is rather easy to discern. This is precisely why I trust you." Setting down his cup and intertwining his fingers beneath his chin, Lelouch responded with a soft chuckle. "You've always sought to prove yourself to that magician named Kenneth, haven't you? Yet now, with a teacher who surpasses you in skill having met with misfortune, the insecurities you harbor remain, leading to self-doubt. Upon hearing the news of his demise, you feel foolish for your previous obstinacy, as the fervor that once burned within you dissipates in an instant. The participants in this war, both masters and servants, would inevitably glean information through various channels. The evolution from initial misunderstanding to clarity marks a significant turning point in their relationship. You are not mistaken," he continued thoughtfully. "Upon reflection, the paper I submitted contained flaws. I should not have been so blunt. Perhaps he was only challenging me as a means of safeguarding my interests. This is a common human folly, only realizing the value of something after it is lost." Leaning back against the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, Weber felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Losing one's objective can indeed breed confusion and despair. For adolescents, such setbacks are an inevitable part of growing up. Conversely, you have achieved far more than I could ever dream. Ascending to the throne at such a young age is a monumental aspiration. Summoning the Emperor of Britain is an immense honor for Weber. Even as an emperor, I am still but a man. As a man, I too experience troubles. In that regard, we are not so different. Once, I was merely an ordinary student. Understanding that his companion had lost their pursuit, Lelouch proceeded to offer guidance. "If you feel that you currently lack something to strive for, perhaps it would be wise to pause and observe your surroundings. Look to others for inspiration, and then inquire within yourself about what your dreams truly are. At the very least, during this ongoing conflict, I possess the strength to protect you." A sense of inexplicable resolve stirred within Weber, and his spirits unexpectedly lifted. Meanwhile, Shiro Amiya strolled onto the street, casting a glance towards a certain intersection cordoned off with police tape. That very place was the battleground where the servants clashed yesterday. The church has imposed a blockade and is addressing the aftermath. Though the forces are formidable, little Sakura remains vulnerable. Through the news, Yagakuro has only grown increasingly worried about the young girl at home. The sacrifice of a master is no jest. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Sakura's fragility cannot be overlooked. Should she be discovered by other masters or their servants, peril would inevitably ensue. The most prudent course of action would be to remain hidden or bring an early end to the conflict. The former is surely unfeasible, while the latter holds a glimmer of possibility. The Golden Servant, who is proving difficult to subdue, is under the command of Tosaka Tokiomi. If Tokiomi were to be eliminated, victory would be easily within reach. Gradually, a bold plan began to form in the mind of Korea Matu as he aimlessly wandered the streets. Even as a non-master, he could still play a role in aiding the others. To protect Sakura, he would not hesitate to dirty his hands, even if it earned him the ire of others. That would be a trivial concern. Chapter 26. Schemes. So, the actual master has long since perished? Indeed, temporarily seeking refuge within the church. Tokiomi learned of internal affairs from Kiriai's father, Kirai Ryugi. He had just endured a tirade from Gilgamesh, his magical workshop meticulously arranged at home now, in ruins, and could only hide here for the time being. It was anticipated that without locating ley lines or other means to replenish his mana, he would soon be forced to withdraw. The master has also perished, and there have been no indications of her forming new contracts with other masters, which is of little concern. As long as Kirai can collaborate and devise a strategy to defeat them, victory is assured. As the overseer of this conflict, Ryugi should maintain an impartial stance to ensure the proceedings. However, his relationship with Tokiomi has led to a bias towards favoritism. When the judge colludes with the participants, it is inherently unfair to others. Yet, the master remains elusive, with no news to date. While it is speculated to be the influence of the Matu family, they are undetectable. The most enigmatic faction, Tosaka Tokiomi, is equally troubled. Initially, he intended to lure them out under the guise of an alliance. Yet his attempts were met with indifference. The relationship between the Tosaka and Matu families has not been particularly hostile. The current circumstances remain unclear. Quite simply, I possess a method that can draw them out. Upon hearing this, Ryugi's face broke into a smile. Oh, Tosaka Tokiomi, trusting Ryugi, recognized that if he dared to speak, a plan must surely be in place. You need only instruct Kirai to pursue and eliminate one of them. Upon hearing this, Tokiomi Tosaka initially furrowed his brow, only to later relax it. He had likely grasped that Kirai Kodomine harbored some ulterior motives, due to the depletion of magical energy and the loss of their master. These two servants were already teetering on the brink of withdrawal. Should they be subjected to further assaults from other servants, their survival would necessitate extreme measures. At that moment, it would be the church's opportunity to intervene. With a benevolent countenance still adorned with a smile, Kirai continued, stating that upon any servant being compelled to slaughter innocents to replenish their magical energy, the church would issue a warrant, commanding other masters and servants to unite for a collective hunt. Subsequently, participants would be rewarded with a command spell. I am confident that no master would refuse such an incentive, and at that juncture, I could assist you in confirming the identity of the master firsthand. Moreover, it would provide a legitimate means to replenish a command spell. Indeed, the old man's calculations aligned perfectly with Tokiomi's own thoughts. Thus, the opportunity was rare and must be seized before any new contracts were forged with other masters. With the necessary strength, coercing those two servants would not pose a challenge. This plan was remarkably flawless, contingent only upon the absence of new masters. Otherwise, the entire premise would collapse. It would lure the masters while eliminating unstable elements or forcing their withdrawal, even replenishing a command spell. A trifecta of success. Afterward, it would merely require a diversion to assassinate their master, leading to monumental success. Once the primary threat was eliminated, the remaining foes would pose little danger. With a slight curve at the corners of his mouth, Tokiomi could faintly envision a victorious future. The root, an aspiration coveted by all magicians. This time, Tokiomi Tosaka would undoubtedly succeed. I shall contact Kirai and instruct him to pursue the target. How goes the mission? Found them, and more than expected. Excellent. Do not alarm anyone for now. Return at once, as there is a new task from the teacher. Upon receiving Tokiomi's call, Kirai summoned his servant, Saber. A pursuit? Upon hearing of a new task, Saber expressed a hint of doubt. The teacher specifically instructed that it be merely a pursuit and not a kill. One of those two servants needs to be pushed to the brink of death. Kirai explained slowly, sensing that it was not as straightforward as it appeared. The keen instincts of a killer alerted Saber to an intricate web of conspiracies lurking beneath the surface. To prepare for subsequent actions, the teacher intended to utilize the servant to bait the master, forcing one of those two servants to contravene the rules, thus rallying others to encircle them. In other words, The intention is to compel me to incite the servant to slay innocent civilians? With a cold glint in his eyes, Kenshin discerned the intentions of the group surrounding him. As a summoned servant, he was acutely aware of the existence of opportunities that involved killing to replenish mana. However, such choices were only made under extreme circumstances. The discontent on your face was palpable. Naturally, as a member of the Batsai in the past, Kenshin might have disregarded such matters, but his experiences with Ba had fostered a deep aversion to involving innocent parties. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never resort to the senseless slaughter of the uninvolved. Moreover, the coercion of other servants into committing atrocities against ordinary people was something Kenshin could never condone. Do not refuse just yet. I will not employ command seals. The coldness in the opponent's gaze was unmistakable. Kiritsugu Amiya, to some extent, understood the temperament of this servant and chose to express his stance first. As a priest of the church, I too abhor such methods. However, I cannot oppose the actions of my teacher and father at this moment. You must comprehend my predicament. Feeling an increasing awareness of the significance of emotions, Kiritsugu discovered the right approach to persuasion. Thus, we may comply, yet we need not adhere to their prescribed forms. It must be said that Kiritsugu's subtle approach effectively quelled Kenshin's murderous intent. The crux of the matter lay in the need for a semblance of guilt. How often have baseless accusations been levied in ancient times? In silence, Kenshin grasped the essence of Kiritsugu's words. This perspective and course of action were considerably more palatable to him. It was not imperative for him to actually kill ordinary people. He merely needed to give the appearance of pursuing them, witnessing one of his comrades commit murder against innocents. Subsequently, the church would step in to validate the charges, thereby justifying the summoning of other masters and servants to hunt down the accused. The actual truth of whether the accused had indeed slain any innocents was of no consequence. They were merely pawns in a grander scheme. Regardless of the self-justification or narrative spun, they could not escape the consequences of being manipulated. The teacher has dispatched a familiar to locate the target. Once the position is ascertained, you will be informed to take action. You must remain on alert and prepared. Observing Kenshin with an impassive expression, Kiritsugu experienced a profound sense of trepidation. The palpable aura of malice emanating from Kenshin was undeniable, a testament to his reputation as the manslayer of the Batsai. Any hesitation or stubbornness on his part would inevitably lead to a swift and fatal consequence before the command seals could be invoked. Chapter 27, Alliance of Two British Kings. After adjusting his attire, Weber was now exceedingly anxious. Just moments ago, he had received a response from his master, expressing a desire to meet and discuss the matter of an alliance. Although he had been granted the autonomy to choose, it was evident that there was a certain utility in this for him. Reflecting on the tarnished reputation of Kiritsugu Amiya, Weber could not claim to be unafraid. He was indeed a ruthless individual known for resorting to any means necessary to eliminate mages within the magical community. To associate with him was akin to courting danger. Taking a deep breath to calm his inner turmoil, he engaged in a self-reassurance. Once he felt his emotions stabilized, he stepped out of the room. After a prolonged wait, he declared, "We may now proceed." Observing the individual before him, dressed casually in long sleeves, Weber spoke candidly, "It is commendable that you show no signs of retreat. I hope you can maintain your composure when we meet." Casting a glance at Weber's earnest demeanor, Lelouch replied, "After all, I am your master. I shall not bring you disgrace." "That is reassuring," Kiritsugu remarked, seated at a table outside a CF, his gaze fixed on the duo. Choosing such a conspicuous location could be interpreted as a gesture of sincerity, I suppose. This is a shopping district. Should any conflict arise, the surrounding patrons would undoubtedly be drawn into the fray. Naturally cautious by nature, Kiritsugu was aware of the safety of the vicinity. The mage assassin, Kiritsugu Amiya, had taken the lives of numerous mages but had never intentionally harmed innocents. Although he might have desired to eliminate Weber at this moment, he would never act in such a manner on these streets. Much more composed than he had anticipated, Weber sat elegantly in his chair, maintaining a practiced demeanor. He knew he must not reveal any signs of discomfort, as that would easily undermine his position of equality. Kiritsugu's hand, poised to reach for a cigarette, hesitated midair. He recognized that Weber had likely gathered information about him. The mere fact that someone daring enough to propose an alliance after learning of his past flashed numerous methods of killing Weber through Kiritsugu's mind. Yet, under the current circumstances, it would be imprudent. Moreover, he required external assistance in this endeavor. From the previous chaotic battle, it was evident that they were part of the same faction. Given the strengths of the two groups, Should they choose to fight independently, they would likely be overwhelmed. Not to mention, simply delaying the other group's servants while attempting to eliminate their masters would be an insurmountable challenge. Considering this, Kiritsugu agreed to meet. However, the nature of the alliance would depend on the performance of Weber and his master. The disciple of Kenneth had previously experienced conflict with his mentor at the clock tower, yet now displayed no signs of animosity toward Kiritsugu. The indirect cause of his misfortune. Was it ignorance, or merely a fade of indifference? With little regard for formality, Lelouch seized the food on the table and began to eat, sipping his coffee while observing the situation with a mix of surprise and intrigue. He had never encountered such a voracious individual before. Let us get to the crux of the matter. The lit cigarette rested beneath the chair as Kiritsugu was curious to hear what his counterpart might articulate. There was no need for superfluous words. You are undoubtedly aware of the situation. Regarding the impending conflict, I hope both parties can forge a temporary alliance. Weber placed his hands crossed upon the table and began to speak. He had been entrusted with the full authority to manage these negotiations. Thus he must approach them with utmost seriousness. He adjusted the tuft of hair atop his head, casting a perplexed glance at the leisurely individual savoring coffee, finding the situation rather peculiar. Attempting to decipher his counterpart's intentions, Kiritsugu found it challenging to grasp what this emperor aimed to achieve. Although unaware of his true name, his demeanor suggested he was undeniably a former monarch of Britain. Historically speaking, Britain's past is not particularly extensive, and should one choose to trace its rulers, they might uncover similar identities. However, it seemed that this young British sovereign was somewhat distinct, aligned with the same faction. The masters behind them, Tosaka Tokiomi and Kirai Kodomine, shared a mentor-disciple relationship. A singular combination would struggle to contend with them. You would not wish to face a sudden assault from two servants, would you? This holds true for you as well. His eyes remained eerily devoid of emotion. This mature man remained unmoved. While I am uncertain of your ultimate desires, it is inconceivable that you would allow yourself to withdraw midway. Moreover, the deaths of your wife and assistant, as well as that of my teacher and his fiancée, are irrefutable truths. This conclusion was drawn from the intelligence gathered by Weber and his own reflections. To form an alliance, one must present conditions capable of stirring the other party's interest. The foremost requirement is parity in status, followed by the dominance of discourse, and finally, the content of the agreed terms. A mere verbal alliance bears no binding force. Amiya Kiritsugu, with his unwavering rationality, would undoubtedly not reject the friendship extended towards him. After all, no other faction would be willing to ally with this Magus assassin. Furthermore, he lacked the capability to confront both adversaries simultaneously. Joining forces would merely extricate him from his predicament. This evident advantage serves as the most compelling incentive. Unable to decline, Kiritsu's lifeless gaze fixated upon the composed youth ahead, aware of his own position. From the outset of these negotiations, he found himself at a disadvantage. His opponents saw through him clearly. Aside from a master who had yet to reveal himself, the other servants' masters were unequivocally foes he could not hope to ally with. The group that first extended goodwill is also pressing him to take a stance. It is a choice between allying with me or retreating to negotiate with the unseen master. The former presents a current reality, while the latter is fraught with uncertainty. Should he decline the alliance, it would signify the emergence of yet another troublesome adversary. As for the prospect of open conflict, Kiritsugu is reluctant to gamble on whether it would be swifter to confront together or for him to discover a more advantageous ally. From the outset, he had no choice but to recognize the intentions of the emperor before him, leading Kiritsugu to comprehend the situation. The silence is warranted, as there is no need for words. As long as he is not obstinate, a mutually beneficial outcome is assured. Particularly, Kiritsugu is a rationalist and a staunch realist. Unless he were to abandon his customary approach and lose his clarity of thought, he would never utter a refusal. Thus, let us meticulously outline the details of our alliance. From his pocket, Kiritsugu retrieved a pre-prepared scroll of sheepskin, placing it upon the table as he spoke. This document was the parchment for a magical contract. Chapter 28, New Cards. It is a binding agreement utilized by magicians, designed to prevent any breach of contract, and typically employed to establish mutual restrictions and transactions. Observing the two scrolls Kiritsugu produced, Weber felt a slight easing of tension within. Given that the other party had taken such a step, it essentially indicated consent. The next step will be to negotiate the terms both parties must adhere to. After swallowing his food, Weber felt an odd sense of tranquility. According to Kiritsugu's usual conduct, the two should not be so harmonious. in his line of sight. Kiritsugu reclined in his chair, observing everything with a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. The conversation proceeded regarding their alliance, ultimately culminating in a pact. The successful implementation of the following conditions will transform the vow into a binding ritual, without exception. The agreement detailed the conditions under which Kiritsugu and Weber would assist one another. With the content verified, both parties inscribed their names on their respective sheepskin parchments. The contract was established. This marked the first step forward. Finally completing this perilous milestone, Weber suddenly perceived Kiritsugu as less intimidating than he had anticipated. The other party seemed to be a reasonably normal individual. Though they would undoubtedly become foes in the future, for now, he would extend his courtesy. As the proceedings drew to a close, she appeared quite lively, delighted to engage with this enigmatic king of Britain. This is what I ought to say. I hope you all will take more responsibility. Rising to his feet, Lelouch refrained from immediately exposing the flaws in the agreement, instead wearing a smile. Kiritsugu Amiya stood up directly and turned to leave without a word. I hope we can communicate so peacefully again next time. Watching the master depart in a hurry, one could only follow suit. Although he was known as a Magus killer, he remained fundamentally human. Observing Kiritsugu vanish into the crowd, Waver collapsed into his chair, finally relieved from the facade he had been maintaining. Being deceived by such a simple disguise, leading to a lapse in vigilance, indicated that he was not far from being out of the game. Yet, the mocking tone left Waver momentarily stunned. Without delving into other matters, take a good look at the agreement you signed with him. Its content is evidently fraught with issues. Unaware of the implications, Waver picked up Kiritsugu's document and examined it for a while. You are indeed too naive, he thought. Kiritsugu feigned an innocuous demeanor solely to divert your attention, causing you to overlook even the most crucial details. Pointing to a particular clause, Lelouch reminded him, during the duration of the alliance, neither Kiritsugu Amiya nor Waver Velvet is permitted to harbor intentions or actions to harm one another. You wouldn't believe that this mere stipulation would prevent him from killing you, would you? The entire oath lacks any restrictions on their servants. Upon hearing this, Waver finally grasped the situation. While Kiritsugu could not harm him due to the agreement, he was not bound by the same limitation. This meant that whenever Kiritsugu wished to renege on the pact, he could seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Waver exclaimed, his face flushed as he slammed his hands on the table in frustration. He felt vexed. He had initially thought their first diplomatic endeavor was flawless, but it seemed he had indeed underestimated the complexity of the situation. Do not fret. The terms of the contract, while advantageous for him, can also be utilized by us. Every situation possesses duality. The reason Lelouch did not expose the flaws on the spot was that he himself harbored ulterior motives. If a perfectly crafted agreement were established, he would have worried about lacking opportunities to act. Therefore, upon witnessing such a rudimentary contract, both Kiritsugu and Lelouch breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could maintain a certain degree of mutual assistance while retaining some operational leeway. This was the optimal scenario. From this perspective, Waver's naive and youthful intentions sustaining the alliance to such an extent were, in Lelouch's view, rather commendable. This also elucidated why he remained silent during their negotiations. Before the meeting, it seemed you all had meticulously planned every detail. Lelouch's indifferent expression led Weber to one undeniable conclusion. The covenant he had painstakingly crafted was merely a formality in the eyes of both parties. To put it plainly, the execution was all that mattered. The process was inconsequential, and the outcome was predetermined. The intricacies of scheming and intrigue weighed heavily on the young Weber, who finally grasped the significance of those 4 words. He truly lacked understanding in matters of sentiment. Something felt amiss. Noticing the cards being arranged on the table by Yutina, Kyoko Sakura sprang up from the sofa. What is the matter? She inquired, glancing at the meticulously laid-out cards above. No, although I finally have 2 familiar allies. The other cards are rather peculiar. Picking up 2 monster cards, Kyoko noticed their names, Red Ice Black Dragon and Time Wizard. Merely gazing at them, she could sense the immense power contained within. Her attention drifted to other cards, those vibrant red and green ones she had encountered before, Skill Drain, Dark Dimension Wave, Chains of the Underworld, and Monster Reborn. It was hard to fathom that such diminutive cards concealed such formidable strength. Though unable to decipher the descriptions, Kyoko dared not underestimate them. She had learned that lesson the hard way. Where are you off to? She asked. Just going out to grab some food. After a while Yutina continued examining the cards, Kyoko suddenly noticed her heading toward the door. Don't go stealing, okay? Of course not, Kyoko retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. Reminiscent of Sayaka, interacting with these overly righteous individuals required her constant restraint. Having become a magical girl after her family fell apart, Kyoko had resolved never to use her powers for others. In her tumultuous experience, utilizing her abilities for anyone but herself seemed rather foolish. It was during this time that the foolish Sayaka had appeared before her. Well, that's not so bad. It's quite remarkable that there are two such fools in this world. Reflecting on Sayaka and Yutina's similar dispositions and attitudes, Kyoko couldn't help but smile as she stepped outside. If given the chance, she would love to introduce the two of them. Chapter 29, Implementation. Speaking of which, doesn't this street seem a bit desolate? As she strolled down the street, Sakura Kyoko observed the various shops gradually closing their doors, a peculiar sight indeed. Uncle, it's just like usual, she remarked upon arriving at a familiar fruit store, where she habitually purchased a bag of apples. Ah, it's you. Just in time. As I was about to close up shop, the shopkeeper replied warmly, recognizing the young girl who had recently moved to the area. He knew her to be a somewhat reclusive child with a fondness for apples, often seen wandering near the shopping district. Has something happened? Kyoko inquired, her voice muffled by a blade of grass she held between her teeth as she handed over the local currency she had obtained from Sora. Haven't you seen the news or the announcement from the church? A young foreign woman recently lost her life, he explained, concern etched on his face. Some say the murderer is still lurking in Fuyuki City, causing quite a stir among the locals. The church has advised everyone to stay indoors, especially in deserted areas. As a result, many shops are closing earlier than usual, fearful of encountering trouble. Handing her the bag of apples, the shopkeeper kindly cautioned, you should be careful too. It's best not to wander around too late. Understood. Thank you, Uncle, Kyoko replied, her eagerness evident as she took a bite of one of the apples from the bag. With a nod of appreciation, she left the store and continued her walk down the street. A world without witches. How delightful, she mused, chewing on the apple while glancing enviously at the children being led home by their parents. Her own world was fraught with danger due to the existence of witches, and it was the duty of magical girls to combat them. The eradication of witches was the sole purpose of magical girls. However, one fateful day, she stumbled upon a harrowing truth. The magical girls who maintained the semblance of peace were, in fact, the very witches they sought to eliminate. The more one wielded magical power, the closer one drew to succumbing to the darkness of witchhood. No one could predict what would transpire before their souls were irrevocably tainted. Kyoko had witnessed this grim transformation firsthand, as her comrade, Sayaka Miki, fell from being a magical girl to becoming a witch. The thought of having to confront her afterward was unbearable. Kyoko refused to accept such a fate. She was determined to save her. Even though the contractee, known as QB, claimed there were no precedents for success, Kyoko resolved to defy the odds. I will save you, she vowed. Clutching her soul gem tightly, Sayaka Miki murmured softly, if the Dragon Balls truly possessed such extraordinary powers, then surely they could revert someone from being a witch. It was for this purpose that Sayaka had been summoned. However, the journey proved far more arduous than she had anticipated. She found herself confronted by foes even more formidable than witches. Ah, indeed, nothing can ever be accomplished so easily. The mere thought of the individual she had witnessed that day caused her a headache. It could only be said that she had underestimated the so-called Dragon Ball War and the heroes summoned from various realms. Well, one step at a time, as Shinjiro had advised. Eventually, a solution would emerge. Was someone heading towards the shopping district alone? After Tosaka, Tokiomi called back Kirai Kodomine, he received intelligence from his familiar. Discovering a servant who was not deliberately concealing themselves was, in fact, quite simple. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that he had indeed located them. But the meaning behind their leisurely stroll after losing their master was perplexing. Logically, upon losing the master, one would immediately seek out a new contract with the current master, lest they dissipate due to insufficient magical energy. Did they possess the ability to act independently? No, teacher, even if they had such capability. It could not justify their casual stroll while munching on an apple. At this juncture, Kirai Kodomine felt it prudent to offer a gentle reminder. They were all facing the imminent threat of retreat. Surely, even the most composed individual would not remain so unperturbed. Although they had yet to find a target, there was still potential to exploit the situation, albeit with the necessity of further observation for safety. Undoubtedly, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Tosaka Tokiomi glanced at the father-son duo beside him, feeling a stir of intrigue. For him, initiating plans sooner would allow him to ascertain the dynamics of their master-servant relationship and thus seize the upper hand. as the two elders turned their attention towards him. Kirai Kodomine could only instruct his sword, Kinsei, to carry out their course of action. With such lingering doubts, Kirai felt an unsettling dissonance. Their seemingly effortless demeanor was highly suspect. Although it was intentional to cast aspersions upon them, he hoped that no unforeseen complications would arise. Swiftly, a figure darted through alleys and along the streets, moving in a manner imperceptible to others. The modern structures provided better concealment than those from the Edo period. After several frantic pursuits, Kinsei finally pinpointed the target. Hidden in the shadows, amidst the desolate streets, Kinsei sprang forth, drawing the divine sword strapped to his waist. Upon perceiving the extraordinarily swift figure, Sakura Kyoko instantly conjured a spear and donned her attire, simultaneously relinquishing the bag she had been holding. The clash resounded as crimson and ebony shadows intertwined, igniting sparks with the meeting of spear and sword. "You, scoundrel!" Jinshin, taken aback, gazed at the blade's tip halted at his throat, unable to advance even a fraction. Not only had she skillfully diverted the spear's trajectory with precision, but she had also ensnared his sword with a chain of thorns forged from her magical energy, preventing any further movement. You sneaky bastard." In the face of this unexpected assault, Sakura Kyoko exhibited no intention of courtesy. The surge of her magic momentarily repelled her adversary, creating a slight distance, before she lunged forward with her spear. With a resounding thud, Jinshin deflected the thrust with his divine sword. Yet before he could react, a new assault was upon him. The spear's tip morphed and transformed, striking downwards in a swift motion. This unforeseen attack compelled Jinshin to retreat precipitously. Despite his efforts, the fabric of his left shoulder was torn, revealing a shallow wound. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the spear might have pierced through him. Witnessing the spear's remarkable adaptability, Jinshin encountered such a wondrous weapon for the first time. A spear that can elongate and reshape? Chapter 30. Something's amiss. Assuming a defensive stance, he remained vigilant. The individual before him appeared youthful, yet seemingly did not conform to his initial assumptions of being easily subdued. That peculiar movement style, perhaps? He mused. I've already lost my master, yet here I am, entangled in this predicament. Realizing the identity of his assailant, Sakura Kyoko found herself perplexed. Logically, other masters should not provoke a servant who had lost their master so readily, unless compelled by a desire to recruit. However, it was evident that this encounter was driven by a lethal intent. Doubts lingered regarding the underlying motives of her opponent. "You don't seem inclined to speak," she remarked. "Then I shall have to defeat you first." Fortunately, her contract with Shirogane ensured she would not find herself in a dire situation. The stored magical energy was ample enough for her to engage in a formidable battle. As she observed her opponent approaching rather than fleeing, Jinshin was filled with skepticism. He was already locked in combat, parrying the spear while deftly maneuvering to evade successive attacks. Yet the more they fought, the more he sensed an anomaly. In his recollection, he should have been the one relentlessly pressuring his foe, forcing them to flee in disarray. However, her composed demeanor instilled an unsettling premonition within him. "Watch out, watch out, watch out." The spear thrusts and whirls incessantly, its shifting form capable of maneuvering like nunchaku. Even the battle-hardened Kenshin must evade such a marvelous weapon in close quarters. This was the first time he had encountered a spear with such versatility. The young girl, though clad in attire that perplexed the eye, exhibited a commendable skill in combat, certainly not a mindless individual brandishing her spear indiscriminately. She possessed a remarkable agility. Despite not facing an overtly aggressive assault, Sakura Kyoko found herself unable to inflict any harm upon her opponent. The speed of this person was simply too great. It was exceedingly challenging to constrain her with just the spear in hand. In that case, let us try this. With a swift motion, thorny chains emerged, forming a square cage that ensnared Kenshin within, constricting and expanding around him. Now you cannot evade. By occupying the space for evasion, she could ensure a hit without fail. However, in the next moment, she witnessed Kenshin's extraordinary swordsmanship. The afterimages of his blade flickered, severing the imprisoning thorn chains with ease, collapsing them to the ground like dispersed smoke. Staring in astonishment at Kenshin, Sakura Kyoko was taken aback by his prowess. Yet before she could ponder further, Kenshin had already charged toward her. Instinctively, she created distance, directing the thorn chains to attack from all directions. Clang! Clang! Yet, as soon as she approached, Kenshin's divine sword, bestowed by the heroic king, effortlessly sliced through them one by one. Such a remarkable weapon proved exceedingly advantageous. Had it been his previous blade, it would have been arduous to wield with such effortless precision. Experiencing the significance of a good weapon for the first time, Kenshin silently took note. What a formidable opponent. As she found herself once again in close proximity, Sakura Kyoko unleashed another spell. Dozens of clones emerged, surrounding Kenshin. Yet, despite being encircled by so many, he remained utterly composed, exuding an aura of calm. In the face of the advancing clones, Kenshin responded with a tinge of regret. How unfortunate. The flying sword style excels at combating multiple foes. Within her view, the seemingly unassuming swordsman wielded his weapon with such finesse, dispatching the approaching clones in the blink of an eye. This spectacle was so extraordinary that it left Sakura Kyoko utterly awestruck. It resembled the animated shows or classic films she had seen before. The swordsman before her was undeniably valiant. What era's master of swordsmanship was he? Taking a leap back, Sakura Kyoko found herself in turmoil. How could it feel as if even a mere servant surpassed her? The magician within the city could be excused, but why is the assassin so remarkably formidable? As the Mercedes glided through the streets, Sakura Kyoko harbored no intentions of engaging further. The strength displayed was utterly extraordinary. In contrast, Sayaka's technique of throwing knives and her direct confrontations with swordsmen paled in comparison to the true mastery of swordsmanship exhibited by the individual before her. Though she could undoubtedly close the gap with earnest effort, Kenshin chose not to pursue that course. After all, this outing was not genuinely aimed at taking a life. Indeed, no matter how one scrutinized it, the true identity remained inscrutable. Kiritsugu Amiya and Tosaka Tokiomi, along with their familiars, observed the scene with keen interest. Beyond ensuring the necessity of their plan, they sought to gather intelligence on this enigmatic girl. Her doppelganger, the thorn-like chains, the versatile spear, and her striking crimson hair adorned with a peculiar attire made it challenging to ascertain her origins as a hero. This was not merely a reflection of Tosaka Tokiomi and his companions' limited experiences. Rather, the characteristics of this individual did not align with their preconceived notions of heroes. After all, heroic spirits are, in essence, legendary figures who achieved great deeds in life and became mythic after death. Ultimately, even without clarity regarding her true name, it posed no significant issue. They had effectively coerced her into a position of retreat. Any extreme actions on her part could easily be construed as evidence of wrongdoing. Listening to the scheming plans of his father and mentor, Kiritsugu Amiya remained silent. He harbored a significant question since earlier, yet refrained from voicing it out of respect. How could she possess such stamina and engage in multiple exchanges? It was essential to recognize that she had lost her master. In this state of being without a master, maintaining a standoff for such an extended period was rather unusual. The distinction between a master and a servant is substantial. A master can enhance the servant's capabilities, causing variations in parameters such as strength, endurance, agility, magical power, luck, and noble phantasms based on the individual master's attributes. Take Kenshin, for example. Her agility was unparalleled, while the ancient King Gilgamesh had only a fraction of that prowess. Thus, in theory, a servant with a master should hold a significant advantage over one without, aside from the convenience of magical energy supply. Yet, despite all observations, there seemed to be no signs of any diminishment in her abilities. This left Kiritsugu Amiya with an unsettling feeling that there were unknown factors at play. Chapter 31. The Call to Surround and Annihilate. It was perplexing. What was her true intention? As the Mercedes navigated the surrounding alleys, evading attack after attack, though her body bore numerous wounds, she had yet to encounter a fatal blow. Upon realizing that her opponent did not genuinely intend to take her life, Sakura Kyoko found herself engulfed in doubt. It seemed that there was an ulterior motive for their presence here. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she cast a glance at her adversary, who was gazing back at her from short distance away. The weapon they wielded was astoundingly sharp, complemented by a swordsmanship so swift that it was nearly unstoppable. It was exceedingly challenging for her to confront this assassin head-on. Victory, it seemed, would only be attainable if she were willing to unleash her most formidable noble phantasm. Yet, what consequences would that entail? Kyoko could not ascertain. After all, willingly succumbing to witchification felt exceedingly perilous. Indeed, her greatest reliance was the soul-based noble phantasm she acquired upon becoming a heroic spirit, witchification. The moment she activated it, she would transform into a witch. Having faced such entities numerous times and witnessed Sayaka's fate, she found it hard to trust this noble phantasm. Should she employ it, the resulting witchification could bring calamity upon this city, leading to dire consequences. This apprehension was precisely why, despite her repeated setbacks, Sakura Kyoko remained reluctant to utilize it. With a sharp thud, she parried the incoming blade with her spear, gritting her teeth and enduring the assault. Fortunately, she was not alone in this battle. With a clang, the divine sword was deflected, and the steadfast swordsman, Ken, firmly grounded himself, his focus unwavering. Recognizing this, Ken felt a surge of curiosity. What transformation had taken place within the opponent to warrant such a change? He could faintly hear the communication from Kiritsugu Amiya, causing his actions to momentarily pause. Hey! As she witnessed her opponent's unreasonable disappearance, Sakura Kyoko was left with a myriad of questions. What was that individual truly after? Had their familiar been vanquished by a mysterious creature? It seemed to be lurking nearby as well. Was this mere coincidence? Tokiomi Tosaka and Kirai Kodomine wore expressions of unease, having seen the familiars they dispatched for reconnaissance suddenly lose their connection. Upon discovering the mastermind behind these events, they were beset by unwarranted associations. Although they had pushed matters to this point, the question lingered. Was it mere coincidence? This was no longer of consequence. The next phase of the plan could commence. Rallying other masters. Participation in the extermination operation would yield the reward of command seals, an offer that none could refuse. Without delving into the complications of the situation, Tokiomi turned to Kirai with a serious demeanor. Very well, I shall issue the notification. Observing his father's departing figure, Kirai silently followed suit, withholding further details while harboring his own speculations. He did not believe that his sudden appearance nearby was merely a stroke of fate. From the intelligence gathered, it is entirely plausible that an alliance has been formed. Otherwise, the extraordinary magical power that can sustain a servant without a master remains inexplicable, suggesting a level of sorcery that has accomplished this feat. With an involuntary uplift of his lips, Kirai Kodomine found himself eagerly anticipating the ensuing scenes, whispering softly in a voice imperceptible to others. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Is everything all right? Oh, fortunately, by the time Uminochi arrived, the wounds on Kyoko Sakura had already healed. The injuries inflicted by Kenshin were mostly superficial scratches rather than severe wounds, allowing for a swift recovery. How unfortunate to be ambushed the moment one steps outside. Who was the assailant? Uminochi spread his hands, not dwelling too much on the matter. Yet he sensed an underlying peculiarity. Why do I say this? Because the individual neither approached to recruit nor to kill me. As the two conversed, Uminochi discerned issues from Kyoko Sakura's explanations. If it were merely a test, it did not seem to fit the mold. Some mysteries are best left unsolved. It is only natural that this war harbors a few peculiar characters. While Uminochi felt perplexed, he refrained from delving deeply into the potential ramifications. Likewise, unable to fathom the specifics, Kyoko Sakura chose to relinquish her inquiries. Whoosh. As Uminochi tossed two cards towards her, Kyoko Sakura caught them, momentarily taken aback. Pluto's barrier wave. Resurrection of the dead. What is this? Confusion clouded her mind as she failed to comprehend why the other party had tossed these ambiguous cards her way. Unable to discern the contents of the cards, understanding their efficacy proved challenging. Keep them on you. You never know when they might come in handy. I have infused these cards with what one might call magical energy, enabling activation even without a dual disc when the need arises. The decision to part with them stemmed from Uminochi's belief that this girl required them more than he did. Furthermore, this would allow him to draw new cards. It is somewhat peculiar that even after becoming a heroic spirit, one must still adhere to the rules of dueling. He can only maintain 6 hand cards at a time. Unless cards are set aside or utilized, he cannot draw new ones. Excluding the unused Red Eyes Black Dragon and the already summoned Time Wizard, the remaining cards, skill extraction and attack power nullification were covered. With the addition of the 2 cards given to Kyoko Sakura, this means that by utilizing the stored magical energy, he can gradually draw 5 new cards. In this war, only by obtaining the cards that can overturn the tide of battle can one hope to triumph over those monstrous humanoids. I sincerely apologize for gathering you all at this late hour, but an urgent situation has arisen that necessitates your assistance. Within the church, Yen Feng Li Zheng stood, surveying the surrounding summoned spirits, and then solemnly declared, "This evening, I received news that an ordinary human has been slain by a servant. Upon investigation, it was determined that this was the result of an encounter. Such conduct is particularly vile, and I implore you all to eradicate these malevolent beings to prevent further loss of life. Of course, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Every master participating in the hunt will be granted a command seal. As he spoke, the nearby summoned spirits conveyed his words back to their respective masters. Although this action was indeed contemptible to some, Yinfeng Li Zheng remained indifferent to their opinions. After all, the underlying issues would inevitably become apparent, and whether they would be exposed later was of little consequence. In the name of neutrality, he had issued a call to arms that was ostensibly beneficial to everyone involved. As the saying goes, in the bustling world, all seek profit. As long as the hunt was successful, the acquisition of a command seal would be an unmissable opportunity for the masters. Thus, even those who suspected ulterior motives would remain silent, choosing instead to support Yinfeng Li Zheng's approach. In Chapter 32, with each master and servant harboring their own thoughts, Weber conversed with Lelouch in their residence. "Do you truly believe this?" he inquired. "Oh, how rare it is that you disregard the reward and instead question the words of the church," Weber retorted. "I'm no longer as naive as before. I know that one cannot take things at face value." To this, Lelouch merely chuckled, offering no answer to Weber's query. "I was merely seeking your confirmation," Weber admitted, though he already possessed his own judgment. Perhaps due to a lack of confidence, he sought reassurance from Lelouch, trusting that the latter's reasoning and conclusions would be more accurate. "There is no need for such doubts. You are a remarkable talent. Being overly meticulous may lead to unnecessary anxiety. Sometimes, having faith in oneself is the hallmark of maturity." Without concern for the events leading up to this moment, Lelouch reclined on the sofa, responding casually. "Is that so?" With a sigh of relief, Weber realized that his judgment had indeed been correct. It was then that he truly understood Kenneth's painstaking intentions. In contrast to the liberating style of education, he yearned for the kind of harsh reprimands exemplified by Kenneth. The former merely offers warnings after one has stumbled into a pitfall, while the latter speaks candidly and chastises folly before any action is taken. Fortunately, there exists a safety net, so even in the face of mistakes and missteps, the consequences are not overly grave. Furthermore, harboring doubts about this matter seems unnecessary. The Church has proclaimed that the slaying of innocents constitutes a violation of their edicts. Even if she is innocent, the declaration alone renders her guilty. Thus, grappling with notions of right and wrong becomes a futile endeavor. Understanding the significance of discourse, Lelouch subsequently articulated his thoughts. However, a subtle discomfort lingered within him. As a man of integrity, Weber found it difficult to accept such arrangements. To arbitrarily accuse an innocent individual while inciting others to act under the guise of reward is indeed egregious. Clenching his fists in agitation, Weber could not acquiesce with a clear conscience. "Hence, in these peaceful times, you remain excessively virtuous. I am not a relic of the past, and I cannot accept your doctrine of the sovereign demands the servant's death, and the servant must comply. To indiscriminately assign baseless charges to others and then execute them, condemning them to a life of infamy. How could I possibly comprehend such actions?" After gathering his resolve for a moment, Weber retorted with a tremor in his voice. "Indeed, well said. This is precisely why the world needs individuals like you. If it were always those with dark intentions and selfish motives, the world would have perished long ago." Upon hearing this, Lelouch erupted into laughter, disregarding his image, as he stood and approached Weber. He did not harbor disdain for such an upright individual. Akin to his former self, he felt a surge of anger towards the oppressive British Empire. Weber was taken aback, sensing the acknowledgement from his counterpart. When faced with such matters, there is no need for undue haste. Merely perceiving the surface of things will lead one to overlook the true objective. Approaching a table adorned with a chessboard, Lelouch picked up a piece and reminded him. The true objective? Calming himself, Weber tilted his head in confusion. Upon reflection, if one were to partake in the hunt, who would stand to gain? The reward is the command spell. Thus, it is the masters involved. Another realization dawned on him as he considered the beneficiaries. The rewards may seem equitable for all involved, yet one must recognize that such actions may not be warranted. Why then would the Church issue a decree to hunt her? The master in question has perished, and her exit was merely a matter of time. Surely, the Church has no need to target this servant. Thus, their objective from the outset was not merely to use the command seals as bait to lure out the opponents they truly wished to confront. Excluding those already exposed, myself, you, and Karitsugu, along with the two groups that became victims, the remaining target was merely her. Upon hearing Lelouch's analysis, Weber experienced a profound sense of enlightenment and admiration. It was evident that their most pressing adversary was not the one they sought to eliminate. Rather, they intended to exploit the notion of reward to draw out the master. With his thoughts now clarified, Weber had gained insight into the unfolding situation. That omnipotent berserker was undoubtedly a foe deserving of caution, even though they currently lacked knowledge of who this servant's master was. In this light, it was entirely reasonable for her master to conspire with the church's overseer to devise such a scheme. Is it difficult to deal with the servant? Then I shall seek out your master. It must be said that this is an exceedingly astute and effective strategy. Moreover, it is an offer that cannot be refused. As he toppled the pieces on the table, Lelouch spoke again. Indeed, should the command seals be offered as a reward, masters would essentially have no reason to resist. Furthermore, the matter was merely a hunt unrelated to them. Thus, no one would concern themselves with whether she acted or not. Weber clenched his teeth in indignation, fully aware of how impeccably concealed this so-called open conspiracy was. Command seals, an entity equivalent to life itself for masters. No master would disdain the possession of additional command seals. Given the opportunity to acquire one more, they would certainly seize it. If one were to abstain, they would be left with fewer seals than their peers, who would willingly incur such a disadvantage. It is precisely this psychological manipulation of the masters that allowed Kirai Kodomine to propose such a plan. As the overseer, he would be obliged to deliver, lest he incite an assault from other groups, which would be detrimental to the church itself. Consequently, Kirai had presented sufficient stakes to implement his strategy, bolstering his confidence that other masters would take action. Prepare yourself, Kiritsugu. You? Observing Kiritsugu as he inspected his firearms, Weber was momentarily taken aback. Was there any need to question this? Naturally, the opportunity to engage in a hunt would not be squandered. An opportunity that bears no risk to us should be seized without hesitation. The matter of position and innocence? Such concerns hold no significance for Kiritsugu Amiya. Who would care for a master whose servant has already perished? He had previously expended one command seal, leaving him with only two. Now, with the chance to reclaim another, he would certainly seek to do so. After all, the church's ultimate objective was not directed at him. Hence, there were only advantages to be gained with no drawbacks. So, why not take part in it? One cannot refuse beneficial opportunities, especially when the matter at hand poses no harm. Furthermore, with the Dragon Balls in possession, one cannot allow them to fall into the hands of others. Chapter 33 reveals astonishing truths. How despicable to conspire with the church to create such a trap. Kiritsugu Amiya, too, learned of this summons through his familiar and could somewhat fathom the adversary's intentions. While the promised rewards appear enticing, it is crucial to understand that transferring command spells necessitates confronting that overseer. This implies that should Sakura become involved, her identity would be immediately compromised. Given her status as merely a young girl, she would find it exceedingly difficult to safeguard herself amidst the onslaught of other masters and servants. After all, she lacks the physical prowess and self-preservation capabilities of an adult. No matter how formidable, it is impossible to ensure Sakura's safety amid a throng of opportunistic masters and servants. It is worth noting that even the utilization of familiars rests upon the shoulders of Kiritsugu, while Sakura herself has yet to acquire any magical knowledge or skills. She is merely a girl with a rudimentary understanding of mages, and encountering such a bizarre Holy Grail War at her age is already beyond her capacity, let alone participating in it. Were it not for her unique circumstances, her safety would be in jeopardy. If she abstains, the command spells would be diminished by one. If she participates, her identity would be exposed. Aware of this precarious balance, Kiritsugu furrowed his brow. If feasible, he would wish to masquerade as a master. But such a ruse would be futile, as the priest would easily see through his lack of command spell contract. At that moment, he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder, and upon turning, he noticed the other person subtly shaking their head, unable to grasp the intended message. Kiritsugu's expression was one of confusion. He then observed the individual pick up a drawing board, upon which several neatly inscribed characters appeared. No need to worry. The inability to speak resulted in the deliberate use of a drawing board to convey their thoughts. However, the subsequent message read, "No matter how one conceals themselves, they will eventually be found. Only by proactively ending this conflict will she ensure her safety." Before he could finish his thoughts, Kiritsugu watched as the other person swiftly wrote 2 lines on the board. After a moment of silence, he found himself in agreement with their statement. Since Sakura's participation, it has been impossible for her to remain uninvolved, especially now that she has garnered such a powerful servant. She would only attract more attention from other masters and servants, potentially becoming the target of coordinated efforts, much like the recent actions of Tosaka Tokiomi and the church. Is Tosaka Tokiomi the only one desiring to uncover the identity of the master behind her? Regardless of the group or any other faction, there exists an insatiable curiosity among them all. Thus, even upon the realization that Tokiomi Tosaka has laid a trap, the other masters and servants would readily cooperate in its execution. The overwhelming strength of Tosaka commands their utmost attention. While this seemingly malicious act serves as a catalyst, it is also a concerted effort against Sakura, although they might choose to disregard or even abandon the so-called command seals. Such actions will undoubtedly incite greater scrutiny in the aftermath. A master who remains indifferent to a reward as significant as a command seal warrants profound contemplation. One cannot dismiss the possibility of even more egregious measures being employed to exert pressure, leaving one feeling trapped and powerless. So what shall you do? For the moment, Korea cannot discern the appropriate course of action and can only inquire of the servant before him. He had initially intended to ascertain Tokiomi Tosaka's movements and then proceed with an assassination. However, he was taken aback by the fact that Tosaka rarely ventured outside, resulting in a considerable waste of his time as he lingered aimlessly. They encircle me. I shall encircle them. Swallowing hard, Korea sensed the gravity of the other's demeanor. Yet, despite his desire to voice further thoughts, he found himself silenced by the figure before him. What's wrong? No, there's an unsettling premonition gnawing at him. Kyoko Sakura cast a puzzled glance at the fidgety Shiro, who stood with arms crossed in deep contemplation. An unsettling premonition? Tilting her head in confusion, Kyoko could not fathom the source of Shiro's disquiet. My instincts have always been remarkably accurate. A significant trouble may be looming. We must depart swiftly. Not dismissing it as mere illusion, Shiro firmly believed in his intuition. He then abruptly seized Kyoko's hand and dashed away. Hey! Being pulled along and hastily disappearing down the street, Kyoko shouted in dissatisfaction. However, Shiro paid her no heed and continued to run. Not long after their departure, new visitors arrived. Had they left? Kenshin returned, observing the now vacant area with a low murmur. He had only just stepped away, and to his surprise, they had vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing was the absence of any conflict between the two. Perhaps they have formed an alliance. Coming to such a conclusion, Kenshin regarded it as the only plausible explanation. As a unique magician, his presence would introduce an element of instability to any encirclement. You never fail to astonish me. My king. Gilgamesh spoke from his chair, gazing at the map laid out on the table before him. It is merely my sentiment that as a king, being constrained by the limitations of magical power would undermine your majesty. Thus, I have specially prepared this gift. Yanfeng chilly bowed and respectfully stated. The tribute he presented to the King of Heroes was a ley line located in Fuyuki City, one that he had discovered during exploration, utilizing the knowledge imparted by his father, Yanfeng Lijing. He could harness the ley line to replenish the servant's magical energy, a capability that could even extend to the esteemed king before him. Splendid. This gift pleases me greatly. Chili, you are indeed far more perceptive than Toshi. The more I compare, the more I find Yanfeng Chili agreeable. Gilgamesh mused, feeling increasingly favorable towards him. Though he had no shortage of magical energy, as long as he refrained from employing his extraordinary noble phantasm, it was always welcome to have an abundance of mana. Simultaneously, a new thought emerged. It would be prudent to find an opportunity to dispose of Toshi, that inept fellow who failed to understand the atmosphere. Rather than allowing such a troublesome subject to roam freely, it would be preferable for him to vanish. After all, is there not a more suitable master before me than Tosaka Toshi? Please take a seat, Chili. I grant you permission. To receive such an endorsement from Gilgamesh left Yanfeng Chili slightly taken aback. The privilege of sitting alongside this king is not something afforded to many. This affirmed that all his previous actions have been justified. Toshi, it seems, has been up to some antics lately. He did not report to me and acted independently. Filling his cup from the wine bottle, Gilgamesh remarked with a hint of implication. That is a trap aimed at the master. Yanfeng Chili responded candidly, not concealing the truth. Such tiresome individuals. Knowing they cannot contend, they shift their focus to their master. Truly the behavior of insignificant characters. As he swirled his wine glass, Gilgamesh swiftly discerned Tosaka Toshi's thoughts. However, as Yanfeng Chili gazed at the king, he was suddenly struck by an astonishing proposition. But what if the master in question were his own daughter? What then? Such a notion sparked an intriguing anticipation. Chapter 34. The Actions of Masters and Servants. What did you say? Yanfeng Chili questioned, hardly able to believe his ears. The master is the daughter of my teacher? His astonishment was palpable, for Tosaka Toshi's daughter was still quite young. The eldest, Tosaka Rin, was merely 7 years old, while the younger, Tosaka Sakura, was only 6. In any case, it was improbable that these two little girls could serve as the masters of such extraordinary servants, given the formidable power required to confront the King of Heroes. It is evident that considerable magical energy is necessary to sustain such an endeavor. A mere 6 or 7-year-old girl would lack the profound reserves to endure such an expenditure. Moreover, considering the backgrounds of those two girls, it is likely that they possess only a superficial understanding of the arcane arts. The notion of them becoming masters in this extraordinary conflict seems utterly absurd. Is it difficult to believe? However, the truth remains thus. It is said that a certain Matu has sent his youngest daughter there. Observing the emotional reaction of Kirai Kotomine, Gilgamesh felt a sense of satisfaction and continued, Matu, Sakura. Silently uttering the girl's name, Kirai fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated hearing such shocking news from Gilgamesh, leaving him momentarily at a loss for thought. The troublesome rival is the daughter of his mentor? This certainly adds an intriguing twist. Kirai suddenly found himself eager to witness Tokiomi Tosaka's reaction upon learning the truth. It must be quite a spectacle. No, he must not allow himself to laugh just yet. Clearing his throat, he retorted, Why are you sharing this with me? Suppressing his anxious heart, Kirai questioned the appropriateness of such straightforward news, considering he is nominally still a disciple of that esteemed figure. If you wish to inform him, it matters not. However, there is one thing I can assert with certainty. Regardless of the tricks and schemes employed by your motley group, you shall never be his equal. Only I possess the means to bring about his demise. Taking a sip of wine, Gilgamesh leaned back in his chair, his voice low and resolute. Upon hearing this, Kirai fell into silence. He held a profound trust in the judgment of this king. Understanding this, he stood and departed the room, subsequently reaching out to make contact. Perhaps he would need to alter his original plans. As your opponent, I shall not tarnish your dignity. Ignoring Kirai's departure, Gilgamesh gazed upward and softly remarked, To wield the sword that can cleave the world is to possess Gilgamesh's most formidable noble phantasm. Initially, I believed this war would not afford the opportunity to employ such a weapon, yet it appears that may not be the case after all. An unknown savior indeed carries sufficient weight. With a newfound urgency, Gilgamesh found himself contemplating such thoughts for the first time. Through the information relayed by the omniscient star, he gradually dispelled the mists of uncertainty. He was well aware of what it signified to have a heroic spirit of such caliber. The savior of the world, a paragon among heroes within the realm of spirits, is indeed an unparalleled figure. Such a servant merits the unwavering dedication of the King of Heroes. Coincidentally, Kirai Kotomine has provided the necessary tools for him to fully unleash his potential. The timing, the environment, and the support, everything has aligned perfectly. The final act is drawing near. Let the performers indulge in their craft. They cast aside the remnants of their wine, the crimson liquid seeping across the table, staining the map. Alas, no trace of the hidden presence can be found. Had they truly concealed their aura? As Lelouch pilots the mech over Fuyuki City, Weber gazes down at the scenery. You no longer harbor fear, do you? Lelouch observes Weber, who is perched on the shoulder of the mech, with a hint of surprise. Don't bring it up on purpose. I'm merely putting on a brave front. Though he could sense the aura even while seated in the mech, Weber yearns to behold the landscape from his height. Perhaps, as he suggested earlier, he is striving to transform himself, no matter how many times he gazes upon it. The sight of the city from such heights evokes a sense of weakness in his legs. Yet, the beauty of the vista is undeniable. The view captured beneath the night sky is something one could never ordinarily witness. Ignoring Weber-esque contemplations, Lelouch merely surveys the expanse of Fuyuki City. His usual method of upheaving the ground remains unutilized, leaving him with fewer means of attack. The strength of the mech alone may not suffice to confront other servants. Beep beep. A sharp sound emanates from Weber's pocket, prompting him to hastily retrieve it. It is a communication device. Is it you? Understood. After a brief exchange, Weber ends the call. It was a message from Kiritsugu Amiya. It seems they have located their hiding place. Turning to Lelouch, Weber speaks, We should be cautious. Observing the billowing white garb ahead, he notes the other party's lack of response. Let them handle that. We shall proceed to a different location. Gradually, he makes his way along the arm toward the cockpit, as Lelouch turns to address him. What? Are we not going? Weber is momentarily bewildered by Lelouch's statement, struggling to comprehend what could possibly be of greater importance at this juncture. This direction? Upon returning to the cockpit, Weber realizes that the destination Lelouch has chosen is indeed quite sensitive. It is in the direction of the church. Kiritsugu? No need to rush. He catches sight of Kiritsugu lurking around the corner, intending to inquire when they would make their move, but is halted by the latter. Shall we act together once they arrive? The weathered man before me leaned against the wall, appearing utterly haggard. There is no need for us to be the pioneers in this endeavor. It is inevitable that action will be taken. Nonetheless, sensing a hint of something amiss, I resolved to observe a while longer. Habitually raising my hand to speak, I noticed that Shishiri quickly lowered it again. It seems you haven't smoked in a while, I remarked, watching his movements. I intend to quit. Is that so? His response inexplicably brought me a sense of relief. This man, still lingering in uncertainty, appeared finally poised to embrace change. Turning away from Shishiri to survey the situation ahead, I heard an inquiry and responded, "Do you believe I can succeed?" "Of course. If it's you, I'm certain you will manage it. After all, haven't you always lived thus far?" Chapter 35, A Night of Blood and Turmoil. What are we doing here? You will understand shortly. Without concealing their presence, Lelouch and Weber boldly parked their mecha at the church entrance and proceeded inside along the main path. What brings the master and servant to the church? The ever-observant Kiritsugu immediately noted their arrival, standing within the church and inquiring with an unperturbed demeanor. He did not anticipate an attack or any form of harm from them. Even concerning the matter of the command seals, transferring them would require appropriate contractual knowledge. Thus, even if they intended to kill him, forcibly seizing the command seals would be utterly unfeasible, as it would only invite retaliation from other masters under the pretext of attacking a supervisor. Moreover, he himself was a master of martial arts. While he may not defeat a heroic spirit, he could certainly hold his own. Given this, Kiritsugu held no apprehensions about potential harm from others. "I wish to confirm something." Weber observed Lelouch ahead, unable to decipher his intentions. "Oh, if it is within my knowledge, I shall certainly provide an answer, Emperor of Britain," Kiritsugu replied with dignified composure. "Regarding the rewards post this encirclement, as per your previous explanation, you intend to distribute one to each participating master, correct?" "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" A sense of unease crept over Kiritsugu as he furrowed his brow, his hands behind his back forming gentle fists. Although he was uncertain of the true purpose of this mysterious British emperor's visit, he remained sufficiently vigilant. "Then, is there a possibility that a master could receive 2 command seals as a reward? What kind of joke is this? How could such a thing possibly occur?" The old man shook his head, resolutely explaining his stance. Yanfeng Lijing possessed numerous command spells bequeathed by past participants of the Holy Grail War, and he maintained a commendable sense of justice in upholding order. Despite his amicable relationship with Tosaka Tokiomi, whose son was also his disciple, Yanfeng Lijing had never clandestinely granted any privileges concerning command spells to Tokiomi. At most, he had merely shared information about other master circumstances and statuses. From this perspective, he could be deemed relatively fair. Thus, it seems that command spells can indeed be acquired in multiples. The elderly gentleman did not refute this crucial point, and Lelouch's lips curled slightly upward as he inquired about the intelligence he truly sought. Sensing an inexplicable danger, Yanfeng Lijing instinctively took a step back. Yet, within his line of sight, he beheld the enchanting spirit before him, its dual eyes emanating peculiar symbols and a crimson glow. He could also hear the iconic incantation resonating in his ears. "In the name of Britannia, I command." They were slow. The awaited individuals had yet to arrive. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and after what felt like an eternity, it became evident that those he anticipated were not making an appearance. 15 minutes had passed, and Kiritsugu was acutely aware of how long it had been since he had contacted them. Given their mobility, such a delay was inexplicable. The only plausible explanation for the situation was that they were engaged in other arrangements. Frowning deeply, Kiritsugu suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. The young Emperor of Britannia exuded an unsettling aura. Bang! At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the house ahead, diverting his attention. A girl emerged, tugging at the collar of a golden-haired youth. "Huh, why are you here too? Hey, the house is damaged." The sight of the two left Kiritsugu momentarily speechless, as it appeared to diverge from the intelligence he had received. "Let us test the waters first. They might have joined forces." Having distanced himself from the scene, Amiya Kiritsugu stood atop a tall building, observing through binoculars. "Understood." Complying with the directive, he switched to his sacred sword and armor. "Are you also going to kick a person when they're down?" Sakura Kyoko glared fiercely and shouted, still remembering the troubles caused by the previous group. "It seems we won't be able to let them escape today," though the reason behind the encirclement remained elusive to her. Kyoko Sakura was acutely aware that defeating her opponent was imperative for survival that day. "Hey, you handle it. Leave it to me," she said, rising from the ground and brushing the dust off her clothes with a light chuckle. "You fool. Even at this moment, you can still laugh? Well, one can't exactly cry while fighting, can they?" In this critical juncture, the two exchanged a few light-hearted words. "Don't die. Don't die." Yet, the final words, spoken in unison, back to back, revealed their mutual concern. "I don't believe this guy will lose. Go on, warrior of flame." The moment the figure of Kingami leaped from the building, Kano had already summoned a new monster card. It depicted a robust warrior adorned with a helmet, wielding a flaming orange longsword enveloped in searing heat. Observing this spectacle, Kingami focused intently, recognizing the summoned familiar's formidable presence. As he locked eyes with the divine sword, he discerned the flames dancing upon its blade. Even from a distance, he could feel the intense heat emanating from it. Just as one would envelop a sword with wind, this warrior cloaked his blade in fire. "Let me experience your prowess," Kingami murmured, intrigued by the prospect of battle. With thoughts of Kirai Kodamine's instructions in mind, he saw an opportunity to seize the moment. Clang! Boom! Meanwhile, on the other side, Kyoko was already engaged in combat. "My apologies, Sora, but I must avenge you." Utilizing the extension and transformation of her spear, she momentarily subdued her opponent and declared assertively, "This is the first time I'm facing you head-on. That peculiar spear has definitely caught me off guard." As for her vendetta against Sora, she understood it was Kiritsugu's doing, yet had little to say about it. After all, master and servant were one. She would take on whatever came her way. The riffraff always lack a sense of humor. Important guests have yet to arrive, and yet you presume to commence the festivities. Such a grave disrespect must be atoned for with death. Do you not agree? Perched atop a tall lamppost in golden armor, Gilgamesh spoke as if to himself. Behind him, on a high-rise building, stood a figure clad in pitch-black armor. Tonight would undoubtedly be a night of blood and storm. Chapter 36, Tokiomi Tosaka, The Advantage is Mine. What was that just now? Weber recalled the scene he had just witnessed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Kirai Kodamine's previously compliant demeanor had transformed dramatically. There was no doubt that it was a form of mental manipulation. It was a sight he had never anticipated. To command one's subordinates is indeed the hallmark of an emperor. Thus, your understanding of the class is somewhat superficial. Glancing back at Weber, he responded in the face of the other's astonishment. This class inherently signifies cavalry. The ability to command mounted creatures aligns perfectly with this condition. For Lelouch, whether it be mechas or the dominion they confer, both constitute a facet of mastery. After all, both mechas and humans serve as steeds in their own right. This is precisely why he embodies the class in the current realm. Under normal circumstances, only two classes are suitable for him. However, should he manifest through a class, he would likely lose even the capacity to summon mechas. A sudden chill coursed through Weber, leaving him inexplicably rattled. He had finally grasped why he had effortlessly acquired an extravagant villa earlier. Indeed, as the other had suggested, he had approached many matters with unwarranted simplicity. "Will I also be under your control?" he mused, seemingly resigning himself to fate, halting his steps with a sigh. He had witnessed the extraordinary efficacy of that unreasonable dominion. The ever-vigilant Ritsuka, initially wary, had begun to revere Lelouch as a true master, embodying an almost fervent devotion akin to that of a genuine disciple. As if his beliefs and understanding had been profoundly distorted. "What are you pondering? Hurry up, we still need to head over there." Yet, upon hearing Lelouch's response from the palm of the mecha, he found himself momentarily frozen. To put it bluntly, Weber, do you believe you possess any value in being controlled by me?" Weber, already feeling somewhat dejected, became incensed upon hearing the subsequent words. He instinctively clenched his fists in anger, but in the end he found clarity. Lowering his hands and relaxing his fists, he reflected upon their past encounters, feeling disheartened. The other's assertion bore no falsehood. Whether or not he was being manipulated seemed inconsequential. If you truly wish to become that, you must at least demonstrate the requisite value and potential. Presently, you possess neither reputation nor strength, merely a nameless magician. From his perspective, you fall somewhat short. With that, Lelouch's lips curled into a teasing smile. He understood the most effective approach to dealing with someone like Weber. A gentle provocation would suffice to draw him from a state of despondency and doubt. "Well, you certainly speak boldly. I shall ensure you come to regard me with newfound respect." The previous frustration evaporated, and Weber, disregarding all else, furiously boarded the mecha. Clang! Bang! The body collided with the wall, and frowning at the multitude of silhouettes ahead, she found herself in a perplexing situation. The transformation of the long spear was one thing, but the avatars emerged with powers nearly equivalent to her own. With more than a dozen adversaries besieging her, she realized that even with the holy sword in hand, she could not manage to fend them off. Unlike Kiritsugu, she lacked the mastery of the flying sword style that allowed one to confront numerous foes simultaneously. Unless she unleashed her noble phantasm, the Sword of Victory oath, which could potentially lead to her demise. Ah, it seems I've finally encountered a worthy opponent, she mused, twirling the spear in her grasp, a smile gracing her features. The array of troublesome opponents she had faced thus far had employed various sorceries, formidable weapons, and exceptional swordsmanship, all indicative of their strength. None had proven to be a direct match for her until now. It appeared that in close combat, with the aid of her avatars, she could indeed suppress this adversary. What a fascinating dynamic of restraint. Able to dominate yet also pursued, she could retaliate in kind. However, at that moment, a brilliant light in the distance drew the attention of those nearby. Was that, despite having been summoned for a coordinated assault, the situation had unexpectedly devolved into chaos, truly astonishing. One could only surmise that Tosaka, Tokiomi, and Kiritsugu's meticulously crafted plan was destined for failure from the outset. Self-proclaimed strategists, they had never anticipated that some of their pieces would act independently. They were not there to contest the command spells. They had come to claim lives. What is happening? How did it come to this? In a rare moment of disarray, Tosaka Tokiomi, concealed within his estate, gritted his teeth. He could not fathom how a flawless plan had unraveled so completely. Was it the expectation that all masters and servants would converge for the assault? Why was there an unexpected faction, and why were they engaged in combat? No, Tokiomi, as a scion of the esteemed Tosaka family, must maintain composure. Drawing a deep breath to steady himself, he reassured his own resolve. The situation had not yet exceeded his expectations. If necessary, glancing at the two remaining command spells on the back of his hand, Tosaka Tokiomi conceived a bold idea. If all else failed, he would summon that heroic king to annihilate the enemies present with the mightiest of noble phantasms. Though such an action would further exacerbate tensions with that king, achieving his objective would justify the means. Afterward, he could simply have Kiritsugu replenish the command spells, rendering it a moot point. Regardless of how events unfold, the advantage remains with me. You've fallen into my trap. Now this card can be played. Prepare yourself. As the moment to wield the divine sword approached, Jinshin suddenly sensed a halt in his hand's movement. He found himself unable to advance even the slightest, while the enemy's assault loomed perilously close. With a soft thud, he narrowly evaded the incoming strike, yet the searing flames of the sword still inflicted a wound upon his shoulder. The charred flesh emitted a lingering warmth, revealing the blurred remnants of blood and tissue within, leaving his arm incapacitated. Was it sorcery? Realizing something, Jinshin murmured softly, casting a glance at the figure concealed behind the flame-wielding sword within the confines of the city. Although the specifics of the sorcery eluded him, it seemed to possess the nature of a sealing spell against attacks. His earlier immobilization served as undeniable proof. Had it not been for this, he would have slain the warrior before him without hesitation. This sorcerer, it appeared, was far more formidable and less easily vanquished than he had initially presumed. Chapter 37. The Siege in Progress. Ha ha! This long-lost sense of impending crisis is indeed a rare sensation. No longer relying solely on the treasures of kings for offense, Gilgamesh had even taken to wielding the legendary artifacts for close combat. The versatile, heroic spirit before him, even when confronting him as a king, seemed to possess a significant edge. Not only did he wield a special prowess against dragons, but he also had formidable abilities against divine entities. Was magic exempt from this? As a human, he was terrifyingly formidable. The weapons he launched were repeatedly deflected by his opponent, and in the melee, he found himself at a disadvantage. How many types of beings did you slay in your lifetime? With a smirk on his lips, as their weapons clashed, Gilgamesh inquired, their faces close together. He was not concerned with the number, but rather the variety. The more he recognized the power of the individual before him, the more his curiosity about his origins deepened. This man, merely a human, had not only slain dragons, but had also committed the heinous act of slaying gods and demons. The title of savior was an honor Gilgamesh had never attained in his lifetime, a feat of saving the world. Not merely a singular individual, village, town, city, or nation, but the entire world bore the weight of that distinction. In the face of such honor, The mythical dragons and demons seemed utterly insignificant. Gilgamesh himself was a demigod. It was precisely for this reason that he yearned to uncover the identity of this extraordinary being. The very fact that he, the ancient king, was compelled to employ the omniscient and omnipotent star he had long refrained from using spoke volumes of the other's significance. With a resounding crash, a lack of response indicated that Gilgamesh possessed means of investigation. He swung his heavy sword, deflecting the long spear aimed at him, and then retaliated with a powerful punch. As he deftly evaded the oncoming blow, Gilgamesh's treasure vault behind him sprang open, revealing a peculiar figure ensnared by chains. In the blink of an eye, the chains were effortlessly cast aside, and his opponent swung a massive sword with ferocity. "Ah, even I have moments of such disarray," Gilgamesh mused self-deprecatingly, witnessing the most trusted ties of heaven slip from his grasp. The ties of heaven symbolized his dear friend Enkidu, a divine artifact designed to bind those of godly essence. Contrary to the mightiest of weapons, it was this very ties of heaven that Gilgamesh placed his utmost faith in. The higher the divine essence of an adversary, the more effectively they would be ensnared. Conversely, it merely resembled an ordinary chain when used against those of lesser divinity. The ease with which his opponent shed the bonds served as a stark revelation of his lack of divine essence. With a clang, an axe emerged from the tumultuous space beside him, intercepting the oncoming sword strike. How could this be? Far from his tranquil demeanor, Tosaka Tokiomi felt a surge of panic as he sensed his magical energy being siphoned away. Was the King of Heroes truly at a disadvantage? Cold sweat trickled down his brow. He had never envisioned such a scenario. Previously, he had maintained confidence in Gilgamesh's prowess. Yet now it appeared that his opponent was even stronger. Despite possessing an immeasurable arsenal of noble phantasms, Gilgamesh found himself at a loss against this formidable foe. With a crack, the teacup he held slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground and splattering tea across his trousers. The situation seemed to spiral unfavorably for him. Just then, he received an unexpected communication from Kiritsugu. Taken aback, Tosaka Tokiomi hesitated before responding through his familiar. "Is that so? I shall seek you out once the assault concludes." A series of rapid-fire blasts erupted, forcing them apart and narrowly avoiding the potent magical projectiles. As they looked up, they beheld a colossal mech hovering above. In unison, they uttered the name of the newcomer, their expressions diverging in distinct surprise. "If you wish to avoid collateral damage, it would be prudent to retreat," came a clear voice that resonated in the air. Sakura Kyoko sensed an ominous presence. Why did it feel as if this was directed at her? For this encirclement, your mere participation suffices. In fact, you might consider lending assistance. He alone does not appear to be a match for the foe. Lelouch's candid tone halted any impulsive thoughts of action that had begun to form. At an opportune moment, Kiritsugu conveyed his instructions, believing that relying on the liberation of the noble phantasm was far too impractical. Since she volunteered to come forth, why not extend a favor? He also wished to discreetly observe if there were any concealed tactics at play. Ah, I see. Although she still yearned to determine the victor against the girl before her. A glance at the colossal robot quelled her desire for conflict. Its methods of attack were evidently unsuitable for group combat. Should she stubbornly persist, she might indeed find herself overwhelmed by concentrated firepower. Wait, what is happening? What does encirclement imply? As the reality of her predicament dawned, Kyoko Sakura abruptly turned, her voice laced with urgency. Why did an ominous premonition wash over her? It was one thing to contend with the Alliance, but now it appeared that even the Church had aligned against her, including those who refrained from assisting and those ensnared. Did that not mean she and Shinonome were facing off against four servants? When had such animosity brewed between her and Shinonome? Do you not know? The Church has issued a task for encirclement, the rationale being that you violated the rules by killing innocents during your struggle with the Alliance. Upon hearing this, Kyoko was momentarily taken aback. Every participant in encirclement would receive a command seal. What compensation could possibly elicit indifference? What did you say? Now aware of why a multitude would come to confront her that night, Kyoko's fury ignited. I did not do it. Reflecting on her earlier encounter, she had been perplexed by the motives of her opponents. They had seemed poised for battle, only to retreat without engaging. The words expressed by Shinonome at that time appeared to validate her conclusions. It now seemed that her very appearance had been a trap. She could not fathom why the Church would issue such an announcement. She had certainly not harmed any innocents. How could she be saddled with such unfounded accusations? Bang, 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 bang. Yet her cries went unheeded, met instead by the relentless barrage of countless machine guns. Chapter 38. I will bring them all down. For Kyoko Sakura, nothing was more agonizing than this baseless slander. She had done nothing wrong. It was unjustly branded a murderer, solely due to a one-sided narrative. Clang! The spear could not pierce the energy shield of the mech, and the thorn chain it wielded was equally thwarted, failing to inflict harm on the true enemy. Bang! The discordant sounds emanating from behind were jarring. Shinano, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Observing the battle unfolding, Kyoko Sakura appears emotionally unstable. Yet she breathes a sigh of relief upon receiving a response from the enemy. With a click of her tongue, she rotates the spear in her hands, focusing her mind on the approaching adversaries. She cannot afford to dwell on her thoughts, for doing so would render her vulnerable to exploitation. Although her mech possesses defensive capabilities, it is not infallible. How troublesome it is when they approach in numbers rather than one at a time. The flame swordsman can only contend with a single opponent at a time, all while remaining vigilant against another's assault. If he does not summon a second beast, he will struggle to manage the two adversaries before him. Observing the situation around him, Yuryu naturally recognizes the origins of this group. The ludicrous notion that Kyoko Sakura has slain innocent lives, inciting a hunt, is one he cannot accept. Even if that girl were on the brink of death, she would never resort to such actions. Yuryu has unwavering trust in her. While he may hesitate to voice other concerns, he holds no doubt regarding his friend's integrity. Can you move? He glances at Kenshin, who is attempting to wield his sword. Ah, the spell he cast upon me was not permanent. It will unravel after a brief moment. The strange binding force has dissipated. Such a spell that can inhibit attacks is indeed troublesome. Without assistance, I would have been in dire straits. It seems we have inadvertently uncovered a link with the masterless combatants. Before arriving here, I never anticipated encountering such a scenario. Otherwise, merely facing a mob would not have been so exhausting. Thus, defeating both of them here would be the most prudent course of action. Although Kiritsugu initially advised against killing, to be frank, Kenshin's previous actions ignited a murderous intent within him. For both parties involved, this alliance is precarious. With a determined breath, the two figures charge forward. I knew you would come, Yuryu declares. The trap card activates. Attack nullification. Having already devised a tactical plan, Yuryu remains unperturbed, lifting the cover of one of the trap cards in anticipation of the two assailants. Go, Flame Swordsman, now is your chance. What? An unfamiliar sensation of restraint envelopes his body as the warrior wielding the flame sword descends upon him, and Kenshin experiences the disconcerting sluggishness of being unable to strike. With great effort, he manages to block the incoming attack, parrying the blow with the holy sword and the divine blade. Yet the explosive shockwave still forces both him and Kenshin to retreat. Is this his magic? How fearsome indeed. The suffocating sense of restraint that arises in the midst of battle is truly perilous. A slight misstep could lead to a precarious situation. The thought of underestimating the formidable figures within my city is indeed troublesome. I shall not be so easily vanquished. With a gesture of pride, I gave a thumbs up towards myself. High above, a gun was poised, the scope trained on the target, yet Shishiri hesitated to pull the trigger. The machine bore 3 enigmatic cards, their secrets still unknown. It was not yet the time. In his perspective, they must belong to future heroic spirits. Otherwise, the extraordinary artifact in their possession would remain inexplicable. The ability to encapsulate familiars and various magical seals within the cards, to be summoned as needed, was a technique far superior to both ancient and modern practices. The other masters had yet to arrive on the scene. A vague realization dawned upon Shishiri, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation. The absence of one master and the silence surrounding another left him with an unsettling sense of an obscured secret. There was no plausible reason for the seemingly unrelated duo to be paired together. Moreover, the uninterrupted magical energy sustained during the battle contradicted his earlier logic that suggested a withdrawal was imminent. With a flicker of intuition, he lowered his weapon, contemplating a retreat to a safer distance. What is this? Bang! Pulling Weber from the mech, they leapt from the cockpit, narrowly evading the piercing chain. Lelouch looked up in confusion. What is happening? A bit startled, Weber couldn't comprehend why the mech's performance had faltered. It should have been the magic. The magical energy sensed before the jump was undoubtedly potent. Lelouch hadn't anticipated the possession of the opponent's magic. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to whisk Weber away, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Indeed, the magic bestowed by the figures within the city was formidable, akin to true sorcery. With a long spear in hand, standing at the breach, Sakura Kyoko declared with satisfaction, Underworld Barrier Wave. The card thrown by the figures within the city seemed to have produced an unforeseen effect. With a mindset of experimentation, she utilized it, resulting in the sudden breach of previously robust defenses. The outcome was now clear. From her elevated vantage point, Sakura Kyoko bellowed at the two below. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, upon hearing Lelouch's response, she froze, catching sight of an unusual commotion beneath her feet. "What is this?" A thunderous explosion erupted from within the mech, enveloping the area in thick clouds of smoke. "Wow!" Clutching tightly to Lelouch's attire, Weber opened his eyes to behold the wreckage of the mecha before him. "I apologize. I had anticipated that someone might breach our defenses long ago. I had already planted mines beneath the cockpit some time ago. The magic you acquired seems ineffective against such devices." Despite the destruction of a mecha, Lelouch exhibited no trace of remorse. Rather, he considered it a significant victory if he could inflict such grievous harm upon his adversary. "Have we always been in such perilous situations?" Weber exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. The thought of mines beneath their feet was truly horrifying. With a sudden explosion, a figure was hurled away, landing on the ground. Sakura, observing the disheveled silhouette, Shinjiro abandoned his confrontation with Kenshin and hurried over. "This is grave. Hey, wake up." It was the first time he had witnessed this girl so severely injured, and he crouched down, calling out to her. "Shinjiro, what happened?" "I didn't do anything." He helped her up, gazing at the blood streaming from her wounds and her stubborn words, when he suddenly chuckled softly. "I understand. You would never do such a thing. I believe in you." Acknowledging her unspoken explanation, Shinjiro responded without hesitation. He gently laid her down and stood up, as a small creature wielding a tiny cane appeared beside him. "First, rest easy. I will handle the rest. I shall defeat them all." Chapter 39, The Time Magus. "I am about to launch an effective attack against you all." Shinjiro surveyed the surrounding opponents, his resolve solidifying. Although Sakura Kyoko was influenced by her soul gem, allowing her to recover countless times as long as it remained intact, she would still endure the process of injury. Thus, he needed to confront this band of foes alone before her recovery. "Frankly, I disapprove of your actions, so do not blame me for what transpires next." With that bold declaration, under the gaze of the crowd, he exuded confidence. The small, clock-like familiar at his side swayed gently. As the Time Magus, a dual monster endowed with extraordinary powers, Shinjiro's invocation indicated his intent to eliminate the opposition. Observing Shinjiro summon that diminutive familiar, Lelouch furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Yet, the opportunity for annihilation was tantalizingly close. There was no chance of letting it slip away. After all, that enigmatic magic was indeed troublesome, and both Lelouch and Kenshin shared the same sentiment regarding the necessity of eliminating the threat. Surrounded by 3 servants, it was improbable they could engage in a 3-on-1 confrontation and still be counterattacked. "Prepare yourself." Under the resounding voice within the city, the diminutive familiar began to turn the clock embedded in its body. Originally, Kenshin intended to charge forward, yet the tremors emanating from his entire being halted his advance. He sensed an ominous presence approaching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The incessantly rotating clock finally came to a stop, precisely at 12 o'clock. Success. Gomos. It worked on the first attempt. The atmosphere within the city was filled with elation, as the familiar's extraordinary fortune continued to manifest. In this moment of peril, a counterstrike unfolded. The first to perceive the impending threat were Kenshin and another, both instinctively drawing closer under the influence of the sheath. Weber invoked a command spell. Realizing the situation a moment too late, Lelouch abruptly turned and shouted in alarm. This was the first time he had ever lost his composure to such an extent. Witnessing Lelouch's flustered demeanor left Weber momentarily speechless. He had never seen him in such a state of panic. "Hurry, but how should I use it?" Yet, under the urging of the other, he could no longer afford to be dazed and hastily inquired. "Command me with the spell, but how should I issue the instructions?" He was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the unfolding events. "By the name of Britannia, I command you to use the command spell." There was no time to explain. Lelouch was genuinely anxious this time, even directing his urgency toward Weber. The adage that even the wisest can err seemed to manifest in this situation. "I command you with a spell." Not far away, Gilgamesh, who had just clashed with another, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Both instinctively activated their life-preserving skills and noble phantasms. Then cough, cough. Damn it. Both suddenly spat blood, followed by an alarming occurrence. Clad in heavy armor, he crouched on the ground, having sensed the attack from the familiar, yet sustaining severe injuries. Observing Gilgamesh in a similarly disheveled state revealed that even this king had barely managed to stave off the damage by employing a treasure from his vault at the critical moment. Nevertheless, he was still bleeding profusely. This was no mere loss of composure. Gilgamesh was genuinely seething with rage. Not only was he interrupted during battle, but there were also underhanded tactics employed against him. Were it not for his quick reflexes in retrieving a protective artifact, he would have met his end. If that had been the case, he would have been driven to madness, though he was already on the brink. That scoundrel, lying on the ground. His consciousness was still somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to her, a palpable sense of impending doom compelled her to draw closer. This was a warning from her intuition, and only now, upon regaining her senses, did she recognize her current state. Pain coursed through her body, as though she had sustained grievous injuries. Even Jianxin had collapsed to the ground, struggling to rise. A feeling of fear, akin to that of a newly born creature, overwhelmed Jianxin as he experienced an irrational attack for the first time. Had it not been for the so-called sword sheath by his side, he might have perished on the spot. Recollecting himself, Weber finally grasped the events that had transpired. He had fallen victim to a spell of mental manipulation, and at that moment, he realized that the 3 command seals on his hand had been entirely expended. Coughing softly, he turned to the source of the sound. The once pristine white royal attire, now tainted with crimson blood, adorned a figure gasping for breath, lying on the ground as if death were imminent. What had transpired? Weber was bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. This was undoubtedly their retribution. Though it seemed he had evaded the wrath of this group, the city echoed with mocking laughter. The time Magus, although its physical form lacked formidable combat prowess, its efficacy was extraordinarily potent. It operated on the principle of gamble. Should the city correctly predict, it would unleash a devastating attack upon surrounding foes, one capable of inflicting lethal damage. This was not merely a concept of instant death, but rather an assault that would render its target susceptible to mortal harm. In essence, if successful, the time Magus could eliminate any adversary devoid of life-preserving abilities. Even the likes of Gilgamesh, a heroic spirit, would meet their demise if caught unawares. Both had drawn upon their life-saving skills and treasures, realizing that an attack potent enough to claim their lives was imminent. Although it appeared they had collectively managed to stave off the lethal blow through various means, it rendered them far from their previous optimal state. This scene was observed from afar by Tosaka, who felt a chill of cold sweat trickle down his spine. To think that such a familiar could nearly annihilate all other servants. He had initially believed that, as a paragon, none could rival him. Yet it now seemed that he was the most perilous of all. Such potent magic and familiars were utterly unprecedented. Fortuitously, he had distanced himself earlier. Otherwise, he too might have suffered the consequences. Cold sweat cascaded down his cheeks. It had been long since he had felt such a visceral sense of dread. The plan for encirclement had evidently culminated in failure. With this judgment made, Tosaka contemplated calling back his allies. Sustaining such grievous injuries, even the King of Knights could not remain unscathed. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss with his condition. Chapter 40. The Servants Battle the Black Dragon. At this moment, your doom is sealed. Observing the surrounding servants in a state of near death, Shin Jun laughed heartily. Whoosh. Bang. Yet in that very instant of mirth, a flying sword pierced through the body of the Time Magician, shattering it completely. Huh? Shin Jun snapped back to reality, only to behold Gilgamesh glaring fiercely at him from atop a high tower. You audacious fool, he exclaimed. How dare you force me into such a humiliating position? Clutching his wound, Gilgamesh's eyes blazed with fury, his grotesque visage appearing extraordinarily menacing. How can you still stand, while others lie incapacitated on the ground? Why does this golden figure still possess the ability to move? Shin Jun was bewildered. I shall no longer allow you to wreak havoc. Doors opened behind him, countless in number. As the golden light illuminated the night, Gilgamesh bore an unsettling intent to turn Shin Jun into a pincushion. I fear not your peculiar methods of attack. Swiftly, he lifted the trap concealed under the dual plate, declaring loudly. In that very moment, the doors of the king's treasure vanished entirely. What? For the first time, Gilgamesh felt a sense of bewilderment, unable to extract any more treasures from his vault. Hey, you all rely on your so-called treasures and skills in battle, do you not? Then, sealing them will suffice. With a triumphant gaze, Shin Jun rubbed his nose and shouted, Skill extraction. This trap card, activated by expending a certain amount of magical energy, could nullify the treasures and skills held by all. Whether it was Gilgamesh's cherished king's treasure or the slowly healing Excalibur and Avalon, they were rendered ineffective in that moment. Even more alarming for Excalibur and Shinjun was the fact that their keen instincts and perception began to fail them. Now, not only was it questionable whether they could unleash their treasures, but even fighting effectively with such injuries became a concern. Naturally, this came at a cost. Shinjun's own abilities would also be rendered ineffective. He could only rely on summoning monsters to engage in battle. Yet, glancing at the pitch-black dragon, Shinjun felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. Crimson-eyed Black Dragon. That was his most formidable trump card at present, offering him unparalleled peace of mind. "Come if you dare," muttered Janucci as he placed the card upon the dual disc. Suddenly, a colossal black dragon enveloped the sky, far larger than Janucci had envisioned. Is the red-eyed black dragon truly this immense? He gazed upward at the dragon, which was so vast it seemed to dwarf everything around it. Its form was at least 1/5 the size of Fuyuki City. Had it not been nighttime, the citizens would have likely gathered in awe and panic. Can one truly summon a dragon? Struggling to rise from the ground, he crouched in astonishment before the gigantic creature. The effectiveness of the sheath had ceased, leaving Kiryu, gravely injured, to open his eyes and behold the dragon that nearly obscured the sky with a sense of helplessness. The existence of such a mythical being, casually summoned by his opponent, was unfathomable. "Ah, it's a dragon," Weber exclaimed, overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, trembling. Lelouch clutched his chest, suppressing his pain. He had not anticipated such formidable combat prowess. First, a seemingly insignificant familiar nearly cleared the game. Then the servant's noble phantasms and skills were rendered ineffective, culminating in the summoning of this massive dragon. This display of power was nothing short of extraordinary. His previous strategies now appeared trivial in comparison. Unbidden, Lelouch recalled past unpleasant encounters, each time believing victory was assured, only to have that certainty shattered by Suzu's brute force. "Is this yet another attempt to humiliate me?" he thought. "For now, let us suspend our battle." Gazing at the dragon in the sky, Gilgamesh felt no trepidation. Having experienced numerous fantastical events in life, he was unperturbed by the presence of a dragon. The black-armored servant removed his helmet, revealing a mature visage as he too regarded the dragon above. If such a creature were to unleash its fury, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, he found his class change abilities rendered ineffective. Armed with a golden sword, however, he was well equipped to confront the black dragon. Janucci's condition had improved slightly, and Sakura, Kyoko lay on the ground, observing him. "You can rest a bit longer. We are both nearly at our limit." The summoning of the red-ice black dragon had depleted Janucci's remaining magical energy, while Sakura also required magic to recover. Thus, this was truly their last resort. Casting a fleeting glance at the far right of the duel board, where the skill extraction had been activated, Janucci felt a momentary sense of relief. If he could seal the noble phantasms and skills of this group of adversaries, they would lose a significant portion of their combat prowess. "Ha, can you still move?" he inquired, observing the still prostrate Kenshin. Thanks to the earlier healing, Kenshin could manage a degree of movement, but without the sheath's efficacy, he would not have been able to act so effortlessly. "Indeed, my sheath is with you," he mused, realizing that his approach to Kenshin was not mere coincidence, but rather an instinctive awareness of the sheath's presence that drew him near. Now that he had confirmed this, he understood the reason behind it. The only opportunity to acquire the sheath likely arose during the period when Alisfel was captured. Kiritsugu had entrusted his sheath to his wife for her protection, never anticipating such an ambush. It seemed he had previously misjudged the man's intentions, as he had bestowed such a vital protective artifact upon Alisfel rather than himself, demonstrating his genuine concern for her. "Now, whether it be you or me, it seems we are both struggling to act as we normally would," he reflected, although it appeared that they could contend with the black dragon. Given the magic they could wield and their injuries, it was unlikely they could last long without their noble phantasms. Observing the two already engaged in combat with the black dragon, he began to speak slowly. "What do you wish to convey?" Kenshin gasped, pinpointing a crucial detail. "I possess a method to annihilate the black dragon in one fell swoop. However, the magic involved is quite troublesome. Could I implore you to exert yourself a bit more? Only with your extraordinary speed might there be a chance to destroy the mechanism it employs for casting spells before it can react. You truly know how to impose burdens," he replied, yet it seemed he had little choice in the matter. Chapter 41. The Witch. "Alas, I cannot believe I am being cornered like this." Dodging the sweeping claws of the dragon, Gilgamesh's expression was one of utter dismay. Were he able to utilize the weapons from his treasury, he could dispatch such a mere dragon with ease. Instead, he found himself fleeing like a cat pursued by a mouse. a situation that severely undermined the dignity of a king. Yet, it appeared he was genuinely at a loss for any recourse. Not only could he not retrieve his noble phantasms from the door, but the only asset at his disposal was his golden armor. He was not one to carry weapons on his person at all times. He would only retrieve them from the door when necessity demanded it. Who could have foreseen that his door would be sealed? Such an absurdity was unprecedented in Gilgamesh's life. He vowed that next time, he would certainly prepare something special to prevent such an occurrence from happening again. The golden greatsword shattered the fireball hurled by the black dragon, and upon glancing down at the city below, a clear target emerged. In a state where both skills and treasures were sealed, vanquishing the black dragon proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, a direct assault seemed the swiftest course of action. However, just as he intended to charge forward, the colossal black dragon unfurled its wings, obstructing his path and preventing him from advancing smoothly. This was decidedly unfortunate. The black dragon appeared resolute in thwarting his advance. Meanwhile, the incessantly gleaming and chattering figure beside him proved of no assistance. The situation appeared decidedly grim. Hey, the red eyes are not so easily vanquished, he mused. Unlike ordinary monsters that could be easily defeated, the red eyes black dragon was his trump card. Though the reason for its immense size eluded him, it inadvertently became quite advantageous. A bright cry echoed in his ears, drawing attention within the city. He caught a glimpse of a figure stumbling and rushing towards him. Oh no, this won't he do. Aware of the adversary's intent, the city's inhabitants were not to be underestimated. Fortunately, due to their injuries, their movements were sluggish, granting him ample time to react. The pitch-black tail of the dragon obstructed the path, forming an impassable barrier. Glancing up at the height, he felt a pang of frustration. Under normal circumstances, this would pose no issue, but in his injured state, conserving energy became a significant challenge. Initially, he aimed to divert attention, yet it seemed he had only succeeded partially. Sufficient. Yet the words that reached her ears caused her to pause. Sword Heart dashed from behind, leaping into the air and using her shoulder as a springboard for a second jump. However, perhaps due to her injuries, Sword Heart struggled to maintain balance and posture in midair, lacking the necessary force to clear the dragon's tail entirely. Observing the near miss of the figure attempting to leap over the tail, the inhabitants of the city felt little concern. After all, with such a distance, it would be easy for the red-eyed black dragon to swat her aside. Yet, unexpectedly, a different grip on the sword shifted his perspective, and the divine sword was hurled towards him. This is bad. Though he reacted, his body lacked the capability to evade in time. With a sharp crack, the far right section was cleaved, reducing the 5 domains to 4. The area marked for skill extraction was severed and fell to the ground. In that instant, the summoned servants present sensed the troublesome blockade had been lifted. Ah, we've been waiting for this moment. Familiar golden orbs began to emerge from the vicinity of the holy sword, radiating a glimmer of hope. A surge of wild magical energy erupted, catching the attention of Gilgamesh, who resided in the towering structure above. The colossal golden blade cleaved towards the black dragon soaring in the skies, the resulting brilliance engulfing it. A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens, forming a cross-shaped plume of smoke that was exceptionally dazzling. Crimson eyes. Inside the city, Chizuru raised his arms to withstand the lingering force and shouted loudly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied, though such a statement felt somewhat self-deceptive. Weber, observing the bloodied Lelouch, assisted him to his feet, the latter emitting a self-mocking sound. "We should leave this place, Weber. In my current state, it is difficult for me to protect you." His intermittent voice conveyed that Lelouch had indeed succumbed to a state of weakness. "I understand." Nodding, Weber dismissed previous concerns and supported him as they moved backward. "Ah, truly splendid this radiance. Don't you agree?" Once everything had settled, Gilgamesh reminisced about the beautiful smoke and turned to his companion beside him. Without uttering a word, the latter gazed downward, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Once, he too had emanated such brilliance. Finally I can clear the aftermath. To determine a victor, he first needed to deal with these meddlesome foes. Otherwise, their incessant interruptions were rather irksome. Opening his treasury once more, countless swords and blades surged forth, all aimed at the ground below, stirring Gilgamesh's anger at the thought of earlier events. Not a chance. Sakura stood up with great difficulty from the ground, panting as she called out, while Chizuru looked on anxiously. "You have no cards left, do you? It's time for me to protect you. But you also." Chizuru gazed at her resolute stance, intending to say something, only to be interrupted. "Don't worry, I still have an ace up my sleeve." With a reassuring smile, Sakura responded. Yet internally, she was far from composed. Witchification. Perhaps that would be the ultimate means to break the deadlock now. She was uncertain of its true efficacy, but if it could be used to protect her friends, regardless of the cost or consequences, she would choose to wield it. Perhaps she had truly plunged into the abyss. Participating in this so-called Dragon Ball War was an erroneous decision. Yet curiously, at this moment, she felt no regret. At the very least, she had forged new friendships here. Chizuru. Although our acquaintance has been brief, it has truly brought me joy. Huh? So, we are friends, aren't we? What nonsense are you speaking? We have entrusted our lives to one another, so of course we are. Ha! Within the city, it is truly wonderful to have met you. Upon hearing Kyoko Sakura's exclamatory words, a peculiar atmosphere suddenly enveloped those around them. An inexplicable chill swept over everyone. The streets began to transform, and the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. The unfamiliar scene unfolded before them, and Weber, who was preparing to depart with Lelouch, widened his eyes in terror. A bounded field? On that day, a witch was born in Fuyuki City. Chapter 42, The Witch's Domain. The environment was shifting, and chaos reigned supreme. Everything surrounding them was no longer as they had previously perceived. All present felt as though they had entered a realm akin to an exquisite painting. A bounded field. Was it? Some recognized the scene capable of such profound alterations in its surroundings and spoke up. The bounded field, deemed the closest manifestation of magic, has even been classified by the Mages Association as a forbidden spell. The magic that materializes one's inner landscape, once activated, can corrode the real world, ensnaring everything around it into the magician's domain. It is formed from the inner self of the caster, thus intricately linked to their personal experiences. Undoubtedly, those who can wield a bounded field are extraordinary individuals. Yet, that grotesque visage is truly unbearable to behold. A jester in a play. How lamentable. The uneven terrain, the unfamiliar streets, and the thick haze enveloping them unveiled a colossal and abstract entity, riding a curious black and white steed, adorned in a red and colorful garb. Its head resembled a candle, even burning with flame, wielding a massive spear. A martial witch, an utterly incomprehensible being. This is dire. Weber supported Lelouch, cold sweat breaking out as he realized they had been drawn into this world before even escaping its confines. Given Lelouch's current state, injured and devoid of his mecha, they were in grave peril indeed. Familiars? As dark magical shadows emerged around them, Weber felt a surge of dread. Crack, crack. The orderly march, reminiscent of an army, bore an immense sense of oppression. Lelouch gasped, surveying the numbers ahead, his mind racing to devise a plan for their escape. He must find a way for both himself and Weber to extricate themselves from this predicament. It's over. Crack. The sudden onslaught of the familiar caused Weber to gasp in surprise. However, upon closing his eyes, he heard a fierce shout. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a figure wielding a holy sword, who was even shielding him from harm. A wave of inexplicable relief washed over Weber. With a resounding thud, the figure, sword heart, evaded an attack and retaliated with a punch that sent the creature flying. It seems you can still fight without a sword, Weber quipped, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at Sword Heart. Yet, he felt a tinge of doubt. It would be unwise to rely solely on this. After all, his training was in swordsmanship, not in unarmed combat. While he could manage 2 or 3 familiars, the sheer number ahead, resembling a battalion, made it unrealistic to expect Sword Heart to topple them all with mere fists. The Kusanagi sword he had previously thrown was far beyond his reach. Trapped beneath the foot of a colossal creature, and in its current battered state, he dared not approach. Such naive individuals, he thought, observing the others who, rather than seizing the opportunity to strike, were instead offering assistance. Lelouch was at a loss for words. This was not the time for internal strife. If they did not unite, death awaited them. As she dispatched yet another attacking familiar, she declared, "This is not an exaggeration. In our current injured and exhausted state, engaging in infighting within the enemy's established barrier is utterly nonsensical. Indeed, we must devise a plan," Weber replied earnestly, casting a sidelong glance at Lelouch. He understood the deep-seated distrust towards others, yet this was not the moment for personal grievances. A plan? Unless we have the strength to unleash our noble phantasms once more. The 3 of us combined would still be insufficient to face this horde. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Lelouch had long since grasped the dire reality. A grievously wounded literary emperor, a swordsman bereft of his weapon, and a king whose magical reserves were nearly depleted. setting aside the issue of being a burden. Simply confronting the multitude of familiars was a daunting task, let alone seeking out the witch transformed from Sakura Kyoko, whether through luck or otherwise. It became apparent that their combined strength was essential. Reflecting on the situation, one could say that Kiritsugu and the others inadvertently did them a favor. Facing this alone was a daunting thought. Was this the time for despair? No, I'm not pessimistic. Rather, I am convinced that breaking the deadlock relies solely on their assistance. However, whether those two possess the same goodwill remained uncertain. The choice to entrust one's life to others is not one that Lelouch desires. However, he finds himself in a predicament where no solutions are forthcoming. What can a group of severely weakened individuals accomplish? No matter how he perceives the situation, it cannot sway the whims of the peculiar monster known as the Witch of the Wands. Even if he were to reclaim the divine sword, it would be insufficient to vanquish such a colossal entity. The only recourse available to him, the ability to unleash the second true magic, the victory sword, is hindered by a lack of sufficient magical power. Within the confines of the barrier, he cannot even contact Kiritsugu. Relying on him to assist via command spell seems to be a futile hope, and avoiding being cast aside altogether would be a stroke of good fortune. Surrounded by familiars, merely safeguarding his own existence has become a daunting challenge, leaving little strength to confront the core entity. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lelouch's mind. Perhaps there exists another way. What way? Both Kirai and Weber paused at his words, their vigilance heightened as they awaited further elaboration. To kill. Kill. They were perplexed by this statement. Have you not realized? Throughout this battle, although there is clearly no master, she has not been subjected to the magical restrictions that would typically force her out of the fight. This indicates that she has forged a new contract with another master. Considering her demeanor in conjunction with the fact that her original master has long since perished, it is highly probable that the new master is indeed her contractor. While it is unclear how this was achieved, it is not surprising that she possesses various forms of magic, including those capable of establishing contracts with servants. But how do you know the master is dead? Ah, that is something I shall not disclose to you. Whether you choose to believe my earlier assertions is entirely up to you. At this juncture, Kirai, Weber, and the others began to comprehend. If the hypothetical reasoning holds true, then this conclusion is indeed credible. Otherwise, it would be impossible to account for the proximity of their current situation. However, to attempt to kill amid such a vast army, without knowledge of the enemy's location, seems a daunting task. Weber raised his gaze to survey the surroundings, a sudden twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Could they truly navigate this ironclad encirclement? They could only strive to delay and await an opportunity. Yet, mere delay equates to a slow demise. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Lelouch furrowed his brow, detecting the confidence embedded in the other's tone. With the restoration capabilities of the scabbard, we will inevitably gain strength in due time. Yet, it remains uncertain whether one will be eliminated first or if they can endure until that moment arrives. Kirai grasped the underlying meaning and explained, then we must simply endeavor to try, mustn't we? Beyond that, there are no alternatives. Listening to their exchange, Lelouch discerned that both parties harbored secrets unbeknownst to one another. As they engaged in conversation, a deafening roar echoed from a distance. Looking up, they beheld a figure clad in golden armor, levitating and brandishing a peculiar sword. Chapter 43. Glimmering Gold. Within the Star City, the separation of heaven and earth was palpable. So powerful, exceedingly powerful, I activated my magical artillery. Truly, this tiresome farce continues unabated. An endless array of weapons surged forth from the gates, annihilating the approaching familiars. Gilgamesh held the so-called inherent barrier in utter disdain. Perhaps it posed a significant challenge for others, but for him, it was merely a domain he could effortlessly shatter. With a resounding crash, he swung his great sword, effortlessly dispatching a multitude of encroaching familiars in an instant. In contrast to the trio over there, who were barely clinging to life, he maintained ample combat prowess. Are you planning to toy with your noble phantasm again? As he transformed his weapon into a lance, the swirling magic surged forth, and Gilgamesh chuckled as he always did. You are burdened by that little girl. It would be wise not to act rashly. To obliterate such monsters, your master might not endure. Perceiving his opponent's greatest weakness, Gilgamesh spoke with pointed insinuation. Unlike Tosaka Tokiyomi, who had the support of ley lines, his source of magical energy was solely self-sustained. The young girl from the Matu family was hardly sufficient to serve as a power source, thereby severely limiting his capacity for sustained combat. Having endured a deadly assault until now, Both sides had expended considerable resources. If he were to employ a high-scale noble phantasm to vanquish the creature before him, it would undoubtedly jeopardize Matu, Sakura's life. Well, while I understand you're intentionally provoking me to strike, this king is not without compassion. Repeatedly compelling a significant guest to showcase their abilities is quite impolite to the host. This time, I shall make an exception and allow you a glimpse. As if flaunting something, the golden-armored king produced a strange key. Sensing an immense pressure, the Witch of the Sword lowered her gaze towards him and then lunged with her massive lance. Yet, it was deflected by the figure who had switched to wielding a giant axe. What does that fellow intend to do? Standing beneath the Witch of the Sword, an inexplicable unease enveloped the city. He had been surrounded by familiars since earlier. Although he had not suffered any attacks, he could not find solace. Naturally, he also observed the rising crimson light ahead. The trace-like patterns manifested in the air. Crack! The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed, and by the time he reacted, he found himself inexplicably grasping a sword that shimmered with an unusual red light. Awakened from your slumber, his body began to levitate, his haughty demeanor radiating arrogance. Whoosh! The ability to replicate one's self manifested, as the martial which transformed into countless entities. A futile struggle ensued. Witnessing this scene, Gilgamesh merely waved his sword. A rumbling sound reverberated, alerting those within the barrier to the swelling magical energy. Was the world collapsing? Weber looked up at the sky, noticing cracks forming in the anomalous space, and could not help but shout in alarm. Is that the noble phantasm? He gazed in astonishment at Gilgamesh, who was encircled at the center. The magnitude of this power far exceeded that of the holy sword in her possession. This was a noble phantasm capable of impacting the very concept of the world. He never anticipated such a formidable weapon would be wielded. With a resounding blast, a tremendous gust of wind erupted, repelling the approaching martial witch, causing her excess replicas to dissipate into the air. Sakura, City within called out anxiously, observing the fallen colossal creature. The sound of shattering glass echoed as fragments of the composed world rained down. The surroundings returned to the normality of Fuyuki City. We are saved. Weber sighed in relief, noting the tranquility of the environment around them. Their escape from that realm, coupled with the vanished familiars, indicated their temporary safety. Yet, something still lingered. They had merely shattered the world she created. Looking at the immense creature, he spoke. Weber and Lelouch turned to gaze back, only to find the being on the black and white steed in a state of upheaval. A lance, larger than a building, swept recklessly through the vicinity. What are you doing, Sakura? City within shouted in alarm. Ha ha ha. Experiencing the threat of this king. You deem it necessary to gather more magical energy by slaughtering those foolish mortals to sustain yourself? Gilgamesh responded, addressing City within's queries with apparent kindness. What are you saying? She would never do such a thing. Memories of the girl's innocent smile flashed in his mind. He could not believe that Sakura Yoshino would resort to such extremes. Fool! Since she activated that noble phantasm, she has ceased to exist as a person. She has become a monster devoid of personality, reason, and thought. The only thing that drives her to protect you is that obsession, and to safeguard you, she will choose to siphon more magical energy to confront this king, disregarding all else. Gilgamesh laughed mockingly. Boom! Oh, there's a monster. It seems that the assertion has been validated. As within the city, the actions of the witch of the martial arts have been uncovered. The colossal spear incessantly claims the lives of the slumbering citizens, subsequently converting their essence into its arcane energy. Such brazen insurrection has garnered the attention and dread of the world. Hey, Sakura, cease at once, I shouted, cupping my hands to amplify my voice, yet my pleas fell upon deaf ears. It was indeed a ludicrous scene. Fear not, this king seldom displays such benevolence. I shall graciously allow you to meet your demise alongside it in that realm. Gilgamesh sneered, having already ascended to the skies. What? The immense magical energy coalesced, drawing the attention of the city's inhabitants skyward. Scarlet radiance erupted everywhere, with terrifying currents even stirring the clouds. It must surely be a breathtaking strike. I will not allow that. I will not permit you to slay Sakura. Ignoring everything else, the city clenched its teeth and placed a hand atop the deck. With a flourish, the last remnants of magical energy were restored, and the city drew the final card from the deck. Gilgamesh had no intention of fully unleashing the divergent sword. He merely unleashed that unremarkable strike. The witch of the martial arts, with her massive form, had now become the prime target. There was no need for precise aim. A mere release from a certain altitude would suffice to strike her. This blow would obliterate the witch of the martial arts along with her very life. As the oncoming impact approached, the city glanced at the face-down card it had just drawn and tossed into the dual disc, breaking into a crooked smile. So powerful, too powerful. But I shall activate it. Magic Cylinder. Chapter 44. Let us go together, Sakura. What? The sound of rushing air echoed as two colossal forms emerged in the path of the Divergence Sword's assault. I watched helplessly as the force of the strike was drawn into the cylinders. An ominous premonition took hold, causing Gilgamesh's expression to freeze. Boom! As expected. In the next moment, the impact surged back from the opposite cylinder, rebounding his attack. Oh no! He had never anticipated encountering such an absurd situation. And Gilgamesh began to lose his composure. He could never have imagined being struck by the Divergent Sword. Oh no! Even clad in remarkably resilient golden armor, he was now being cleaved by that strange force. After all, it was an attack capable of fracturing space, creating temporal rifts. Looking up at the countered assault, he felt an inexplicable sense of peculiarity. How ironic it was to utter such grandiloquent words only to suffer the most severe punishment. This treatment, to be honest, was quite bizarre. How astonishing it is that such a formidable attack was repelled by magic. Even Weber and others were taken aback by the spectacle. It is crucial to note that this was a relic of boundary-level specifications. Although it was not an absolute release, the residual might alone was sufficient to incite commotion. The half-hearted strike unleashed by Gilgamesh was not something an ordinary individual could withstand, let alone have it rebounded through magic. Deservedly so. With a practiced expression of delight, Shinjirai exclaimed. Witnessing that arrogant individual suffer was akin to watching a seahorse bested by a blue-eyes white dragon, an exhilarating sight indeed. As the unusual power lingered in the sky, the gathering of onlookers found themselves unable to spot the once boastful figure of the ancient king. He had not perished, rather, he had fled. Merely spouting bravado was one thing, but having his mightiest attack repelled, nearly resulting in his demise, was far too humiliating for a king to endure. Truly, a figure lacking in dignity. Naturally, they were aware of the lofty self-image he held. Do we have the right to comment? Lelouch was rather indifferent to the matter of embarrassment. After all, they had hoped someone could vanquish such a monster, only to find themselves nearly obliterated, a most unexpected turn of events. Alas, it continued to wreak havoc upon the populace. It must be stopped. Kenshin raised his gaze towards the still rampaging witch of the Wudong, feeling a tinge of urgency. Other matters could be set aside for now, but the chaos before them had to be quelled. Given the destructive capacity of the witch, the casualties would not merely be a handful. The gravity of the situation raised concerns about whether the church could manage the aftermath effectively. Who would have thought this assassin would possess a conscience for the common people? Casting a sidelong glance at him, Lelouch was surprised by this thought. Now is not the time for such musings. If that creature is not halted, this city will be doomed. Weber was well aware of the rules of the magical world. The mystery must remain concealed. Otherwise, they would surely face repercussions from the Mages Association. Is not the solution right before us? Upon hearing Lelouch's response, Weber was momentarily taken aback, then followed his gaze to the source. It's nothing. I just contacted Kiritsugu. He will use a command spell to replenish my magical energy. I shall once again unleash the relic to bury it. Understanding what was being conveyed, he explained with remarkable composure. The current predicament transcended personal concerns. Even Kiritsugu, with his usual demeanor, could not stand idly by while Fuyuki City suffered. If a single command spell and the release of a relic could save lives, Kiritsugu would undoubtedly take action, even if only the final command seal remains. Placing him at a disadvantage in the impending conflict, he will not waver. This is his choice, a vow bound by the command seal. Yet, as he prepared to act from the periphery, the actions of the witch momentarily froze. What? Stop at once. How infuriating. Can you not hear my voice? Frantically tugging at his hair, he could only watch helplessly. Mother, woe is me, a monster. The cacophony of panic surrounding him filled him with a deep sense of guilt. If only he were stronger. Perhaps he could have prevented Sakura from falling into such a dire state. Thank you, uncle. Not far away, he witnessed familiar figures rescuing terrified people from the ruins of collapsed buildings. Among them, he recognized a red-haired boy, instantly recalling the familiar figure often seen in the park. The mature face of the man etched vividly in his memory. Shaking his head, he chose silence. In the boy's admiring gaze, the man leaped towards the towering structure, spear in hand, fixing his gaze upon the colossal witch. The boastful king had fled, leaving him to resolve this predicament. As for magical power, he could only hope to unleash his limited magic to eradicate the witch before him. Stop! The shout that pierced through the chaos drew his attention. He turned to see someone racing against the tide of people, calling out to him, "I will stop her." The resolute tone momentarily halted his thoughts. Seeing no immediate action, he sighed in relief. He lacked the magical energy for another desperate attempt. "Sakura, I know you must be suffering inside. After all, you're not the kind of girl who would do something like this. I believe this is not your true intention," he called out earnestly. Recalling the moments he had spent with this girl, he was certain he had not misjudged her. "You know, Sakura, friends are those who engage in foolishness together, share laughter in moments of joy, and deliver a wake-up punch when one errs." He spoke slowly, reminiscing about the game and his companions, Honda and the others. "You have made a mistake. Therefore, as your friend, I will deliver a firm blow to stop you. Do not think that being a girl will spare you from this reckoning." Raising the battered dual disc in his hand, he smiled nostalgically. "I, too, share the fault of not being able to adequately prevent your suffering. Therefore, I shall bear that burden alongside you. I will hold on to you tightly, and together we shall offer our heartfelt apologies in another realm." As I slowly reach for that ever-activated card, a cry escapes from within me. I am acutely aware of the consequences that will unfold upon my touch, yet I possess the resolve to proceed. This connection, a thread binding my soul to that of Kyoko Sakura, embodies the bond of friendship. With a forceful tug, I wrench the card from the dual disc, and its sustaining power begins to wane. Even without this artifact, we shall remain eternal friends. So let us walk together. The body of the witch comes to a halt, subsequently beginning to disintegrate. Chapter 45, Aftermath. As I gradually awaken, I suddenly open my eyes wide and turn over. I'm taken aback to see the gleaming, devastated city below. I am momentarily stunned. Am I flying? A sudden panic grips me, but upon realizing I am not plummeting, I clutch my chest in relief. "Haha, what are you doing?" A familiar laughter reaches my ears, and I turn in surprise. Before me stands Kyoko Sakura, dressed casually, floating in the air just like me. We have been eliminated, Kyusuk," she states, her laughter fading as a look of regret crosses her face. "Yet, I'm truly delighted to hear that you would stop me." "Thank you." She turns her gaze towards the ruined city and the weeping crowds below, her voice rising with emotion. Her expression is filled with sorrow and reluctance. After succumbing to witchhood, she could only watch helplessly as the witch wreaked havoc. Witnessing the destruction of humanity pierced her heart with unbearable anguish. In that moment of utter despair, it was Kyusuk who prevented her from spiraling into darkness. Until the very end, Kyusuk never abandoned her, still hoping to save her. That willingness to face death alongside her, to risk everything, is profoundly moving. It is precisely for this reason that Kyoko Sakura never succumbed to despair. Simply hearing those heartfelt words brought tears to her eyes. A fist gently touches her cheek, and Kyoko is momentarily taken aback. "Did I not say? You made a mistake, so you shall receive a punch. Do not assume that being a girl will spare you from consequences." The seriousness in his demeanor causes Kyoko to puff up her cheeks in discontent. "Whose fault do you think it is? If it weren't for your blunder, I would never have resorted to this. If you hadn't been outmaneuvered, I wouldn't have found myself in such a predicament. It would be wise for you to reflect on your actions." The quarrel erupted suddenly, yet in the next moment, both of them burst into laughter. That unrestrained laughter mirrored their sense of relief. "Indeed, what we ought to do is apologize to those affected. I am aware of my missteps and fully comprehend the magnitude of my errors." Kyoko Sakura shows no intention of evading responsibility. "Regrettably, the card you once gifted me seems to have lost its efficacy." "Oh, the resurrection of the deceased? It appears that our demise together has rendered it ineffective. After all, it is not a matter of great consequence." After a moment of contrition, Kyoko Sakura recalled past events. However, Yamanashita appeared indifferent to the card's significance. But does this count as an out-of-body experience? Who knows? Yamanashita glanced at their state and inquired, while Kyoko Sakura shrugged, utterly perplexed. "They seem oblivious to our presence. What will become of us?" Sitting cross-legged in the air, Yamanashita gazed downward, excitement palpable in their voice. Is this what they call a spirit bound to the earth? Such a notion is rather bizarre. Completely baffled by the situation, they found themselves without answers. Clap. Yet the sound of applause from behind captured the attention of both Yamanashita and Kyoko Sakura. What a delightful camaraderie. Turning back, they beheld a figure clad in white robes. Their face obscured. That voice. "It is you. It is you." The voice was indelibly etched in the memories of both Yamanashita and Kyoko Sakura. It belonged to the architect of their participation in the Dragon Ball War. What do you intend to do? Do not be so hasty. I merely noticed your unease and came forth to provide a brief explanation. The calmness in their tone was anything but human. Well, hosting this war, as I mentioned, will indeed fulfill the wishes of the victor. However, only the triumphant may stand in the end. Allowing you to retreat midway would hinder future developments. What do you mean? Yamanashita, puzzled, tilted their head in confusion. Fool, what he means is that we, the defeated, are to remain as spectators. We are to witness until someone ultimately succeeds in granting their wish. Sakura Kyoko was taken aback by the treatment she received, somewhat surprised by the earnest demeanor of the person before her. It stands to reason that a deity should not be so capricious and willful. Yet this individual exhibited a sense of responsibility and kindness. Huh? Is that so? Indeed, if I return and you all claim it to be false, it will be quite troublesome. I do not merely intend to hold this event once. Once the victor is determined and wishes are granted, you will naturally be returned to your respective worlds. That is the plan. Oh, as he grasped the situation, Luminari became aware. But just as he exchanged glances with Sakura Kyoko again, that figure vanished once more. Does this imply that there may be future opportunities to participate? Upon hearing this, Sakura Kyoko discerned the underlying implication. Though this time had resulted in failure, who knows when she might be summoned again? While she did not fully comprehend the intricacies, it was clear there remained a chance. TSK, should I be summoned again, I shall not find myself in such a dire predicament. This conflict had finally seen two heroic spirits withdraw from the stage. However, the remaining combatants faced their own losses, and their whereabouts remained uncertain as they recuperated from severe injuries. Only one, however, was in a notably better state. The panic that ensued in Fuyuki City was far more dire. Even though the church swiftly implemented measures for recovery, it was a monumental task. Consequently, esteemed families such as the Tosaka and Matu clans had to dispatch individuals to manage the aftermath. Whether through magical hypnosis or site management, it was no trivial endeavor. After all, the calamity wrought by the Witch of the West had resulted in immense devastation and casualties. Thus, during this period, the masters and servants tacitly agreed to a ceasefire. Ah, I understand your predicament. Let us reconvene once everything has been resolved. Tokiomi Tosaka terminated his conversation with Ryugi Shiki's familiar, fully aware of the latter's overwhelming circumstances. In light of such a significant event, the Mages Association would undoubtedly voice their grievances. Allowing the mysterious to be so brazenly exposed without proper mitigation would not be something that could be rectified merely with an apology. A miscalculation. They underestimated the strength of the enemy, and it was only through the combined efforts of 5 servants, at great cost, that they managed to subdue her. Nonetheless, they had ultimately eliminated a troublesome adversary. However, there was a silver lining, the resolution of a potential threat. Had they continued without a proper assessment of her capabilities, they might have faced an unforeseen counterattack. The powers possessed by those 2 heroic spirits were indeed formidable. Thus, the focus now rests solely on what lies ahead. Although there were deviations from the original plans and processes, the task was ultimately accomplished. Now, it is merely a matter of locating the master, which poses a significant dilemma for Tokiomi Tosaka, ultimately hindering his victory. Chapter 46, Astonishing News. As you predicted, Kiritsugu Amiya is indeed preparing to take action. Within his residence, having withdrawn the surveillance familiars, Weber gazed at the bandaged figure of Lelouch reclining on the bed with his upper body exposed. This opportunity was his only chance. My injuries prevent my direct involvement for the time being. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to exact his revenge. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly act as well. Propping his head up with one hand, Lelouch wore a knowing smirk, his expression one of anticipation. To kill Kirai Kodomine? Indeed, after all, he is the enemy of his wife and ally. Weber could comprehend the situation. Regardless, as a severely injured member of the Alliance, he was unable to provide support. Kirai Kodomine was now in a state of isolation and helplessness. How could Kiritsugu possibly let such a prime opportunity slip away? Moreover, the injuries that had long troubled him rendered him incapable of interference, whether it be to withdraw or to seize the Dragon Balls from Kirai Kodomine. This was the optimal moment. Such events had transpired only last night, and now, merely half a day later, this was the outcome? Truly unsettling. With a sigh, Weber could only watch this scene unfold helplessly. After all, given their current state, they lacked any combat capability. What? A series of questions arose as Weber witnessed Lelouch sit up, attempting to don his usual attire, leaving him astonished. What are you doing? Are you preparing to leave? But you? I may be injured and unable to engage in direct combat, yet that does not preclude others from doing so. Observing the familiar cold smile on Lelouch's face, Weber suddenly recalled the magic he wielded. With Kiriai's daughter as such a valuable pawn, I must utilize her wisely. Click! The sound of checking the magazine and chambering around echoed within the small inn, as Kiritsugu Amiya meticulously tended to his firearms. The familiar had departed. Watching him from the side, Weber reminded him, do not concern yourself with him, even if he knows what I intend to do. A wounded man stripped of his noble phantasm cannot interfere. Kiritsugu Amiya displayed a remarkable misjudgment, completely disregarding his detected movements. It could only be said that Lelouch had concealed his intentions too well. Such a trump card had remained undisclosed, leading Kiritsugu to overlook this aspect, resulting in a significant intelligence gap. Are you planning to confront Kiriai Kodomine personally? Do you intend to stop me? No. If it is for the sake of avenging Alice and Mia, I will not hinder you. Gazing at the weathered man before him, one could sense the unrest simmering within his heart. This assault was not merely a quest for the Dragon Balls. Kiritsugu sought the life of Kiriai Kodomine. The vendetta for his wife and assistant could not go unavenged. He yearned to settle the score and reclaim the Holy Grail. With the Grail restored to him, he would possess the confidence to confront Avalon, the fabled utopia. This ultimate artifact could only be activated by possessing the Grail, boasting an extraordinary capability to negate all physical and parallel world interferences, rendering it impervious even to higher-tier sorcery. It was the most formidable defense, one that even Gilgamesh's Excalibur could not breach. The sword that cuts through worlds would find itself ineffective, perhaps even rebounding upon its wielder. Such ferocity was indeed daunting. Regrettably, Kiritsugu remained oblivious to this unparalleled trump card, having previously regarded the Grail merely as a magical artifact to be squandered. This time, victory would be his. Hearing his servant's assertive declaration, Kiritsugu felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. After the chaotic skirmish they had endured, the moment of reckoning with Kiriai Kodomine seemed opportune, especially while Kiriai was still reeling from the previous encounter. With these thoughts in mind, he stepped through the door, unaware that soon Kiriai would face an unforeseen predicament. His body was firmly restrained. His father, Kiriai Kodomine, had seized his unsuspecting hands, rendering him powerless to escape. Staring at the servant that materialized before him, Kiriai was momentarily bewildered. Why had they appeared at the church at this moment? Upon seeing the figure, his instinct was to flee and summon a command spell. Yet, he never anticipated that his father would ensnare him so decisively. It was crucial to note that his martial arts were learned from Kiriai himself, who proved far from the frail figure he had assumed. How careless of him not to maintain vigilance. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the betrayal of his father, especially within the sanctity of their home. Endure. It is my king's command that takes precedence. Sensing a shift, Kiriai gleaned the gravity of the situation from their exchange. It appeared there were hidden cards in play that they remained unaware of. Let's begin with you, he declared, preparing to invoke his command spell, only to catch a glimpse of a crimson light flickering in his opponent's eyes. Coughing softly, Lelouch chose to remain concealed within the church, unwilling to depart with Weber at this juncture. To avoid raising suspicions among certain individuals, he could not reveal himself just yet. Indeed, the swift arrival proved somewhat arduous. Having lost the mech, he could only rely on his frail body to traverse the distance, which undoubtedly tested Lelouch's already weakened state, especially given his prior injuries. However, to fulfill the forthcoming plans, he had no choice but to proceed. He had already manipulated Kiriai Kodomine and issued a fatal command. Without exception, he must eliminate Kiritsugu Amiya. My king, before I depart, I have significant information to report to you, which I believe you will find invaluable. Observing the father and son duo kneeling before him, Lelouch felt no disdain. To him, this so-called war, with its inherent vulnerabilities of the masters, presented an opportunity. Once he seized it, their elimination was nearly assured. Just like that unknown swordsman who dispatched masters with the ease of slicing vegetables. In the realm of targeting masters, Lelouch and Kenshin were undoubtedly the most fitting assassins, one wielding mental prowess, the other physical strength. The revelation regarding his mentor's servant, Gilgamesh, and the true identity of the master piqued Lelouch's interest immensely. A master? He was taken aback by the explosive news Kiriai brought forth, leaving even the standing Waver astounded. It was known that they had yet to encounter this enigmatic master, leading Waver to momentarily question her very existence. Indeed, Her true identity was that of a foster daughter of the Matu family, the second daughter of Tokiyomi Tosaka, now renamed Sakurama II, a mere 6-year-old girl. As this crucial intelligence was divulged, Lelouch furrowed his brow. A 6-year-old master? Wavers stood dumbfounded. How could such a young girl possibly sustain a powerful servant? What manner of creature was she? Chapter 47. Neither fighting nor abstaining is an option. For now, it was best to disregard him. Understood. By the way, my king, Gilgamesh is connected to the ley line I provided him. In that state, his magical energy will be inexhaustibly replenished. Would you like me to inform you of the means to sever that connection? Kirai casually shared another piece of news. Certainly, for otherwise, that fellow would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. I wondered how he possessed such magical power. Waver interjected before Lelouch could respond. During that ambush, he never seemed to lack magical energy. It turns out he was drawing from the ley line of Fuyuki City. While everyone else was fighting over the spring water, he was running with his own supply, wasn't he? Rising. Present. How many command seals does Tokiyomi Tosaka possess? He still possessed merely 2 command seals, and the promised reward had been delayed due to the church's need to manage the aftermath. After inquiring about Tosaka Tokiyomi's situation, Lelouch remained unperturbed. Weber stood rigidly, perplexed by the intentions of the other party. How many command seals do you have left? 12. Is that so? Upon observing the multitude of red marks on Kirai's arm, Weber was taken aback. Although he was aware that the church's overseers safeguarded the command seals left by previous masters, 12 seemed excessive. Kirai, there is no need to sever your connection to the ley lines. This time, focus solely on accomplishing your mission. Above all, you must eliminate Kiritsugu Amiya. Understood. Watching Kirai leave the church, Weber was filled with questions. While he recognized that Lelouch's actions were undoubtedly justified, it remained challenging to decipher the Emperor's thoughts. Now it was not the opportune moment. To achieve success, one must maintain such a threat. A smile gradually formed on his lips. Possessing such a wealth of information and excellent pieces on the board, Lelouch contemplated a brilliant strategy. Then, he uttered a phrase amidst Weber's bewildered expression. Perhaps the formula for victory had already emerged. After a long wait, as Kirai returned from the church, Kenshin was polishing the retrieved divine sword when his movements suddenly paused. He felt an oddity about Kirai. News had reached him that Kiritsugu Amiya seemed poised to strike. However, the words spoken by Kirai redirected Kenshin's attention. The visage of the Night King wielding the holy sword surfaced in his mind, prompting him to consider that it was time to settle matters between himself and her. Especially since the initial confrontation had been instigated by him. Suddenly, Kenshin caught sight of Kirai opening a cabinet and retrieving an object. Is it for vengeance? He mused, contemplating the need to prepare a suitable gift. Hearing Kirai's slow speech, he witnessed the latter stowing the object within the side of his attire. Kenshin refrained from probing further. In his recollection, this mischievous demeanor was precisely what Kirai was meant to embody. With an inexplicable smile, he turned away, noting the glimmer in Kirai's eyes. As for reuniting with his wife and assistant, he was confident that it would bring satisfaction. A message from Kirai? Tosaka Tokiyomi, stationed in his workshop, also received the information conveyed by Kirai. At that moment, he was engaged in battle with Kiritsugu Amiya. Frowning, he found himself opposed to such actions. It is imperative to prevent this disciple from making foolish decisions. At the very least, one must wait until his injuries have healed before taking action. Unfortunately, his attempts to contact the other party through familiars have yielded no response. With a resounding thud, he slammed his hand on the table, realizing the gravity of the situation as he pondered why this disciple would act in defiance. If Kiritsugu Amiya were to emerge victorious, it would be manageable. However, should he fall to Kiritsugu, it would result in a significant loss of support for him. Although he possesses formidable combat prowess, this would diminish his existing advantages. Such an unfavorable scenario must be avoided at all costs. While still recuperating, he is certainly unable to intervene. Yet the presence of an unpredictable element at this critical moment is concerning. If the two were to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, leaving an opportunity for others to capitalize on their weakened states, it would be a grave misfortune. Suddenly, Tosaka Tokiyomi's expression darkened as he comprehended the situation. Kiritsugu Amiya's actions were deliberate. By launching an attack on Kiritsugu at this juncture, he is using the guise of their alliance as a cover. After all, should he truly emerge to claim the spoils, neither Tokiyomi nor Waver would wish to witness such an outcome. Thus, Kiritsugu remains unconcerned about a scenario of mutual destruction. The real urgency lies with their allies, who, reluctant as they may be, would have no choice but to assist when the time comes. It is unlikely they would choose to confront 4 servants head-on, after all, considering the previous ambush, which was far from uneventful. This is the source of Kiritsuga's audacity in confronting Tokiomi. Although he is targeted, he has effectively leveraged their respective positions to his advantage. Tokiomi, feeling ensnared by such machinations, could not help but feel discontented. Yet he realized he truly had no authority to intervene. He could either place his faith in Kiritsugu to eliminate Tokiomi or watch as Tokiomi is vanquished, or he could wait to assist against the fallout. In that moment, he found himself devoid of choices. "Aren't you going?" The distributed familiars could certainly sense the blatant meeting between the two. Korea inquired of the berserker, who was busy preparing a meal nearby. "There's no need for me to intervene. If I were to go, it would only serve to unify the remaining masters and servants." The berserker swiftly inscribed words onto the recipe with deft movements. Regardless of how this conflict unfolds, one side's master and servant will eventually retreat. At that point, the conclusion will draw near. A headache ensued at the thought of such a time. He was acutely aware of Sakura's wish, which remained intricately delicate in all aspects. If one were to seek an opportunity, this time he could indeed escape and eliminate those 4 servants in one swift motion. However, such an action would grant Sakura the right to wield her wish. The notion of wishing to remain in this world seems unnecessary. He still has important individuals awaiting him on the other side. This predicament poses a challenge. If he aids Sakura in securing victory, he may not be able to depart. Yet, should he refrain from assisting her, she could find herself in peril, which contradicts the very purpose of his summoning. It is truly a dilemma, caught between the choice to fight or not to fight. One could say that having a troublesome master is undeniably burdensome. Ideally, he would prefer a competent individual to bring this war to a swift conclusion. Chapter 48, Confrontation. Are they actively enticing us? The palpable aura of lethal intent is unmistakable. It is identical to the first time we met. A faint smile crossed his lips as he recalled sensing the same when escorting Alice to the seaside. Without needing to be told, this time he would not hold back. Casting a glance at Kiritsugu, he switched out his attire and holy sword, then surged forward, habitually raising his hand in a gesture of smoking. Kiritsugu found his hand frozen in place. A fleeting image of Ilya's youthful visage flashed through his mind, sparking a memory. Lowering his hand and clenching his fist, Kiritsugu's resolve solidified in that moment. A sharp sound echoed behind him, jarring in the desolate coastal warehouse. Without hesitation, Kiritsugu drew the prepared handgun and fired in that direction. Bang! Clatter! Almost immediately, a melodious sound of bullets ricocheting followed. In that instant, Kirai Kodomine emerged from the alleyway, gripping his black keys. "I've kept you waiting, Amiya Kiritsugu." Though under manipulation, Kirai retained his characteristic demeanor, merely inscribing the priority of the king into his thoughts. The king surpasses all else. Beyond that, there is no other influence. Kiritsugu did not respond, merely observing the man before him with calm intensity. The priest, skilled in martial arts, would pose a significant threat should he close the distance. Thus, he tossed a grenade, stripped of its safety ring, towards the oncoming Kirai. Boom! An explosion erupted, thick black smoke billowing forth, creating a barrier against Kirai's advance. Crackle! Unable to see ahead, Kiritsugu could only rely on sound to gauge his opponent's movements. Deflecting several incoming bullets, he discovered, when the smoke cleared, that Kirai had vanished from sight. Playing hide-and-seek, is he? A cunning man indeed. Wielding the divinely bestowed sword, Jinshin gazed ahead with an icy demeanor. Despite the myriad events that had transpired, at last, no one stood in his way. It was time to settle matters. The resolve was mutual as they both charged towards each other, the sacred sword and the divine blade clashing in midair. The sounds of metal resonated, clang, chime, and clash. With a flurry of dazzling strikes, he experienced a force greater than during their initial encounter. With a swift motion, he executed the flying sword technique, evading the blade's edge as he rolled midair, aiming his sword towards the opponent's waist. Yet he abruptly retreated, the sword merely grazing the armor on the abdomen, leaving a shallow wound. Pursuing unrelentingly, he unleashed the Earth Dragon Flash, launching an attack that upheaved the ground. Whoosh! However, the wind pressure deflected the incoming debris and earth. The gust swept away the rubble as Jinshin surged forth, using the cover of the shattered stones and lifted floorboards. Here lay his true lethal maneuver, the dragon soaring slash. With a sideways stance, he swung the divine sword upward towards the opponent's neck. As the fatal blow approached, there was no panic. Instead, he discerned the opening in his adversary's defense. Releasing his magical energy, his body surged forward, attempting to evade the attack while simultaneously striking Jinshin with the sacred sword. Zing! The blades crossed paths, each striking the other. Zzz, with their feet skidding against the ground. Both warriors glided apart. Ugh! He pressed a hand to his neck, where a crimson stain had begun to form. Despite having enhanced his speed, he found it exceedingly difficult to fully counter the opponent's swiftness. The adversary had consistently outpaced him. Reflecting on this, he fixed his gaze ahead. Drip! Blood dripped as Jinshin remained undeterred, staring intently. Though he too bore a wound from the sacred sword, he remained silent, seemingly impervious to pain. This battle, he mused, was difficult to articulate. Weber observed the scene through his familiar, beginning to acclimate to it. Having previously endured grand spectacles, this unembellished clash evoked a sense of nostalgia. It matters not. One of us will inevitably perish here. The outcome of their confrontation would undoubtedly influence future plans. Deep down, he harbored a desire to emerge victorious. Lelouch is indeed much more forthright. He consistently acts with victory as his ultimate objective. Naturally, he yearns for events that favor his side to transpire. After all, the master he has manipulated can be dealt with at any moment. With a weary glance, Weber acknowledges the pragmatism of this individual. Although they're ostensibly allies, he finds himself hoping for the triumph of his adversary. Unmoved by so-called emotions, he actively seeks means to achieve victory, resorting to any despicable methods if necessary. Only the victor can revel in the spoils of success. While Weber is reluctant to endorse such a notion, his limited experience leaves him unable to counter it. The situation demands a decisive resolution to unleash the noble phantasm. Suddenly captivated by a flurry of light, Weber opens his eyes to a familiar scene. Lelouch did not anticipate such a moment of decisiveness from his opponent. With that radiant cannon, should the sword heart be struck, it would surely be the end. Why choose to employ the noble phantasm at this juncture? Yet this is contingent upon the ability to hit, given the speed of the sword heart. It is impossible for him to remain stationary for targeting. Thus, Lelouch finds this move somewhat inscrutable. With sword in hand, he concentrates intently on the sword heart, pondering. The surrounding points of light flicker like fireflies, dazzling even in daylight. Aware of the might of the sword of victory's oath, which can obliterate summoned black dragons with a single strike, he realizes that being hit would be catastrophic. He must evade. Recognizing that his opponent is indeed about to unleash the noble phantasm, the sword heart contemplates this inevitability. The golden stream of light hurtles towards him, igniting the taut nerves and body of the sword heart into action. He leaps from the ground, soaring to the side to avoid it. Not only that, he charges forward from the flank. Weber and Lelouch naturally witness this spectacle. With incredible speed, the sword heart withstands the pressure of the wind generated by the sword of victory's oath, closing in from the side. As he approaches, his opponent lowers his center of gravity, and at that precise moment, the release of the sword of victory's oath comes to an end. Reflecting on their encounters, the initial skirmish, joint battles, and collaborative ambushes, though brief, he believes he has gained profound insight into this adversary. If it were you, you would undoubtedly evade the sword of victory's oath. If it were you, you would certainly draw closer. If it were you, you would strike at this moment. With unwavering resolve and no hint of retreat, the sword heart hears his opponent's voice, imbued with unwavering trust. So let it be. Let us see who can survive. The sacred sword and the divine sword clashed against one another, their intersecting blades symbolizing an unstoppable nexus. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed, blood splattering and staining the docks. Chapter 49. You have been defeated by the version of yourself devoid of will. The dripping blood cascaded like waves upon the ground, and the swords left disparate wounds upon each other. Yet, as he collapsed, Kenshin understood that in this round of confrontation he had succumbed. The sword that had sworn victory had deliberately lured him into close quarters. Your swordsmanship and agility are indeed formidable, especially considering your progress in such a brief period. However, you possess a fatal flaw. Lying on the ground, he could faintly turn his head and glimpse the figure crouched, clutching its wound. A flaw? This term echoed faintly in his memory, spoken 4 or 5 years ago during his training with his master on the mountain. He never expected to hear it from an enemy today. The adversary's emerald eyes trembled slightly, reflecting a gaze of pity. You must have traversed the path of a brutal killer, haven't you? Despite having taken so many lives, it is astonishing that you still embody a trace of goodness. It is indeed rare to encounter an assassin whose heart remains unbroken and untainted. I recall that a certain nation once described assassins as death warriors. With a vague understanding of this knowledge, Kenshin, panting, grasped the essence of the adversary's words. You are precisely that embodiment. In every battle, one can feel your fierce prowess. In terms of swordsmanship and agility, you surpass me, and in close combat, you should hold the advantage. Yet now, you have fallen to me, not due to the disparity in weapons, nor the difference in technique. Struggling to rise, despite sustaining a blow, his bloodied figure stood resolute and unyielding. You have been defeated by the version of yourself devoid of will. Upon hearing this final statement, Kenshin's pupils constricted sharply. Even his breath became labored as his thoughts drifted back to a distant past. Kenshin had learned only a portion of the Hiten Mitsurajiri from the legendary Kayashiro, descending the mountain against his master's wishes, only to be met with a tumultuous era filled with bloodshed and treachery. In such a world, what was required was immense strength and a cold heart. The will to live? He had already forsaken it in his role as an executioner. If he had feared death, he would have long since fallen victim to another's blade. It is precisely due to this chilling indifference to mortality in the face of his adversaries that he has survived until now. Yet, for the first time, someone has articulated that their downfall was attributed to an absence of fear of death. Each assault is focused on the annihilation of the enemy. Every maneuver leaves no opportunity for respite. Continuing to speak, he slowly uttered, I shall not shy away from minor injuries. When faced with unavoidable troubles, he would seek to exchange wounds with his opponent. If the price for the enemy's demise is his own injury, he would not hesitate to consider the consequences. Having taken countless lives, he has grown indifferent to his own existence. As he unveiled the events that transpired in their recent clash, he felt a sense of relief in his success. Confronted by such a swift and fearless swordsman, his only recourse was to strive with all his might to survive. Fortunately, he managed to evade the lethal edge of Kenshin's sword, sustaining only grave injuries. In contrast, Kenshin failed to evade her counterattack, resulting in a fatal wound. You ought to cherish your own life more, he remarked, acknowledging the gravity of the situation as he gazed at the bleeding Kenshin lying on the ground. May I inquire your name? Thus, he posed the question to the assassin, whose magical essence was beginning to wane. It was a peculiar encounter, yet he remained unaware of her identity. Kenshin Imura, I shall remember your name. As he spoke, Kenshin slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps for the first time, he was confronted with the notion of death, and his thoughts became inexplicably intricate. He had never truly contemplated what would become of him should he perish. Naively descending the mountain, driven by fervor, he found himself enveloped in a chilling and dark era. After much effort to find companionship along that shadowy path, it was all tragically lost. The self that had been led astray was now on the brink of demise. In his encounters with various masters, he had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena. Regrettably, the life of Himura Kenshin was coming to an end. He was indeed as flawed as he had described. The will to survive was something he had forsaken. Unable to see his master one last time, he was left with a sense of profound regret. I am sorry. I cannot save you. Upon hearing the sorrowful tone, he beheld her form disintegrating into luminous particles, ascending into the heavens, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. The only remnant left upon the ground was her long-lost sword sheath. Kenshin Himura exits the scene. Well, you lost, Weber remarked, glancing at Lelouch beside him. Is it a case of things not going as planned? Or is it that the will to survive is stronger? Lelouch found the outcome rather disappointing, sensing that things were not proceeding smoothly. Although, from the perspective of their alliance, he should have felt elated. Do not be anxious, my king. The defeat of merely a servant has not diminished the situation. My son, Kiri, will undoubtedly accomplish his task, stated Kirii, bowing solemnly beside him. Indeed, as long as he could eliminate Kiritsugu Amiya, the victor's identity mattered little. Yet, the circumstances here appeared grim as well. Shifting perspectives among the familiars, they observed the ongoing conflict between the masters. Bang, bang. Is this your answer? After such preparation, Kiri inquired, eyeing his formidable opponent, who aimed a firearm at him. His right leg, wounded and immobile, forced him to rely on one foot and his hands for movement, a challenging predicament indeed. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and gasping for breath, was not in peak condition either. He had no intention of meeting his demise today. He possessed ample strategies to counter Kiri. Fortunately, the situation favored him. He had just managed to wound Kiri's right leg, hindering his mobility. Now, as long as he kept his distance and capitalized on his firearm, he could outlast his adversary. With this judgment, Kiritsugu had devised a means to eliminate Kiri. Chapter 50, For the Glory of His Majesty. Bang, bang. 2 bullets were fired, one grazing Kiri's cheek, leaving a conspicuous streak of blood, while the other nicked his left shoulder. Didn't he achieve complete success? Kiritsugu frowned, sensing the challenge ahead. Even though Kiri's right leg had lost its mobility, his indomitable spirit and agile intellect remained undiminished. Concealed behind a barrier and seemingly indifferent to his bleeding limb, Kiri's eyes flickered momentarily with the sign of retreat. Struggling to rise, he realized he could not afford to falter now. Before reinforcements arrived, he had to eliminate Kiritsugu. Failing to do so would mean betraying his majesty. An unthinkable outcome for Kiri. He recognized the flaw. Ordinary tactics would not suffice against such a meticulously cautious man. He needed a more significant bait to draw Kiritsugu in, his own life as a lure to ensnare his opponent. The bulletproof attire had been partially destroyed by grenades, rendering him incapable of charging forward with the same defiance as before. A fleeting glance at the tattered garment revealed a side still bound with the items he had initially brought, while Kiritsugu Amiya observed Kirii Kodamin's expression, which appeared somewhat unhinged. Suddenly, Kirii, launching himself off one leg, swung his arms to maintain balance as he leapt directly toward him, leaving Kiritsugu momentarily stunned. He could not fathom the intentions of his adversary. Such a brazen display, especially with an injured right leg, presented an opportunity for a direct confrontation. Even aware of the potential trap, Kiritsugu was not inclined to let it slip away. He raised his firearm, aiming at the leaping priest, and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed as Kirii, having anticipated the incoming assault, narrowly evaded the bullets aimed at his left leg and head, yet one found its mark in his chest, leaving a gaping wound and momentarily halting his advance. However, in the next instant, he resumed his arduous forward motion. Calculating the remaining bullets, Kiritsugu's mind raced with urgency. The wall behind him offered no retreat, and facing Kirii, who was now charging with clenched fists, he made a decisive judgment. Activating his mystic eyes of death perception at double speed, he felt as though his heart was being squeezed, bearing a burden that should not have been his. Despite his already heavy form, he evaded Kirii's fist that struck the wall with astonishing speed. Bang! The impact sent Kiritsugu reeling, debris striking his face and leaving him with significant abrasions. Yet at that moment, his gaze shifted to the ground beneath Kirii's feet. Two grenades, their pins already removed, hovered dangerously close. Boom! The explosion erupted at close range, engulfing both men in its fury. Even aware of the imminent danger to himself, Kiritsugu pressed forward. Crack, crack! Dense clouds of black smoke billowed forth, obscuring his vision of the unfolding chaos. Struggling to rise from the ground, he opened his bleary eyes to survey the scene. Coughing, he remained vigilant, gripping his weapon, ready to fire at a moment's notice. When the smoke finally began to clear, revealing Kirii sprawled on the ground, his legs unresponsive and bloodied, Kiritsugu recognized that he had gained a pivotal advantage. Snap! Gurgle! Kirii lay on the floor, blood spilling from his mouth. Silent yet acutely aware of Kiritsugu's gun now trained upon him. The ground was soaked in blood, resembling a crimson carpet. Bang, 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 bang. The series of gunshots rang out, each impact resonating with the sound of flesh meeting lead. In order to thwart the potential movements of Kirii Kodamin, he deliberately fired additional shots at the critical areas of the opponent's brain and heart. After swiftly exhausting the remaining bullets and confirming that the adversary was devoid of life, Kiritsugu Amiya finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This confrontation would have been exceedingly difficult to conquer had it not been for the extensive preparations made in advance. His hand, suspended in the air, often found itself in such a position. The habitual gesture of desiring a cigarette lingered, unaltered. You are correct. Change is imperative. With a fleeting, bitter smile, Kiritsugu staggered forward, needing to ascertain whether Kirii had indeed brought the Dragon Balls with him. Despite his state of undress, it was essential to investigate. Clang. However, upon noticing the orange orb dangling from the side of Kirii's waist, he hesitated. It was hard to believe that such a significant item could be so easily obtained from Kirii. Theoretically, according to the structure of their arranged duel, Kirii should have entrusted the Dragon Balls to Tosaka Tokiomi beforehand, while possessing the orb could be interpreted as a sign of confidence in defeating Kiritsugu. He found it difficult to convince himself otherwise. Even though Kirii's brain and heart had been pierced and he lay lifeless, an unsettling sense of unreality lingered. The adversary who had proven to be a formidable challenge, the enemy of his wife and assistant, was now, yet in a fleeting moment of negligence. The already battered body began to stir. For the glory of the Emperor. His eyes emitted a crimson light previously unseen by Kiritsugu, leaving him in shock. Instinctively, he attempted to distance himself, but it was too late. That terrifying corpse raised the orange orb, proclaiming loudly, "All glory to the Emperor." The red light lasted but a moment before the animated body collapsed once more, simultaneously triggering an explosion from the orb. Kiritsugu, now fully aware, found himself in a state of utter stupor. While he had suspected that Kirai might employ unorthodox methods, he had never anticipated such a self-destructive act of loyalty. It was noteworthy that just moments ago, they had engaged in a fierce battle, with Kirai refraining from utilizing any means beyond magic. Was it possible that after death, he would rise again to execute such an act? This behavior was utterly inconsistent with Kirai's known character and demeanor, particularly with those two phrases, "for the Emperor." All glory to the Emperor. What secrets lay hidden from him? But by the time he realized the truth, it was far too late. The explosion at such close range left him no avenue for escape, and there was nothing nearby to serve as cover. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed across the dock, marking the most malevolent gift that Kirai Kodomine had prepared for Kiritsugu Amiya. Let them experience the anguish and despair of their loved ones. A specialty with a death akin to that of a wife's assistant. Chapter 51, Tosaka Tokiomi. This world appears to be fraught with malice towards me. Weber observed the astonishing explosion through his familiar, momentarily at a loss for words. It was his first encounter with such a maniacal individual. Even in the face of death, there was no hint of fear or hesitation. Instead, he seemed eager to execute the orders bestowed upon him, reminiscent of a fervent religious devotee. The power of sorcery was truly terrifying. Swallowing hard, he turned to the side to glance at Kirai Kodomine, who, rather than displaying any sorrow, wore an expression of satisfaction, seemingly proud of the completed task assigned by His Majesty. As Weber had surmised, far from being disheartened, Kirai even managed to smile. He has been remarkably loyal to me, executing his duties with exquisite perfection. A subconscious smile crept across Lelouch's face, igniting a desire to laugh. It felt reminiscent of the control he had during his time with the Black Knights. Tosaka Tokiomi was likely still unaware of these developments. However, even if he were informed, it would not alter the outcome. This war had reached its final, climactic phase. Such a favorable situation was beyond Lelouch's expectations. Initially, he had merely hoped that Kirai would create some trouble for Shiro Amiya, ideally inflicting some injury to afford him an opportunity. Yet, upon facing defeat, he had deemed his plan a failure. To his astonishment, Kirai had ultimately delivered such a remarkable surprise, concealing a bomb on his person, triggering it only upon death at close range. The mutual destruction of both parties alleviated Lelouch of a considerable burden. The power he wielded to manipulate the Kodomine father and son had yielded an unexpected advantage, truly delightful. Now, it was time to await patiently, letting the prey come to the bait. Yes. Bowing slightly, Kirai then exited the room. Weber, remember to instruct the familiar to retrieve the dragon gem from Shiro Amiya. Are we not leaving? Casting a glance at Lelouch, who was seated on the bed, Weber retracted his initial trepidation and inquired. There is no need. We merely need to rest here until the victor emerges. Aware of Weber's myriad of questions, Lelouch offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Weber felt even more perplexed. Why was there such certainty that they would engage in battle first? Regardless of their willingness, once he recovered, he would undoubtedly seek them out. After all, the troublesome individuals had already been cleared away. In his mind, a closed-loop plan had already taken shape. Lelouch merely needed to await the outcome. Yet, are we not still in this predicament? Perhaps they might even launch an attack against us. Unable to grasp Lelouch's line of thought, Weber found himself perplexed by such a conclusion. It is unlikely. That ancient king, Gilgamesh, would surely not regard me with any esteem. Contemplating the other's haughty demeanor and expression, Lelouch felt no apprehension. As long as I do not actively hinder him, he will merely treat me as inconsequential debris to be swept aside. It is somewhat disconcerting to acknowledge, yet the truth remains. Precisely because I could be easily eliminated by him, he would have no reason to initiate an attack. Instead, he would seek to resolve their prior conflict. Extending his arms, Lelouch adopted an air of indifference. His expression of relief led Weber to believe he had surrendered, though his tone did not convey such a sentiment. Surely, he could not be hoping for mutual destruction between the two. Could he? Weber could only hesitantly speculate. Such a fortunate event seemed utterly implausible. No matter. We need only to anticipate victory. Observing Lelouch's leisurely demeanor, Weber paused in astonishment for a few seconds. To phrase it differently, the crux was not whether he won or lost, but rather that he could afford to yield. Slightly adjusting his wording, Lelouch lifted the tea from the table beside him and spoke. Yielding, perhaps? At this, Weber suddenly recalled the crucial information he had received from Kirai Kodo Mine earlier. The master is merely 6 years old, and logically, could not sustain the consumption of a servant's power. It must have been his own magical energy that had been expended all along. In other words, the decision to refrain from severing the ley line's magical supply was likely intended to restrain someone lacking in endurance. A sudden revelation dawned upon Weber. The noble phantasm previously employed would surely be used against them as well. However, discussing it further was futile. They must wait to see the outcome of the confrontation. Looking up at the ceiling, Lelouch did not share such optimism. Although victory seemed tantalizingly close, this step felt akin to crossing a chasm. The duel between the two would significantly influence whether he would emerge victorious or defeated. As for the master being plotted against, that seemed rather challenging. Is that so? Kirai has perished. Tosaka Tokiomi received communication from Kirai Ryanosuke, and his feelings were rather complex. The death of a disciple should evoke sorrow. Yet upon learning of Kiritsugu Amiya's demise, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. At least Kirai did not die in vain. So, where are Kiritsugu Amiya and Kirai's Dragon Balls? Upon encountering that pivotal question, Tosaka Tokiomi had not forgotten about this artifact. The Dragon Balls were entrusted to the church for safekeeping. They had located the Dragon Ball belonging to Kiritsugu Amiya, yet there was no trace of Kirai's. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Could there have been a misunderstanding? Was it possible that Kiritsugu had hidden the Dragon Ball away? No, it was indeed Kiritsugu's, as it bore a single star. Kirai's, on the other hand, possessed 2 stars. However, another piece of information stirred a sense of unease within Tokiomi. How could such a significant item go missing? Was it concealed? Nevertheless, he should have informed Kirai's father, who was also his mentor, of such a matter in advance. The thought that Kirai might be withholding something from him cast a shadow over Tosaka Tokiomi's mind. But for the moment, let us set aside the matter of the Dragon Balls. I have some crucial intelligence to relay to you. Yet, the words of Kirai's father snapped Tokiomi back to attention, as he awaited further elaboration. What significant news could possibly arise during this period? Could it pertain to the master? If so, it would indeed be the daughter you delivered to the Matu family. However, when Kirai's father divulged that information, Tosaka Tokiomi was left utterly astounded. His mouth slightly agape and his pupils dilated, astonishment etched across his otherwise composed demeanor. It appeared to be a rare display of such emotional turbulence for him. This revelation bore a weight far heavier than the news of his disciple Kirai's demise. Could there have been an error? He repeated the question, his voice trembling slightly. The daughter sent to the Matu household could only be Sakura, but why would she be the master? What on earth was happening in this world? Chapter 52. Tosaka Tokiomi's visit. Sighing, Tosaka Tokiomi sat in his chair, unable to find solace. It had been approximately 4 days since the deaths of Kirai and Kiritsugu. During this time, Fuyuki City had returned to an unusual calm, devoid of further chaos. The earlier tumult had been entirely quelled. Now, the remaining 3 servants were unaccounted for. They had vanished since the ambush and had not sought any reward from the church. Furrowing his brow, Tosaka Tokiomi felt a flicker of concern for the missing group. They seemed to have evaporated from existence, and he had dispatched numerous familiars to scour Fuyuki City, yet none had uncovered their whereabouts. Were it not for the ongoing conflict, he might have assumed the war was already over. For now, he would set aside thoughts of their hidden refuge. Tosaka Tokiomi found himself troubled by Sakura's situation. He must see her with his own eyes. After the moment when Rin Tosaka conveyed the news to him, Tosaka Tokiomi hesitated for an extended period, finally resolving today to pay a visit. Considering that the time for recovery should be nearly sufficient, he felt no apprehension about encountering danger. With his prowess as a mage, he could certainly hold his own against a servant for a while, and in case of trouble, he could simply summon support with a command spell. With such confidence, he meticulously arranged his attire before stepping out and making his way to the Matu residence. Before long, he arrived at his destination. However, it was not the head of the household, Matu Zikin, who greeted him, but rather Matu Shinji, an inexperienced individual. You should refrain from meeting Sakura right now, was the warning he received. Although Tokiomi could discern the dissatisfaction in the other's words, he dismissed it as mere childish sulking. Nevertheless, he was granted entry into the Matu household. At this juncture, Tosaka Tokiomi noticed that the estate seemed to have undergone significant changes. The most apparent alteration was in the arrangement of both the interior and exterior of the house. The garden was meticulously maintained, and the placement of the furniture was quite deliberate. The vibrant scenery was truly a feast for the eyes. From this alone, it was evident that the Matsu family had an exceptionally skilled gardener and servants. How astonishing! Unaware of any magical traps or intentions of attack, Tosaka Tokiomi expressed his admiration. Observing Matsu Shinji leading the way, he did not believe that such an intricate task could have been executed by him. This level of meticulous work undoubtedly required the expertise of a seasoned professional. Were it not for these unusual circumstances, he would have considered entrusting the same individual to assist in the upkeep of the Tosaka estate. Casting a sidelong glance at Tosaka Tokiomi, Matsu Shinji still harbored considerable prejudice against him. Fortunately, Sakura was doing well at present, which tempered any excessive animosity. Aware of Tosaka's background, he initially intended to deny him entry, but decided to seek Sakura's opinion first. When Sakura learned of her father's arrival, she expressed no joy, only a sense of estrangement. Having endured numerous failed attempts by Matsu Ziken to act with ill intent, she had developed a profound sense of wariness towards others. Even now, her affection was limited, perhaps influenced by a certain allure, resulting in a pronounced dependency. She required coaxing to sleep, assistance with meals, strolls, play, and grooming, among other things. Although Matsu Shinji was unsure where Tosaka Tokiomi had gleaned the information that Sakura was the master, he was acutely aware that if Tosaka's intention was to persuade Sakura to relinquish her wishes, it would be a fruitless endeavor. That girl would never forsake the opportunity to have her wish granted. All she desired was for her hero to remain by her side eternally. Upon opening the gate to the backyard, the two encountered the master and servant diligently tending to the foliage. The sight of Sakura, clad in an apron with sleeves rolled up, wielding large shears to meticulously prune the flowers, was truly an eye-opener for Tosaka Tokiomi. Such a scene appeared less like that of a servant and more akin to a devoted gardener. Acknowledging their presence, both the master and servant turned their gaze. Tosaka Tokiomi noticed that while he was merely glanced at, the attention of Sakura was reluctantly drawn towards him. Mindful of the distance between them, he exhaled in relief. Her harmless demeanor indicated no intent of aggression. Imprinting her visage deeply within his memory, he sought to uncover the true name of this heroic spirit. Few heroes possess the ability to ensnare the legendary Gilgamesh repeatedly. As for Sakura's thoughts, he had never held high hopes. Yet, during their interactions, Tosaka Tokiomi realized a reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. She was not the fragile and demure child he remembered. Instead, she radiated a resolute spirit. Even when he adopted the authoritative tone of a father, she remained unfazed. When I was at my most desperate, it was neither you nor mother who came to my rescue, but a true hero. Her expression and tone, brimming with unbridled admiration and joy, were unmistakably those of a child. In this battle, even if my opponent is father, I shall not yield. Despite her tender years, she appeared to possess a surprising understanding, clearly demonstrating her unyielding resolve. Are you aware of the folly in your words? To oppose me. Tosaka Tokiomi found it hard to believe that his once compliant daughter would defy him. His hand, pressed firmly against his thigh, trembled with the weight of realization. It was precisely this conviction that fueled his determination to persevere. I do not wish for you to leave. The interruption, delivered in a steadfast yet youthful tone, stirred within him a tempest of frustration. For a magician not to seek the root of their ambitions, merely desiring their servant to remain by their side, was absurd. Tosaka Tokiomi viewed this as nothing more than childish whimsy and innocence. Clearly, he should have refrained from such extensive dialogue. At this moment, she was incapable of grasping the depth of her naivety. He covered his face, coming to the disheartening realization that he was speaking to a child. To expect a 6-year-old to comprehend his grand aspirations was a futile endeavor. Rather than expressing a desire to reach the essence, one might more realistically suggest, "Let me take you to the amusement park." Observing the defeated expression on Tosaka Tokiomi's face, Matsu Shinji couldn't help but smirk slightly, though he made a conscious effort to remain silent. This scene had long been anticipated by him. Tosaka Tokiomi epitomized the archetypical magician's mindset. Sadly, Sakura was no longer a magician. She was merely a mortal, grounded in worldly understanding. To speak of reaching the essence to a child who cannot grasp the concept of magic is truly nonsensical. In Chapter 53, The general departed in disgrace, while Matu Shinji discerned the coldness in his opponent's eyes. In this war, should his daughter become an obstacle, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. To achieve the essence, he was willing to pay any price and make any sacrifice, embodying Tosaka Tokiomi's stubbornness and ideals as a magician. Is this truly acceptable? Watching the spirit tending to the garden, Matu Shinji approached and whispered, "Do not worry. It will be over soon. However, if you win." The other party suddenly produced a sketch pad, boldly inscribing clear characters. Matu Shinji scratched his head, acknowledging the other's predicament. Being confined here would certainly not be agreeable. Thus, another battle is required. If so, I can confidently cede victory to him. He too is a king willing to sacrifice for others and the world. This is not a simplistic judgment, but rather a testament to the past witnessed through transcendent power. He had long been familiar with such experiences. Previously, due to the presence of many viable candidates, he found it difficult to decide. Yet now, with only 2 remaining, choosing someone who would favor Sakura's survival became feasible. That headstrong individual might not guarantee Sakura's safety. In contrast, the one who ultimately triumphs would refrain from ruthless eradication. The emperor, devoted to his sister, would not harm Sakura, especially considering she was merely a 6-year-old girl. However, approaching the other party directly would likely only provoke suspicion and distrust. It might be better to allow things to unfold naturally, engaging in battle and then seizing the opportunity to hand over the Dragon Balls. He had already devised a script that would ensure a trusting acceptance. With the emperor's intellect, he would easily comprehend his intentions. Now, all that remained was to wait for the moment to stir up trouble. Bang! Upon returning home, Tosaka Tokiomi found it intolerable to dwell on his recent embarrassment. He was so close to realizing his long-held aspirations, yet thwarted by his own daughter. Had he foreseen such a predicament? He ought to have left Sakura here and sent his eldest daughter, Tosaka Rin, instead. The emergence of such a dilemma at a critical juncture marked the gravest error of Tosaka Tokiomi's life. Just as he was engulfed in his regrets, he received a communication from his familiar. Is it Rizei? The church has finally concluded its aftermath. Considering the timing, they might soon take action, wouldn't they? Hearing the familiar voice, Tosaka Tokiomi did not deny it. Although that king had remained silent of late, it was certain that tranquility would not last indefinitely. The wounds sustained during the last encirclement had been severe, yet recovery would not extend beyond a week. For the time being, it mattered little. After all, the King of Heroes possessed the capacity to eliminate him at any moment. However, the impending conflict was of utmost significance. In such circumstances, it was evident that he required the command seals as recompense. The candidness of this assertion eased the furrow in Tokiomi's brow. To secure a favorable position in the forthcoming confrontation, the command seals were indispensable. Come by at your convenience today. The church is currently proclaiming itself to be engaged in pressing matters. Tosaka Tokiomi was well aware of the implications hidden within those words. Concealing the truth from the remaining 2 masters, Rizei sought to discreetly assist him in replenishing the command seals obtained from the encirclement, thereby gaining an advantage. Understood. I shall arrive shortly. After affirming the conversation and ending the call, Tosaka Tokiomi proceeded to his room. Sakura, as your master, you will never grasp who truly orchestrates this war. With an inexplicable confidence, Tosaka Tokiomi chuckled coldly. Did a young man and a child dare to challenge him? A distinguished magician? It was indeed a naive endeavor. Are you here to kill me? Upon hearing that remark, Gilgamesh regarded the familiar figure before him with derision. Had he lost his master, and subsequently his will to fight? Such a sight was truly pitiable. In this description, the errant strand of hair dancing atop his head made its appearance. Artoria, after defeating King Shin and reclaiming the sword sheath, she had learned of Kiritsugu's contract termination and comprehended her predicament. Yet unexpectedly, she did not seem to exhibit signs of withdrawal. Ultimately, she chose to step back. Yes, she would no longer partake in the war, but instead opted for concealment. Yet, today she found herself discovered. Clad in ordinary attire, she drew forth the still glimmering holy sword. Unburdened by hesitation, having reclaimed the sheath, she was no longer the same. Now, she faced her opponent without the need for retreat. Fool! This king merely discovered a concealed rodent, and thus came to investigate, only to find that it is you, rather than that pretender king. Observing your condition, it appears you are maintaining the current realm through the peculiarities of your sword sheath. Well, never mind. I shall indulge in the pleasure of toying with you one last time. Ha ha ha! Suddenly in high spirits, Gilgamesh laughed heartily, as usual. Humph. Do you believe victory is assured? Neither of us is an adversary you can easily overcome. With a disdainful tone, I remarked upon the silhouette of the retreating figure. As for the pretender king of Britain, let that pass. Indeed, he poses some challenges yet. I shall prevail. That tone of confidence echoed once more, reminding me of the opponent's formidable prowess. Setting aside his arrogant demeanor, this individual is undeniably powerful in combat. And your willingness to yield, is it due to your regard for his aspirations? That is of no concern to me. I merely, as a king, sincerely hope for his ultimate triumph. At least he is preferable to the likes of you. I scolded the other party loudly, offering no friendly countenance. As a fellow king of Britain, she naturally desires to endure until the end. Her own wishes have already been fulfilled, which is why she readily withdrew after Kiritsugu's demise. Otherwise, wielding the holy sword and its sheath, she possessed the power to intervene. I had anticipated some profound discourse from you. Yet it appears your motivations stem from your British identity. What a pitiful creature, treated in such a manner. Gilgamesh was understandably displeased. What sort of king lacks even the power to protect himself? Once I resolve this, I shall ensure you remember the ghastly fate of that mixed blood. His figure vanished from sight, sheathing the holy sword. A king capable of leading Britain to resurgence is certainly no incompetent fool. You will inevitably perish due to your own hubris. Has the moment finally arrived? I still feel regret regarding Kiritsugu. No matter, he at least served a purpose. At the entrance of the church, Tosaka Tokiyomi and Kirai Kodomine were engaged in conversation. Only two adversaries remained, and given the strength at hand, there should be no issues. As you said, it is indeed so. Slowly ushered inside, Tosaka Tokiyomi extended his right hand towards the statue. By the way, before I reward you with a command spell, allow me to introduce you to a certain esteemed individual. Upon hearing Kirai's respectful tone, Tosaka Tokiyomi furrowed his brow. Esteemed individual? Thud. The sound of light footsteps echoed, and Tosaka Tokiyomi beheld the newcomer. His pupils contracted and then expanded in shock. Why are you here? Who are you? The cold tone of the other party signified the conclusion. It was the end. Chapter 54, Gilgamesh, a narrative of the primordial. A question flashed through Tosaka Tokiyomi's mind, leaving him in a daze. His gaze caught the sycophantic smile of Kiritsugu, and he found himself utterly perplexed. Given his long-standing relationship with the Kiritsugu family, how could there be a betrayal? The enigma loomed large. However, one thing was clear to Tosaka Tokiyomi. The reason he could not locate the hidden place was that he had never considered the possibility of the adversary hiding within the church. Under the guise of Kiritsugu, he would never have suspected any foul play here. With only two choices remaining in his mind, he realized he was far too late to evade the opponent's spell. Under the command of Lelouch Britannia, obey me. His raised hand lingered in the air, his eyes glowing red, and ultimately, under the watchful gaze of Kiritsu and the distant Weber, this elegant master of the magical realm knelt on one knee. At your command, my lord. Completely transformed from his earlier frantic demeanor, Tosaka Tokiyomi had changed entirely. Now, all the pieces were in place. It was time for the impending battle. Despite all the preparations made, Lelouch felt a twinge of concern. He had a strategy to counter the situation. It was precisely the last unpredictable factor that weighed heavily on his mind. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Should he fail to exert the anticipated pressure, Lelouch would have to contemplate how to respond. I have endured such humiliation too many times. You wretched mongrels deserve to perish. Standing atop a high tower, gazing down upon the city below, Gilgamesh declared in fury. But everything ends today. Extending his hand, he retrieved his most formidable weapon from the treasury. The peculiar weapon, grasped tightly, symbolized his resolute determination. It was time to draw the curtain on this confrontation. The tentative probing had been more than sufficient. He soared towards the target, concealing none of his magical energy. The playful interaction with Sakura ceased, and he instinctively sensed the aggressive demeanor of his opponent. Gently stroking the girl's head to ease her unease, he glanced at Matu Korea, who had rushed out of the room. Nodding in understanding, Matu Korea swiftly advanced to pull Sakura closer. Wait. Suddenly yanked away, Sakura felt a wave of anxiety. Meanwhile, the hero before them donned armor and wielded a great sword. Such brazen audacity? Before even leaving his home, Matu Korea looked up to see the assailant hovering above. The unmasked magical energy was unleashing with ferocity. If he and Sakura were caught in it, they would be obliterated. Come forth, hero of salvation. Can you withstand the might of the ancient king? With the divergence sword in hand, Gilgamesh acted without a hint of hesitation. In the face of such a formidable adversary, any delay was utterly unwarranted. Speaking of the primordial, when heaven and earth were sundered, it was I who cleaved the world with this divergent sword. The tumult that heralded the upheaval of the cosmos instantaneously captured everyone's attention. Such ferocious magical energy. Could it be? Within the church, Weber felt the terrifying pressure, his complexion paling. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he struggled to fathom the magnitude of the impending blow. Could this fiend be aiming to eradicate the entire city? Lelouch was equally taken aback by this audacious act. I must reach the site. The opportunity is fleeting. I cannot allow this to disrupt my final scheme. As Lelouch sprinted forward, Weber followed closely behind. The surging momentum and the tempestuous upheaval undeniably signaled an extraordinary strike about to unfold. The celestial abyss, the hell of the heavens, marked the twilight of creation, poised to descend in deathly silence. The earth lamented, clouds were rent asunder, thunder roared across the ground, and the winds howled fiercely. Those traversing the streets bore witness to the spectacle above. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of any ordinary servant to counter. The city quaked in turmoil. Is this truly your full strength? Completing the incantation of liberation, Gilgamesh concentrated his power for a strike, only to find no fear or retreat emanating from below. Faced with the fully liberated Divergent's sword, the heroic spirit remained unflinching. You're the first, but whether that composure is genuine or mere facade, let this king bear witness. The star of the divergence between heaven and earth sought to wield the sword to bring forth destruction upon the city below. Kriya Matu, initially intent on fleeing with Sakura Matu, now stood frozen in despair within the courtyard, watching the impending strike descend. He realized that fleeing to any corner of this city would prove futile. I shall not allow you to succeed. With that thought, he brandished his great sword, summoning an array of dark blessings, dark evangelism, iron wall, snow vengeance, shadow wall, abandoning light for darkness, offering the night of absolute darkness, provocation. With a leap into the air, he ascended toward the skies. What? The hand gripping the divergence, sword seemed drawn toward the impending blow, and Gilgamesh furrowed his brow. Boom! In the high heavens, a thunderous roar erupted, and a violent shockwave surged forth. Yet, due to the proactive leap to intercept, its power did not unleash upon the ground. The clouds above were completely dispersed, leaving only an expanse of hollow blue sky. As the fierce winds calmed, the city had only suffered partial devastation from nature, rather than total annihilation. A sound echoed as something fell from the thick smoke, coming into view of the onlookers. Matashinji widened his eyes in disbelief. Unscathed, not a scratch, nor even the slightest wound. How intriguing. A sinister expression emerged as Gilgamesh revealed a haughty smile. To think he had withstood a full-force release of the Sword of Rupture without injury. He understood what had transpired. It was not evasion or immunity, but a sheer act of endurance. The opponent had even deliberately guided the attack of the Sword of Rupture into the air, possessing the ability to enhance oneself. It was likely of the type that reduced damage taken. In such extreme circumstances, his full-force strike had truly been blocked without harm. Ha ha ha! His laughter reverberated through the heavens. A maniacal sound that even the servants could hear, oscillating between madness and glee. Well done. You managed to protect yourself from the first blow. What about the second? I still have ample magic power. Raising his sword, Gilgamesh uttered a derisive remark. The once tranquil realm was about to undergo another cataclysm. Could it be? Did he intend to unleash it once more? Matu Shinji stood in shock, unable to believe that such a formidable assault could be sustained. There was no way he would lose. Sakura remained on the ground, her gaze fixed on the figure in the distance, unwavering in her belief. His words would not lead to defeat, for he was the hero destined to save the world. Chapter 55. The Sword of Rupture blocked thrice. The Celestial Rupture. Star of Creation. Without hesitation, Gilgamesh unleashed his second assault. The impact, potent enough to erase the entire city from existence, would render everything to nothingness. Can you withstand it? With a cold smirk, Gilgamesh looked down, yet the figure standing on the ground remained as composed as before. He calmly swung his great sword towards the sky, radiating an ethereal white light. On that day, everyone witnessed the sky being cleaved open, a massive rift appearing, from which a torrent of black liquid cascaded forth, engulfing the entire city. The liquid formed a semicircular barrier, enveloping Fuyuki City, just as the impact of the Sword of Rupture surged forth. Bang! A violent tremor erupted, causing the inhabitants of the city to feel unsteady, one by one collapsing to the ground. They were engulfed in terror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Remarkable indeed. After a prolonged period of turmoil, Weber stared vacantly at the tranquil city, swallowing hard as he sat helplessly on the ground, unable to articulate his emotions. The mere ability to repeatedly summon such a formidable artifact was astounding. Yet, he had managed to thwart entirely, not just once but on 2 occasions, with the second instance safeguarding the entirety of Fuyuki City. The overwhelming force of Gilgamesh's fully unleashed Excalibur didn't pose any threat to the city. Twice, however, it was nearing its limit. Upon hearing Lelouch's words from the front, Weber quickly rose, grasping their implication. The capacity to continuously unleash such artifacts was contingent upon his mana being ceaselessly replenished from the ley lines, akin to carrying a portable charger. In stark contrast, as a mere 6-year-old master, the support he could receive was incomparable. He cursed himself for needing to catch up. Once again, that peculiar item had been employed against him to diminish the power of Excalibur. That barrier-like shield from earlier, was it a release of an artifact? Impressive strength. It had once more withstood the full force of his second strike. From his vantage point in the sky, Gilgamesh looked down with a smirk. To encounter a heroic spirit able to withstand the full might of Excalibur was indeed a revelation, especially since the opponent had succeeded not just once. Their expression was one of provocation, a countenance suggesting they could repel any number of strikes. Intriguing. Let me see how long your mana can endure, he thought, raising Excalibur once more with a cold smile. You will surely regret allowing that peculiar girl to become your master. This strike will annihilate you. With confidence in his third release of Excalibur, Gilgamesh anticipated a decisive victory. When Kirai Kodo-Mine had presented the ley lines, he had discerned their potential utility. Under normal circumstances, no master would possess the capacity to sustain such output. The mana required for 3 consecutive full-force Excaliburs was immense, far beyond what any master could provide. Your fate intertwined with mine shall conclude here, marking the end of our encounters that had thus far yielded no victor. But this third encounter would surely draw a definitive conclusion. Sakura Matu, sensing the gentleness in Gilgamesh's gaze, cried out, "We will not lose. We absolutely will not lose." With that thought, she unconsciously invoked the power of her command spell. Victory was imperative. It was a fervent prayer, and with the successive use of her command spells, she expended 3 in one breath. With a reassuring smile directed towards the sky, I beheld the majestic figure stirring amidst the clouds. "Wait for me." The call that reached my ears signaled the arrival of the pivotal allies. He leaped onto the wall, gazing intently at the 2 individuals on the road, panting heavily. Upon seeing them, Weber gasped in astonishment, while Lelouch met his gaze without flinching. Understanding this, Lelouch felt a twinge of fear regarding the ensuing events. Gilgamesh's frenzied onslaught was undeniably terrifying. A mere misstep could render all of Fuyuki City a wasteland, reducing his elaborate plans to ashes. I will block his final attack, he resolved. The rest is in your hands. However, when his opponent produced a drawing board to convey his intentions, Lelouch was momentarily taken aback. Gathering his composure, he reflected on his earlier thoughts. Indeed, upon learning that Kirai Kodo-Mine had provided a ley line, he had devised a rough plan aimed at exhausting magical energy. Competing in terms of endurance would undoubtedly grant them the upper hand. Sakura Matu, as the master, could not be of significant assistance. With proper execution, there was indeed a chance to outlast their opponent. Moreover, given Gilgamesh's personality, Lelouch anticipated a direct confrontation, which would undoubtedly increase their odds of success. Once he retreated, Gilgamesh would find a way to eliminate him, securing ultimate victory. Of course, this was contingent upon not being killed first. Yet, given that individual's temperament, such an occurrence seemed more likely post-defeat. Contemplating this, Lelouch prepared to seize the opportunity. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he had underestimated both the madness and prowess of his opponent, and the ferocity of the assault was beyond imagination, while the other steadfastly repelled every attack. Even now, Lelouch could sense the vibrant magical energy emanating from him. Judging by his earlier performance, it appeared that his opponent was aware of his intentions. The star that opens the rift between heaven and earth, Gilgamesh's resounding voice echoed from above. "Here it comes." Terrified, Weber could only widen his eyes at the tumultuous scene unfolding overhead. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as a gale swept through, capable of distorting the very earth itself. Yet the hero clad in black armor faced it once more. The impact resounded. Compared to the cataclysm wrought by Gilgamesh's chant, the force unleashed afterwards was entirely absorbed. posing no threat to Fuyuki City or to anyone at all. The formidable Sword of Divergence had, on this day, been repelled by the same individual thrice. The savior hero shall be buried by me personally. Sensing the diminishing magical energy of his opponent, Gilgamesh slightly lowered his voice and proclaimed. However, he soon discovered that an unexpected action had transpired. The other party lifted Sakura into his arms, and with a look of confusion on her face, he retrieved the Dragon Ball he possessed and tossed it to a nearby location. What does this mean? Unable to fathom the intentions at this moment, Gilgamesh questioned from his elevated position, yet no answer was given. Instead, a look of pity emerged, igniting Gilgamesh's fury in an instant. Meanwhile, with a soft thud, Lelouch caught the thrown Dragon Ball in one hand and comprehended the other's meaning. So, it is, I initially could not deceive you. Furthermore, was there an intention to cooperate? Indeed, under such circumstances, I no longer harbor doubts or suspicions. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Lelouch was surprised at the aspect he feared most had been resolved so effortlessly. Letting others retreat, he would ultimately secure victory. This was Lelouch's strategy. The most challenging part lay here. If he could not prevail, he would need to devise a new plan. However, the rapid progression of the situation almost toppled his strategy, as the formidable noble phantasm unleashed exceeded his calculations. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it. Not only did he defend against it thrice, but it also consumed a significant amount of magical energy, even exhausting Sakura's command spells. In such circumstances, he received the Dragon Ball that Sakura held. In that instant, Lelouch understood that this was deliberately aligning with his plan to dispel his doubts and concerns. Even the fact that Sakura would utilize command spells was likely considered. The loss of the Dragon Ball and command spells meant the master would be eliminated. Naturally, Lelouch could see through the other's intentions. A smirk graced his lips, his face illuminated with a confident smile as he gazed upward at the king residing in the heavens, declaring, "Then let me bring everything to a close." Chapter 56, Let us commit suicide. Very well, very well. Your choices truly disgust me. Do you really believe that entrusting the Dragon Ball to this mixed breed could enable him to triumph over me? His anger surged, and Gilgamesh's mood soured considerably. It could be said that this was the greatest humiliation of his life. As the ancient king, to be outshone by a false king in terms of recognition, that was one thing, but now even this fellow was included. What could this sneaky individual have done to earn their trust so thoroughly? Without responding to the king's words, he merely comforted the agitated Sakura. It is evident that his act of throwing the Dragon Ball has incited the girl's displeasure, as she sobs with a sense of grievance. Does this not further affirm my superiority over you? Only those who garner acknowledgement can truly persuade others. Yet you are incapable of such, Gilgamesh. With a single hand raised, unperturbed, Lelouch confronts his opponent. You are unworthy to address this king by name. Enraged, he subsequently lifts the sword of separation in the low sky. A sound echoes, perhaps it is just in time. However, the faint footsteps below capture the attention of the gathered crowd. Tosaka, Kiritsugu Amiya stares in astonishment at the figure, unable to comprehend their sudden appearance. Tosaka, you do not intend to foolishly obstruct this king, do you? Gilgamesh, having noticed Tosaka, regards him with disdain, deeming him expendable as a master. No, I have merely come to celebrate my king's victory. With an air of elegance, he speaks courteously. At this juncture, do you truly grasp the concepts of hierarchy in the face of death? Failing to detect the double entendre within those words, Gilgamesh scornfully retorts. Indeed, I was once blinded by hypocrisy, failing to recognize the true king I ought to serve. But now things have changed. I pledge my loyalty. The righteous declaration leaves both Gilgamesh and Kiritsugu momentarily taken aback. For the victory of my king. Thus, you should take your own life. The heart-stopping command astonishes Kiritsugu. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, impudent one? With a darkened expression, feeling the binding of the command seal, Gilgamesh's tone is laden with agitation. Do not mistake me, Gilgamesh. I have only ever served one king, and that is His Majesty, Lelouch of Britannia. The second command seal, lingering on his hand, is once again invoked as Tosaka stands resolute. Take your own life, you wretched being. Ignoring the piercing gazes of others, Gilgamesh's first instinct is to resist the command's imposition. Possessing an extraordinarily high level of magical energy, Gilgamesh is somewhat exempt from the coercive bindings of the command seals. Thus, a mere one or two seals cannot restrain him. At this moment, Gilgamesh begins to understand the source of his adversary's confidence. The glimmering red light in his eyes is evidently manipulated. You are so fixated on the brilliance of the king that you overlook the plight of the vassals. You remain oblivious to when betrayal will strike. He is merely indulging in the glory of his past, regarding even his enemies as worthless debris unworthy of his gaze. A slow voice emanates from below as Lelouch dissects Gilgamesh's psyche. You possess the ability to discern the identities of your adversaries, yet you disdain the idea of employing it against those outside your immediate concern. With even a modicum of effort, no one could obstruct your path in this war. However, perhaps due to the complexities of your master, the situation proves to be exceedingly arduous. How could one transform such a favorable scenario into this? Gilgamesh, it is your hubris at play. Each word resonates heavily within Gilgamesh's heart. Indeed, had he paid even a slight attention, the anomalies surrounding Tokiomi and Kirai would have been readily apparent. Even concealed, noble phantasms could be swiftly detected. Yet, it is precisely his inflated sense of self-worth and disposition that leads him to overlook the other servants. He even neglects to engage with his own master, thereby granting Lelouch this opportunity. The words spoken not long ago linger in his mind, inciting Gilgamesh's turmoil and fury. Do not presume that victory is assured. Mere 2 command seals cannot extinguish my life. Defying the constraints, Gilgamesh scoffs loudly. Yet, what follows is an utterly absurd scene. By the command of the command seals, take your own life. By the command of the command seals, take your own life. By the command of the command seals, take your own life. If 2 command seals cannot slay you, then let us employ 12. As Lelouch's words resound, Tokiomi pulls up his sleeve, revealing the exaggerated crimson markings on his arm. Those are undoubtedly command seals. Kanami's eyes widen in disbelief. How could such a vast number of command seals have been acquired? Gently reassuring Sakura, he understands well. Having witnessed the past of Kirai, the strategy at play, which is why he also believes in the possibility of their success. As a supervisor of the church, Kirai has accumulated the command seals left by previous Holy Grail Wars. Previously, Lelouch had manipulated Tokiomi to prepare for the transfer of the command seals. The King of Heroes? Lelouch does not underestimate him. Relying solely on Tokiomi's 2 command seals may indeed be insufficient to compel the ancient king to perish. Thus, accumulating their numbers would suffice. A total of 14 command seals' coercive constraints. No servant could possibly escape. One could assert that such a scenario is beyond the imagination of anyone else. By the command of the command seals, take your own life. Cursed be the mere scoundrel. The sword of separation has been raised, yet it has pierced the very core of his heart. Anger spreads within, yet Gilgamesh finds himself utterly powerless to prevent it. Indeed, this marks the gravest crisis that Gilgamesh has ever faced. While 2 command seals might have sufficed to inflict damage, the subsequent accumulation of a full 12 seals has truly suffocated his struggle. He glares fiercely at the architect of his torment below, the slender figure etched into his vision. With a motion of his arm, he assumes that iconic pose, and Lelouch utters his final decree. In the name of Lelouch, 6 Britannia, I command you, take your own life. Gilgamesh. Chapter 57. Arise, Dragon of the Heavens. Cursed fate. The last echoes of his furious cry linger in the air, dissipating with the gentle breeze. The ancient king, who had always towered above all, ultimately met his demise through self-inflicted death. Yet, what remains is a solitary orange orb, gracefully descending, and ultimately caught by Lelouch. The twinkling stars within undoubtedly attest to their previous allegiance to Kirai Kodo Mine S Dragon Balls. Ah, has it finally come to an end? As the turmoil appears to subside, Waver collapses onto the ground, his taut nerves finally unwinding. He feels as though he's endured countless deaths in the preceding moments. Never has he experienced such profound fear. Give it back to me. The reluctant words echo in his ears, compelling Waver to glance back. He sees the little girl, still weeping, yet the one cradling her merely offers a tender expression of comfort without further action. Although perplexed by the inexplicable surrender, Waver exhales in relief. Even confronting a single adversary had demanded such a tremendous sacrifice of pieces. Imagining another encounter is simply unfathomable. Your Majesty, not far off. Tosaka Tokiomi and the recently arrived Kirai rush toward Lelouch, presenting him with the remaining Dragon Balls. The first Star Ball, the second Star Ball, the third Star Ball, the fourth Star Ball, the fifth Star Ball, the sixth Star Ball, and the seventh Star Ball. At last, the 7 orbs from various masters and servants have converged. Only the victor may earn the right to wish. With the Dragon Balls gathered, the incantation is uttered, summoning forth the dragon capable of granting omnipotent wishes. Lelouch gazes at the shimmering orbs piled upon the ground, and then slowly turns his attention to Waver, who remains seated on the ground. Realizing the situation, Weber hastily rose to his feet and approached Lelouch. The incantation was a secret known only to the master. The summoned servants were oblivious to it. This was precisely why Lelouch had initially hesitated to jeopardize his relationship with Weber upon his summoning. He was uncertain about the nature of the incantation's existence. Any rash action could lead to disastrous consequences. It was prudent to contemplate the matter carefully. At this moment, I could still prevent you. My ability can only affect one person once, and I can no longer bind you. Yet, Lelouch, with a playful smile, fixed his gaze on Weber and remarked, "Let us refrain from jesting. I'm not so easily intimidated by you again. Furthermore, thanks to you, I find myself alive in this war, and that is sufficient." However, Weber sighed, understanding Lelouch's meaning, and expressed his relief with those words. Testing the waters was unnecessary now, having endured so much. Both of them could more or less infer each other as thoughts at this moment. Yielding the position of Wishgranter was not a significant matter for Weber. Come fort, dragon. A brief incantation escaped Weber's lips, and the 7 orbs upon the ground erupted with astonishing beams of light. Like thunder, they soared into the sky. The clouds, previously dispersed by the sword of dissonance, now converged, casting a dark and stormy sky that evoked the awe of nature's majesty. A colossal dragon materialized above Fuyuki City, instantly inciting widespread panic and dread. "Speak, and I shall fulfill any wish of yours. State your desire." That composed voice resonated throughout Fuyuki City. "Is that the dragon?" From a distance, someone on a high-rise gazed in astonishment at this entity, reserved only for the victors. Unlike the winged dragons of her understanding, this resembled more the dragons of ancient Eastern lore. "Hey, this is quite exaggerated. I have never heard of such a thing." Weber stepped back in fright, knowing that such a commotion would undoubtedly bring trouble. It seems this is no mere deception. In contrast, Lelouch remained unfazed by the proclamation echoing through the air. His interest peaked as he gazed upward. He had genuinely worried that this might culminate in an enormous ruse. However, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. "Any wish can be granted? Any wish at all?" Lelouch inquired tentatively, receiving an immediate affirmative response. The immense dragon, its body sprawling across the city sky like a grand great wall, accompanied by a deep and resonant voice, was simply magnificent. With his head bowed in contemplation, Lelouch reflected upon his initial ambitions. The world, already rife with hatred and conflict, required an intervention. His collaboration with Suzaku was on the verge of commencing. Yet he had conceived a more profound approach. Familiar faces flitted through his mind, from students to emperors. Transforming the world was his ardent desire. However, he resolved not to entrust this monumental task to others, for he could not place his faith in a world altered by their hands. Thus, it was imperative that he himself wield the power to effect change, for the sake of Nunnally and Suzaku alike. With unwavering determination, he lifted his gaze towards the colossal dragon, embodying resoluteness. "Grant me the power to change the world." Such aspirations were steeped in profound ambition and audacity, instilling trepidation in Weber and his companions. Realization dawned upon them as the dragon perceived the fervent wish. The desire had been fulfilled. Is it truly possible to realize such a wish? Weber pondered, grappling with the incredulity of his emotions. As he observed Lelouch, who appeared to be lost in thought, a familiar low chuckle from him sparked a hint of concern in Weber. "Indeed, this is quite remarkable." Confused by Lelouch's satisfaction, Weber urged, "Now, speak your second wish." However, the dragon's subsequent declaration left both Lelouch and Weber momentarily speechless, as did the onlookers, including Matu Korea. "A second wish can be granted?" "Certainly. As long as both master and servant remain alive, I can fulfill 2 wishes." The dragon clarified in response to Weber's inquiry. Now I understand why the bond between master and servant is emphasized. Is this also a test of their relationship?" Lelouch mused, a smirk forming on his lips. Had the initial masters known that 2 wishes awaited them, they would have likely united with greater resolve, perhaps even forming alliances to seize 1 wish each. Yet, the concealment of this truth compelled masters and servants alike to grapple with a singular dilemma. If they were to emerge victorious, would they not be forced to turn upon one another? After all, if only 1 wish existed, would it be to fulfill the master's ambition or the servant's desire? Both the masters entering the fray and the summoned servants undoubtedly harbored their own aspirations. However, if the prize is singular, it will inevitably incite internal strife. Of course, individuals like him and Weber are rare exceptions. Now that this has been revealed, it undoubtedly serves to satirize those self-serving victors who distrust their respective masters. What are you standing there for? Huh? Upon hearing Lelouch call his name, Weber momentarily faltered. As one of the victors, he naturally possessed the right to make a wish. I'm not so greedy as to require a second wish to compensate for anything. This was not a display of false humility from Lelouch, but rather an acknowledgement of the master who had endured suffering alongside him. Moreover, the most crucial thing Lelouch needed had already been granted to him by the dragon through his first wish. Approaching and gazing up at the massive dragon's head, Weber appeared somewhat anxious and flustered. He was indeed unprepared for this moment. His mind was a whirlwind, leaving him uncertain about how to articulate a wish. Chapter 58, The Resurrected. Tension, an unprecedented excitement gripped him, rendering his breath shallow. Weber looked up at the enormous dragon's head, various thoughts flickering through his mind. His hands trembled involuntarily, even as Lelouch and other onlookers disregarded his state. To become the strongest magician? To reign as the king of this world? To possess boundless wealth? The pinnacle of desires flooded his mind, yet he hesitated to commit. Shaking his head vigorously, he exhibited a bewildering demeanor akin to madness. Lelouch observed him without uttering a word. Based on his understanding of this master, Weber's aspirations were likely not as selfish as his own. Despite Weber occasionally boasting in a capricious manner, he merely spoke in the heat of the moment. When truly presented with an opportunity to soar, he would find himself at a crossroads. After a prolonged silence, Weber finally exhaled deeply. Subsequently, with an expression of embarrassment, he lifted his gaze to the dragon. Considering the wish he was about to voice, his emotions were quite complex. After enduring such experiences, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no impact. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose a wish that did not pertain to himself. Please resurrect those affected by the Dragon Ball War. With a determined gesture, he summoned all his strength to utter those words. In an instant, his wish was heard by many. Hey, remarked a seemingly frail master, unexpectedly revealing himself to be a kind-hearted individual. Observing from above, he sat cross-legged in astonishment. This is truly wonderful. Sakura Kyoko is also filled with joy. During her previous loss of control, she inadvertently involved many innocent individuals. If those people could come back to life, it would alleviate the immense burden she's been carrying. Indeed, her earlier repentance proved to be beneficial. The cheers of those two reached her ears, and Kenshin too breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the conflict was so intense and tumultuous, disregarding the prior encirclement. Even the final assault wrought considerable devastation with the wielding of noble artifacts. If people could indeed be resurrected, it would bring a great sense of peace. Engraving Weber's visage in her heart, she recognized that there still existed benevolent souls in the future. Is that your choice, master? It seems I have not misjudged you. Standing on the street, holding onto a boy just rescued from the building, she also heard Weber's wish and softly praised him. Sister, thank you. Please go back. Your parents will worry. Yes. Watching the red-haired boy run off while waving back, she did not mind it. Yet in the next moment, she sensed a familiar presence. It was Alice Phil. Have I truly come back to life? Still clad in her nun's attire, Alice Phil sat on the ground, unable to fathom the current circumstances. Madam, the familiar voice from across her filled her with delight. What is this? Mamie looked around her surroundings, undoubtedly recalling the situation from before. The victor of the war had been determined. The master wished for the resurrection of those affected by the Dragon Ball War. What a kind-hearted person he is. Coming back to herself, Alice Phil revealed a trembling smile as she explained. Mamie found herself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the miraculous resurrection of the deceased. Madam? What is the matter? But suddenly, noticing Alice Phil's panicked expression, she anxiously inquired. I have become a true human. However, Alice Phil's response left Mamie momentarily speechless. That's wonderful. Sorta. Kenneth, having lost his usual demeanor, embraced the still somewhat bewildered Sola with a heavy heart. It seems we have been saved by the incompetent student you spoke of. Their memories were frozen at the moment when Amiya Karitsuga shot them, yet now they understood the reason for their revival. Let's go back. I do not wish to linger in this rural place any longer. Observing Kenneth's disregard for appearances as he pulled her along, Sola soon grasped the situation. Only through loss does one come to appreciate the value of life. Not only her, but also Kenneth himself, after experiencing death and resurrection, has come to realize how splendid the world is. There is no need to rush. After all, the war has come to an end. However, he cannot immediately return. How foolish of you. The Holy Grail War, the Dragon Ball War, such trivial pursuits are ones I, Kenneth, shall never engage in again. Even if you were to point a gun at me that bore no bullets, it would hold no significance. Sitting calmly at the dock, Kiritsugu Amiya observed the wary man before him and chuckled softly. Rather, it is quite ironic that one who has taken countless lives should be deemed worthy of resurrection. Kiritsugu fell silent, taken aback by Kiritsugu's sardonic remarks. Nevertheless, this is not a matter for you and me to decide. Having reclaimed a life at such a cost, one ought to express gratitude to the master. The value of life has been profoundly felt. Rising to his feet, Kiritsugu, gazing at his nearly bare form, found himself with a new insight. Seeking amusement can indeed be a delightful endeavor, yet sacrificing one's life for such pursuits seems hardly worthwhile. It is only through death that one can truly grasp the weight of existence. With a splash, he watched as the other dove into the sea from the dock. The gun he had been gripping fell from his hands and clattered to the ground. He never imagined such a person could possess a second chance at life. Coughing softly, he mused, "Is this a punishment for me? You refuse to let me die easily. Is that your wish after so much contemplation? How absurd." Apologetically, he responded to Lelouch's words with a petulant demeanor. "I am indeed immature and naive. It is quite juvenile indeed. However, if the world were to lack individuals like you, it would surely be doomed." Hearing that familiar admonition, Waver turned to face the speaker. "You still take too much for granted. Have you considered that villains might also be resurrected?" The immediate retort extinguished Waver's fervor. In his impulsiveness, he had not contemplated those who ought to remain dead. Thus, it is wise to refrain from acting on impulse and to think carefully before proceeding. Yet in this moment, you possess the right to be capricious, and no one can fault you for it. After all, you are at this juncture the victor. Chapter 59. Farewell. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. Farewell. The immense dragon raised its head, its voice resonating across the horizon, eventually transforming into 7 distinct points of light that dispersed throughout the heavens and the earth. The sky cleared once more, revealing a semblance of normalcy. It is finally over. Kanuya exhaled a breath of relief, then gazed at the gradually dissipating light, knowing that Sakura would safely endure this ordeal. "Please don't go." The small hand gripping the armor was clenching with all its might, and tears began to stream down the little face. Yet, with a gentle smile, he offered comfort, imparting his final words to this tiny master. "Parting does not signify an end. This world is vast, Sakura. There are countless experiences awaiting your embrace. So do not be disheartened by my absence. It is far more becoming for a girl to smile." The words, formed of magical energy, lingered in the air, and his bright, reassuring smile was forever etched in the girl's memory. As her cries echoed, that reliable figure faded along with the glimmering lights. "No, are you truly leaving?" Watching as Lelouch began to transform into light from the legs upwards, Weber felt a fleeting sense of reluctance. It was truly wonderful to have you here this time. Were it not for you, I might have perished long ago." Weber hesitated momentarily, then summoned his courage to speak loudly. His voice rose and fell, filled with gratitude for having drawn a fortunate card. Had it not been for the guidance and schemes he had received, given his Na'vi performance, he might have succumbed long before reaching the end. Do not underestimate yourself. You have contributed significantly this time. After all that you have experienced, you're no longer the person you once were. Hearing that familiar encouragement, Weber felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. By the way, I have already envisioned my future goals. Recalling something crucial, Weber hurriedly expressed his thoughts. He needed to assure the other before their departure. "I will become an exceptional magician, though I am uncertain if I can truly achieve this. It is not a desire that can be fulfilled by mere wishes. I will change everything with my own hands, just as you have done." His earnest and resolute demeanor conveyed his determination. What is so amusing?" A low chuckle escaped from Lelouch, as if he had heard an amusing jest. Feeling somewhat mocked, Weber grumbled in dissatisfaction, for it had taken great courage to voice such grand aspirations. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a weight on his shoulders, as a white imperial robe draped over him. "This, by the order of Lelouch, Sic Britannia, Weber Velvet, you must survive, and, to become an exceptional magician, one must ascend to the pinnacle of magic in the sacred realm of Britain." Upon recognizing that familiar gesture and command, Weber momentarily found himself in a state of shock. "What is your response?" The emperor, seemingly dissatisfied with his days, inquired. "As you wish, your majesty." With a hand clutching the white imperial robe draped over his shoulder, Weber could no longer suppress the tears welling in his eyes, responding with a trembling voice. It was not a matter of coercive restraint, but rather a solemn promise between him and the emperor. On that day, the young man bid farewell to the sovereign. Well, it's time for us to depart. As the conclusion approached, the city dweller spoke up boisterously. It could be considered a sort of journey. Sakura, Kyoko glanced at him, then closed her eyes and laughed heartily. The resurrection of those who perished due to her demise also brought her solace. Sakura, there's no need to be so pessimistic. As long as one continues to live, good things will eventually occur, won't they? Indeed, I am grateful for your support during this time, city dweller. As they began to disperse, they exchanged their final words. By the way, although I do not know your name, should we meet again? Sakura, and I certainly will not succumb again. Turning her head, the city dweller addressed the silent Kenshin. Is that so? Next time, I shall not act so immaturely. At this, Kenshin recalled their last confrontation, a smile gracing his lips as he replied softly. Let us have another round. All right, do not rush. There is more to come. Alice Phil responded with a reassuring smile as she observed the beggar seated nearby. Where is Mia? She must have taken Ilias Veal to the park and should be on her way back. Ah, truly, why is she always so slow? Although mealtime had nearly passed. Such persistent delays were uncharacteristic of that man. Yet, Alice Phil understood that this marked the initial step of Kiritsugu relinquishing his ideals. No longer fixated on the notion of world peace, he chose instead to be present as a father beside Ilias Veal. Since the conclusion of that war, in the embrace of that tearful man, Alice Phil felt the depth of his concealed emotions. It was a joy and excitement born of loss and recovery. Subsequently, they encountered one another and requested assistance in bringing Ilias Veal from her maternal home. Ultimately, they settled in Fuyuki City, a place steeped in fate. Though ordinary, each day was lived to the fullest. However, it was unexpected that, as a heroic spirit, he was also resurrected. Could this be considered an error? No. I'd already been in a state of half-life, and this time, Weber's wish seemed to have condemned me as well. While dining, Artoria began to explain. It is quite subtle. Her resurrection is nothing short of an unexpected twist of fate. Might there be any repercussions? Reflecting on the origins of the heroic spirits, Alice felt a twinge of concern. However, it was nothing to fret over. The worst-case scenario would merely be that I could no longer be summoned in my current class. Paying little heed to such matters, Artoria found the rice to be quite delectable. After her meal, she expressed her gratitude with her hands clasped in a polite gesture before ultimately departing from Shiro's home. Upon returning to the temporary villa, she immediately spotted a boy practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Artoria inquired, "Have you finished your meal, Shiro?" "Huh? Yes, teacher. Dinner in my home is served quite early. So I arrived ahead of time," the red-haired youth replied, momentarily pausing his bamboo sword practice. "Not just me. Sakura and Rin are already in their rooms reading." The boy named Shiro gestured towards the villa and continued speaking. "Sakura and Rin?" Artoria glanced towards the window, feeling that it was perhaps a bit excessive. Contemplating a particular situation, she couldn't help but smile. Nonetheless, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 60, Individual Goals. Artoria opened the grand door and traversed the corridor into the hall. Upon noticing the long sword resting in the corner, she was reminded of the past. She recollected the moment when Shiro had approached her wielding that divine sword, marveling at how fate is indeed a curious encounter. The sword he had found was the Kusanagi, once wielded by Kamen Rider Kenshin. Artoria had not anticipated reconnecting in such a manner. Whether it was Shiro or the divine sword he had retrieved, both symbolized a connection of destiny. Observing Shiro practicing his swordsmanship through the window, Artoria felt a sense of reassurance. "Ah, teacher, you have returned," Rin exclaimed, her homework completed. "Of course it's done." The girl with twin tails peered in, her excitement palpable upon seeing the familiar figure. "Let's take you out for some fun tonight." With a giggle, she joyfully bounced at the gratifying response. In the absence of her father's gaze, she exhibited a more liberated personality. "And what about Sakura?" Artoria inquired. "She said she wants to read a bit longer. I don't know why she's so insistent," Rin replied. Hearing Rin's response, Artoria fell into a contemplative silence. The girl seems to have misunderstood something, thus setting her sights on a goal and striving towards it. However, the mentor she chose was none other than the then master, Weber. When Weber inquired about her reasoning, Matsu Sakura responded in a manner that left him both amused and perplexed for quite some time. Subsequently, due to Weber's need to return to the clock tower, the villa he occupied became vacant and was subsequently entrusted to the homeless Artoria at that time. Alongside this transition, a few lively little ones began to frequent the place, adding to the commotion. For Artoria, this was rather agreeable, as the lively atmosphere was a welcome change. The sovereign has departed, and now our task is to assist Lord Weber in ascending to the pinnacle of sorcery. Rest assured, I, Kiritsugu Amiya, shall lend my support with all that my aging body can muster. Kiritsugu, you shall follow Lord Weber as his apprentice. For there lies a chance to acquire knowledge from the clock tower, a rare opportunity indeed. Understood. Sakura and Rin are also growing, and when the time comes for Lord Weber to achieve success, I shall implore him to take them on as disciples. This will provide a pathway into the clock tower and bolster his standing. Within the church, Tosaka Tokiomi, Kiritsugu Amiya, and Kirai Kodomine convened, determining their future course of action. Even though Lelouch has departed, his influence remains palpable. They continue to obey the late sovereign, following his entrusted directives to assist Weber. Although it may seem somewhat neurotic, in their daily lives, the three maintain a semblance of normalcy, so much so that even Tosaka Tokiomi's wife and daughter perceive no oddity. The clock tower. Upon Weber's return, he felt as though he had become the target of scrutiny. His mind was filled with accumulated topics and academic assignments to address. Thud. Weber Velvet, with his head buried in research, suddenly heard a familiar stern voice and looked up in astonishment. Kenneth-sensei, may I inquire what brings you here? He asked cautiously, momentarily unsure of the purpose of the visit. Has your intellect finally deepened? Kenneth remarked, observing Weber's development with a critical eye. In the past, such words would have provoked a strong reaction from Weber. Yet now, his expression bore indifference, devoid of the anger and fervor that once characterized him. Under Kenneth's piercing gaze, Weber found himself unaccustomed to the instructor's meticulous demeanor, yet he held his ground, meeting Kenneth's eyes unwaveringly. As he caught the paper thrown by the other party, Weber was momentarily taken aback upon realizing its contents. It was a thesis he had penned for Kenneth before the war. I shall pretend I have not seen this. I will handle it myself. If one day you truly manage to prove your correctness, it would signify a transformation within this magical association. With hands clasped behind him, Kenneth spoke earnestly. Merely discussing magical talent, lineage, and aptitude is the forte of those with a long-standing heritage. However, what this world requires may not necessarily be confined to such elements. The demise of Kenneth himself serves as a prime example. I have also heard from Sora that you aspire to become an exceptional magician. Even though you may be an unremarkable student, I can guide you to avoid missteps. I hope you are capable of enduring this. It was only after the other party departed that Weber regained his composure. Since returning to the clock tower, he had inexplicably felt overwhelmed by numerous academic issues. Yet, despite the chaos, these were indeed the very elements he lacked and needed. Observing Kenneth's retreat, Weber gradually understood that this was another form of reciprocation. After tidying up the materials and returning to his room, he gazed at the white imperial robe hanging on the coat rack, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though arduous and exhausting, this sensation had become oddly endearing. Perhaps one day, I too shall present you with a considerable surprise. In the Grand Temple of Time, the final master of humanity, Fujimaru Ritsuka, engaged in battle against the ultimate foe. However, as the Demon King Geisha unleashed his third noble phantasm, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The impossible reverse summoning ritual should still exist. How could a heroic spirit, it even managed to intercept my third noble phantasm? An entirely unforeseen adversary emerged, casting a shadow over Geisha's mood. The knight who shielded the two, standing in front of the light, turned to gaze at the half-crouched Fujimaru Ritsuka and inquired, "Are you truly my master?" Chapter 61. The Unparalleled Swordsman. Clang, clang, crack, whoosh. Shadows intertwined as Saito observed the shattered edge of his blade, falling into a profound silence. So powerful, too powerful. Although he had previously faced this esteemed swordsman, never had he experienced such a complete defeat. Has Saito-san also fallen? It seems the rumors were not without merit. Looking at the retreating figure of his opponent, Okita could not help but exclaim, "Slow down. Enough." The soldier beside him was about to charge forward, but was halted by Okita's outstretched hand. "Captain, if we pursue any further, he will draw his deadly blade." "Enough. The mission has already failed." Before Okita could utter a word, Saito gazed at his broken sword and explained, "It is said that Himura Badasai wields two blades. Should he draw the lower sword from his waist, it signifies death. Drawing the upper one signifies life. Ironically, it was indeed his mercy that saved us." Okita watched the legendary figure gradually fade into the forest, feeling a tinge of melancholy. As the two esteemed captains of the Shinsengumi, he and Saito had been thwarted in their pursuit by a single individual. He could distinctly perceive the transformation of that man, and was compelled to wonder what trials Batasai, who was of a similar age, had endured. As he navigated through the woods, Kenshin eventually paused among the trees. Oh dear, have I been discovered so swiftly? I was rather confident. A figure, concealed behind a large tree, stepped out under the scrutiny of Kenshin's gaze. Jiju, is there something amiss? No. I merely wish to observe your swordsmanship up close. Unfortunately, it seems I arrived just as it concluded. He spread his arms wide to avoid misunderstandings, shrugging nonchalantly. Quite fearsome. Indeed, senior. But why did you not eliminate the 2 captains of the Shinsengumi? Given your prowess, it would have been a trivial task. Jiju's words carried an insinuation as he smiled slyly. That is our formidable adversary, Mr. Katsura. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiju suddenly noticed that the senior had unsheathed his sword without warning, just as he prepared to defend himself. Kenshin had already drawn his blade and executed a swift cut in his direction. Cold sweat broke out, and Jiju felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was too late. Not only had Kenshin completed the strike, but Jiju also realized he was unharmed. This blade, he thought, could not possibly be incapable of inflicting harm. Even a reverse blade sword could cause injury. His gaze shifted to the sword held by the senior, which indeed appeared to be an extraordinary weapon. Yet, from his perspective, it could not be so ineffective as to leave a person unscathed. Despite Kenshin's earlier strike, he remained completely unharmed. With a soft snap, Kenshin sheathed his sword, continuing his path through the forest in silence. As he gazed at Kenshin's silhouette, Shishio's earlier desire for a contest dissipated. Had this senior wished to take his life, it would surely have been but a fleeting moment. It is no wonder that the Shinsengumi opted to deploy the formidable Saito Hajime and Okita Suji. Yet, even so, he fell without contest to this elder's prowess. As Kenshin ambled along the path, he reflected upon that experience, acknowledging that he had transcended the confines of worldly perception. The deity's unreasonable words left him no room for refusal. Months have passed since his return, and indeed, Kenshin has discerned the path he must tread. In addition to furthering the restoration, he has discovered the information you sought, Hiko, albeit it resides in Kyoto. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? Accepting the note from the informant, Kenshin's stern visage remained unchanged as he secured it and stepped outside. Would Mr. Katsura truly allow him to depart? Observing Kenshin's exit from the second floor, a group of onlookers could scarcely contain themselves. Let him go. Since he claims to be visiting, he will undoubtedly return. However, should any fool attempt to test the Elder's blade, I would relish the opportunity to witness your demise. Shishio, what winds have blown this my way? A reckless disciple descending the mountain at this hour. Will he return? No longer intent on saving the world? Hiko Sidro regarded the familiar visage before him with a hint of sarcasm. The world will indeed be saved, but before that, I must grow stronger. The action of drinking halted. Hiko Sidro had not anticipated such a conclusion. He had heard whispers of his foolish disciple's exploits. Himura Kenshin, the unparalleled swordsman of the world. Those were tales from long ago, but recently, the latter moniker had gained greater renown. It seems he has not lost his way. Humph. At this juncture, what more can I teach you? The secret teachings of the Hiten Mitsuryu, I implore you to impart them to me. Observing Kenshin's earnest expression and demeanor, Hiko Sidro began to question him. Why do you wish to learn the secret? I have heard that you are currently unmatched. Hailed as the peerless swordsman, when foes encounter you, they can only pray that you wield the blade of mercy. With legs crossed and his robust frame settled upon the stool, Hiko Sidro jested. Because I'm still not strong enough. Is that so? To exhibit such humility during your most glorious period is truly remarkable. I have recently traveled to a distant land. His words were interrupted as Hiko Sidro twisted open a bottle of sake, patiently awaiting the continuation, listening intently. In that place, I encountered numerous masters. It is with great shame that I admit, at that time, I posed little threat to them. Ultimately, in a clash of swords, I was defeated by a foreign queen. The tale is recounted by Kenshin in a different form. Chapter 62, I must survive. And then, do you find yourself haunted by your defeat at the hands of that foreign queen named Artoria? How foolish. How did you not meet your demise at her hands? Is this something a master should say to their disciple? With a glare, Kenshin nearly felt his blood pressure rise at the old man's words. In truth, had it not been for the peculiarities of the Dragon Ball War, he would have perished there. So upon your return, you deemed yourself lacking in strength and resolved to diligently train under me to master the profound arts for revenge? Without delving into the veracity of that claim, Hikosidro asked him directly, No, I simply wish to no longer feel so powerless. Mere ordinary swordsmanship cannot contend with such formidable experts. Without uttering any more biting remarks, Hikisejiro sensed Kenshin's unyielding spirit. Contemplating the essence of it all, Hikisejiro found himself intrigued. It is known that the flying sword style has historically been a lethal technique, possessing the power to dominate the world. Such a level of swordsmanship being unable to contend with a master is, by Hikusejiro's own standards, exceedingly rare. Come here. Huh. Following Hikusejiro's lead, Kenshin traversed the familiar mountain path, ultimately arriving before a waterfall. Draw your sword. Any sword will suffice. Before the precipice, Hikusejiro turned to face him, and spoke in a low voice. After a moment as thought, Kenshin finally unsheathed his innate blade, a blade that is said to be incapable of taking lives. Though it appears somewhat different from an ordinary sword, to claim it cannot kill seems a stretch, does it not? Moreover, do you think you can slay me? With a smirk, Hikusejiro drew his beloved blade and scoffed. After a long absence, let me witness this so-called unmatched prowess. Cloaked in a mantle, Hikusejiro charged forward, and Kenshin swiftly prepared to respond. Clang! With his sword raised, feet firmly planted, he maintained his balance and blocked the incoming strike. The ease with which he handled the sudden assault surprised Hikisejiro. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying as Kenshin and Hikisejiro moved in a fluid dance. Though he had yet to exert his full strength, Kenshin was already able to keep pace with Hikusejiro's current speed. It is indeed an astonishing matter. With a clash, the swords met as Hikosejiro forcefully collided his robust frame against Kenshin. Although he was sent flying a considerable distance, Kenshin swiftly regained his composure. Such all-encompassing growth left Hikosejiro somewhat taken aback. Heavenly sword style, dragon soaring flash. You're too eager, fool. Observing Kenshin's approach and the swordplay he unleashed, Hikosejiro retreated 2 steps, deftly evading the upward slash, and then aimed his blade toward him. Yet, that seemingly inevitable strike was deftly evaded by Kenshin as he twisted midair. A smirk involuntarily crept upon Hikosejiro's lips, and he suddenly found the encounter amusing. Shall we take this a bit more seriously? With this thought, the two engaged once more in a fierce duel. After a while, Kenshin lay on the ground, panting, his spirits dampened as he gazed at his master seated upon a stone. His stamina was still lacking. After such a brief skirmish, he found himself utterly exhausted. I don't think it's normal to fight from afternoon until evening. Having nearly expended all his energy, Kenshin muttered in quiet defiance. After all, he could only take advantage of Hiko's physical limitations. In their earlier exchange of sword techniques, he had managed to keep pace and defend against most of the strikes. Well, given your current state, my previous words hold true. Having not engaged in such activity for a long time, Hikosejiro regarded Kenshin with newfound respect. Initially thinking that this foolish disciple would not last long, he was surprised that Kenshin could match him in combat until exhaustion set in. This was no trivial feat. This also confirmed the truth of Kenshin's claim about encountering individuals from foreign lands. Before we proceed, I have one more question for you, Kenshin. Hearing the serious tone, Kenshin half rose, looking ahead. Do you fear death? The unexpected inquiry left Kenshin momentarily stunned. Was this question truly significant? It is indeed crucial. Your answer will reveal the outcome that follows. Falling into silence, Kenshin refrained from answering hastily. Had he been his former self, he would have undoubtedly proclaimed, "What is there to fear in death?" However, after experiencing intense battles, he found it impossible to contradict his true feelings. To live. Indeed, no matter the circumstances. Survival was paramount. That was the essence. If he were to die, everything would be lost. Those who awaited him and those who hoped for his return. Thus, the purpose of battle must be to survive, rather than to embrace death. The words of those dear to him resonated within Kenshin, and he finally found his answer. I yearn for survival. Such words, which ought not to align with his stance, left Hikosejiro momentarily taken aback. Haha, chuckling softly, Hikosejiro was unprepared for such a succinct reply. Having not seen Kenshin for many years, he had yet to grasp the nuances of his current mindset. But it appeared he had been overly concerned. This certainly simplified matters. If you are in your current state, pursuing the profound truths of the Hiten Mitsurujiri is entirely feasible. Having affirmed that will to live, Hikosejiro felt a sense of relief. The disciple, who had been away from the mountain for several years, seemed not to have succumbed to the world's darkness. Rather, he had experienced a commendable growth. Before anything else, go down the mountain to fetch water, and then purchase some sake for me in the city. Huh, why? Is it not a natural duty for a disciple to assist his master? Rising defiantly, he attempted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Mm, Hey! Observing the look of restraint on his face, Hikuseidru chuckled lightly. Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, the city will close its gates. This must be your intention. With no choice but to comply, Kenshin moved forward with a stiff gait. It was not until Kenshin's silhouette faded into the distance that Hikuseidru gazed up at the night sky, remaining silent for a long while before uttering a single phrase. Could tomorrow be the farewell of this lifetime? Chapter 63, Kyubi, this defies logic. Akiko-chan, worry not. I can manage alone. The pink-haired girl expressed her concerns, prompting a response from the ahead-located Sakura, Akiko. There's a way. Thus I shall undoubtedly save you, Sayaka. However, first, you must die once. Brandishing her spear to deflect the flying daggers, Sakura Akiko's spirits had lifted considerably from her earlier somber mood. After returning from the Dragon Ball War and confronting the witch-like Sayaka, she had thought all hope was lost. Yet just moments ago, she felt it, an unfamiliar power stirring within her. The resurrection of the deceased. That was a card once left upon her by the city. To her astonishment, it had transcended worlds and remained usable. Although she was uncertain of its specific potency, she believed in the city. If she persevered, surely good fortune would eventually come her way. Within the city, an exaggerated surge of magical energy erupted, and Sakura Akiko hesitated not for an instant. Perhaps due to her transformation into a heroic spirit, she had grown significantly stronger than before. Thus, confronting the witch that Sayaka had become was not overly taxing for her. I am also aware of the matters following her transformation into a witch. Thus, I shall bring an end to your suffering and struggles. Sayaka, the sound reverberated within the barrier, and Sakura, Kyoko, subsequently vanquished the mermaid witch with her own hands. Is it truly possible? As she witnessed the witch disintegrate into ashes, Madoka Kiname softly voiced her doubts. Fear not. I have faith in that individual. With a card that radiated a luminous glow retrieved from her pocket, Sakura Kyoko gestured forward. Resurrection of the deceased. Activation. The wandering souls did not depart nor disintegrate. Instead, they were forcibly drawn back from the grave by unreasonable rules. What emerged was a body that remained intact. Truly it has succeeded? When she regained her composure, the blue-haired girl discovered herself sitting on the ground, facing the jubilant and astonished expressions and voices of Kyoko and Madoka. Splendid, splendid. Tears of joy welled up, and as she was embraced by a warmly approaching figure, Sayaka cautiously raised her hands to hold the girl before her, experiencing that tangible sensation. Am I still alive? With an incredulous tone, Sayaka's mind remained in a daze. Silly, you truly have come back to life. With her spear in disguise stowed away, Sakura Kyoko beamed with a smile. What on earth is happening? It was incomprehensible. Not far away, standing alongside the dark-haired girl, the small, adorable creature voiced its query. Kyubi's tail swayed incessantly, clearly indicating that the current circumstances exceeded expectations. Even it could not decipher the situation. Meanwhile, Hamura Akemi's eyes widened, caught in a profound shock. Having undergone countless cycles, she had never witnessed such a scene. It was supposed to be destined that Sayaka, transformed into a witch, perished. Yet, at this moment, it appeared that Sakura Kyoko had conjured a miracle mightier than magic itself. Kyubi's words echoed, reflecting Hamura Akemi's current thoughts. In human terms, this might be what you call defying fate. Each word struck heavily upon Hamura's heart, as a multitude of questions clamored for answers. The anxiety and excitement hidden within her surged. More than anyone, she yearned to understand what Sakura Kyoko had accomplished. Without hesitation, she leaped forward, determined to inquire directly. Indeed, an unprecedented event necessitates investigation. Speaking to herself, Kyubi followed suit. Observing the emergence of Hamura and Kyubi, Sakura Kyoko could intuitively sense their scrutinizing gazes upon her. Their apparent determination to delve deeper was unmistakable. At that moment, they were all drawn to the voice of Madoka. Sayaka-chan, where is your soul gem? Turning her head, Sayaka saw the concerned expression on Madoka's face as she gazed at the astonished Sayaka. It's gone. It's truly missing. Sayaka was left in shock, realizing she could not find the blue soul gem on herself. Does this mean you have reverted back to being human? Kyoko Sakura was equally astonished, never expecting such an effect. No, Kyoko, you are slightly mistaken. Before Hamura Akemi could speak, Sayaka seemed to have an epiphany. She stood up and began to smirk. Kyoko tilted her head, unable to comprehend Sayaka's sudden demeanor. Then, a scene unfolded that left everyone in disbelief. The transforming outfit, the cape draped over her shoulders, the military knife in her hand. Clang, clang. Magical girl Sayaka took center stage. As they beheld Sayaka striking a pose and still able to transform, the group was left in a stupor. It seems that even without my soul gem, I still retain the power to transform after coming back to life. If I were to put it into words, I am now the true magical girl. The astonished expressions of everyone brought Sayaka great satisfaction as she joyfully elaborated. Is such a thing possible? Without a soul gem, one would not have to mourn the purging of despair. On that foundation, I can wield the powers of a magical girl in my human form. In comparison, it appears that Hamura and the others are like defective half-finished products. Ah, you are being incredibly conceited right now. Suddenly feeling irked, Kyoko pointed an accusatory finger at Sayaka's smug expression. Heh, I am indeed superior to you now. What audacity! Just look at who saved you. The playful banter between the two brought a relieved smile to Madoka's face, filling her with joy. However, in the background, Kyubi's countenance grew tense. After confirming Sayaka's condition, it was struck by a profound realization. This is unscientific. The ability to wield magical girl powers without a soul gem contradicted their original purpose. This cannot be. If every magical girl could do this, our plans would be utterly thwarted. Magical girls exist to become witches. The energy produced from that is beneficial to the universe. How can it be severed by such an inexplicable occurrence? I must intervene. No matter what, Kyoko's methods must be eradicated in their infancy. Sakura-san, what method did you employ? Could you enlighten me? Hearing the words of Akemi Hamura, Sayaka Miki, who had been playfully tussling with Kyoko Sakura, abruptly ceased her antics. She turned to witness the suppressed excitement and slightly trembling hands of Hamura. Her tone was imbued with urgency. Well, this matter is rather lengthy to recount. In Chapter 64, it's my turn to save you all. Seated in Hamura's abode, Madoka and the others silently listened to the struggles articulated by Kyoko. Although it was not the complete narrative, even this fragment was sufficient to leave everyone entranced. It was indeed miraculous. The deceased had suddenly returned to life. Much more sincere than that fellow. Kyoko poked the incubator, who was hiding behind the sofa, and then spoke. The Dragon Ball War. Is it true that those with a fervent desire for wishes will be chosen? Victory will ultimately grant any wish. Whispering softly, Hamura's hands trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy towards Kyoko's experiences. If only she had been the one selected, then surely she could liberate Madoka from this endless cycle. Hey, you speak so grandly, but didn't Kyoko lose? At least she didn't return empty-handed. Haha, indeed, she even made a friend. That person named Jino is undoubtedly a good soul. Hearing Madoka's cheerful voice, Hamura's mood gradually eased. This confrontation against the witching hour might be the greatest opportunity yet. Sayaka Miki, who should have perished, remained alive, even free from the constraints of her soul gem, allowing her to wield her magical powers unfettered. Kyoko also did not meet her demise. Counting her in, at least 3 magical girls remained. With their combined strength, defeating the witching hour was not an impossible feat, even without being chosen. Hamura recognized the fortuitous timing. In previous cycles, the ultimate outcome had only seen herself and Madoka facing the witching hour, repeatedly ensnared by an unavoidable contract, which compelled her to struggle back to the past in an attempt to alter Madoka's fate of becoming a magical girl. But this time was different. They had the additional prowess of Sayaka and Kyoko. With the strength of 3, they would surely evade Madoka's destined transformation into a magical girl. The card from Jino is truly wondrous. Had I known, I would have sought one sooner. Perhaps it could even resurrect Mommy. Reclining with her hands behind her head and legs crossed in a rather ungraceful manner, Kyoko lamented. You indeed are quite greedy. It is essential to remember the kindness of others. No need for your admonition. Kanzuya Junichi, I too wish to meet him. As the clouds of gloom dissipate, the atmosphere among those present, apart from Akemi Hamura, becomes remarkably relaxed. Kyubi tilts its head, momentarily lost in thought. The tale recounted by Sakura Kyoko seems rather fantastical to them, although wishes can indeed be fulfilled through contracts. Kyubi adheres to the principle that miracles and magic come at a price. Once one becomes a magical girl, while their wishes may be granted, they must inevitably pay a corresponding cost. The existence that can fulfill wishes unconditionally and without side effects is truly intriguing, prompting a desire to observe, analyze, and comprehend the conditions. Considering the prerequisites for being chosen, Kyubi's gaze shifts towards Akemi Hamura, leading to a bold plan and notion. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding Miki Sayaka, they had previously concluded that such events should be avoided at all costs. After all, if magical girls cannot transform into witches, the collection of so-called energy becomes mere fantasy. Such a course of action poses a threat to the universe. However, learning that this was merely an isolated incident and not a norm alleviates their concerns. Instead, the described Dragon Ball War piques QB's interest for observation. A representative must be chosen. Their own form and consciousness cannot intervene directly. Thus, the best course of action is to have another entity act in QB's stead. The suitable target has already been identified, Akemi Hamura. This girl harbors an unwavering obsession with Kene Madoka, and with proper guidance and utilization, they will eventually connect with the Dragon Ball War through her. Its tail sways gently as the long-standing strategy begins to shift. Sayaka has gone to your side. Understood. As usual, they proceed with the extermination of witches, with Sakura Kyoko and Miki Sayaka effortlessly collaborating to resolve matters. The more one employs magic, the closer one comes to becoming a witch, does it not? You merely need to let me handle it while you observe from the sidelines. You are not omnipotent. Should a witch inadvertently begin to harm others, it would be too late. Recognizing that her companion is concerned for her, Sakura Kyoko feigns indifference. Can you not be a bit more straightforward? Aware that Kyoko is being tsundere, Sayaka responds with exasperation. While exceptionally powerful witches do occasionally appear, currently, Sayaka can manage most situations alone, especially without the influence of the soul gem. The psychological burden she once bore has significantly diminished. Conversely, it is Kyoko who remains a source of worry. The more she behaves this way, the sooner she may transform into a witch herself. Yet, despite such risks, she still comes to assist her, which can only be described as an extraordinary kindness. She was aware that her companion was reluctant to let her face the battle alone. Yet Sayaka could not bear to witness Kyoko tread the same sorrowful path she had once walked. How could she allow this person, who had once fought to save her, to endure such anguish? Promise. A promise? Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Kyoko Sakura momentarily struggled to grasp its significance. Currently, both you and Hamura Akemi are unable to evade that fate, but I shall not stand idly by. Even if it involves the deceased mommy, I will strive to rescue her. What exactly are you trying to convey? In essence, allow me to save you this time, in the true guise of a magical girl. At these words, Kyoko Sakura stood frozen, beginning to comprehend the convictions with which Sayaka Miki lived her life. Just wait. I will prove it, this so-called Dragon Ball War. Sooner or later, I shall join, and when that time comes, I will return with the wish to save everyone. Witnessing the unwavering determination and sincerity in her words, Kyoko turned her head, refraining from any retort. You fool. What use is there in overthinking at this moment? It is not merely a matter of declaring participation. Rather than pondering that, it would be wiser to contemplate how we will defeat the upcoming Witch's Night. With a slight smile, feeling elated at Sayaka's resolve, Kyoko deftly shifted the topic. She did not dismiss or belittle her friend's thoughts. She fully understood her current mindset. Just as she herself had once plunged headlong into the fray without regard for the consequences after being called upon. Fortunately, the outcome had been favorable. She made new friends and returned with the means to fulfill her wishes. From atop a high building, Hamura Akemi observed the two, lost in her own thoughts. Perched on her shoulder, QB tilted his head and wagged his tail. Chapter 65, The Card Entrusted. Ushio. Damn it, it must be Mai. She is the only one searching for Ushio and Baron. Watching Ushio, who was battered and leaning against the barbed wire, Honda was filled with rage. He could not forgive that woman for inflicting such cruelty upon Ushio. No, the real enemy to be defeated is the mastermind manipulating the three swordsmen and Mai. Crouching down, Dark Game clenched his fist and declared resolutely. Wait, it seems Ushio. Kyoko suddenly gasped as she noticed her friend's chest slightly heaving, her hands trembling gently. Game. Ushio. It seemed that she could sense the presence of those around her, as Ushio struggled to speak. Are you all right? Please do not talk now. It was a completely unexpected delight, and Honda and the others were filled with excitement. Initially, it was believed that the soul within Changzhene had been seized. It appeared otherwise. Trembling, he raised his hand, attempting to reach out and touch the card deck. He had just suffered defeat in a duel against Mai, and his soul should have been drawn away by the Olehagen's barrier. However, that card had safeguarded him, and he needed to surrender it to the game. It surely would prove beneficial. The card was no less formidable than the legendary dragons. The individual who orchestrated the Dragon Ball War had deliberately discarded a card upon his return to this realm. Regrettably, Chang Zane had been troubled by his inability to utilize it, yet it unexpectedly preserved his soul at a critical moment. The game trembled as it presented two cards, drawing the attention of Game, Honda, and Anzu. One was Chang Zane's trusted ace, the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The other was a fusion monster card, a rare card that even Game had never encountered, the Super Magic Warrior Red Eyes Dragon Knight. Upon receiving this card, Game instantly comprehended why Chang Zane had entrusted it to him alongside the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The sheer power emanating from the card was palpable, rivaling that of the three Egyptian gods. Regrettably, I cannot wield it, Chang Zane uttered, his grievous injuries making speech laborious, yet the three could still sense his earnest thoughts. All right, Chang Zane, refrain from speaking for now. I shall take you to the hospital. Do not perish, you idiot. Honda hoisted his brother's arm, supporting him. Game. Anzu and I will escort Chang Zane and Baron away. You focus on settling this. I beg of you. Watching his departing allies, Dark Game glanced at the two cards in his hands, the Red Eyes Black Dragon and the Super Magic Warrior Red Eyes Dragon Knight. He slipped the cards into his deck, turning his gaze toward the distant building, where he could sense the aura of a duel unfolding. The legendary dragon held by Chang Zane seemed to have also been seized by Mai. He raced towards that direction, vowing to confront his adversaries. Wait for me, Dazi. Inside the building, Dark Game encountered the opponent who had just defeated Peacock Mai, Raphael, the one who had once led him to defeat, resulting in the loss of his companions. Determined to awaken him from the darkness, Dark Game initiated a duel. Yet, even harnessing the power of the legendary dragon, Raphael proved to be an exceedingly formidable duelist. The Guardian Daesis stands as an insurmountable wall, its formidable attack power beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. Yet, there exists a glimmer of hope. Glancing at the card in his hand, he formulated a plan. The trap card activates, the Sword of Light seal. Randomly exile one card from your hand. As he witnessed the diminishing hand of cards, Raphael felt an ominous cloud of despair. Having previously engaged in a fierce battle, the 6 cards granted by the Divine Treasure had dwindled to a mere 2, and now the loss of yet another card signified a reduction in Daesis' life points. But how does one transcend the fate of defeat? Though he possessed but a single opportunity to substitute destruction, with merely 3 cards in hand, Raphael doubted his chances of victory. Should he survive this turn, triumph awaited him in the next. I shall utilize the effect of the continuous spell card, the Wheel of Hades. With such conviction, Raphael remained unperturbed. Arise, Dark Magician. The revival of that emblematic ace was unexpected. You resurrect the Dark Magician at this moment? What is your intention, Yami? Not only Raphael, but also Kaiba, watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. I shall demonstrate to you that destiny is not predetermined. Proclaiming loudly, Yami glanced at his remaining 3 cards before inserting one into the dual disc. The spell card, Fusion, activates. I shall fuse the Dark Magician on the field with the Red Eyes Black Dragon in my hand. How is this possible? The fusion of Dark Magician and Red Eyes Black Dragon? Gasps of astonishment escaped Raphael and Kaiba, their expressions betraying their shock. Come forth, the Super Magic Warrior Red Eyes Dragon Knight. A torrent of black flames cascaded from above, revealing an unprecedented dual monster. Super Magic Warrior Red Eyes Dragon Knight, 3000. What is this? Yami declared. Observe closely, Raphael. This turn, I shall shatter your so-called fate. He activated the monster effect of the Super Magic Warrior Red Eyes Dragon Knight. During his main phase, he selected one monster on the opponent's field for destruction, inflicting damage equal to the destroyed monster's original attack points. Hearing Yami's declaration, Raphael could not help but smirk. I thought you had something significant to say. Though it is a powerful effect, it is futile. When Daesis is destroyed, I can discard one card from my hand to substitute for the destruction. Deflecting the oncoming black flames, the monster remains steadfast on the field. You are finished, nameless pharaoh. What is this? Until this moment, Raphael finally realized that the monstrous figure across from him still maintained its weapon-forward stance, the tip of the gun enveloped in dark flames. What a pity. The destructive effect of the Super Magical Dragon Knight Red Eyes Dragon Knight is determined by the number of normal monsters used in the fusion materials. The fusion materials I just employed were the Dark Magician and the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Impossible. Realizing the consequences, Raphael hesitated not for a moment before revealing his face-down card. Trap card activated. Bang! Yet, before he could finish his words, Raphael discovered that the trap card had been destroyed. Once per turn, when a spell, trap, or monster effect is activated, by discarding one card from his hand, its activation is negated and destroyed, simultaneously increasing this card's attack by 1,000 points. Super Magical Dragon Knight, Red Ice Dragon Knight, 3000, 4000. The formidable attack power that easily matches that of the divine beast loomed ominously. How can this be? Realizing his impending defeat, Raphael wavered. Having triumphed over legendary dragons on multiple occasions, he never anticipated losing to this monster. Raphael, 7000. As the duel neared its conclusion, Game looked on, shouting with an implication. Now it's returned as Chapter 66, The Authority to Change All Things. Lelouch, gazing at the companion seated on the throne with a faint smile, she felt a strange shift emanating from him. Lelouch. Suzaku approached from a distance, still perplexed as to why Lelouch had suddenly summoned him back. So, Nunnally is alive? It seems Schneasel has concealed an excellent card. Clearly, it is intended for a pivotal moment to unsettle me. The voice, unmasked and resonant, reached him, leaving Suzaku in bewilderment. Nunnally is alive? Suzaku's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Lelouch, uncertain why he had drawn such a conclusion. Well, it matters not what cards Schneasel holds. This war has become unnecessary since my return. Rising to his feet, Lelouch spoke words incomprehensible to others, a cold smile gracing his lips. Were you even saying, Lelouch? Although he remained the same Lelouch, Suzaku sensed something peculiar in his indifferent demeanor. He did not even know what state he was in now. Apologies. I was a bit taken aback by my own situation and momentarily captivated. Turning to Suzaku, Lelouch responded with a serious demeanor. Indeed, the next destination is Ashford Academy in Japan. As if recalling something, he spoke with a faint smile. And, Suzaku, that plan can be abandoned. What? Upon hearing such words from Lelouch, Suzaku was taken aback. To give up on Zero's Requiem? At such a critical juncture, what nonsense are you spouting? Unable to restrain himself, he rushed forward, attempting to seize Lelouch by the collar with his hands, his superhuman physique granting him a significant advantage. Yet in that fleeting moment, he grasped nothing but air, for Lelouch had vanished from his sight. Witnessing the scene, Suzaku saw Lelouch appear behind him as though he had teleported. Don't be so anxious. When I say to stop, it doesn't imply a surrender. I have simply discovered a more effective approach. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Suzaku desperately turned around, only to find no trace of Lelouch. For me, altering this world is remarkably effortless. The voice emanated from the other side, and, as Suzaku turned his head, he realized Lelouch was looking down at him. Just like this. With a snap of his fingers, the sound reverberated around them, leaving those seated in stunned silence. The mark upon his forehead vanished. He abruptly stood, turning to Lelouch with incredulity. Lelouch, what have you done? Even the one known as the witch could not maintain her usual composure at that moment. Honestly, I merely alleviated your burdensome power. Was such a reaction truly necessary? He spoke nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, while she ought to have felt joy at being liberated from the curse of immortality, her mind was preoccupied with Lelouch's condition. In the vast expanse, neither Suzaku nor Lelouch uttered a word. Look at this planet. The next moment, both realized the environment around them had transformed, and upon regaining their senses, they found themselves in an extraordinarily unfamiliar setting. The azure planet lay beneath them, and they floated in the cosmos like astronauts. Breathing? Gravity? Vacuum? These elements seem to have no bearing on Suzaku and Lelouch. This is where we all reside. Yet now, it is rife with hatred and anger coalescing. Therefore, I shall change it. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings returned to normal, and the three found themselves back in the palace, with a method far superior to Zero's Requiem. Sensing the confidence in Lelouch's words, Suzaku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, before that, let us proceed as originally planned to engage with Schneasel in the guise of a mere human. At this moment, we await the arrival of the 99th Emperor of the Holy Britannian Empire. Yet, as per the scheduled time, there appears to be no sign of the Emperor's private aircraft. A large crowd of citizens and reporters has gathered around Ashford Academy. For it was here that Lelouch publicly declared his intention to incorporate the Britannian Empire into the United Federation. The venue for the conference was selected within these very halls where Lelouch once pursued his studies. Colin stood silently at the stairway, lost in reflection, unable to forget the days spent in that company. You haven't changed a bit, a familiar voice echoed, causing Colin to break into a cold sweat in an instant. She spun around abruptly, only to find Lelouch clad in regal white garments standing before her. How did he arrive without her noticing? Shouldn't he have been received at the main entrance after disembarking from his private jet? Well, I was startled, yet still on guard, she thought. Do not worry. I am merely attending to routine matters this time. I shall not engage in any outlandish behavior. Although, at this point, there is no one who can hinder me. Observing Colin's astonished expression, Lelouch smiled confidently. The wish granted by the dragon truly held no deviation. Despite its limitations, it far surpassed the capabilities he had previously possessed. The power to change the world. The dragon indeed bestowed upon him such an endowment. To describe the current Lelouch, one might liken him to a deity, a god traversing the earth, capable of altering all that exists at his whim. Should he desire, he could directly transform every aspect of existence, life and death, the environment, the thoughts and appearances of humanity. Everything on this planet lies within his dominion. He could even erase existence itself. Regrettably, such power is confined to this world alone. The capacity to alter reality merely grants Lelouch the authority to reshape his own original world. Beyond that scope, he holds no sway. This is also the reason for Lelouch's current ease. With all things under his control, what obstacles could possibly remain? The Requiem of Zero? There is no need for such complexity. Should he choose to do so, he could instantly make the entire world believe that justice has been served, compelling them to live in obedient contentment. Yet, such a course would be too direct, too mundane. Thus, Lelouch intended to make a subtle alteration, engaging playfully with Schneasel and Nunnally before ultimately implementing profound changes. The lingering curses and fragments concerning the deceased Euphemia and surely weighed upon him, alongside Nunnally's blinded eyes and her impaired legs. With the power to govern all, Lelouch resolved to effectuate transformation. In Chapter 67, Suzaku found himself momentarily entranced by Euphemia sitting before him. Was it not astounding that the girl he believed to be long deceased was now before him? Indeed, he found it difficult to comprehend. The very notion that Lelouch could achieve such feats left him bewildered. Euphemia dangled her legs in the water, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. Truth be told, he too felt somewhat lost, as though swept into an unfamiliar realm, instilled with a sense of strangeness and trepidation. Though resurrected, Euphemia remained unsettled. Yet, seeing her alive was a profound relief. She had not changed. In the presence of Suzaku, her unease dissipated. "Ah," she murmured softly, and while Suzaku felt no overwhelming sorrow in response, the bittersweet memories lingered. However, with Euphemia's vitality restored, he sensed the possibility of taking a new step forward. Realizing there was no need to cling to the burdensome past, never had he anticipated such an absurdity, a reality that left Suzaku, Colin, and others in stunned disbelief. One individual had ruled the world and altered it through singular actions. Though the specifics of Lelouch's experiences remained elusive, Suzaku found solace in gazing upon her serene smile. After all, having gone through the arduous journey of resurrection, it would be unreasonable to wish for others' demise. It seemed dreamlike, yet it was not an illusion. It was genuine reality. Colin, accustomed to munching on bread as she made her way to the academy, experienced a whirlwind of emotions as she observed the altered surroundings. A month ago, she had been among the Black Knights, following Schneasel's directives as they battled the Holy Britannian Empire led by Lelouch. Yet, that conflict concluded with Schneasel's forces being overwhelmed by Lelouch's sudden onslaught. The tremendous transformation Lelouch underwent during that time was palpable, even somewhat disconcerting. Nonetheless, Colin understood that his essence had remained unchanged throughout. It was precisely because of this continuity that she could accept the upheaval he had orchestrated. "Good morning, Colin." "Oh, good morning." As she acknowledged the orange-haired girl ahead of her, Colin began to embrace this new way of life. Those who perished due to the ravages of war have inexplicably returned to life, with only a select few aware of the underlying truth, while the rest remain blissfully unaware of any issues. This is no mere dream. The chain of animosity and conflict has been personally rectified by Lelouch. The source of turmoil has been severed, allowing nations to coexist in peace, free from the specter of violent confrontations. Now, I shall report on the illustrious meeting between Emperor Jiang Lihua and Empress Nunnally of the British Empire. As the images played on the school screen, Colin and Shirley paused in their tracks. Two small figures clasped hands, accompanied by various familiar silhouettes. Upon seeing the imposing figure behind Jiang Lihua, Colin realized that the individual had indeed survived the trials of death. It is more accurate to say that with Lelouch present, it would be peculiar for Lelouch's sister, Lelouch Six Britannia, to succumb to illness. The extraordinary powers at play remain an enigma to this day, though tinged with a dreamlike quality. The situation is not without its merits. Embracing this notion, Colin has finally returned to a semblance of normalcy, no longer a pilot engaged in combat. What is the matter? Have you been liberated, but find yourself lacking purpose? In a rural courtyard, Lelouch sat comfortably in chair, one hand cradling a cup of coffee while the other held a book, suddenly speaking up. Beside him, a figure was lost in thought, clutching a large yellow plush toy. "This is all your fault," she remarked. "You erased my past and resolved the fragments of the world in one fell swoop. Naturally, I find myself with nothing to do." She tilted her head to glance at Lelouch, stating plainly that it was this man who had caused her unemployment. With time on her hands, she could afford to delve into literature. "How dull. With your current abilities, is there truly any need to read?" she questioned, knowing he could attain anything he desired in an instant. That nonchalant demeanor was reminiscent of the confident Lelouch she remembered. "I do not wield that world-altering power at all times. I lead a life as an ordinary person in my everyday existence. After all, having labored to create this new world, one must learn to relish it," Lelouch responded softly. To outsiders, Lelouch is merely a former emperor who abdicated his throne early. With a new identity, he becomes even less recognizable. He boldly claims to be a god to others, compelling them to accept the world he has transformed, an audacity that surpasses that of a demon king. Yet, such familiar retorts elicited a smile from Lelouch. "I have altered the world. Whether they accept it or not is entirely their choice. If they feel discontent, they may simply end the lives of those who have returned. Or perhaps it ignites a senseless war to sacrifice others." Upon hearing Lelouch's domineering words, I gazed towards the heavens. To this day, Lelouch's transformation remains shrouded in mystery. He has never spoken of how he achieved it. He merely continues to live with the same demeanor as before. "You remain unchanged, I see. However, this time, there is no need to don a facade to deceive anyone. I find myself reflecting, not entirely discontent with my current existence. Having reverted from a witch to a human, I am no longer bound by the curse of eternal youth and immortality, something I once yearned for, and now it has come to fruition. Yet, the price I pay is the presence of another fool, one who masquerades as a god among men. That indirect confession has left me quite dissatisfied. Which man entangles himself so persistently with a woman? Nevertheless, whether as mere mortals, or as a demon lord and witch, or even as a god and a human, to be cherished in such a manner offers a novel experience." Chapter 68, A New War. It seems that this event is quite impressive. However, the Dragon Balls appear to have ventured to a peculiar place. Feeling the Dragon Balls, which after granting wishes soar towards another realm, the deity anticipates the outcome. He had designed the Dragon Balls to automatically travel to different worlds post-wish. Yet, the specifics of their destination remain a mystery. It could be an ordinary world devoid of anomalies, a chaotic magical realm, or perhaps a world embroiled in a divine conflict. Regardless, it is certain that such a place will stir new disputes, the so-called Dragon Ball War. Who will be the next fortunate soul? Oh dear, this is bad. What is it? Ship? Ji Wee's hand glows with a crimson light. What? Resting in the evening, the small, adorable fox demon gasped at the eerie red glow. Ji Wee-chan. Ji Wee-sama. Step back, is this a curse? Could it be another trick of Nariku? The half-demon, clad in a fire rat cloak, leaped over his companion's head to stand before the girl, grasping her right hand, glaring at the scarlet mark in anger. "No, I am fine." The girl named Ji Wee merely stared for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. "Inuyasha, you need not be so anxious. This is not a curse. It appears to be a ritual, and I just happen to be chosen." As she spoke, everyone beheld the orange orb emerging from the crimson mark. A shining star adorned its interior, visible even beneath the night sky. A ritual? The bead is truly exquisite. Is it at such moments that the fool becomes concerned with such trivialities? A group of individuals remains somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding circumstances. A moment of silence is called for. Gradually absorbing the knowledge that flows in, Kagome urges her companions to pause. As Kagome closes her eyes, Inuyasha's anxious demeanor begins to settle. The nearby priest Moroku and demon slayer Sango also wait in quiet anticipation. This is disastrous. Suddenly opening her eyes, Kagome covers her head with her hands and laments. "What's wrong, Kagome?" Sango, observing Kagome's complex expression, inquires with confusion. This treasure is known as the Dragon Ball. If one gathers all 7, any wish can be granted. Isn't that akin to the Shirkan jewel? And what does it mean to gather 7? Are we expected to search for such things? Who has the time for that? We must defeat Nariku post-haste. Inuyasha, restless and dismissive of this matter, feels that the previous Shirkan jewel had already caused them enough chaos. Now, another artifact that can grant wishes suddenly appears. What a farcical distraction they cannot afford to entertain. "Calm down," Inuyasha, and think clearly. Lady Kagome has stated that she has been chosen, based on what just transpired. It implies that there are 6 others who will possess the same Dragon Ball. Master Moroku, do you mean to suggest that although the workings of this ritual are unclear, in the worst-case scenario, Naraku might also possess such an object? Nestled in a dark abode, Naraku gazes at the mark on his hand while clutching the orange bead adorned with 3 stars. What extraordinary jest this is. A smile creeps upon his lips as he contemplates this unexpected turn of events. 7 Dragon Balls? And the so-called servants. How intriguing. Rising to his feet, Naraku strides toward the door, followed silently by the white-clad Kagura. Though it is uncertain how this compares to the Shurkan Jewel, it certainly holds value worth exploring. Both the Shurkan Jewel and the Dragon Balls require collection. For Naraku, it merely presents another opportunity and choice, which he does not disdain. Given his current power and influence, the holders of the Dragon Balls will soon be within his grasp. Let's first attempt this so-called heroic spirit summoning. A servant has answered the call. You. The blue-clad spearman materializes before him, evoking a sense of wonder. Steel Fong, is this the so-called servant you mentioned? It would appear so. Master, you do not seem to be human. Why do I get the impression that you are scolding me? The veins on my forehead throb, and my steel teeth begin to feel quite irritable. No need to mind that. Since you have summoned me, I shall surely ensure your victory. My name is Si Chulin. Please make your acquaintance. Listening to the other party's hearty voice and demeanor, I did not dwell on the matter too much. At the very least, the aura radiating from him was indeed unparalleled by ordinary beings. Lord Sesomaru, I have summoned a servant in accordance with those incantations. Observing the girl before me, with her crimson eyes, Rin joyfully exclaimed, Isn't she human? Initially, bringing you along was sufficient to trouble Lord Sesomaru, and now another has been summoned. Jaken's eyes widened, feeling discontent with that aura. However, at that moment, Sesomaru had already drawn his sword and swung it forward. Yet, the opposition evaded with an ethereal speed. Wow, that Sand is human, but to possess such agility as a human is quite impressive. The cold words were yet to finish when the blade intended for a strike was halted by Sesomaru's hand. Please do not do that. We are not enemies. Witnessing the tense standoff between the two, Rin anxiously attempted to mediate. I see, for human, that is sufficient. Releasing his grip, Sesomaru offered a clear assessment. Withdrawing her murderous intent, the sword-wielding girl heeded Rin's counsel. Only Jaken was left bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. The servant has been summoned. Welcome. May I ask, miss, what is your name? Rin eagerly approached the striking girl with curiosity. Akai Hitomi. Here I am. Where's this place? Wow. She anticipated such an intriguing occurrence. She was quite lively. If I could gather those so-called Dragon Balls, I could surely rescue my parents. Yet, upon catching sight of the master, she was taken aback. Are you the Tree of Ages? With widened eyes, stared at the figure before her. Clad in Miko attire, momentarily lost in thought. What is happening? Why has the Tree of Ages appeared? Kikyo gazed at the lively half-demon girl before her, rendered speechless. She could sense a familiar aura emanating from the child, reminiscent of Inuyasha and Kagome. Is Kagome's so-called heroic spirit formidable? I'm not sure. Explanations say they are heroes from history. 7 distinct classes. Mere humans aren't all that formidable, are they? They are not akin to the likes of the brutish creatures. Seated upon the expansive meadow, a group engaged in lively discourse regarding the knowledge gleaned from Gao moments ago. Well, having another combatant would indeed be beneficial for us. Whether it pertains to collecting the Dragon Balls or confronting Naraku, it could yield extraordinary results. Unlike Inuyasha, Moroku did not exhibit a nonchalant demeanor. After all, the so-called 7 Dragon Balls signify that others may possess their own servants. Although the extent of their prowess remains uncertain, it is essential to summon and ascertain. The words of the esteemed mage hold merit. Let us endeavor, Gao-chan. With newfound enthusiasm, Gao rose to her feet and extended her right hand forward, recalling the incantation etched in her memory. As the summoning chant resonated, the air around them became charged with a palpable pressure. The tumultuous energy surged forth, leaving all in awe. Merely witnessing the spectacle, I could sense the extraordinary nature of the ritual. Moroku, the mage, furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the mystery at hand. It appeared to deviate significantly from the yin-yang arts and various spells he had previously encountered. The Guardian of the Scales, with a thunderous roar, as the final incantation reverberated. A powerful explosion erupted ahead, and thick clouds of dust enveloped the vicinity, obscuring our vision. Under the luminous moonlight, the haze began to dissipate, revealing the figure that had manifested. Before us stood a strikingly handsome man with long hair interspersed with black and white, clad in a black kimono and draped in a crimson mantle. His red eyes gazed intently in our direction, exuding an enchanting and otherworldly presence. Inuyasha's nostrils flared as he detected the scent of a fellow half-demon. Summoned forth, I am Urahara Riku, aspiring to become the sovereign of phantoms and specters. He proclaimed his title and name, the enigmatic servant observing the group before him. The mutual attention was drawn particularly between Inuyasha and Riku as they locked eyes, quickly discerning each other's identities. I have a feeling we have summoned someone formidable. Shippu, trembling with trepidation, concealed himself behind Miroku, casting fearful glances at the boastful figure. To aspire to be the sovereign of phantoms? Does that not imply he seeks dominion over all demons? Surely, he cannot be of good nature. You there? Are you a half-demon? Inuyasha pointed an accusatory finger at Riku, his voice resonating with challenge. Aren't you also a half-demon? Riku tilted his head, clearly sensing Inuyasha's irritation. Half-demon? Instead, it was Gaoshin and her companions who were momentarily taken aback. While it is true that there are more half-demons in the world than just Inuyasha, encountering a half-demon with ambitions to become the ruler of phantoms was a first. I can discern that the scent of demon blood on you is quite faint. Naturally, for I possess merely a quarter of demon blood, making me a half-demon among half-demons. Observing the two engage in conversation, Miroku and the others found it inappropriate to interject. A half-demon of such diluted lineage, Miroku mused, surely rarer than Inuyasha himself? This would seem to be the case. Logic dictates that his grandparents were the product of a union between human and demon, and that his parents followed suit, resulting in such a unique lineage. The emergence of a being even more exceptional than Inuyasha would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest. Is this your strategy? Nariku observed with keen interest the hand that had pierced him, nonchalantly smirking. Muzan, gazing at the man he had impaled, felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Initially summoned to engage with something intriguing, he had intended to transform the so-called master into a puppet to control. However, the situation seemed to surpass his expectations. The notion of infecting others through blood, turning them into puppets, this was indeed a novel kind of demon. Can your blood even enhance others? Capturing a human might lead to significant transformations. Despite having his chest pierced, Nariku remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he spoke slowly. Upon withdrawing his hand, Muzan realized that the man before him was far from the human he had anticipated. His hollow form lacked even the basic organs. Not merely devoid of a brain and heart, he appeared as nothing more than a mass of flesh coalesced together. A demon? No, there seemed to be something even more extraordinary about this being. You possess a modicum of observational merit. The wound healed instantly, Nariku remarked. Run. Although it sounded somewhat absurd, this choice sprang to Muzan's mind almost immediately. He sensed an ominous aura emanating from the man before him. Unlike the lethal threat posed by Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the danger presented by this man, named Nariku, was suffocating. Bang! As Nariku observed his opponent crash against the wall, he remained unperturbed. Even without employing the so-called command spell, he was confident he could compel the other to return willingly. Go ahead and test the other fellows, he mused. Just do not disappoint me. Muzan Kabutsuji. Who would have imagined that we would encounter one another in such a manner? Sitting upright in his seat, he gazed at the familiar figure before him, tall, handsome, and exuding an air of elegance, with flowing silver-gray hair and 3 swords strapped to his back. Kiramaru spoke coldly, for this was the very individual he had long yearned to defeat. What a tremendous jest! The King of Teeth? No, in the vernacular of worldly demons. He was known as the Dog General, a servant fully descended from a professional position. Kiramaru had been awakened from his slumber, chosen by the Dragon Ball War, and summoned forth. Yet, he had not anticipated that this formidable rival, long since deceased, would be brought back to life. Do you truly still harbor a fascination for the mortal realm? Perhaps. To respond to a summons, one must possess a wish yearning to be fulfilled. How delightful. No matter the outcome of this war, I shall emerge victorious. I will not allow you to perish so easily. You must return to me, so we may battle once more. Rising to his feet, Kiramaru's words were imbued with fervor and madness. Observing Kiramaru's unstable emotions, the Dog General remained silent. What concerned him was another matter. Given the length of Kiramaru's slumber, it seemed a considerable time had passed since his own demise. Perhaps this time, he would encounter someone unexpected. Chapter 70, The Unfathomable Moves. What on earth is Neruko up to? Why must I keep watch over this individual? Kagura concealed half her face with a fan, her impatience evident as she observed the target hidden within a cave ahead. Being forced to choose between the white child and Neruko was already enough to give her a headache. Now she was commanded to monitor this enigmatic servant? Recalling Neruko's overly generous explanations, Kagura sensed his ulterior motives. Perhaps her newfound utility had granted her a temporary reprieve. Sensing a movement at the cave's entrance, Kagura focused her gaze on the target. It was a man with notably pallid skin. At first glance, he appeared merely human. Yet there was something about him that did not seem entirely human, nor entirely demon. Having encountered numerous beings of both kinds, Kagura possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience. She discerned that the individual before her was far from ordinary. Then, Kagura witnessed him transform a captured human into another form of life. TSK. Merely a collection of useless beings. After offering so much blood, only a lower moon demon emerges? Hiding behind a tree, she could clearly hear the frustration in his voice. Frowning, Kagura withdrew her head, sensing that the situation was amiss. Whoosh. Bang. Instinctively evading, she recognized the familiar meat spike that pierced through the trees. Is this fellow truly akin to Neruko? He appears to be a mere replica. Holding her fan tightly, Kagura expressed her displeasure at the indifferent gaze of her opponent. I see. If it were you, perhaps you could become a formidable upper moon demon, having already sensed the presence of the pursuing individuals. Muzin's lips curled into a smirk as he connected the dots. He had gleaned part of this world's circumstances from the demons he had previously dispatched to gather intelligence. While demons do exist here, they seem distinct, with yokai being the more predominant beings. Although the master, known as Neruko, possesses peculiarities, this pursuing yokai does not seem to wield similar powers. Suddenly, a group of demons charged towards Kagura. TCH, minions, step aside. With a flourish of her fan, blades of wind sliced through the air, and Muzin witnessed the astonishing scene unfold. Whoosh. Crack. The approaching demons were cleaved into thirds. With ease, she dispatched demons, including those of the lower moon rank, without relying on the Nicaran blade or breathing techniques. Ambitions began to swell within Muzin, prompting him to devise various plans. Let us start with you, woman. Hey, wow. Shoya drew her bow and struck a peculiar yokai that had been hiding within a house, then approached cautiously. This creature doesn't quite resemble a yokai. It exudes a faint malevolence, suggesting it is of another kind. Villagers reported seeing it devouring humans at night. Similar incidents had occurred before. Crouching down to observe the gradually disintegrating body, Shoya turned back. There's a puppet master orchestrating this. Kikyo approached slowly from a distance, offering a gentle response to Shoya. So what should we do next? Although it is possible that others are gathering information, we have been searching for quite some time without any leads. It seems these creatures do not dare to venture out during the day. With her hands clasped behind her head, Shoya cheerfully inquired, her previous distance from Kikyo now diminished. Initially, she had thought Kikyo was the tree of ages, but upon closer contact, she realized otherwise. Though there was a hint of earthy aroma, there was no doubt that Kikyo was a true shrine maiden. Moreover, her face bore a striking resemblance to Shoya's mother. Huh. Upon hearing that soft exclamation, Shoya snapped back to reality, only to see Kikyo waiting for her ahead. Just follow this direction. These creatures have been appearing frequently of late. Oh, understood. Although the identity of the orange bellflower remains unclear, Zhuyi does not harbor any dislike. Rather, there exists an instinctual yearning to rely on the other, reminiscent of the comforting presence of a mother. What the hell are you doing here? Acting like an ordinary human during the day? Lu Shang felt a flush of embarrassment as he gazed at the face before him, momentarily rendered speechless. It is remarkably different from Inuyasha. Indeed, it is surprising that a half-demon with merely a quarter of demon blood could be weakened to such an extent. By day, a human, by night, a demon. Is this a modern-day demon? Moroku, Sango, Shippo, and Kagome watched curiously as Lu Shang transformed back into a human, engaging in discussion. Calmly, he explained, while it is true that I can only transform into a demon at night, under specific conditions, I can do so during the day as well. Pushing Inuyasha with both hands, Lu Shang hurried to clarify. Huh. Inuyasha, eyeing the diminutive and frail figure before him, began to harbor doubts. All right, Inuyasha. There's no need to nitpick over such matters. Don't make it difficult for others. As a half-demon yourself, you should understand that it is not easy for him. Hearing Kagome's comforting words as she approached, Lu Shang felt a sense of relief. He merely felt disgruntled by the addition of someone else to care for. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Inuyasha fully displayed his unrefined side. Apologies, despite his words, this guy is actually quite kind-hearted. Kagome remarked with a gentle smile directed at Lu Sheng. Haha, it's alright, I don't mind at all. However, during the day, I might indeed require your assistance. Although Lu Sheng had yet to fully witness the capabilities of this group, the combination of half-demons, demon slayers, mages, priestesses, and little demons suggested they were no ordinary team. He was filled with curiosity about whether this was indeed a historical era. After all, the formation of the Kai group could not have occurred without a certain individual. Observing Kagome interacting with Inuyasha, Lu Sheng sensed a distinctly different power emanating from her. But just then, Inuyasha's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had caught a whiff of something. The scent of blood. Chapter 71. Sesomaru. Too weak. Oh, master, you run quite fast, Steel Fong remarked. Glancing at the voice that came from beside him, he saw a soldier clad in a blue bodysuit, arms outstretched in the shape of a character, effortlessly keeping pace with him. Impressive. That guy can actually keep up a Steel Fong. And he is not even a demon, the two little followers behind commented. Their admiration evident. By the way, where are we headed now? Are we looking for other servants? Steel Fong was unperturbed. After all, he had refrained from sprinting ahead to care for the two members of his clan. However, Si Chulin was quite intrigued by their destination. No, that could wait. First, he needed to secure the treasures of the Demon Wolf clan. Oh, that sounds rather appealing. Upon hearing of the treasures, Si Chulin's interest was piqued. He was inherently drawn to formidable adversaries and the allure of the novel, reflecting on the tales passed down through his clan. Steel Fong hoped that they would not be mere worthless scrap metal. In addition to facing Naraku, he would also contend with rivals vying for the Dragon Balls. So he could not afford to be careless. Si Chulin, this seemingly human figure, possessed remarkable strength. Steel Fong had already engaged in several tests of skill with him, and neither had managed to gain the upper hand in a short time. Considering that other potential challengers might summon allies of similar caliber, he knew he must become even stronger. What troubles you, Lord Jigaku? Suzu inquired from her perch on AMU's back, observing the anxious Jigaku with curiosity. Sure. This is not your concern, Jigaku replied, casting a glance at the exasperated Akidu, who trailed behind Sesomaru. Originally, Lord Sesomaru intended to deal with that insufferable Naraku, but due to your presence, he has become entangled in yet another affair. Nevertheless, Lord Sesomaru is quite indulgent towards you and will surely not mind. Even without that assassin, Lord Sesomaru's prowess would undoubtedly vanquish the others. But Suzu, if we gather all 7 of those orbs and are granted a wish, what would you desire? Jigaku sighed, recognizing the futility of escaping this tumultuous struggle. Well, reminded by Jigaku's words, Suzu contemplated the silhouette of Sesomaru. I might wish to be with Lord Sesomaru forever. Ah, how cunning of you. Then I shall bring Lord Jigaku along. Ah, that is not out of the question. The clamor from behind had not ceased, yet Sesomaru remained unfazed. He followed the peculiar scent that led him nearby, having consistently sensed a nauseating odor reminiscent of death. Although the precise circumstances eluded him, it was highly probable that Naraku was once again up to mischief. Stop here, he commanded. Yes. Upon hearing Sesomaru's authoritative tone, Jigaku promptly bowed in response. Understood, Lord Sesomaru. We shall await your return. Before Akidu could express his thoughts, he heard the decisive reply from the master. Looking up, he observed the splendid nobleman already soaring into the air. This world is indeed filled with phenomena that elude her comprehension. Previously, merely confronting the creature known as Sesomaru allowed her to sense an overwhelming presence akin to that of his death. It emanated an immense aura of oppression. Is this creature truly a demon? It seems distinct from the conventional notion of demons, and unlike other yokai as well. The man named Muzin resembles a plague incarnate. With Naraku vigilantly monitoring every movement, Shiroya found herself engulfed in curiosity. The ethereal Shiroya, a new incarnation crafted by Naraku. Is this truly wise? That individual has recently stirred quite a commotion. Suddenly recalling the throngs of people converging towards him, Shiroya inquired. It matters not. The foolhardy shall learn through suffering, and I shall see him scurry back with his tail between his legs. Naraku, indifferent to the question of whether his opponent might perish, sneered while clutching the fragmented Shirkan jewel. Indeed, from observation, it appears he consistently avoids sunlight. What an inconvenient creature he is. Thus, the initiative remains in my hands. Should he disobey, perhaps the so-called command spell could compel him into the sunlight, leading to rather intriguing outcomes. Even through the barrier, Shiroya could sense Nariku's morbid sense of humor, evoking a sense of sympathy within her. Furthermore, considering that group, Shiroya found her curiosity piqued. How troublesome indeed. Even if his body were cleaved, he would not perish, much like Nariku's child. Soaring through the air on feathered wings, Kagura observed Muzan lurking in the shadows below. Her irritation mounting. She truly despised such adversaries. Those like Inuyasha were far more manageable. He can still fly, concealed in the shadows. Muzan extinguished any thoughts of pursuit as he watched Kagura ascend. When sunlight bathes the earth, his actions become severely restricted, making it difficult to track the airborne Kagura. Ultimately, he is a creature confined to the night, bearing a significant flaw. This is precisely why Muzan is so fixated. He yearns to transcend the limitations of sunlight and become a perfect being. The emergence of the Dragon Balls has presented him with a golden opportunity. Although this world is rife with peculiarities, Muzan is resolute in his belief that he can achieve his goals. Individuals capable of vanquishing him, like Kagaya Utsutsuki, are not commonplace. The end. ZZZ, huh? In the briefest of moments, he suddenly experienced an intense tremor. By the time he regained his senses, a green blade's pressure had already manifested in his gaze. With a swift slash, his body was cleaved and shattered, the formidable demonic energy propelling him into the distance. Sesomaru, what brings him here? In the lofty heights, Kagura's gaze fell upon the newcomer, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. A shard of Nariku? She mused, though the feeble yet peculiar essence emanating from him did not align with that notion. Hesitantly, she regarded the individual whose body she had effortlessly cleaved with her sword. Sesomaru found himself momentarily perplexed by the stranger's origins. While it could be suggested that he was a fragment of Nariku, the absence of any familiar scent rendered that claim dubious. Yet, the formidable regenerative prowess exhibited by this being bore a semblance of resemblance. One undeniable truth, however, lingered in Sesomaru's mind. This creature was woefully weak. Chapter 72. Muzan. I laugh at this power. In an instant, the body disintegrated as if it were mere tofu, torn apart into countless fragments. The last time he had endured such a crushing blow was at the hands of Kinemon. Although he could still recover, Muzan was inexplicably filled with trepidation. Fortuitously, he had been buried in a sunless crevice, or else he might have been subjected to the harsh rays of daylight. Who then was this formidable presence? His flesh was frantically mending itself, his upper body exposed, and Muzan's hands trembled in response. What manner of being was this demon? What schemes did Nariku harbor? Turning his gaze to Kagura, who perched gracefully upon a feather, Sesomaru inquired, "How am I to know?" Suddenly summoned to observe this entity. Neither human nor demon, she herself was equally confounded. Engaging with Sesomaru, Kagura felt no trepidation or constraint, for she understood that if he desired her demise, without Nariku's aid, her escape would be nearly impossible. Neither human nor demon, she pondered, casting a sidelong glance at the dissipating aura, seemingly distancing itself. "Will you not pursue him?" she queried. "There's no need," he replied, having noted Muzan's retreat. Such an aberration did not warrant Sesomaru's direct intervention. Sheathing his T-Kijin, he turned away. It was only after witnessing Sesomaru's vanishing form that Kagura realized the direction of Muzan's flight. Was it towards Inuyasha and the others? Discontent surged within her as she contemplated the fate of the villagers, all mercilessly slain. Which scoundrel was responsible for this atrocity? Was it Nariku? Rushing into a village, she was met with the grim reality. No survivors remained, only remnants of severed limbs and bloodstains. Witnessing this scene, Inuyasha's fury ignited instantly. Although Kagome had encountered numerous tribulations, the gruesome spectacle before her still elicited a visceral discomfort. Sensing her unease, Inuyasha positioned himself protectively in front of her. "This is utterly despicable," remarked Moroku, his fists clenched, his voice trembling with indignation. The malevolent creature capable of such brutal actions would certainly not be left unchecked. It was more akin to being devoured. One must remain vigilant. As the nearby houses exuded an eerie aura, Moreau crouched down to inspect the corpse of a villager and suddenly realized, exclaiming loudly, "Inside the houses?" At his words, Sango turned to gaze at the surrounding dwellings. A faint sound of hissing could be heard, unmistakably not of human origin. Micah expanded suddenly, while Ship anxiously watched from behind. "Are you not coming out?" In the midst of sensing the unrest within the wooden hut, Inuyasha found himself growing increasingly impatient as the anticipated attack had yet to materialize. Sniffing the air, he detected no trace of humanity, previously masked by the overwhelming scent of blood. However, upon closer examination, it became evident that each cabin harbored peculiar creatures. Their scent distinctly different from that of human corpses, a multitude of them. Meanwhile, Musin, having just escaped back to his stronghold, was taking a moment to rest. The terrifying adversary had not pursued him, which granted him a sigh of relief. If I can establish my footing in this world, I shall undergo a profound transformation. He could not suppress a chuckle at the thought of such unreasonable strength, truly enticing. Hidden within a house in the village, he soon heard the commotion outside. Umans. Peering through the window, he noticed a group of unfamiliar figures at the crossroads not far away. One was clad in a blue-black robe, wielding a staff, while another brandished a massive boomerang, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a ninja. There was a young boy in a coat and kimono, exuding no sense of threat, and a non-human figure adorned in red, with long white hair and ears atop his head. Lastly, a girl dressed in anachronistic attire, carrying a bow, caught his attention. The sun was also beginning to set. Musin regarded this group with disdain, completely indifferent to their presence. His previous encounter with that bizarre opponent had been entirely unexpected, merely a stroke of bad luck. He simply needed to avoid them in the future. There was no imminent conflict. Once he crafted powerful upper moons, success would inevitably follow. Dispose of them, he commanded, as the village was now shrouded in shadow. The sunlight no longer penetrating due to the surrounding mountains and woods, creating an ideal environment for his kind. Bang! Bang! The sound of doors being shattered signified that the demons had commenced their actions. Seated upright, Musin beheld an unforgettable scene. A figure clad in crimson withdrew a tattered blade from their waist, which instantaneously transformed into a colossal cleaver, subsequently wielded with ferocity. The wind of destruction. The sound echoed, a piercing whoosh, followed by a cacophony of crackling. What spectacle it was! A tempest that rent the earth consumed all in its path. Countless demons, including a few lesser moon demons, were reduced to naught but ash. Trembling uncontrollably, Musin found himself momentarily speechless. With a single strike, he had effortlessly obliterated the demons he had painstakingly created. The extraordinary might of this force, even from a distance, left him in astonishment. What is this? Demons charged forth, and he had assumed them formidable, only to discover their fragility. Remarkable, Inuyasha. It turns out your blade is a demon sword. Tetsusaiga, forged from the fangs of a demon, is a sword meant for protection. 7 treasures. Cease your prattling. There appears to be another presence in the room ahead, its aura peculiar. The exchanges of the adversary rendered Musin unable to muster a smile. Having barely settled, he hastily rose, intent on retreating. Although the place was splendid, he was unwilling to tempt fate against this group. Ever since that fateful encounter with Kaneo Tsuyuri, he had become exceedingly cautious. The one wielding the massive cleaver might not be as simple as they appeared. There was no necessity for him to engage in a futile struggle. With this thought, Musin fled without hesitation. Hey, don't run, huffed a voice. Fortunately, with the sun having set, Musin need not hide excessively. How infuriating! It had been ages since he had encountered such a dismal predicament, and he seethed with anger. A dignified king of demons, reduced to such a state of disarray. Yet, it mattered little. He was determined to prevail. Such trifling demons were easily conjured by his will. However, the realization that he had not inflicted any harm elicited a cold smirk from him. But then, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning his gaze towards the opposite side of the mountain path, there stood a woman clad in red and white priestess garb, drawing a bow, aimed directly at him. In an instant, his laughter ceased. Whoosh!